The apocalypse has arrived? Apologies, but in my domain, it is nothing short of a pristine paradise. There are numerous zombies. With a mere wave of my left hand, a million-strong army will immediately surge forth. As for my right hand, my apologies, but it wields over 100 nuclear missile launchers. I am uncertain which one to activate. Witness as I command a vast army, dominating the apocalypse with unparalleled might. Ling Fan, having returned due to betrayal before the outbreak of the apocalypse, ascends step by step to the pinnacle, illuminating the entire land with the dawn. Chapter 1. Return to 3 years ago. Ding! Binding the Battle Police Corps system. System binding successful. Host, Ling Fan. Battle power, 25. Abilities level, 0. Spirit coins, 0. Points, 0. The mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ling Fan felt an excruciating headache. Before he could comprehend what was happening, mocking voices filled the air around him. Has Ling Fan lost his mind today? How dare he sleep during work? Indeed, Supervisor Yang has always had a grudge against him. He should tread carefully. Today promises some entertainment. Sure, don't speak. Supervisor Yang is coming. Ling Fan furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. He was instantly taken aback. The faces before him, arms crossed and filled with derision, were all too familiar. However, these individuals had perished 3 years ago at the onset of the zombie apocalypse, a fact he had witnessed with his own eyes. Jia-san? Wing-si, you're still alive? I saw you die, Ling Fan exclaimed to the 2 middle-aged men before him. Ling Fan, you old fool, who are you cursing? Are you tired of living? Looks like you slept so hard that you lost your mind. Jia-san and Wang-si erupted in fury, pointing and cursing at Ling Fan. He frowned and instinctively checked his phone. December 31st, 21:30, a little past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Fan's hair stood on end. He was not dead, but had instead been reborn to the day before the outbreak of the zombies. Elation surged within him. An orphan raised in an orphanage, he had narrowly escaped the apocalypse, only to return and find that those he considered family, the elderly and children, had all perished. Ling Fan could never forget the heart-wrenching agony of that moment. Later, he learned that his best friend was still alive, and together they formed a duo, battling zombies to survive in the apocalypse. Not long ago, Ling Fan and his friend encountered a severely injured 5th-tier beast in a cavern. They joined forces to slay it and discovered a black ring within its belly, a legendary artifact rumored to exist in the apocalypse. Decades of friendship ultimately succumbed to the temptation of power. Wait. Before he awoke, it seemed he heard a prompt sound indicating system binding. Could it be? System? Ling Fan silently pondered. Greetings, host. The system has been successfully bound. Please promptly complete the novice task to activate the system. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Subsequently, a luminous screen appeared before Ling Fan, displaying, kill 10 zombies to activate the system. Ling Fan was overjoyed. Before his death in the previous life, he distinctly felt the black artifact ring transform into a beam of light that entered his body. It appears that the black artifact ring is indeed the system he now possesses. What a twist of fate. Truly a reckoning. That fool Zhao Qiang, he truly reaped what he sowed. Ling Fan glanced at the time again. There were merely hours remaining before the outbreak, and he could not bear to relive the pain of losing those family members at the orphanage. He must return immediately to ensure their safety with comprehensive defenses. Ling Fan, have you grown some audacity? Sleeping at work? A fine of 500 yuan. If it happens again, you're out. Just as Ling Fan prepared to leave, a stout middle-aged man with a small mustache emerged from the office, Supervisor Yang, the very one mentioned by the others. Ling Fan ignored him and stood to depart. Supervisor Yang, taken aback, erupted in rage. You little wretch, daring to give me the cold shoulder? Stop right there. Supervisor Yang swiftly positioned himself before Ling Fan, blocking his path. Ling Fan paid no heed to Supervisor Yang's actions. In his eyes, how many of these people would survive once the true apocalypse began? Ling Fan attempted to bypass Supervisor Yang and leave. To his surprise, Supervisor Yang seized his arm and bellowed. Did you not hear what I said? Supervisor Yang's words were yet to be completed. Ling Fan, with decisive swiftness, twisted his hand and forcefully pushed, casting Supervisor Yang aside. Once a timid soul, Ling Fan had transformed after 3 years of battling zombies. He was no longer the naive fool who could be easily bullied. Damn it, you lunatic, how dare you push me? Kneel down and apologize at once. Otherwise, I will immediately fire you and not pay you a single cent. Supervisor Yang yelled furiously, pointing at Ling Fan. With that little money, you might as well buy your own coffin, Ling Fan retorted before walking away, leaving his colleagues stunned by his audacity. Supervisor Yang's face turned pale. How could Ling Fan disrespect him so brazenly in front of his subordinates? Enraged, he raised his hand and struck Ling Fan. Ling Fan, having lost all patience, retaliated with a kick to Supervisor Yang's chest. Ouch! Supervisor Yang was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. You scoundrel! How dare you kick me? You're finished. I will ruin you. Known for his lecherous ways, Supervisor Yang was obsessed with women, and Ling Fan's kick nearly cost him his life. Bring it on. I'm waiting. Ling Fan looked down with disdain. Without glancing back, he exited the company. On the bustling street, Ling Fan marveled at the vibrant scene, a stark contrast to the grotesque zombies and the ugliness of humanity he had witnessed in the apocalypse. Ling Fan wasted no time. First, he visited a knife shop and purchased several machetes, perfect for dispatching zombies. Against lower-tier zombies, a single strike to their weak points would suffice, akin to slicing through a watermelon. After acquiring weapons, he headed directly to the Jiangdong food wholesale market, where he stocked up on canned goods, biscuits, instant noodles, and other long-lasting provisions. He ordered 5,000 bottles of water and arranged for a truck to deliver everything to the welfare home. Fortunately, Ling Fan still had some savings from his job, but after purchasing all the supplies, he found himself utterly broke. Brother Ling Fan, it's been so long since you visited me. As soon as he got out of the car, a little girl of about 7 tugged at his clothing. Be good, Xiao Mei. I've been quite busy lately, but I will have more time to spend with you soon. Where's the director? Ling Fan affectionately patted Xiao Mei's head, acutely aware that his time was limited. He needed to ensure the safety of the elderly and children in the welfare home before he could embark on the tasks assigned by the activation system. This troublesome system required activation despite binding itself to the host. Ding! Host has been detected to insult the system verbally. Task volume doubled to activate the system. What? Ling Fan swallowed his expletive. The system was so stingy. What if it doubled again? Brother Ling Fan, the director is in the office. Xiao Mei cheerfully informed him. Upon hearing this, he made his way to the director's office. The welfare home was shaped like a C, consisting of 3 floors and a basement. The first floor was where the children attended classes, the second was the dining area, and the third floor housed the dormitories, with the director's office located in the upper right corner. Come in. Ling Fan knocked on the director's door, having restrained his emotions since returning to the welfare home. It had been 3 years since he had seen everyone. Old director, I'm back. What I'm about to say may sound unbelievable, but you must listen to me. The old director furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, looking at Ling Fan. Xiao Fan, just speak openly. At my age, what haven't I seen? No one is to leave tomorrow, no matter what. A mysterious virus has erupted in the world, and venturing outside puts one at great risk of infection. I implore you, director. Is this information accurate? The old director hesitated momentarily. Old director, regardless of its truth, we cannot take any risks with the elderly and children here. Please follow my instructions, and we will know the truth by tomorrow. The old director regarded Ling Fan with a complex expression. This boy seemed different. He nodded, acknowledging Ling Fan, who had spent 3 years in the apocalypse, now speaking and acting with remarkable decisiveness. After conversing with the director, the food and water that Ling Fan ordered arrived. He instructed the workers to move the supplies to the basement. The welfare home was constructed during the turmoil of the Blue Star, and the basement was originally intended for refuge, now proving to be quite useful. Once the food was stored, Ling Fan led everyone in sealing the doors and windows that could be barricaded. Chapter 2. The zombie virus erupted prematurely. By the time Ling Fan had arranged everything, evening had already descended. What are you all doing? How could you let the welfare home become like this? A voice, tinged with a hint of annoyance and a trace of confusion, emanated from the direction of the entrance. A tall woman, cradling a box of stationery in her arms, wore a faint frown on her face. Teacher Xiaolu is back. Teacher Xiaolu. Teacher Xiaolu. La Xiaolu? Ling Fan turned to the woman before him, momentarily taken aback. The dusk sky was particularly beautiful. She stood there in a flowing white dress, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders as the evening breeze gently tousled her hair and skirt. It would not be an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Lin Xiaolu could rival the most exquisite beauty of City C. Ling Fan, what on earth are you doing? Why have you sealed all the doors and windows? Lin Xiaolu questioned, her expression a mixture of reproach and curiosity. Ling Fan, snapping back to reality, struggled to conceal his excitement. He and Lin Xiaolu had grown up together in the orphanage, childhood sweethearts. After graduating from university, she returned to the welfare home to care for the children. Ultimately, she perished at the onset of the zombie outbreak. The thought pierced Ling Fan's heart with a dull ache. Thankfully, None of it had transpired yet, and she was still here. I'm talking to you. Lin Xiaolu, noticing Ling Fan merely staring at her, felt a bit embarrassed and became slightly more stern. Let's go inside first, and I'll explain everything slowly. Ling Fan replied gently. Lin Xiaolu regarded him with suspicion. You're being all mysterious. Ling Fan smiled. Just as they were about to head back, something came crashing down behind Ling Fan. His gaze sharpened, and he instinctively pulled Lin Xiaolu aside. In an instant, a beer bottle shattered upon hitting the ground. Oh my goodness! Lin Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, nestled in Ling Fan's embrace. Had he not dodged in time, the bottle would have struck him on the head, and Lin Xiaolu shuddered to think of the consequences. It's nothing. Ling Fan, seeing the color drain from Lin Xiaolu's face, whispered a soothing reassurance. Ling Fan. At the entrance of the welfare home stood a peculiar-looking man with yellow-dyed hair, wielding a steel rod, relentlessly banging on the door. His other hand was stuffed into his pocket, while one leg trembled as if possessed. Behind him followed four similarly styled men, their hair a riot of colors, all exuding an air of disdain as if looking down on the world. Young Guang, why are you trembling? Have you got Parkinson's? Ling Fan sneered. He recognized this individual, Yang Guang, the son of Supervisor Yang. He had not anticipated that his father's recent humiliation would lead to this confrontation so soon. You bastard! Young Guang shouted furiously. I see you've got the guts to act tough. Get them, boys. I want his arms today. 20,000 for each arm. Whoever brings one back gets the money. Yang Guang had come seeking vengeance for his father. Originally, I intended for him to voice his thoughts, but before he could utter a word, Ling Fan was already confronted. And in front of his underlings, his dignity was swiftly diminished. Upon hearing the news, the young thug's eyes sparkled with greed, realizing that an arm was worth 20,000. Eagerly, they began to approach Ling Fan, fists clenched. Ling Fan regarded them with disdain. These feeble, drug-addled individuals were no match for him. He could easily dispatch one with a single blow. As he was about to suggest that Lin Xiaolu retreat to the welfare institution, a sudden outburst interrupted him. What do you intend to do? This is a society governed by law. Assaulting someone is illegal. The frail Lin Xiaolu unexpectedly spread his arms, shielding Ling Fan. Previously perceived as delicate, Ling Fan's heart warmed at this gesture of protection. Moved by Lin's concern for his safety. Xiaolu, it's all right. You should go inside. I can handle this, Ling Fan said gently, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the earlier confrontation with Yang Guang. What can you possibly do? Lin Xiaolu whispered on the count of 3. Let's dash inside and shut the door. Ling Fan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was oblivious to the peril he faced. Suddenly, Yang Guang's voice pierced the air. Ling Fan shot him a menacing glance, only to find Yang Guang leering at Lin Xiaolu with a lewd gaze, a grotesque reflection of his father's genes. Beautiful girl, if you wish for me to spare Ling Fan, it's not impossible, provided you spend the night with me. Yang Guang leered, but before he could finish his vile proposition, Ling Fan surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that struck Yang Guang squarely in the chest. The force sent Yang Guang sprawling. Ouch! He groaned, rolling on the ground, clutching his chest. You little wretch, if you wish to live, take your crew and leave at once. Ling Fan's aura had undergone a drastic transformation a moment ago. He was a refined scholar, but now he exuded an air of lethal intensity. Lin Xiaolu stood in awe, astonished at this newfound prowess. Damn it! I'll kill you! Yang Guang roared, gritting his teeth against the pain, seizing a steel pipe from the ground and lunging at Ling Fan. Ling Fan deftly sidestepped the attack, then, in a flash, grasped Yang Guang's weapon-bearing hand, twisting it with force until a sickening crack echoed, prompting a blood-curdling scream from Yang Guang as the weapon clattered to the ground. Overestimating yourself, Ling Fan scoffed with disdain, forcefully pushing Yang Guang away. Having frequently bullied Ling Fan in the past, Yang Guang was now left humiliated and enraged. What are you all standing around for? Get him! He bellowed at his gang. However, the young thugs, intimidated by Ling Fan's display of strength, hesitated, trembling in place, unwilling to advance. With a determined grit, the yellow-haired man exclaimed, Strike him with a club, and I'll reward you with 10,000. Whoever severs his arm shall receive 100,000. As the saying goes, money can make even the devil dance. Upon hearing such enticing offers, the few lackeys immediately perked up. The yellow-haired man, clutching his injured hand, retreated, while his 4 minions brandished their weapons and charged towards Ling Fan. However, these emaciated addicts were no match for him. With deft movements, Ling Fan swiftly incapacitated them, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain, clutching their limbs. Ling Fan's formidable skills took the yellow-haired man by surprise. "Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. Ling Fan, you'll pay for this," he shouted as he attempted to flee. His subordinates, calling out for their leader, hurried after him. Once they had departed, Ling Fan reassured Lin Xiaolu and led her back to the welfare center. Just as he closed the door, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Fan. "Lock the door. No matter what happens outside, do not come out," he instructed, before seizing the machete at the entrance and sprinting outside. The screams intensified, becoming even more harrowing. Not far from the welfare center, a ragged figure, devoid of hair and smeared with blood, was gnawing on the neck of one of the yellow-haired man's lackeys. The poor soul shrieked in agony, convulsing in a desperate struggle for life. A zombie? Ling Fan was struck with disbelief. The outbreak had come earlier than anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his machete and charged at the creature, aiming a swift blow to its neck. With a sickening squelch, dark blood sprayed forth like ink, and the zombie's head rolled to the ground, yet its mouth continued to move. The group, including Yang Guang, stumbled back in shock, their faces pale with terror as they witnessed the scene unfold. Ling Fan cast a cold, piercing glance at them. "You worthless fools! Get lost! I have no time for you." The yellow-haired man trembled violently. The zombie had initially lunged for him, but he had cleverly pushed a lackey in its path. Otherwise, he would have been the one bitten. The thought sent a wave of warmth through his pants, as he realized he had wet himself in fear. Upon hearing Ling Fan's warning, the yellow-haired man and his companions dared not linger. They scrambled away in a panic. Yet, as they fled, he glanced back at Ling Fan. If it weren't for this bastard, he would never have found himself in such a predicament, nor would he have encountered that monstrosity. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Ling Fan, just you wait. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Ling Fan's mind. Ding! Host has slain a zombie. Task progress 1 out of 20. Ling Fan muttered in disbelief. This system really is devoid of honor. It increased the task count just because of my complaints. He chuckled, pondering whom to seek for reason. Those bitten by zombies succumbed to the virus, transforming into one of the undead. The ruffian who had just been bitten by a zombie had already succumbed to the infection and begun his metamorphosis. At the very moment of his transformation, Ling Fan, with an impassive countenance, wielded his machete and delivered the fatal blow. Ding! Host eliminated a zombie. Task progress 2 out of 20. The sudden appearance of zombies unsettled Ling Fan. He swiftly returned to the orphanage, where the elderly director witnessed the unfolding chaos through the window. "What is happening? Director, the situation is more dire than anticipated. The outbreak has occurred sooner than expected. The virus I mentioned is indeed this one. Once it erupts, it transforms individuals into mindless, flesh-eating creatures." Ling Fan spoke urgently, refraining from elaborating further. He retrieved his phone and glanced at the news, finding no reports concerning zombies. However, he did come across various posts on social media from witnesses claiming to have seen zombies. Yet, these accounts garnered little attention, dismissed by the masses as mere jokes. No one believed that the horrors of fiction would invade their reality. Ling Fan at that moment, Lin Xiaolu approached. Her petite face was devoid of color, clearly terrified. "Do not fear, Xiaolu. I have prepared ample food and water. You and the others should hide in the basement for now. Once it is safe, I will escort you to a more secure location." Ling Fan paused, then solemnly vowed, "With me here, nothing will happen to you." Lin Xiaolu gazed at Ling Fan in a trance. For reasons unknown, her fear dissipated significantly. This was the same Ling Fan she had always felt the need to protect, yet she sensed that he would fulfill his promise. "All right, Lin Xiaolu no de hosoriti." The following morning, as the children still slumbered, Ling Fan chose not to disturb them, departing the orphanage shortly after 6. The zombie tide had commenced. He needed to swiftly eliminate enough zombies to activate the system. The orphanage lay beside the 23rd National Road in City C. Upon exiting, he strode along the highway toward the city center, machete in hand. An Audi A7 lay abandoned in the center of the road, its windows shattered and the front end exhibiting signs of a severe collision, blood splattered across the doors. Before the vehicle, 3 zombies wandered aimlessly. The moment Ling Fan appeared, they caught a whiff of his presence and howled, charging toward him. Confronting these low-level zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables for Ling Fan. With agile movements, he dodged their attacks and swung his machete, targeting their necks, swiftly dispatching them. 3 zombies down. Ding! Host has eliminated 3 zombies. Task progress, 5 out of 20. Only 15 zombies remain. At this moment, the undead have been rampaging everywhere, making them quite easy to find. Ling Fan had barely strayed far from the orphanage when he swiftly dispatched the last 15 zombies. Chapter 3. System activation and the first task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated 20 zombies. The system is now unlocked. You have received a novice gift package and activated the system's crafting and synthesis functions. After slaying the final zombie, the ethereal voice of the system finally echoed in Ling Fan's ears. Eagerly, he opened the system panel. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 25. Ability level, 0. Spirit coins, 2,000. Points, 2. Items, novice gift package. Legion, 0. 1,000. Upgrade requirement. Territory must reach 1,000 people. Upon reviewing the system panel, Ling Fan discerned that he had indeed vanquished 20 zombies, earning 2,000 spirit coins and 2 points. Each zombie was worth 100 spirit coins and 1 points. How does one utilize spirit coins and points? Moreover, does the Legion upgrade requirement imply the need to establish his own faction? A twitch of frustration crossed Ling Fan's face. Humans are inherently selfish. His sole desire was to safeguard his family. In this apocalypse, who could be trusted to save unrelated individuals? Indeed, host. As the master of the Battle Police Legion system, you are required to be the ruler of a faction. You must protect the lives of survivors. For should the number of deceased surpass 95 of the total population, unfathomable horrors will ensue. As for spirit coins, they're the primary currency for procuring mechanical police. While points can be used to purchase genetic serums and upgrade mechanical police, Ling Fan immediately inquired about the spirit coins required to create a mechanical police unit. Astonishingly, crafting a level 0 mechanical police unit required 500 spirit coins, implying that he would need to eliminate 5 zombies to forge a single unit. As for upgrading, that seemed a distant prospect, requiring a staggering 1,000 points. Regardless of his inquiries, the system remained reticent on other matters. Create a mechanical police unit. Ling Fan commanded the system directly. Ding! Please, host, first construct a mechanical police manufacturing facility. Ling Fan was left speechless. He then turned his attention to the novice gift package, opening it without a second thought. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50,000 spirit coins and 200 points. A surge of joy filled Ling Fan's heart. With initial funds secured, it was time to establish a base. He promptly returned to the orphanage but refrained from summoning everyone, as the basement was the safest haven. System, construct the mechanical police manufacturing facility. Ling Fan eagerly articulated his request. Host, it is not possible to directly create the mechanical police manufacturing facility. You must first spend 10,000 spirit coins to establish a command center before proceeding with the construction of the manufacturing facility, which requires 5,000 spirit coins. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ling Fan could only stifle his exasperation. The playground of the welfare institution is not insignificant, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters. Ling Fan chose to position the command center at the very heart of the playground, with the battle robot manufacturing facility situated to its left. After Ling Fan made his selection, there was not the grand spectacle he had envisioned. The command center and then the manufacturing facility gradually materialized before his eyes. Upon inspecting the architectural designs of these two structures, Ling Fan was momentarily taken aback, as the command center bore a striking resemblance to the transformed base vehicle from the game Red Alert. The battle robot manufacturing facility was eerily identical to a military barracks. How hastily crafted! The gaming company might accuse him of plagiarism, but never mind that. As long as it serves its purpose, aesthetics are secondary. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 25. Ability level, 0. Spirit coins, 37,000. Points, 202. Items, none. Legion, 0. 1,000. Upgrade requirement. Territory must reach 1,000 inhabitants. Ling Fan accessed the system panel, noting that only 37,000 spirit coins remained. If he utilized them all for manufacturing battle robots, he could produce 74 units. Yet depleting his funds left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Ultimately, Ling Fan resolved to create 60 battle robots, reserving 7,000 coins for unforeseen circumstances. The manufacturing facility could produce 2 battle robots per minute, meaning the entire process would take 30 minutes. This was quite acceptable. 30 minutes later, on the playground of the welfare institution stood 60 robust figures, perfectly aligned. They lacked the mechanical aura typical of robots. If one were not informed of their true nature, one might easily mistake them for flesh and blood men of valor. According to the system's description, all battle robots are hybrids of human and machine, and as their levels increase, they draw closer to the human form. It is said that upon reaching the legendary 5th tier, they could fully transform into human beings, not just any humans, but formidable entities endowed with 5th tier prowess. Each battle robot wielded a fully automatic Type 95 rifle, accompanied by 200 rounds of ammunition each. Yet, a dilemma arose. The ammunition was insufficient. Ling Fan navigated the system options and discovered the armory tab under the manufacturing section, where the production costs were not as steep as the battle robot facility. It required only 1,000 spirit coins for creation. Without hesitation, Ling Fan installed the armory to the right of the command center. Indeed, it bore the same cliché design. Upon accessing the armory page, he found a plethora of weaponry available for manufacture, even including controllable microparticle gamma ray ammunition. However, the cost was exorbitant. 999 spirit coins. Such a price was indeed daunting. Conversely, nuclear weapons were considerably more affordable, costing just over 900 million. Ling Fan chose not to dwell on such unrealistic aspirations and focused on the rifle ammunition option, where 20 rounds could be crafted for just 1 spirit coin. Ling Fan promptly manufactured 100,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, spending the remaining 1,000 spirit coins entirely on grenades, which were indeed quite affordable among the explosive options. Ding! Given that the host has successfully established a base, the host is about to embark on the first official mission. Mission: Zombie Siege. Have you ever contemplated the prospect of thousands of zombies surrounding your city? As the undead gradually consume your base, tearing apart its inhabitants one by one. Could you bear to flee? Forge ahead, young warrior. Revel amidst the encirclement of zombies. Mission requirements: annihilate all zombies. Mission duration: 3 hours. Mission reward: Level 1 gene elixir. Failure penalty: none. Ling Fan was utterly bewildered. How could 60 battle policemen possibly contend with tens of thousands of zombies? Host, are you belittling the system? Huh? No. Where did that come from? I was just venting my frustration, Ling Fan said, casually pointing at one of the battle policemen, fearful of admitting the truth lest it double the trouble, which would spell disaster. How could they defend without any protection? Ling Fan's head throbbed. Relying solely on the Welfare Institute's walls, they would likely last no more than 10 minutes. The host might consider constructing iron walls. They are not expensive. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Ling Fan was invigorated and immediately accessed the system's recommendations, only to be disheartened by the cost. 100 spirit coins per meter. How many spirit coins would that require? How many coins could one zombie yield? Ling Fan quickly calculated. Even without expanding outward, they would need over 1,000 meters of wall. Do not be concerned, host. You can utilize points to construct the walls with a ratio of 1 point for 10 meters of wall. Ling Fan's heart soared at this news, and he began drafting the wall blueprints within the battle policeman system. The entire wall design would extend from both sides of the Welfare Institute, maintaining its width, but lengthening it by 500 meters. The outer perimeter of the Institute would remain intact, allowing for 2 layers of obstacles. As a result, Ling Fan's points were nearly depleted. Chapter 4. To become the fastest man, a level 1 ability user. Ling Fan had the battle policemen transfer ammunition to the walls well in advance. The policemen were divided into 6 teams, each composed of 10 individuals, with 5 teams stationed on 3 sides of the wall. The 6th team, consisting of 5 members on the rooftop of the 3rd floor, was tasked with sniping the stragglers while the other 5 handled logistics and ammunition transport. Thud, 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 an irregular cadence of footsteps. All units, prepare. At all costs, defend against the zombie onslaught. Ling Fan bellowed. He seized a Type 95 automatic rifle from the hands of a logistics officer and ascended the battlements. Thud, thud, thud. Countless footsteps echoed. Before him, a dense horde of zombies surged toward the base, entering a 400-meter range for free shooting. Ling Fan stood ready. 1,000 meters. 900 meters. 800 meters. As they advanced to approximately 450 meters, Ling Fan shouted for the troops to open fire, and all the battle police pulled the triggers of their weapons, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The zombies, as if orchestrated, surged collectively toward the city wall, as if something within it lured them. with each shot fired at the undead. Ling coins surged in abundance, 500, 1,000, 5,000. System continued to manufacture battle machines uninterrupted until the end of the conflict. Understood, host. Ling Fan felt a sense of urgency. The zombies had already pushed to within 200 meters, forming a thick wall of corpses. He glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and over 30 minutes had passed since the siege began. At this rate, within half an hour, the zombies would undoubtedly reach the base of the wall. Having already slain over 1,000 zombies, the depletion of ammunition was significant, with over 30,000 rounds expended thus far. A mere drop in the bucket compared to the horde below. Mechanical battle police continued to pour reinforcements onto the wall, bringing their total number to 130. Yet this was still far from sufficient against the relentless tide of zombies. Ling Fan seized his Type 95 assault rifle, firing in quick bursts, each series of shots claiming another zombie. However, the situation was far graver than he had anticipated. Only 20 minutes had passed, and the zombie horde stood at the foot of the wall. The undead seemed organized, with those in the front being trampled by those behind, pushing forward in a relentless wave, climbing toward the wall with alarming speed. Prepare grenades. Throw. Ling Fan commanded. Over 150 battle police hurled their grenades into the throng of zombies. The ground beneath the wall erupted with deafening explosions. Grenades detonated at the base. Yet the wall remained unscathed. Truly, the system produced nothing but excellence. Commander, we are running low on grenades. Only 50 remain. As Ling Fan prepared to issue another command for grenade deployment, a mechanical battle police officer approached with a report. Ling Fan immediately checked the balance of his Ling coins. 53. 200. With 5 Ling coins needed to manufacture a single grenade, he promptly ordered the creation of 10,000 grenades. Squad 1. Squad 2. Alternate to transport the grenades quickly. Thus, 2 squads of 20 battle police, along with 5 from Squad 6, hastened to deliver grenades to the top of the wall. Squads 11 to 20. Continue firing freely. Squads 1 to 10. Prepare grenades. Throw. At Ling Fan's command, another 100 grenades were launched toward the swarm below. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. At this moment, Ling Fan's eyes were ablaze with fury. With the relentless creation of battle droids, he now commanded a total of 500 warriors. A significant improvement compared to just an hour prior. The horde of zombies had been pushed back to a distance of 100 meters. In the interim, he had manufactured at least 200,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, resulting in a half-meter thick mound of spent cartridges atop the city walls. As for the zombies, they had left behind no fewer than 20,000 corpses. This was the brutal reality of war. The entire vicinity of the base was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and outside the walls lay a gruesome scene of severed limbs and bloodshed. Observing the tide of battle shift in their favor, Ling Fan relinquished his firearm to one of the battle droids and descended from the walls. After hours of relentless combat, he was acutely aware of his humanity. Fatigue weighed heavily on his spirit. He refrained from seeking refuge in the orphanage's basement, as safety remained uncertain. Instead, he made his way directly to the command post. From the outside, the command post appeared modest, spanning only a few square meters, yet within, it revealed an expansive interior. Approximately 2,000 square meters in size. The left side featured a suite encompassing around 500 square meters, adjacent to which was the command room. The remaining 1,000 square meters comprised a conference hall. Ling Fan reclined on the large bed in the command post's bedroom, his eyes reflecting profound weariness. Until the zombies outside the walls were entirely eradicated, he had no intention of allowing the inhabitants of the orphanage to emerge. He could not afford to take even the slightest risk. 20 minutes later, Ling Fan exited the command post and ascended the city walls to survey the battlefield. Currently, the zombie horde numbered approximately 10,000, a staggering reduction of 4/5 following the previous hours of fierce combat. Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 battle droids had been summoned to the walls, more than sufficient to confront the remaining zombies. After another hour had passed, only a few hundred zombies remained scattered about. Squads 5 to 10 advance and engage the enemy. Squads 1 to 5 maintain vigilance. With this command, all mechanical warriors sprang into action. Each droid bore a long blade at its back, and as they charged forth, they unsheathed their weapons, dispatching the zombies with ease, as if slicing through melons. The 500 mechanical warriors stationed on the walls continued to deliver precise shots at the zombies below, swiftly clearing the area of all undead foes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have taken your first step towards becoming a formidable force. Your random mission has been completed. You have received one level 1 gene serum. Ling Fan promptly retrieved the serum, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He recalled that in his previous life, the first level 1 ability user had not emerged until 3 days after the apocalypse had begun. Yet here, he was the fastest to achieve such a milestone. He quickly returned to the command post and, tilting his head back, consumed the level 1 gene serum. The gene elixir felt icy upon entry. Yet Ling Fan found the chill surprisingly invigorating. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen, radiating to every corner of his body. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, "System, you are attempting to murder your host." Ling Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Consuming this elixir was agonizing. How could the system fail to inform him of this? The pain was unbearable, a torment that persisted for nearly an hour. Just as Ling Fan thought he could endure no longer, the sensation began to wane, replaced by a turbulent flow coursing through his body. This feeling was all too familiar. He had ascended to a first-tier ability user. A foul stench emanated from him. The process of cleansing the marrow. Ling Fan was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. The cleansing of marrow was a process that typically occurred only after advancing from second to third tier. The black, foul-smelling sludge on his body was the impurities expelled during this purification. His future cultivation speed would increase by at least 2 to 3 times. Without hesitation, Ling Fan dashed to the restroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. Chapter 5. Rescuing Survivors. Host, Ling Fan. Combat Power, 121. Ability Level, 1. Spirit Coins, 152, 142. Points, 73, 251. Items, Legion, 1000, 1000. Upgrade Condition. Territory must reach 1000 individuals. After advancing to a first-tier ability user, Ling Fan accessed the system panel. Noting that his combat power had nearly increased by 100. From the points, it was evident that the zombie siege had amassed over 70,000 of the undead. However, this was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. The roster of mechanical police had been fully staffed, with an additional 150,000 spirit coins remaining. Ling Fan immediately went out and gathered all the mechanical police at the base of the city wall. He reviewed the battle achievements of all the police units in the system, with the highest ranking unit being number 0235, followed by 0568 and 06. 0235. I hereby appoint you as the commander of the 1st Brigade of the Mechanical Legion. Your name will be Ling E. 0568. 06. You shall be named Ling Air and Ling San. The 1st Brigade will be divided into 2 regiments, each consisting of 500 individuals, with each squad comprising 100 members. You will serve as the leaders of these 2 regiments. Upon receiving the orders, Ling E stepped forward from the ranks, followed closely by Ling Air and Ling San. At your command, we vow to protect the commander with our lives. We vow to defend the honor of the base. The standard military salute, coupled with their fervent oaths, ignited a fire within the hearts of all present. The 1st and 2nd regiments dispatched 2 squads each to clear the battlefield, ensuring all zombies were relocated at least 1 kilometer away for incineration. The remaining 2 squads would stand guard. Yes, Commander. With that, Ling Air and Ling San led their subordinates out to eliminate the zombies beyond the city wall. As for Ling E, he stationed 150 warriors atop the city walls, while the remaining 50 remained on guard around the base. Once Ling Fan had addressed all matters, he proceeded directly to the entrance of the basement. There, beside the doorbell, he pressed down firmly 3 times, followed by 5 quick taps, prior to allowing the residents of the orphanage entry into the basement. Ling Fan had conferred with them that only this specific sequence would unlock the door. Click! Within a minute, the basement door swung open. Ling Fan, are you all right? We were so worried about you. You've been out for nearly a day. It was Lin Xiao Lu who opened the door, her face lighting up with a beaming smile upon seeing Ling Fan. Everything is fine now. Henceforth, we can all live peacefully in the orphanage, he reassured her. With the sight of everyone safe and sound, a weight lifted from Ling Fan's heart. Wow, so handsome. What is this? This person wasn't he here before at the orphanage? And what about this little house? Upon seeing the base and the playground, a group of children eagerly pointed with curiosity. Indeed, Xiao Fan, did you set all this up outside? The old director was about to inquire further when his gaze suddenly fell upon the city walls beyond the enclosure, leaving him momentarily speechless. This will be our foundation for survival in the apocalypse, Ling Fan assured the old director. After a brief exchange, he dispatched a small team of warriors to assist the old director in clearing the stone pathway on the first floor, while Lin Xiaolu and the old director went upstairs to prepare a meal. Report to the commander. There are people outside the walls calling for help. Should we rescue them? Just as Ling Fan was about to dine, Ling Yi hurried over with the report. Oh, bring them in, Ling Fan replied, then proceeded with Ling Yi towards the city walls. Help us. You are the army, right? We are residents from the nearby new village. Upon hearing this, Ling Fan suddenly understood. Due to the system's mission, the zombies within several kilometers have been eradicated, and these survivors have followed the sound of gunfire to this location. Once all were admitted, Ling Fan took a moment to survey the crowd, which numbered roughly 50 individuals, predominantly young people. You must be the commander of the army. I beg you, save my wife and children. They are still at home. A tall, slender man in his 30s stepped forward, his desperation evident. Recognizing the expressions of the others, Ling Fan surmised that these individuals had ventured out to scout, while the elderly and children were likely waiting at home. Ling Fan nodded and said, very well. Ling Yi, commander. Once the zombies outside are dealt with, send 2 squads from the 1st Battalion to rescue the survivors. Additionally, assign 2 battalion leaders to register the details of all survivors. Understood, Ling Yi replied before heading outside the walls to coordinate the rescue efforts. All right, rest assured, everyone. Just arrange for someone to lead my soldiers for the rescue. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. The crowd unanimously expressed their gratitude. By the way, the area within the surrounding walls is a military stronghold, while your living quarters will primarily be in the outer zone. As it is all open space, please construct temporary shelters for yourselves. With that, Ling Fan returned to the command center. Brother Ling Fan, it's time to eat. Just as Ling Fan pondered the issues of survivor accommodation and sustenance, Lin Xiaolu entered. She held a bowl of noodles, looking at Ling Fan with a shy demeanor. All right, Xiaolu, you can place it on the table. Ling Fan gestured towards the table, continuing to write plans in his notebook. Curious, Lin Xiaolu leaned over to take a look. Brother Ling Fan, are you planning to establish a faction? Aren't we waiting for rescue? Rescue? Alas, we do not even know if there are any survivor bases left in this world. It is better to rely on ourselves. Ling Fan had no knowledge of when the first survivor base was established, as he had been in hiding for months before the apocalypse began. Brother Ling Fan, I actually think the water supply issue you mentioned is not a major concern. There is a well in the basement. It was prepared during the war. Ling Fan was taken aback. Having lived in the orphanage for over 20 years, this was the first time he learned that there was a well in the basement. As for food, we have some reserves, but it is far from sufficient. Lin Xiaolu continued. If the water supply issue is resolved, we can manage food. At this point, Ling Fan excitedly pulled out a map of City C and pointed to a location. About 5 kilometers to the north of our base lies the National Emergency Food Reserve. However, we will have to pass through a small town. Although the recent zombie tide has significantly diminished their numbers, a town still harbors tens of thousands of inhabitants, and according to an 80 probability, it will contain a considerable number of zombies. Xiaolu, would you be willing to assist me? Of course. Brother Ling Fan, just tell me what you need. Lin Xiaolu looked at Ling Fan with unwavering determination. From today onwards, you shall be the Minister of Logistics for our survivor base. You will be responsible for all food, drinking water, and daily necessities. Ling Fan gazed intently at Lin Xiaolu. Chapter 6. Departure to the Emergency Food Reserve. Lin Xiaolu did not decline, for this survivor base belonged to Ling Fan. She had harbored a secret since childhood. She had always had a crush on him. Now, the only opportunity to be close to Ling Fan was to stay by his side and assist him. After sharing some of her thoughts with Ling Fan, Lin Xiaolu went off to inventory the supplies. Ling Fan glanced at the time. It was already 5 p.m. since the outbreak of the apocalypse. The days had grown exceedingly dark, arriving much earlier than before. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Ling Fan said softly. Ling Yi promptly entered from outside. Report, Commander. The rescue of the survivors was successful. Now we have reached the outer perimeter. Here are the details of all the survivors. Very well, place them there. The 1st Brigade will rotate with the 2nd Brigade. The 2nd Brigade's 1st and 2nd Squadrons will guard the inner perimeter. The 3rd to 5th Squadrons. Please ensure the order among the survivors. Understood. With that, Ling Yi exited the room. Ling Fan picked up the documents and counted them briefly. There were over 200. indicating that the survivor base now housed more than 200 individuals. The next step was to address the food supply issue. The rescue operation for survivors must not be neglected. Ling Fan meticulously reviewed all the documents and had to admit there were indeed some talented individuals among them. Notably, there was a man named Fan Wei, an agricultural scientist, a true treasure for the future. In addition to him, there was another named Zheng Ming, a special forces soldier from a military district before the apocalypse. There were also chefs and builders, critical talents needed in these times. Ling Fan exited the command center and found Ling Yi, handing him the profiles of the selected individuals. Observe these people closely over the next couple of days. Yes, Commander. Ling Fan stood by the perimeter wall, gazing outward. The area of the outer base was approximately 5,000 square meters, more than sufficient for the current population of over 200. Under the arrangement of the battle police, makeshift living tents were being constructed in an orderly manner. Brother Ling Fan, the supplies have been counted. The current food stock is only enough for the base's inhabitants for 2 days. Lin Xiao Lu rushed to report after completing the inventory. 2 days? That should suffice. Ling Fan nodded. Once their accommodations are completed, we will dispatch the 1st Brigade's 1st Squadron to distribute the food. A hint of fatigue flickered in Ling Fan's eyes. He had not rested throughout the day. After arranging all matters, he returned to the command center. The following day, Ling Fan slept until noon, recuperating the mental exhaustion from the previous day. Upon waking, his first task was to visit the armory. Due to the food crisis, addressing the food supply was paramount, and transportation of food became a pressing concern. Thus, Ling Fan needed to manufacture several transport vehicles. Upon selecting the vehicle option, he was greeted with images of various automobiles available for construction. After examining them, he settled on the 09 model transport vehicle, capable of carrying a load of 2,000 tons. The cost was quite reasonable, only 1,000 spirit coins to manufacture one. He proceeded to produce 10 units. When the first 09 transport vehicle was completed, Ling Fan was momentarily taken aback. While not an enormous machine, it exuded a sense of security, completely encased in metal. The rear of the transport vehicle featured an electric gate design. The 09 model transport vehicle utilized tracks instead of tires, allowing it to navigate any terrain with ease. Due to spatial constraints, each time a transport vehicle was manufactured, Ling Fan arranged for the battle police to drive the vehicle outside the base. Each transport vehicle was equipped with 2 squads of battle police, with all members of the 1st and 2nd squads of the 1st Battalion on board, totaling 200 individuals. Goodness, what manner of vehicle is this? It appears so formidable. It resembles an armored car. Yet, surely an armored vehicle cannot be this large. All the residents in the outer district gathered by the city walls, captivated by the spectacle. Brother Ling Fan, are you truly going to accompany them? You must not put yourself in danger. Lan Xiaolu, concerned for Ling Fan as he prepared to join the battle police on their mission to the National Emergency Food Reserve, urged him. Xiaolu, your brother Ling Fan is not as feeble as you imagine. Rest assured, I shall return safely. With that, Ling Fan boarded the first transport vehicle, setting off towards the National Emergency Food Reserve. Inside the driver's cabin, Ling Fan reclined comfortably, the transport vehicle gliding smoothly along the road. Occasionally, a few zombies would dart out from the roadside, easily dispatched by the battle police. After approximately 10 minutes, they reached the outskirts of Taojia town, halting all transport vehicles on the national road to conduct a brief observation. Strangely quiet, there was no sound, and the entire town lay in eerie silence, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Proceed, Ling Fan commanded, and the transport vehicles began to glide slowly into the heart of the town. Remarkably, there were no incidents, nor even a single zombie sighted until they arrived at the town square. It was then that the unexpected occurred. A robust zombie appeared in Ling Fan's line of sight, accompanied by a throng of its kind behind it. Ling Fan's pupils contracted. A level 1 zombie. Logically, it should not have emerged so soon, unless the entire town's populace had perished. Such occurrences are rare, unless a sentient zombie had emerged among them. Request immediate assistance. Deploy the 2nd Battalion for reinforcements. Ling Fan instructed the battle police beside him while seizing the long knife from one of them. A level 1 sentient zombie cannot be dealt with using conventional weaponry. Though Ling Fan had only awakened his abilities the previous day, the potency of the genetically engineered serum produced by the system was widely recognized, having undergone a profound transformation. His combat prowess was on par with that of some early level 2 individuals. As for battle experience, Ling Fan had fought valiantly for 3 years during the last apocalypse. Excelling in combat. Everyone, hold off the horde for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, retreat to the transport vehicles. After issuing his orders, Ling Fan boldly opened the vehicle door, gripping a black standard long knife. The moment the level 1 zombie laid eyes on Ling Fan, its gaze sharpened. It sensed the vibrant essence of life. Roar. The first level zombie repelled the restless horde behind him and charged toward Ling Fan alone. Ling Fan immediately discerned the creature's intentions. It sought to feast exclusively on him. The first level zombie moved with remarkable speed, closing the 50 meters between them in the blink of an eye. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ling Fan's lips as he summoned a flicker of energy in his right hand, manifesting a wisp of black flame. In a previous life, anyone who witnessed this would undoubtedly recognize it. The wielder of black flame abilities was none other than the Black Flame King. As the flames enveloped the entire blade, Ling Fan's figure flickered, appearing to the right of the first level zombie, his longsword sweeping across in a horizontal slash. Clang! Ling Fan's expression shifted as he beheld the first level zombie, its entire form transformed into a metallic state. A first level intelligent mutated zombie. Truly, it seemed that Ling Fan encountered every conceivable challenge. Chapter 7. The First Battle's Cost. In light of this revelation, Ling Fan resolved to attempt a technique he had devised in his previous life, the soul-devouring slash. This skill, born during his 4th-tier ascension, could only be executed 5 times at that level. Energy surged in Ling Fan's hands, coalescing in a specific pattern. With the soul-devouring slash, he propelled his longsword toward the first-level zombie, unleashing a blade of energy that surged half a meter in length, striking the creature's head. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as intense energy converged violently within the zombie's skull. Damn it! Ling Fan cursed, then turned and fled. Just as he reached the transport vehicle, a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. Boom! The zombie detonated. The host received the first kill gift package from the first-level zombie. This was not a self-detonation of the zombie. Rather, given Ling Fan's current first-level status, he had initially aimed to sever the zombie's neck, but mismanaged the energy, striking the zombie's brain core instead. Zombie cores are typically stable, but after such a strike, an explosion was inevitable. All units, return to the transport vehicle. With that, Ling Fan leapt into the passenger seat of the transport. The moment he settled into the seat, he felt utterly drained, his energy completely expended. Henceforth, he vowed never to employ that technique unless absolutely necessary. It was far too perilous. Should he fail to eliminate his foe with a single strike, the consequences would be dire. All combat units, open fire. Transport vehicle, advance. Ling Fan weakly issued the command. The number of zombies was not as overwhelming as anticipated, roughly around 10,000. Prior to departure, Ling Fan had prepared well, ensuring each transport vehicle was stocked with 5,000 rounds of ammunition and 200 grenades. Hot, 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 hot. In 10 minutes, the transport vehicle crushed countless zombies, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and flesh across the treads. Roar! The air was filled with the frantic roars of zombies. Report to the commander. Reinforcements have arrived at Tao Family Town. Should we engage? The battle officer in the driver's seat inquired of Ling Fan. Initiate a direct assault. Exterminate all zombies in Tao Family Town. After the eradication, conduct a search for survivors within a 10-kilometer radius of the base. Ling Fan commanded resolutely. He had no intention of lingering here any longer. With the arrival of the 2nd Brigade, he could withdraw safely. Suddenly, Ling Fan recalled a system notification he had received after the explosion of a level 1 zombie. Opening his inventory, he discovered a black and gold gift package. Glancing at the system message, he realized that achieving a first kill on a zombie of level 1 or higher granted a first kill gift. Without hesitation, he opened the package. Congratulations, host. You have received a base expansion scroll. It contained just that one item. Upon taking out the scroll, Ling Fan's heart soared with joy. The timing of this base expansion scroll was impeccable. Its purpose was to construct walls extending 1 kilometer in length and width beyond the existing base. Enclosed within these walls would be an additional square kilometer of land. This was more than sufficient for not just 1,000 survivors, but even 10,000. Before long, 10 transport vehicles came to a slow halt. The National Emergency Food Reserve had arrived. The perimeter of the food reserve was encircled by a fence, within which stood numerous grain silos. Form into teams. Enter the silos one by one. Ling Fan ordered. 20 teams, each comprising 10 battle officers, dispersed towards the silos. Team 1 secure. Team 2 secure. Team 3 secure. The 19 teams reported their status in succession over the radio. Ling Fan took a long knife from the officer in the driver's seat and strode directly into the silo. All right, 10 teams, load the food onto the trucks. The rest, stay vigilant. Inside the food reserve, a voice trembled with urgency. What should we do? There are people outside loading our food. Within the management office between rows 17 and 18, a tall, thin man spoke anxiously to a heavily tattooed individual. What do we do? Of course, we eliminate them. Damn it. How dare they steal from my territory? The tattooed man, known as Hey Biao, snarled. As he spoke, he grabbed a handgun from the table and prepared to rush outside. Big brother, wait. They are fully armed. There seem to be over 100 of them. They are likely military. The thin man quickly shouted to stop Hey Biao. Upon hearing this, Hey Biao paused, cursing vehemently. You useless fool. You almost got me killed. Tell me exactly what's happening outside. The thin man, drenched in cold sweat, nodded quickly, relaying everything he had observed to Hey Biao. Informed the brothers to remain concealed. 2 brothers were dispatched to attach explosives to the vehicles outside, intending to eliminate the group. With that, Hey Biao strode into a small room. The chamber was modest in size, merely a few square meters, where 2 women lay, their bodies marred with bruises. Get up, both of you, Hey Biao bellowed upon entering. At the sound of his voice, the women recoiled as if they were mice confronted by a cat, hastily rising to their feet. Huh, 2 haughty wenches. You were quite defiant before, weren't you? And now look at you, utterly at my mercy. Once I've had my fun, I shall hand you over to my brothers for their enjoyment. Just then, gunfire erupted outside the grain storage facility, prompting Hey Biao to hastily pull up his trousers and rush out. Outside the grain storage facility, one of the officers reported to Commander Ling Fan. I spotted 2 suspicious individuals and followed them, discovering they were planting explosives on our transport vehicle. I immediately chose to eliminate them. Ling Fan glanced at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, clearly clad in the uniforms of the grain storage security personnel. This indicated that the facility was not only occupied, but also under threat of sabotage. Ling Fan could not tolerate such malicious intent. All units, be on high alert. Team 1, divide into 10 squads and advance deep into the grain storage area. Team 2 will retain 2 squads to guard the transport vehicle. The remaining 8 squads must secure the grain transport area. Not a single fly is to escape. Understood, responded the 2 team leaders of teams 1 and 2. In no time, the 10 squads comprising 100 officers advanced toward Hey Biao's location. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from Hey Biao's camp. The smoke curled from his weapon as a shot struck one of the officers in the head, causing him to collapse silently to the ground. The remaining officers quickly sought cover. Commander, we've identified a large number of armed personnel. Should we engage? The team leader inquired via radio. Fire at will. Let loose. Ling Fan commanded, his fury ignited by the loss of his first mechanical officer. Chapter 8, Base Upgrade. All units fire freely. With a single order from the team leader, the officers unleashed a fierce assault. Commander, the battle has concluded. We have neutralized 25 of the enemy and captured over 120. We suffered 3 casualties. Upon hearing the report, Ling Fan exhaled deeply. This outcome was entirely unexpected. When he learned of the significant armed presence, he had anticipated casualties. In an open area of the grain storage, over 120 individuals donned in security uniforms squatted on the ground, hands clasped behind their heads. Who among you is the leader? Ling Fan inquired softly. Report, Commander. The leader among us was just killed by your men. A middle-aged man responded, his tone submissive. It turned out that among the 25 individuals slain earlier was Hey Biao. The battle police selectively engaged their targets, primarily those armed. Initially, Hey Biao's group possessed only 9 handguns, and whenever someone fell, if a handgun were seized, the battle police would promptly eliminate the individual. The death of Hey Biao further accelerated the pace of their surrender. Huh, how fortunate for him. Ling Fan remarked with a sardonic chuckle. Commander, we have discovered 42 women in their quarters, and 30 men are being held in the rear granary. A battle police officer reported. Oh, bring them all up, Ling Fan said, glancing with interest at the 120 individuals below. Soon, the 72 men and women were brought forth. The women appeared battered and bruised, with only a few exceptionally beautiful ones standing out, while the men bore the marks of their mistreatment. Upon witnessing this, Ling Fan had already surmised the situation. Those who have wronged you, point them out. He addressed the group before him calmly. After identification, 10 individuals were deemed heinous, while the rest had committed varying degrees of reprehensible acts. Eliminate the 10. The others, return them. The base was in dire need of laborers, and Ling Fan had no intention of wasting these resources. Nearly all transport vehicles returned loaded, with the first 8 carrying over 10,000 tons of grain, ample to sustain the base. At the base's entrance, the trucks took over 40 minutes to return, laden with supplies. Ling Fan dispatched 100 battle police to unload the grain, while the 110 captives were also tasked with the transport, carrying bag after bag to the basement of the orphanage, under the watchful eyes of the battle police. Ling Fan envisioned the orphanage as a warehouse for the base. Upon his return, he noticed that charging stations for the transport vehicles had been installed outside the city gate, and, after unloading, he drove the trucks over to recharge. Calling Commander, a significant number of survivors have been found 3 kilometers from the base. Approximately 800 vehicles are required. At that moment, Ling Fan communicated through the intercom. Ling Fan was elated. The base's upgrade would significantly increase the number of soldiers. Send the coordinates. Ling Yi, arrange 5 transport vehicles to retrieve the survivors. He instructed Ling Fan, then turned to Ling Yi to give further orders. As for the captives' accommodation, Ling Fan had already made arrangements. On the upper left corner of the base's outskirts, he had instructed Ling Yi to hastily construct a temporary camp for the captives during their return journey. Once the captives were settled, Ling Fan began to patiently await the arrival of the survivors. Half an hour later, 5 transport vehicles slowly returned. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have met the conditions for upgrading the base. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in Ling Fan's ears like divine music. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Fan opted for an upgrade. A chime echoed. 100,000 spirit coins and 1,000 points deducted. The base upgrade was successful. Eagerly, Ling Fan opened the system panel. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 128. Ability level, 1. Spirit coins, 1, 567, 869. Points, 7, 163. Items, base expansion scroll. Legion, 996, 5000. Upgrade requirement. Territory reaches 10,000 individuals. The Mechanical Legion had reached 5,000. Previously, for battle police officers had been lost, and there was no time to replenish them, but it mattered little. Ling Fan was now a wealthy man. After the deduction of 100,000 spirit coins, he still had over 5 million remaining, enough to cover expenses in Tao Family Town. System. Reinstate 4,004 Mechanical Battle Police. If insufficient, deduct from points and proceed with immediate construction. A chime sounded. 1, 567, 500 spirit coins and 2,000 points deducted. The moment Ling Fan saw the deduction of 2,000 points, a pang of regret struck him. Dark. It was indeed burdensome. Crafting a mechanical battle officer required a staggering 23 points. Subsequently, Ling Fan took out the base expansion scroll and clicked to use it directly. Boom! A thunderous roar emanated from beyond the base. A wall, standing 15 meters high and 8 meters wide, rose 500 meters outside the outer wall. Simultaneously, a surrounding wall also ascended about 500 meters behind the Welfare Institute, encircling a square kilometer of land centered around the base. Ling Fan promptly ordered the 1st Division's first team to garrison there. Ling Er was promoted to captain of the 1st Division, while Ling Fan became captain of the 2nd Division. Following this, Ling Fan bestowed names upon those who ranked high in military merit. Ling Si for the 3rd Division, Ling Wu for the 4th Division, and Ling Lu for the 5th Division. Within a day, the mechanical army would be fully staffed at 5,000 members. And Ling Fan established the 5,000 strong mechanical army as a regiment. A regiment consists of 5 divisions. And Ling Yi was appointed as the commander of the 1st Battle Police Regiment. Having arranged the positions, Ling Fan issued the first command to Commander Ling Yi after the regiment's establishment. The Construction Legion was to be established within the survivor base, primarily responsible for all residential construction within the base, with the main power source being the armory. Additionally, Ling Fan constructed a power station to the right of the Welfare Institute, which currently provided ample energy for the entire base. The main members of the Construction Legion were the captured individuals from Number 110, assigned to the most arduous and laborious tasks. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Little Fan, remember to take care of your health amidst your hard work. The elderly director, witnessing Ling Fan's relentless busyness from morning until past 4 p.m. without a morsel of food or a sip of water, spoke with concern. Director, please rest assured, I have now ascended to the rank of a first-tier ability user. A day without sustenance affects me not at all. As for you all, remember this. As long as I am here, you shall not endure even a modicum of hardship. Ling Fan gazed at the inhabitants of the Welfare Institute with fervent eyes. Though he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, the suffering you endured in my previous life shall not befall you again. Ling Fan, all provisions have been stored, totaling 16,824 tons. We shall distribute 500 gene of grain daily according to plan, which will suffice for many years. L'un Xiao le déclarait joyfully. As the head of logistics, the sight of the well-stocked basement undoubtedly filled his heart with elation. Yet, it is still far from adequate. It only addresses our basic needs. We're still a long way from being free of concerns regarding food and clothing. Ling Fan responded. Before the apocalypse, the matters of sustenance and attire were trivial. However, in the wake of the cataclysm, the situation had changed dramatically. Chapter 9. The Dawn Survivor Base established. In the remaining hours of the afternoon, Ling Fan spent time with the residents of the Welfare Institute, entrusting all construction matters to Ling Yi. It must be said, the system's creations are truly impressive. All combatants exhibit lifelike qualities, possessing emotions, wisdom, and thoughts akin to adults, yet their unwavering loyalty to Ling Fan remains constant. The following day, Ling Fan rose early, partook in a modest breakfast, and proceeded to the outer district. He had established a temporary square, with a platform at its center. At that moment, the square was filled with people. Ling Fan had arranged for Ling Yi to gather all survivors the previous evening. Esteemed individuals, I am the commander of this base. My name is Ling Fan, and I welcome you to join my base. Henceforth, it shall be our collective sanctuary, which I shall officially name Dawn. May we all embrace our own dawn. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The throng of over 1,000 voices erupted in fervent cheers, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Though only 2 or 3 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, the majority had faced considerable adversity during this brief span. Ling Fan raised his hand to quell the crowd, and instantly, silence enveloped the square. From today forth, the Dawn Base shall be divided into inner and outer cities. This city wall shall delineate the inner city. To ensure better management, I will establish a public safety bureau to be headed by Zhang Ming. Additionally, an agricultural department will be formed, led by Fan Wei. Ling Fan addressed the assembly for over an hour. The recruitment for the Public Safety Bureau and Agricultural Department would be entrusted to Zhang Ming and Fan Wei, respectively. Trust those who are not suspicious, and suspect those who are untrustworthy. Ling Yi, have the combatants been assigned? Ling Fan inquired upon descending from the platform. Commander, all 5,000 combatants have been allocated. A battalion has been assigned to each of the 4 city walls, with the 5th Battalion primarily responsible for the base's security, Ling Yi reported. At present, Ling Fan's immediate concerns lie primarily with the materials for urban construction and the influx of a substantial population. As for food and water, there is little cause for concern. I am uncertain whether the underground well is directly connected to the subterranean river, but despite the substantial water usage over the past few days, there has been no noticeable drop in the water level. 1st Division, 1st Regiment, 5th Division, 1st Regiment, assemble in the square within 10 minutes. Ling Fan commanded decisively. Understood, he added, making his way toward the Welfare Institute. What, Brother Ling Fan, are you leaving again? The outside is teeming with zombies. It is exceedingly unsafe for you to venture out like this. Upon arriving at the Welfare Institute, Ling Fan expressed his thoughts, which prompted Lin Xiao Lu to dissuade him. Ling Fan intended to head to the Science and Innovation Park. His previous company was located there, and his purpose for going was straightforward. The Science and Innovation Park boasts the largest construction site in Sea City, covering over 5,000 acres. He planned to transport a significant quantity of building materials back. The construction of the base cannot be delayed. This trip is imperative. Both building materials and survivors are in dire need at the base. Ling Fan explained to Lin Xiaolu. The old director was present nearby, but remained silent. He understood that everything Ling Fan did was for their sake, to ensure they could lead better lives. 10 minutes later, Ling Fan boarded the first transport vehicle. Followed by a convoy of 9 more trucks, all heading towards the Science and Innovation Park. The park is approximately 20 kilometers from the Dawn Survivor base. Although the transport vehicles were quite cumbersome, their speed did not wane. Along the way, they encountered a moderate zombie uprising, amounting to merely a few thousand, which posed little threat to Ling Fan at this point. He was well prepared, bringing along a staggering 100,000 rounds of ammunition and 5,000 grenades. At the entrance to the Science and Innovation Park, Ling Fan's convoy arrived in grand fashion. Without pausing, he commanded all transport vehicles to proceed toward the southeastern corner of the construction site. All battle police disembarked from the vehicles. 1,000 battle police, appearing formidable, clutched their rifles tightly. Standing before them were 3 battle police distinguished by both stature and demeanor. The Commander Ling E, 1st Division Captain Ling Air, and 5th Division Captain Ling Lu. Indeed, Ling Fan had upgraded the leaders of the Mechanical Legion and the 5 division captains to level 1 battle police the previous night. Upon reaching level 1, the battle police transformed into a new type of elite forces, far surpassing the combat capabilities of many ordinary level 1 zombies. Ling Yi, lead the 3 squads of battle police with me to search for survivors. Ling Air and Ling Lu, you two will lead the remaining battle police to clear the zombies at the construction site and transport the building materials to the trucks. Yes, 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 came a unified response. Commander, is this where you used to work? Ling Yi inweited. Since Ling Yi was promoted to a level 1 warrior, his command and emotions have become significantly more nuanced than before. Ling Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a remarkably emaciated zombie staggered towards him. Ling Fan studied the creature before him and felt a flicker of recognition. Jia-san. To his astonishment, Jia-san had transformed into a zombie during the initial wave of the outbreak. In his previous life, Ling Fan had witnessed Jia-san being gruesomely devoured by the undead. Yet he had not anticipated this occurrence to happen so soon. When Jia-san was bitten, the apocalypse had already progressed for over a week. Ling Fan seized the long knife from Ling Yi's hand. Brother Jia-san, since you have already succumbed to zombification, it is far better for you to become my spiritual currency. With that thought, Ling Fan swiftly struck down, severing Jia-san's head. Help! Soldiers downstairs. We are in dire need. There are zombies swarming outside our door. At the moment Ling Fan dispatched the zombie that was once Jia-san, a frantic cry echoed from the building beside him. Ling Fan's expression shifted as he hissed, "Damn it!" His sharp gaze zeroed in on the middle-aged woman. At this point, there was no time for words. During the day, most zombies were typically dormant, but the woman's scream had awakened many in the vicinity. All units prepare for combat. Form ranks and retreat into the building. At this moment, Ling Fan had only 300 warriors at his disposal, while the entire tech park employed nearly 400,000 people during peak hours. Even if the apocalypse erupted at 8 in the evening, there would still be around 200,000 individuals present. By rough estimation, there were at least over 100,000 zombies. Despite having ample ammunition, it remained on the transport vehicles. 100,000 rounds would be woefully insufficient. If a full-blown zombie tide were to erupt, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Ling Fan retreated to the very building where he had previously worked. One squad, ascend and clear the zombies. The remaining 2 squads, immediately construct defensive fortifications. Barricade the main entrance. Ling Yi was tasked with guarding the first-floor lobby. And with him stationed there, Ling Fan felt a measure of reassurance. He directly accompanied 1 squad to the upper floors. On the 3rd floor, a man lamented, "When will this torment end? Yang Di has gone too far." Had Ling Fan been present, he would have instantly recognized the speaker as Wang Si. And the Yang Di he referred to as their supervisor, Yang. "Indeed, we haven't eaten in 3 days. That's Goendrel Yang Di." On the very day the apocalypse broke out, he took his cronies and hid in the company cafeteria. All the food is hoarded inside. Another man, one of those who had previously mocked Ling Fan, echoed his sentiments. Chapter 10. Enemies on the Narrow Path. On the night the apocalypse erupted, Yang Di had seized the opportunity to lock himself in the company cafeteria, wielding an abundance of food and weapons. The other employees dared not voice their anger. Even more infuriating was his blatant commercialization of the situation. He disregarded the men entirely. Any woman wishing to eat had to enter alone and cater to him. If she pleased him, food would be readily available. In the beginning, the women managed to hold on. However, by yesterday, Some could no longer withstand the pangs of hunger and directly pounded on the doors of the cafeteria. Within merely half an hour of entering, anguished screams erupted from within. Wang Di lured the women inside, indulged himself, and then handed them over to his subordinates. The cruelty of it is beyond imagination. The wails persisted for more than 2 hours, gradually fading away. Soon after, the women were unceremoniously tossed out of the cafeteria, scantily clad, along with a loaf of bread. Weakly, they crawled up, grasping the bread, biting into it while weeping bitterly. This harrowing scenario repeated 3 times until today, and Yang Di's brutality naturally incited a rebellion among the people. Yet, faced with a dozen individuals wielding machetes, they retreated. The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridors incessantly. Ling Fan and his companions first eliminated over 20 zombies on the 2nd floor before ascending to the 3rd. The number of zombies on the 3rd floor was minimal, making it a straightforward task. Far East Trade, Ling Fan's former company. At this moment, the main entrance was tightly shut, and Ling Fan certainly understood what was transpiring inside. After all, he had once been a part of it. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I am Ling Fan. He pounded on the glass door. Wing Gasi. Upon seeing Ling Fan and his team fully armed through the glass, felt a surge of joy. They believed Ling Fan had come to rescue them. Wang Si dashed to the glass door and opened it. Ling Fan said nothing further, immediately seizing the intercom. Ling Yi, led 2 squads up here. Close the fire doors on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Understood, came the response, accompanied by the sound of fierce gunfire and explosions on the other end of the intercom. Naturally, the sounds were audible on the 3rd floor as well, though not as cacophonous as through the intercom. 1 casualty among the SWAT team. 1 casualty among the SWAT team. 1 casualty among the SWAT team. 10 consecutive system reports were relayed to Ling Fan. After the last report resonated, Ling Yi led 100 SWAT members to the 3rd floor and secured the fire door between the 2nd and 3rd floors. The faces of all the SWAT members were smeared with the residue of gunpowder. Ling Fan gazed at the SWAT members before him, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The middle-aged woman he had heard shouting upstairs was in the cafeteria of their company on the 3rd floor. If Ling Fan recalled correctly, that individual was one of Yang Di's lovers and the leader of another group they once had. Ling Yi retained 90 SWAT members at the fire door on the 2nd floor, their purpose to buy them time. 10 SWAT members had already sacrificed their lives. That woman deserved to die. Ling Fan's fury boiled over. Ling Yi, blast open the cafeteria door. Damn it, how dare they harm me? Ling Fan was seething with rage. Ling Yi distinctly perceived the murderous intent emanating from Ling Fan's eyes. Without uttering a word, he unsheathed the long knife from behind him and struck the wooden door before him. With a resounding crash, the door disintegrated into myriad splinters. Who goes there? A thunderous voice echoed from the cafeteria. Yang Di, his corpulent figure emerging from a small room within the cafeteria, was flanked by his loyal subordinates, each brandishing a machete, standing alert and gazing towards the entrance. In an instant, the weapons of 200 armed police officers were aimed inside the cafeteria. With a clatter, one of Yang Di's confidants caught sight of the scene outside, his body trembling, causing his machete to clatter to the ground as he immediately knelt. Commander, I haven't committed any illegal acts. Upon seeing the uniformed armed police, he mistakenly believed that the military had arrived. Drop your weapons. Come out at once. Ling Fan's voice, laced with an overwhelming killing intent, resonated through the air. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? My brother is in the military district of City C. Which department dares to aim guns at civilians? A familiar voice rang out. The same woman who had shouted from above. You wretched fool. You've killed 10 of my soldiers. Today, no military district will save you. Not even the king himself. Ling Fan appeared before the woman in a flash. With a sharp slap, he struck her across the face. Ling Fan, you worthless fool. How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay. The middle-aged woman was incensed at the audacity of this so-called waste, who had the gall to strike her. Silence her. Ling Fan issued the command, then turned his gaze towards the kneeling Yang Di and his companions. You, before the middle-aged woman could finish her sentence. Ling Yi knocked her unconscious with a swift motion. Yang Di, witnessing her collapse, felt a surge of dread as a pool of liquid spread outward from his position. Ling Fan, let us talk this over. I acknowledge my faults. Please show mercy. Believing the woman had been killed, Yang Di's heart raced, nearly choking him. Young supervisor, I could spare you, but tell me, do you think they would? Ling Fan gestured towards the cowering women in the corner. Yang Di found himself at a loss for words. Enough. I said I can let you go. You can leave immediately through the back of this building with your people. If you can evade the horde, your life is spared. Ling Fan's tone was devoid of emotion. Yang Di's gaze narrowed, realizing that Ling Fan intended for him to serve as bait to divert the zombies outside. Refusal meant certain death, yet compliance offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Without hesitation, Yang Di acquiesced. 10 minutes later, at the back door of the company's building. Brothers, if we all charge out together this time, we shall be true siblings from henceforth. If I, Yang Di, have a morsel to eat, so shall you. With that, Yang Di seized the watermelon knife in his hand and dashed out through the back door of the building, followed closely by his loyal confidants. Upon exiting, Yang Di was overjoyed to find only a scant few zombies outside. At that moment, the majority of the undead were congregated at the main entrance of the building. Just as Yang Di prepared to make his escape, Ling Fan, holding the middle-aged woman, approached the window and offered a faint smile before casting her down to the ground below. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reverberated throughout the first floor. Roar! The middle-aged woman transformed into a puddle of flesh upon impact. The scent of blood and flesh was most lethal to the zombies, and in an instant, a horde surged from the front entrance toward Yang Di and his companions. Damn you, Ling Fan! If I survive this time, you are finished. Due to his size, Yang Di found himself lagging behind. A few zombies were closing in rapidly, and in a moment of desperation, he seized the person in front of him and yanked them backward without a second thought. The unsuspecting individual was thrust into the waiting arms of the zombies. Once the undead captured a victim, they began to tear into them mercilessly. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Di sprinted forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Indeed, most of the zombies had been drawn away, leaving only a few hundred behind at the scene. For Ling Fan, this was a simple and enjoyable task. Chapter 11. Reinforcements from the military district. The task of clearing the zombies was entrusted to Ling E. Meanwhile, Ling Fan turned his gaze to his former colleagues, a mere 20 or so in number. Many were but a blur in his memory, some even nameless to him. Ling Fan, why didn't you come sooner? Sobbed a girl crouched on the ground, covering her face in anguish. She was one of the girls who had entered the cafeteria, and the events that transpired there were memories she wished to erase forever. Yet at that moment, she had felt she was on the brink of starvation and had no choice but to enter. Wang Ya, stop your unreasonable outburst. It is already a blessing that Ling Fan is here to rescue us. While the girl wept inconsolably, Wang Si spoke up beside her. Wing Si, let us not dwell on the past. Take someone inside to retrieve the food and distribute it among everyone. Ling Fan said impatiently to Wang Si. He truly had no desire to engage further with such a sycophant. Shortly after, Wang Si led a young man into the cafeteria to bring out the provisions, distributing them in turn to those present. Everyone began to eat ravenously. Ling Fan declined the food offered by Wang Si and exited the company's gates. In truth, he held little regard for the people within the company. In his previous life, they had subjected him to various humiliations, rendering him the lowest in status among them all. Now that he had been granted a second chance, such occurrences would be impossible. Report, Commander. The zombies have been cleared. Ling Es' voice crackled through the intercom. Everyone, gather your belongings and follow me. Without further ado, Ling Fan descended to the first floor. Observing that Ling Fan did not wait for them, the others hastily grabbed what food they could and hurried after him. Under the escort of a battalion of warriors, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the SciTech Park construction site. When Wang Si and the others beheld the transport vehicles stationed at the entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. In just 2 or 3 days since the apocalypse had erupted, how had Ling Fan acquired such an impressive array of armored vehicles? In their eyes, these transport vehicles appeared far more formidable than the armored cars they had seen on television, leading them to subconsciously regard the transporters as war machines. Report, Commander, all building materials have been loaded. Please issue the next command. As Ling Fan and his group reached the SciTech Park gates, Ling Lu approached them. Arrange for all survivors to board the vehicles. Return to the base. After issuing his command, Ling Fan paid little heed to Wang Si's thoughts and promptly boarded the transport vehicle. 10 minutes later, once all survivors were aboard, the transport vehicles gradually set off towards the base. Within the Dawn survivor base, Ling Er was meticulously organizing the survivors, who wielded their tools to partition the outer district into neat plots. Upon confirming that Ling Fan had procured building materials, everyone began to excavate the foundation. Only 1,000 soldiers remained atop the city walls for defense, while the outer district of the base buzzed with activity. As the fervent labor continued, Ling Fan as convoy arrived outside the base's walls. The iron gates slowly ascended, allowing the transport vehicles to enter the outer district. The building materials have arrived. We shall soon have our own homes. Cheers erupted as all the survivors paused their work to gaze at the newly arrived transport vehicles. As soon as the vehicles came to a halt, they eagerly rushed to unload the cargo. Ling Fan treated the survivors brought from the company with equal respect, integrating them into the construction teams. Within the Dawn survivor base, provisions of food and water were secure. However, the establishment of homes required hands-on involvement. Otherwise, as the population grew, the sense of belonging to the base would diminish, inevitably leading to potential unrest. Commander, the Public Security Department has recruited 100 individuals. However, they are unarmed. We also wish to defend our homeland. Just as Ling Fan prepared to head to the command center to devise the next plan, Zheng Ming approached him. Ling Fan furrowed his brow. The presence of a significant number of firearms within the base posed considerable safety risks. Thus, you 100 security personnel will be divided into teams of 10. Each team leader will be equipped with a handgun, while the rest shall possess electric batons. As for you, you will be armed with a Type 95 automatic rifle, Ling Fan instructed. However, just as Zheng Ming prepared to negotiate further, Ling Fan waved his hand dismissively. On matters such as these, he would not yield, as they pertain to the future development of the base, and he could not allow any potential hazards to arise. Ling Fan promptly directed Ling Air to accompany Zheng Ming to procure the weapons. And since the electric batons could be manufactured at the armory for a mere 50 spirit coins, it was inconsequential to Ling Fan. He then returned to the command center. Lin Xiaolu had been eagerly awaiting Ling Fan's return at the command center. Without uttering a word, she poured a glass of water for him. You've worked hard, Brother Ling Fan, Lin Xiaolu said softly. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The transformation of the base was remarkable. One by one, houses of red bricks and blue tiles were erected, and after some simple decorations, the survivors began to move in. During this period, Ling Fan implemented numerous improvements, including the establishment of a grain ticket system. All employees at the base received 100 pounds of grain tickets each month, which was ample to sustain a family of 3. With this system in place, the survivors worked even harder. Report, Commander. There are individuals outside claiming to be from the military district requesting to see you. It was Ling Wu, who was responsible for city defense that day, communicating via the intercom. Oh, upon hearing the report, Ling Fan understood that visitors from the Sea City survivor base had arrived. Sea City boasted over 20 survivor bases of varying sizes, each hosting no fewer than 200 individuals, but there was only one military district. That was the military base located in the Huangjiang district. In his previous life, Ling Fan had been aware of this base, which could be considered one of the largest in all of Sea City, with no fewer than 10,000 soldiers and a staggering 50,000 survivors. As Ling Fan approached the outer district, he encountered over 100 fully armed soldiers. Among them stood a somewhat frail-looking man at the forefront, who surveyed Ling Fan with an air of disdain. Are you the leader of this survivor base? The slender man asked, his gaze appraising Ling Fan with condescension, particularly noting his youthfulness. Which military district from Huangjiang are you from? What brings you to our territory? Ling Fan, recognizing the disdain in the man's eyes, chose not to grant him any courtesy in return. It's nothing significant. I merely come to announce our military district's orders. The survivor base you occupy lies within our territory. Henceforth, you are required to submit a monthly tribute of 5,000 rations as protection fees, declared the gaunt man with an air of arrogance. Ling Fan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this proclamation. Robbery? Rations? We have none. If you desire them, seek them out yourself. Ling Fan retorted unapologetically. Chapter 12. The first skirmish. Do not mistake my hospitality for weakness. Do you comprehend the repercussions of crossing our base? The gaunt man bellowed defiantly. In his subconscious, he believed that such a diminutive survivor base, comprising merely over 100 individuals, could be easily subdued. I, Ling Fan, am not intimidated by your so-called consequences. Depart my base immediately, or I shall not hesitate to act. Ling Fan felt no necessity to prolong the conversation with this man. Ling Fan? The gaunt man suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. It's you. You murdered Commander Huang's sister. The gaunt man exclaimed, springing to his feet. Approximately 10 days prior, A man claiming to be Commander Huang's brother-in-law had visited the base, embellishing the tale of Ling Fan's alleged crime. Commander Huang was furious and vowed to have Ling Fan ground to dust. Capture him and bring him back to Commander Huang, the gaunt man commanded. As he fantasized about the elevation of his status upon capturing Ling Fan, the walls were suddenly lined with a multitude of gun barrels aimed directly at them. You may test whose firearms are swifter, yours or ours, Ling Fan remarked with amusement, surveying the 100-odd individuals before him. The gaunt man felt a mix of fear and fury. How could such a small base possess such formidable armament? He had overlooked a crucial fact. Without considerable strength, how could Ling Fan have erected the walls in such a brief span? Discard your weapons immediately. Otherwise, I shall exercise lethal force. Ling stepped forward, positioning himself before Ling Fan, wary of a sudden attack. Do you know who our military leader is? He is a first-tier ability user. One man could obliterate your base. I advise you to release us. Otherwise, our military forces will arrive post-haste. The gaunt man threatened. I shall count to 3. If you do not surrender your arms, I will execute you, Ling Fan stated coolly. 3, 2. Just as Ling Fan reached the count of 2, the soldiers exchanged glances and promptly discarded their weapons onto the ground. Who commanded you to drop your arms? Retrieve them and prepare for battle. Quickly. Otherwise, I will execute you. The gaunt man was thrown into a panic. He hastily drew his sidearm, raising it to fire, only to hear a loud bang as a bloody hole punctured his temple. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, Ling Fan chose not to interfere further and returned directly to the command center. Before entering, he notified Ling and several squad leaders to gather in the conference room. Ling Fan cast a solemn glance at Ling and the other leaders seated below. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you can surmise the purpose of my summons. He stated directly. Commander, what is there to fear? We can simply act decisively. Ling Si boldly asserted to Ling Fan. Indeed, with our current force of 5,000, why should we be apprehensive? Ling San chimed in, his face flushed with excitement. You do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Are you aware of the potential casualties in a single battle? Based solely on our current military reserves, we lack sufficient resources to secure victory. Ling Yi interjected. Observing the commotion among the generals, Ling Fan rapped his knuckles on the table, calling for silence. Engaging them in battle is certainly feasible. However, we must consider the issue of combat losses. Presently, I possess only 180,000 spirit coins, and should our forces sustain losses, we would need to replenish them. The expenditure on ammunition and grenades is astronomical. Ling Fan continued, addressing the assembly. Thus, we must first conduct a campaign against the zombies. There are over 100,000 zombies in the Science and Technology Park. If we can eliminate them, the subsequent assault on the military district base will pose no challenge. In recent days, Ling Fan had thoroughly examined the military factory. While machine guns and artillery could be produced, the costs were prohibitive. For instance, the cheapest model, the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun, costs 1,000 spirit coins with 7.62mm ammunition priced at 1 coin per round. With my current resources, I simply cannot afford such an undertaking. The artillery costs were even more staggering. The small-caliber Type 63 rocket launcher, with a 107mm caliber and 12 barrels, is valued at 10,000 spirit coins, with each shell costing 100 coins. Since the apocalypse began, only a few handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles remain operational. The more destructive weapons have mysteriously lost their efficacy, as if some unseen force were at play. For this upcoming campaign, I will provide each squad with 5 Type 80 general-purpose machine guns and 1 Type 63 rocket launcher. This battle must be secured at all costs, Ling Fan proclaimed passionately. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 195. Ability level, 1. Spirit coins, 253, 264. Points, 4, 352. Items, none. Legion, 5,000, 5,000. Upgrade requirement. Territory must reach 10,000. Ling Fan glanced at the system panel. With another 250,000 spirit coins at his disposal, he immediately manufactured 25 Type 80 general-purpose machine guns and 5 Type 63 rocket launchers, leaving him with 170,000 spirit coins. He briefly allocated the spirit coins setting aside 1,000 shells, approximately costing 100,000 spirit coins. The Type 95 automatic rifle, utilizing 58mm caliber ammunition, required a staggering 10,000 Ling coins for a procurement of 200,000 rounds. Meanwhile, the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun, employing 7.62mm caliber rounds, cost 60,000 Ling coins for a supply of 60,000 bullets. After these transactions, Ling Fan found himself utterly impoverished. However, with the current armaments at his disposal, he felt undaunted even against an assault from the military base. Yet, Ling Fan was unwilling to settle for mere tranquility. As of now, the total number of survivors at the base barely exceeded 2,000, leaving a deficit of over 8,000 to achieve the necessary population for an upgrade. Securing the Science and Technology Park would allow him to consolidate the survivors within, thus closing the gap significantly. He urged swift action, rallying his troops with fervor. A multitude of boxes filled with ammunition and shells were being transported towards the vehicles by over 200 captives. "You scoundrels! This artillery should be wielded by our 1st Division," exclaimed the commander of the 1st Division, as he and the commander of the 2nd Division each grasped a 63mm rocket launcher, neither willing to yield. "How dare you? You already have an additional heavy machine gun, and now you seek to seize my rocket launcher," shouted the 2nd Division leader, anger flaring as the situation escalated toward conflict. "If you too damage this precious weapon, you shall face dire consequences. Enough of this bickering. I shall personally oversee its operation." Ling Fan intervened decisively, putting an end to their quarrel. Upon recognizing their commanding officer, the two commanders immediately subdued their tempers. "Lingyi, the battleground is set at Wolf Head Mountain. It stands as the nearest high ground to the Science and Technology Park. We shall create a commotion there to attract the zombies," Ling Fan declared, sketching a circle on the map before assigning Ling to formulate a strategic plan. Chapter 13. The campaign commences. 2 hours later, 10 transport vehicles stood in perfect alignment at the foot of Wolf Head Mountain. The mountain itself, a modest elevation of approximately 20 meters, gently sloped upward. Ling Fan established the command center at the summit of Wolf Head Mountain, initiating the construction of defensive fortifications 200 meters from the command post. Trenches began to take shape through the diligent efforts of the 2 divisions. The remaining 2 divisions and 1 brigade constructed a half-meter-high stone wall 200 meters from the trenches. Once the stone wall was erected, additional walls were constructed every 50 meters outward, culminating in 5 in total. This resulted in 6 defensive lines, with the first 4 stone walls manned by 1 division each. Given that a brigade remained at the base, only half of the 5th Division was present, primarily tasked with logistical support and the defense of the command post. The first line of defense would serve as the primary fortification, equipped with 10 Type 80 heavy machine guns and 2 63mm rocket launchers. Prepare 30,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition for the Type 80 machine guns, 50,000 rounds of 58mm ammunition, and 500 shells, Ling Fan declared during the operational planning meeting. "What, Commander? Our 5th squad originally had a limited number of personnel, and now only logistics remain. At the very least, let's fire a couple of rounds." Ling Lu complained. "Is the command center not important? Little Lu, you must learn the art of discretion. Do not dwell solely on combat. It is not a healthy mindset, you know?" Ling Fan chuckled as he spoke to Ling Lu. He was undoubtedly pleased, as half of the 5th squad's forces were to remain stationed at the base, allowing the 1st squad to utilize the 5 heavy machine guns and rocket launchers from the 5th squad this time. Ding! The system has detected that the host has barely met the requirements for the 2nd phase of the mission. Mission: Dance with the Undead. Synopsis: 200,000 zombies have taken an interest in you. They crave your blood and flesh. They will stop at nothing. Are you afraid, host? Alas, fear is of little consequence. Take heed. Among them, there will be no fewer than 21st-level zombies. Mission commencement in 5 hours. Mission reward: 1 Type 99 tank, energy-powered, and 4 city defense electromagnetic cannons. Failure penalty: certain death. Note: the zombies will initiate their assault in 2 waves. Each wave consists of 100,000 zombies, and during the mission, killing zombies will yield double spirit coins. As always, this failure penalty is rather amusing, as there is no option for escape. However, upon seeing the rewards, Ling Fan was filled with uncontainable joy. He had seen the Type 99 tank before. Such energy-driven vehicles would cost at least 1,000,000 spirit coins to exchange. As for the city defense electromagnetic cannons, their worth was approximately 1.5 million spirit coins each. Bang! Ling Fan slammed his hand down on the command table, exclaiming, "Brothers, we must annihilate every last one of those insatiable zombies. Yes, yes, in 5 hours. Just as the sun sets, the zombies' combat prowess will significantly increase at night, so Ling Fan remained exceedingly cautious. Boxes upon boxes of ammunition were dispatched to the first line of defense, which was still under construction. The entire line spanned over 1,000 meters, and the zombies would not advance in a straight line. So Ling Fan arranged for the second and third squads to flank the sides. The fourth squad would provide support, responsible for fire coverage when the zombies were 100 meters from the first line, allowing the first squad to retreat. One moment. Ling Yu quietly approached Ling Er. "What is it?" Ling Er inquired. "It's about the battle. Aren't we supposed to fire artillery? May I fire a couple of rounds for fun?" Ling Lu asked, somewhat shyly. "That is fine, but only 2 rounds. The command post must also ensure the safety of the commander." Ling Er said sternly to Ling Lu. "Huh, no problem. The commander will surely be beside the officer, so rest easy." The 2 squad leaders thus came to an agreement. For hours later, Ling Fan walked along the first line of defense, repeatedly checking whether the heavy machine guns were properly installed and whether the defenses were sturdy. After all, this concerned the lives of himself and the group behind him, so Ling Fan had to take it seriously. "Ling Er, come and see for yourself. The stones beneath the machine guns are all loose. If a real battle breaks out, it will pose a significant risk," Ling Fan exclaimed vehemently. Ling Er felt it necessary to arrange for someone to rectify the issue. "Brothers, this battle concerns the lives of us all. We can only win. We cannot afford to lose. Do we have confidence?" Ling Fan stood atop a platform, delivering a final rallying speech before the battle. "Victory! Victory! Victory!" Over 4,000 armed police raised their weapons and shouted in unison. After ensuring that the ammunition and other supplies were in order, Ling Fan returned to the command center. Meanwhile, within the Innovation Park, all survivors wore expressions of sheer terror, bewildered by the events of the day. For several hours, hordes of zombies had been converging upon them. Now, the sight was a grim spectacle. With countless zombies filling the area, one could hardly fathom the sight of 200,000 zombies gathered together. Surrounding zombies continued to flock towards the Innovation Park, and some survivors could no longer contain their tears. Half an hour later, a sudden shift occurred as half of the zombies began to move in one direction, the direction of Wolfhead Mountain. The ground trembled ominously. Ling Fan understood that the zombies' first wave of assault had commenced. The zombies drew closer, 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. When they reached 500 meters, Ling Fan shouted, "Fire!" And all soldiers on the front line squeezed their triggers. The crisp sound of the Type 95 automatic rifles echoed across the desolate field. The foremost zombies fell like wheat before the scythe, yet despite the overwhelming firepower, the zombies continued their advance. 450 meters, 420 meters, 400 meters. Heavy machine guns. Open fire. Ling belot. Boom, boom, boom. 5 of the 10 heavy machine guns erupted into action. The power of the Type 80 heavy machine gun was evident in that moment. As it fired, the front ranks of zombies were shredded like paper. Bullets pierced through the first zombie and continued to strike down 3 more before halting. A vacuum was created amidst the horde. As the zombies approached 380 meters, the remaining 5 heavy machine guns roared to life, pushing the zombies back beyond 400 meters. However, the ammunition for the heavy machine guns was finite. At this rate, it would be mere minutes before they were depleted. "Squad leader, where's my Italian? No. Where are my rocket launchers? Let them explode." Ling Er shouted fervently. "Understood," came the voice of Ling Lu, who had been waiting in readiness. Chapter 14. Secondary Zombies? A 32-pound shell was effortlessly loaded into the breech of the Type 63 rocket launcher by Ling Lu, followed by a rapid succession of 12 rounds. "Fire!" Ling Er commanded. Bang, bang, bang. With thunderous roars, 3 shells were launched, exploding amidst the horde of zombies 500 meters away. The ferocity of the rocket fire was such that every zombie within a 20-meter radius of the blast was reduced to mere fragments, while those within a 50-meter range were riddled with shrapnel. The Type 63 rocket launcher boasts an impressive range of up to 5 kilometers, rendering accuracy a trivial matter within a few hundred meters. Continue the relentless bombardment. Do not concern yourselves with ammunition waste. Ling Fan communicated over the radio. In the command center, Ling Fan had meticulously arranged everything. In that brief moment, over 20,000 zombies had already been exterminated, yielding a substantial reward of approximately 4 million spirit coins. Without hesitation, Ling Fan ordered the production of 500,000 rounds of 726 caliber ammunition and 10,000 shells of 107 millimeters from the system's armory. Boom! The two rocket launchers on the first defense line unleashed their payloads without restraint, firing over 200 rockets in rapid succession. Report. The zombies are only about 120 meters from the first defense line, shouted the reconnaissance officer. Retreat back 100 meters. Ling Air wiped the soot from his face, issuing commands with urgency. Prepare the second defense line for fire support. Ling Lu, stop fiddling with that cannon. Pull back. First team, retrieve your machine guns and retreat to the second defense line. As Ling Air's orders cascaded down, the soldiers executed their withdrawal with precision. When the second line of defense began firing upon the zombie horde, Ling Air and the remaining personnel fell back to join them. At the second defense line, Ling Fan awaited their arrival, sensing something amiss. The system had indicated that 20 level 1 zombies would appear, yet none had shown themselves thus far, suggesting something formidable was brewing. Ling Fan took command from Ling Air. Ling Lu led your 5th team of the 2nd Division back to fetch supplies. Bring all the ammunition to me, Ling Fan asserted, delivering a swift kick to Ling Lu, who was still preoccupied with the rocket launcher. Yes. Ling Lu cast a lingering glance at the cannon before sprinting towards the supply vehicles. Commander, we have exhausted our heavy machine gun ammunition. So have we. Ling San and Ling Si shouted in unison. Suppress them with the Type 95 rifles. Do not hesitate to use grenades. I want them thrown. Assemble a team solely for grenade launching. Ling Fan commanded. These battle officers were peak level 0-tier warriors, possessing stamina far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Making the task of hurling around 100 grenades a trivial feat, a soldier from a battalion charged forward, clutching 2 boxes of grenades, intent on confronting the horde of zombies. As he approached within approximately 100 meters, near the first line of defense, he set the grenades down and began to hurl them with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, this fierce battle had persisted for over 3 hours, and still, around half of the zombies remained on the field. Ling Fan contacted the rear command. Ammunition was en route. After several hours of relentless fighting, all the rocket teams had completed their preparations, yet the machine gun rounds had long since been depleted. The zombies had breached 2 lines of defense and were perilously close to the third. Commander, the zombies have advanced within 100 meters. Ling Air exclaimed anxiously. Hold the line. This is merely the first wave of zombies. We cannot afford to lose 2 lines of defense already. If this continues, we are doomed. Ling Fan's eyes blazed with determination. Report, Commander. Our supplies have arrived. A soldier rushed in from the rear mountains with the news. 4th team, move the ammunition. We shall reclaim the first 2 lines of defense. Ling Fan commanded with a sweeping gesture, invigorating the soldiers, their 95-type automatic rifles seemingly firing with renewed vigor. The moment the ammunition arrived, the soldiers launched a fierce counterattack. Ling Fan seized an 80-type machine gun from a comrade, fingers tightening around the trigger. It was then that he truly grasped the formidable power of the roaring beast before him. A half-meter-long tongue of fire unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the advancing zombies. The undead began to retreat, the distance shifting from the initial 100 meters to 200, then 500 meters. Report. Second line of defense reclaimed. Report. First line of defense reclaimed. The jubilant announcements filled Ling Fan with elation. First line. Hold the first line. The initial wave is nearly at an end. He bellowed to the assembled soldiers. An hour later, a chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have withstood the first wave of the zombie onslaught. The second wave will commence in 2 hours. After eliminating the last zombie, the system's cold voice resonated in Ling Fan's consciousness. Clear the battlefield. Prepare for the next assault. Without hesitation, Ling Fan organized all soldiers to begin cleaning the battlefield and fortifying their positions. After all, no one wished to battle amidst a pile of zombie corpses. In a residential community within the sci-tech park, a young girl called out to her father, Daddy, the firecrackers outside have suddenly stopped. Good girl. That must mean the soldiers are here to rescue us, replied a man in his 30s, gazing out the window. To his astonishment, he observed the densely packed zombies forming an organized formation below. Logically, non-intelligent zombies should not be capable of coordinating in such a manner. Intelligent zombies are exceedingly rare. Perhaps only one can be found among a million. Unless, of course, it is a level 2 zombie. Naturally, Ling Fan was oblivious to these intricacies. A total of 20 heavy machine guns were positioned along the first line of defense, while 5 rocket launchers were also strategically allocated to this front line. As the zombies approached within 2,000 meters, the rocket bombardment commenced. Ling Fan commanded. It was likely that there would be around 20 level 1 zombies who, to a certain extent, were no longer significantly affected by standard bullets. Only artillery shells could inflict damage upon them. Bang, bang, bang. In contrast to their previous assault, this time the zombies advanced with meticulous planning and a methodical approach. Upon witnessing their peculiar behavior, Ling Fan's heart skipped a beat. Level 1 intelligent zombies? This battle would prove to be formidable. Open fire. As the horde of zombies closed in to a distance of 2,000 meters from the first line, Ling Fan issued the order to commence firing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 rocket launchers unleashed a simultaneous barrage of 60 shells directed toward the zombies' ranks. The shells erupted in the very heart of the horde, resulting in the demise of approximately 1,000 zombies amidst the chaos of explosions. Roar. Just as the zombies momentarily paused, a thunderous roar emanated from the rear of their ranks. Instantly, they scattered, extending their line to roughly 3 kilometers. Upon hearing that deafening roar, Ling Fan's pupils constricted. A level 2 zombie. Only a level 2 zombie could possess such formidable power. Chapter 15. Level 2 Zombie. Sacrifice. All squad leaders and battalion commanders assemble at the command center for a meeting. Fire all rockets without hesitation, Ling Fan declared gravely. At the operations command center. What's the matter, Commander? It's merely 20 level 1 zombies. Fire 1,000 shells at them. More would just lead to their demise. Ling Lu remarked nonchalantly. Ling Air nodded in agreement, asking, Did you discover something, Commander? All eyes turned to Ling Fan, filled with curiosity. There was a significant possibility of a level 2 zombie on the battlefield. This could be the pivotal change in the battle. After Ling Fan uttered this statement, all the captains were momentarily taken aback. Commander, you can't be serious. Could there truly be a level 2 zombie in such a small area? The outbreak has only just begun. Ling expressed his disbelief. However, upon observing Ling Fan's solemn expression, he realized that what Ling Fan had said was likely true. The faces of the senior officers within the regiment darkened upon receiving this news. The entire conference room fell into a heavy silence. Bang! Ling Lu slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, What are we afraid of? At worst, we fight. This sudden action startled Ling Fan and the other 4, making them shudder. You fool! Speak properly instead of banging on the table, Ling Air shouted angrily, faced with the piercing glares of others. Ling Lu could only manage a sheepish smile. At present, there exists but one course of action, to rally a band of daredevils and strike at the enemy's core. The moment we locate a level 2 zombie, we shall immediately send out a signal, and our firepower will rain down upon them. Ling proposed. Ling Fan furrowed his brow. This was tantamount to sending his soldiers to their demise. Commander, in such dire circumstances, one must not exhibit undue compassion. Ling urgit. Your soldiers are capable of resurrection in the barracks postmortem, albeit at the cost of tenfold spirit currency. The system abruptly interjected to the commander. Tenfold spirit currency. Worth it. The valiant warriors who have made significant contributions to the base deserve the chance to be revived. Lingi. Select 1 soldier from each battalion to form a squad and charge into the enemy's heart. Once the battle concludes, I shall return to revive them. Ling Fan commanded. With that, the high-ranking officials returned to the front line. Shells rained down like fiery meteors, trailing long tails as they soared toward the horde of zombies. Boom! Each simultaneous volley from 5 rocket launchers unleashed 60 shells, detonating amidst the undead. Ling Fan stood before 500 soldiers armed with long knives, each warrior displaying an unwavering resolve. Brothers, you possess a button in your hands. Upon detecting the presence of a level 2 zombie, press it without hesitation. Once this battle is over, I shall commend each of you for your valor. Ling Fan bellowed. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. The thunderous roars reverberated across the battlefield. 500 soldiers, wielding their long knives, advanced towards the flanks of the zombie horde to avoid friendly fire. With a clash, the soldiers plunged into the mass of the undead. Almost every 2 minutes thereafter, Ling Fan heard the ominous chime of the system notification. In a fit of irritation, he promptly disabled the notifications for soldier casualties. Ling E, wielding a walkie-talkie equipped with a small screen, observed countless red dots navigating ahead, an ingenious gadget birth from the soldier's ingenuity, proving invaluable at this moment, rivaling rockets and machine guns alike. Ding ding ding. After approximately 5 minutes, an intense alarm blared from the walkie-talkie in Ling E's grasp, as one red dot grew larger on the screen, clearly indicating coordinates and direction. Southeast, 150 degrees, 2,358 meters ahead. A strike radius of 100 meters, ground-level bombardment. Ling E relayed the coordinates. All gunners adeptly adjusted their rocket launchers to the specified location. Fire. Ding ding ding. The 5 rocket launchers sequentially unleashed their munitions toward the designated coordinates. Boom! Just as the initial shells detonated, preparations were underway for the second wave of artillery. Without pause, the second and third rounds were fired in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a level 1 zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating a level 1 zombie. The system announced success 5 times in succession. It was merely a level 1 zombie. Damn it! The level 2 zombies are too cunning. They sent several level 1 zombies to disguise their scent. Ling Fan exclaimed in frustration. Ling E echoed his anger. It's already a level 2 zombie. Why be so evasive? If it were me, I would confront it head-on. Captain, unfortunately, you are not at the second tier. Haha. Ling Lu's reckless tongue began to wag again. Ling Lu, immediately transport ammunition to the front line. Right now. Ling E chided him with a tone that was both gentle and firm. Understood. Ling Lu hurriedly scurried towards the transport vehicle. Ding ding ding. The screen of the intercom lit up with a red glow. South 200 degrees. Forward 3,520 meters. Area 3,250 meters. Ground strike. Upon this command, the combat police swiftly adjusted their artillery, unleashing a triple rocket barrage in that direction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing another level 1 zombie. Yet another 5 level 1 zombies fell. Ling Fan ground his teeth in frustration. Had he known this would happen, he would have constructed an additional 15 cannons when they began transporting resources. A round of bombardment ensued. Let us see where these wretched creatures will hide. Over the next hour, 2 more alarms rang out. 2 additional ground strikes were executed. A total of 20 level 1 zombies were exterminated, thanks to that level 2 zombie, which had lured the 20 level 1 zombies together. Mimicking its scent, Ling Fan was afforded this excellent opportunity for annihilation. After an hour of concentrated fire coverage, the number of zombies had significantly dwindled. To this day, they had yet to breach the first line of defense. Just as Ling Fan feared that all the Suicide Squad officers had perished, 5 alarms blared simultaneously. 5 intense beams of red light converged at a single point, issuing coordinates. East 300 degrees. Forward 2,300 meters. Area 200 meters. Ground strike. Ling E pronounced the command word by word. The 5 rocket launchers simultaneously adjusted their positions, and the shells were prepared. Fire. Ling E commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 60 rockets soared towards the signal point. Boom! The rockets erupted in an instant. A tremendous roar resounded. Yet before the sound could fully fade, the second round of simultaneous fire commenced. At that moment, Ling Fan was certain this was the level 2 zombie. So close. The level 2 zombie chose to launch its attack from the eastern front, where their firepower was weakest. Preparing for a surprise assault, blast it fiercely. Do not fear a shortage of ammunition. This bombardment persisted for over 40 minutes. The rockets did not cease for even a moment. The level 2 zombie initially emitted earth-shattering roars, yet soon afterward, it fell silent, disappearing without a trace. Ling Fan had not received any notification regarding the defeat of the second-level zombie. At that moment, an event occurred that sent chills down Ling Fan's spine. Chapter 16. Ling Fan, severely wounded. Less than 50 meters ahead of Ling Fan and his companions, a heavily armored zombie was charging towards them at an alarming speed. All units, be on high alert. All combatants retreat to the second defense line. Ling E, prepare for battle. Upon issuing the command, Ling Fan observed as all combatants began a methodical retreat. However, to impede the advance of the second-level zombie, 3 80-type heavy machine guns on the first defense line relentlessly opened fire, The second-level zombie dodged while continuing its charge towards Ling Fan and the others. Ling Fan seized a long knife from one of the combatants, realizing that he, Ling, and a few captains were the only ones capable of fighting at the first level. The seven did not wait for the second-level zombie to approach, but instead rushed forward with their long knives drawn. There was no choice. The distance was simply too close. If they recklessly launched a rocket attack, it would not only be ineffective but would also hinder the retreat of their comrades. Ling Fan took the lead. As he neared the second-level zombie, a faint black flame flickered on his long knife, which he swung towards the zombie's neck. With a resounding clang, the second-level zombie remained unscathed. Following closely, the attacks from Ling Air and Ling San landed on the zombie's legs. Two more clangs rang out, yielding no effect. The strikes from Ling Si, Ling Wu, Ling Lu, and Ling E similarly bore no fruit. The armor on the second-level zombie rendered blades and firearms utterly ineffective. Most astonishingly, the armor enveloped its head and neck. A crack was visible on the zombie's back, evidently caused by the recent rocket attack. Ling Lu, prepare to pull me back as I unleash the soul-devouring slash on the zombie's weak spot. Ling Fan understood that once he employed the soul-devouring slash, he would be incapacitated for several hours thereafter. Boom! Just as Ling Fan finished speaking, Ling Si was sent flying. He executed a graceful somersault in mid-air and, upon landing, charged at the second-level zombie to immobilize its limbs. I will shatter its defenses, Ling Fan bellowed. Upon hearing this, Ling E and the others immediately sprang into action. Ling Air clutched the left leg of the second-level zombie, while Ling San grasped the right leg. Ling Si and Ling Wu held onto its arms, while Ling Lu and Ling E readied their long knives, poised to strike once Ling Fan breached the defenses. Ling Fan swiftly maneuvered to the back of the zombie. The faint energy within him began to gather at an astonishing pace. The black flame on his long knife grew larger. Soul-devouring slash. Ling Fan shouted. Clang! Crack! The sound of the knife striking the armor coincided with the shattering of the armor itself. Metal shards fell one by one from the zombie, revealing its deep crimson flesh. This second-tier zombie, in contrast to its first-tier counterpart, exhibited a more muscular appearance. Its face was even more terrifying, devoid of a nose, featuring two gaping nostrils and eyes without eyelids. Its lips could not conceal its jagged teeth, and viscous fluid streamed forth from its mouth, dark, viscous blood. Ling Fan's soul-devouring slash had severely wounded the second-tier zombie, leaving a massive gash on its back, nearly piercing through to its abdomen. At this moment, Ling Fan collapsed to the ground, feeling the backlash from the attack more intensely than before. The enraged second-tier zombie retaliated, sending Ling E and the others flying. With a swift motion, it transformed one hand into a blade and lunged toward Ling Fan's chest. Just then, Ling Lu stepped in front of Ling Fan. The body of the first-tier warrior was effortlessly pierced by the zombie's hand. Ling Lu, with great determination, pushed forward, taking 2 steps while firmly grasping the second-tier zombie. You all get out of here. I'll blow this bastard to pieces. Call for artillery fire. Ling E and the others showed no hesitation, quickly hoisting Ling Fan and fleeing. Without a moment's pause, Ling Lu yanked the pin from a grenade strapped to him. Boom! 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 Ling Lu had somehow managed to attach at least 10 grenades to himself, all of which detonated simultaneously. Ling Fan and the others anxiously gazed toward the center of the explosion as they retreated to their secondary defensive line. As the smoke began to clear, a dark figure stood motionless amidst the chaos. A furious roar erupted from the second-tier zombie. It had never anticipated sustaining such grave injuries at the hands of mere ants. Prepare the rocket launchers. Fire 5 rounds to obliterate this bastard. Without its armor, let us see how it can defend itself. Ling Fan, slightly weary, instructed Ling E. Each of the 4 captains took up a rocket launcher, and as soon as Ling Fan finished speaking, they eagerly unleashed their assault on the still-standing second-tier zombie. As 60 rockets soared through the air, Ling E and the others quickly reloaded for another barrage. Just as the previous explosion occurred, another wave of missiles flew toward the heart of the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the first kill of a second-tier zombie. You have received the first kill gift pack. The system's notification was melodious, bringing joy to Ling Fan. Cease fire. The second-tier zombie is dead. Ling Fan shouted. Just moments ago, Ling E and the captains had fought with fervor, driven by the haunting memory of Ling Lu's demise. Though resurrection was possible, Witnessing a brother fall before one's eyes was an unbearable experience. Let us annihilate the remaining zombies. This battle is ours. With a smile gracing his lips, Ling Fan succumbed to unconsciousness. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Ling Fan was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his head. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the gentle figure of Lin Xiao Lu seated beside his bed. She sat quietly, her face adorned with concern as she gazed at him, gradually breaking into a smile upon seeing him awake. Ling Fan, I'm so relieved you've woken up. I was terribly worried. You've been in a coma for over a month. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, Lin Xiao laid her head on Ling Fan's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ling Fan tenderly stroked her hair, feeling a pang of guilt for causing her distress. Promise me, please don't take such risks in the future. I don't expect you to be some great hero. I only want you to be safe. Lin Xiaolu's tear-filled eyes searched his face. All right, I promise. I want to engage in reckless endeavors anymore, Ling Fan vowed. Seeing him acquiesce, Lin Xiaolu's face brightened, though remnants of her tears were still visible. Ling Fan, however, was intrigued by the circumstances surrounding his month-long unconsciousness in such a post-apocalyptic world. After all, he could not rely on the same life-sustaining intravenous fluids that were available before the calamity. Host, there's no need to ponder. This time, I suffered a tremendous loss, having expended nearly 1/3 of the power drawn from this space on you. The system's voice conveyed a deep sense of sorrow. Should I thank you for that? Ling Fan replied weakly, only to be met with the system silence. With no other option, Ling Fan reluctantly accessed the system panel. Host, Ling Fan combat power, 110 ability level, 1 spirit coins, 45, 236, 200 points, 24, 352 items. Level 2 zombie, first kill pack X1, city defense electromagnetic cannon X4. Type 99 tank X1 legion. 3, 654 5,000, upgrade condition. Territory must reach 10,000 people. Ling Fan's pupils dilated in shock. His combat power had evidently diminished. The backlash from the soul-devouring slash had severely impacted his body. A premonition stirred within him. If he continued to wield the soul-devouring slash without restraint, he would utterly ruin himself. Upon noticing the alarming reduction in his battle units, Ling Fan felt a surge of dread. Commander, this is the result of our recent endeavors. He rushed in as soon as he learned of Ling Fan's awakening. Set aside the trivial matters. I wish to know what transpired during my month-long absence. Why have we suffered such significant casualties? Ling Fan's voice was still weak but insistent. Ling immediately bowed his head in self-reproach, muttering, Commander, it was my fault. What exactly happened? I command you to speak. Ling Fan's irritation grew as Ling hesitated, struggling to find the words. Yes. Ling first rendered a military salute, then proceeded to report the sequence of events to Ling Fan. Following the conclusion of the battle, Ling Fan's sudden unconsciousness threw the entire squad of battle police into disarray, resulting in his immediate transport back to the base. However, the Science and Technology Park still harbored numerous survivors, and Ling was acutely aware of the critical importance of upgrading the population at the base. After waiting for 3 days without Ling Fan regaining consciousness, he dispatched the 1st and 2nd battalions to rescue the survivors. Initially, it was anticipated that no high-level zombies would pose a threat. However, less than 2 hours after the battalions deployed, alarms echoed through every intercom in the base. Of the 2 battalions that had gone out, only a single regiment returned, having lost 3 regiments in the fray. According to the reports from the returning soldiers, they had successfully gathered the survivors scattered throughout the Science and Technology Park. Yet, they were suddenly confronted by an unidentified armed group, approximately 3 times their number. Concerned for the safety of the survivors, the 2,000 battle police engaged the enemy. Unfortunately, the opposing forces' firepower was vastly superior. Within less than an hour, 2 regiments were lost. In the end, the 1st Battalion and the 2nd Regiment sacrificed themselves to cover the retreat of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Battalion. This meant that now, the 1st Battalion was left with only Ling as its sole commander. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this news, Ling Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest. Damn it, my spiritual currency. He felt no sorrow for the sacrifice of these warriors, as they could be revived. Therefore, his only concern was for the spiritual currency. Those bastards, killing my men, stealing my survivors, forcing me to spend more spiritual currency. Ling Fan was seething with rage. These individuals were effectively cutting off his financial resources. Had the identity of the base responsible been uncovered, Ling Fan's resentment was palpable. Had he known which survivor base was behind this, he would have sought retribution without hesitation. Due to his prolonged unconsciousness, no military maneuvers had been executed during this time, leaving the perpetrator undiscovered. Ling bowed his head, his gaze filled with frustration. In 3 days, I must ascertain the identity of the base behind this. As for intelligence gathering personnel, I will unlock a new team dedicated solely to intelligence. Yes. After Ling concluded, he exited the command center. Once Ling Fan composed himself, he eagerly accessed the system's inventory, unhesitatingly selecting the level 2 zombie first kill package. I wonder what this base expansion scroll will yield this time. Ding. Would you like to open the level 2 zombie first kill package? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Gene Repair Potion X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Spiritual Artifact, Soul Blade X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Mobile Combat Command Vehicle X1. 3 consecutive system notifications chimed. Ling Fan opened the inventory to find the 3 items resting like cards within. System. What is the purpose of this Gene Repair Potion? Ling Fan inquired of the system. You truly are foolish. It is the potion for gene repair. The system retorted mercilessly. I am well aware that it is for gene repair. What I wish to know is under what circumstances such a remedy is required. Ling Fan pressed on. In your current state, your genes are damaged. Were it not for the fact that you're my host, I would not even consider granting you this small indulgence. After the system's statement, it fell silent. Ling Fan realized that the gene repair potion was not originally part of his rewards. It had been an addition by the system. Truly, the system is a principled one. Now, with a splitting headache and no time for further contemplation, he swiftly retrieved the gene repair potion and consumed it in one gulp. Host, I forgot to mention that in your case, a single drop diluted in water would suffice. Otherwise, just as Ling Fan had boldly downed the potion, the system seemed to recall this detail. Otherwise what? A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Fan. Its effects are akin to the sea drug in your world. No worries. Worst case, you can manage on your own. Just know it may take a night. The system weakly replied, having forgotten initially and unable to maintain its composure. System, I curse you, Ling Fan exclaimed. Upon uttering these words, a warm sensation surged through his lower abdomen, prompting him to involuntarily let out a sound of pleasure. How embarrassing. I am but a little fairy. I shall block you now. The system promptly severed its sensory link with Ling Fan. Whether this action was successful remained a mystery. Ling Fan, what is wrong? Just as Ling Fan let out a cry, Lin Xiaolu entered his bedroom, her expression filled with concern. Xiaolu, get out, quickly. I can hardly contain myself. Ling Fan's eyes were bloodshot, particularly when he beheld Lin Xiaolu, which made them even redder. In a moment of confusion, Lin Xiaolu found herself embraced by Ling Fan, who drew her into a deep kiss, his hands wandering unabashedly. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu did not resist. She allowed Ling Fan to take the lead. The following day, Ling Fan awoke to find Lin Xiaolu nestled in his arms like a serene little kitten, soundly asleep. The previous night, he had exerted himself for nearly the entire night, not falling into slumber until nearly 6 in the morning, utterly exhausting Lin Xiaolu. Strangely, despite having only slept for about 3 hours, Ling Fan felt invigorated. He gently kissed Lin Xiaolu's forehead before rising to freshen up. In the War Police manufacturing chamber, he commanded, revive all fallen soldiers. Deduct 8 million spirit coins. Required time, 10 minutes. The time required for revival was indeed swifter than the direct manufacturing process. Ling Fan then located the specialized war police designated for intelligence operations. Codename, Night Stalker. 10,000 spirit coins can only forge a single Night Stalker. However, there is a notable advantage. The Night Stalker emerges with the prowess of a peak first-tier warrior. Although the Night Stalker is not counted within the Legion, it is still subject to summoning limitations. A level 2 base can summon only 10. Ling Fan, unhesitant, expended 100,000 spirit coins to create 10 Night Stalkers. Commander, I have missed you dearly. Oh my goodness, this period of death has bore me to tears. Just sitting in a small dark room, all alone, as Ling Lu revived. He immediately clung to Ling Fan's leg. Oh dear, has the captain grown a bit indulgent lately? Put on some weight. Upon seeing Ling, his tendency for cheeky remarks flared up once more. Chapter 18. The Invaders. Survivor Base of the Military District. Host, Ling Fan. Combat Power, 199. Ability Level, 1. Spirit Coins, 2, 765, 324. Points, 24, 352. Items, Spirit Weapon, Soul Blade Guard X1, City Electromagnetic Cannon X4, Type 99 Tank X1, Operational Command Vehicle X1. Legion 5, 0005, 000, Upgrade Condition. Territory reaches 10,000 individuals. At last, he had returned to his peak condition. Since the construction of the Outer District, the Inner District primarily serves administrative functions, with several key departments established therein. In the central square of the Inner District, Ling Fan stood atop a platform. Except for the battle police responsible for defense, all the battle police had arrived. Today, we shall establish the intelligence department. This incident is gravely serious. They have kidnapped my people and obliterated 3 of my regiments. Such acts cannot go unpunished. Those who offend the Dawnbringers shall face retribution. No matter how far they may be, the offenders of the Dawnbringers shall face retribution, no matter how far they may be. As Ling Fan concluded, the battle police erupted in fervor. Knight, await orders. At Ling Fan's command, a man clad in a black robe stepped forward. This man was one of the Night Stalkers he had summoned earlier. As he was the first to emerge, Ling Fan appointed him as the head of the intelligence department. Aside from the head of the department, the other Night Stalkers were designated only by numbers. The Night Stalker knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. Within 3 days, uncover who is behind this incident. Yes, the raspy voice emanated from the Night Stalker's lips. The entire army is on standby for combat. Ling Fan commanded. Command Center. Ling Fan eagerly opened the spoils he had forgotten to inspect yesterday. 18 level 1 zombie cores. 1 level 2 zombie core. The level 1 zombie core was small, no larger than a steel bead, while the level 2 core was comparable in size to a marble. In his previous life, the primary source of evolutionary energy for humanity was the zombie cores. Essentially, a single level 1 zombie core could manufacture a first-tier warrior. However, advancing a first-tier warrior to the second tier was no trivial matter, for acquiring a level 2 zombie core was exceedingly arduous. A month ago, the arduous battle revealed the difficulty of acquiring second-tier zombies. In his previous life, Ling Fan endured numerous trials to become a fourth-tier ability user. One can only imagine the significance of achieving second-tier status 3 years hence, where one would stand as a pillar among the ordinary survivor bases. The magnitude of second-tier abilities is thus evident. Host. The system does not recommend that the host consume the zombie crystal nucleus for such a low-tier energy upgrade. Just as Ling Fan was about to devour the second-tier zombie crystal nucleus, the system could no longer remain silent. Why shouldn't I eat it? Finally, you decide to speak. Since the incident last night, the system had refrained from uttering a word. Relying on crystal nuclei for upgrades would confine ability users to dependence on them for progress, hindering autonomous cultivation. Haven't you seen your combat power? You're already at the peak of the first tier. Why the rush? Ling Fan suddenly grasped the truth. No wonder he struggled to progress in his previous life. It was all due to this reason. Of course, you may offer the crystal nuclei to those with inferior aptitude who cannot cultivate on their own, the system continued. For instance, Ling Fan inquired with curiosity. For example, the one on your bed who is currently unclothed would be quite suitable for such use. As soon as the system spoke, Ling Fan's face flushed crimson, prompting him to shift the topic. The weather seems rather pleasant today, doesn't it? Huh. Lin Xiaolu slept exceptionally soundly, only rising around 3 p.m. Get out. Haven't you seen enough? Lin Xiaolu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon waking to find Ling Fan staring at her like a pig. In truth, Ling Fan harbored no ill intentions. He was merely contemplating whether to provide Lin Xiaolu with the zombie crystal nucleus. He worried that if she realized it was extracted from a zombie's brain, she would refuse to consume it. Seeing Lin Xiaolu shoo him away, Ling Fan sheepishly exited the bedroom. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaolu finally emerged from her room. Ling Fan hurriedly approached her, presenting the zombie crystal nucleus. He did not conceal its origins from Lin Xiaolu. To his surprise, she displayed no hesitation and promptly consumed the zombie crystal nucleus. She yearned for strength, desiring the ability to protect Ling Fan. The crystal nucleus would not inflict unbearable pain. Lin Xiaolu felt a warm sensation envelop her entire body, a process that lasted less than 10 minutes. A chill emanated from her body, as if attempting to freeze the very air around her. An ice-based ability, one of the mutated powers. In the apocalyptic world, those with mutated abilities were virtually invincible among their peers. Slowly, Lin Xiaolu opened her eyes, a fleeting silver light sparkling within them. Ling Fan, I will be able to assist you from now on, she exclaimed joyfully, embracing him tightly. Meanwhile, in the Huangjiang District military survivor base, Commander Huang seethed with fury. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. All I want is Ling Fan's life. You continue to obstruct me, but you will pay dearly for it. It has been over a month. His sister was also killed more than a month ago. Ever since the last assault on Ling Fan's troops in the Sci-Tech Park, that group of old-timers has stubbornly refused to continue their offensive. During this period, he has incessantly sought reinforcements, only to be met with refusals each time, citing a shortage of supplies. After all, the resources and manpower required for a battle are astronomical. Commander, otherwise we... Chen Dong whispered something in Commander Huang's ear. Damn it, let us do it. I must avenge my sister. Immediately contact those few individuals. Commander Huang made a crucial decision. Meanwhile, Ling Fan, akin to a cat newly acquainted with mischief, eagerly pulled Lin Xiaolu back to their room as night fell. Hey, second brother, with the commander so proactive, who knows, perhaps a little commander will emerge for us one day. Ling Lu gazed enviously in Ling Fan's direction. Ling Lu, if you keep speaking so recklessly, I suspect you might be remade before even meeting the little commander. Ling Er rolled his eyes at Ling Lu and turned away, heading up the city wall. Look at what you're saying. The commander isn't as petty as you. Ling Lu muttered, following suit up the wall. A sleepless night passed. The next morning, Ling Fan received a message from the Night Watchers. Each Night Watcher possesses a chip within their body, allowing for real-time communication. In Ling Fan's hand was a terminal communicator. Commander, the investigation you requested has yielded some leads. Our intelligence department has been divided into 5 teams, each infiltrating 5 major survivor bases. Our team is at the Huangjiang District military survivor base. The Night Watcher paused before continuing. I infiltrated the military base and learned that the last attack was instigated by Commander Huang. It seems he claims you killed his sister. However, recently, I am unsure what has transpired, but Commander Huang's repeated requests for an offensive against our base have been denied by the military's higher-ups. A smile crept upon Ling Fan's lips. He had finally found a lead. Continue the observation. Be ready to retreat at any moment. Ling Fan commanded. Ling Yi, prepare the troops. We are set to depart. Ling Fan bellowed as he exited the command post. With that, he deployed the Type 99 tank and the command vehicle. Chapter 19, Ammunition Preparedness. The Type 99 tank, hailed as the most formidable tank in the entire Blue Star century ago, remains astonishing even after 100 years. With its camouflaged exterior, it spans 10 meters in length when the cannon is pointed forward. Following systematic modifications, the interior resembles that of a luxurious fighter jet. The entire tank measures 76 meters in length and 35 meters in width, a true behemoth on the move. Armed with a 125mm high-pressure smoothbore tank gun, it boasts a range of 5 kilometers, complemented by 2 machine guns, a 127mm anti-aircraft gun, and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. Powerful indeed, truly formidable. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, the obsolescence of all large-scale destructive weapons is evident. With the system's summoning units that remain unaffected, it is nothing short of invincible. As for the command vehicle, it can only be described as luxurious, outfitted with laser weaponry and lavishly decorated within. However, the armament it carries proves to be somewhat superfluous. A single level 1 zombie crystal core allows for merely 10 shots, inflicting maximum damage only on newly emerged level 1 zombies. It would be more prudent to rely on conventional firearms. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the allure of the sofa within the command vehicle. Ling Fan reclined there for nearly 20 minutes, only departing at the insistence of several captains. Commander, this is the tank acquired from that mission. My goodness. Commander, let me take charge this time. Can I handle the tank? Ling San interjected before anyone else could speak, catching everyone off guard. Get out of the way. How can you take such risks? This dangerous task should fall to me. As the second brother, it is my duty to consider the safety of all my younger brothers, Ling Er retorted, shoving Ling San aside. Ling Er, you're being rather shameless. The spoils from the last battle were all claimed by the first squad. This time, it's only fair that the 5th squad gets their turn. Commander, please arbitrate. Ling Lu exclaimed in frustration. Ling Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In terms of combat against zombies, the tank's significance is indeed minimal. However, in sieging and territorial conquests, it becomes an unparalleled weapon. Just having one would suffice. Ling Fan did not contemplate increasing the number of tanks, especially since their supply of spirit coins was limited. You fool, you weren't part of the battle, but our first squad was decimated by those wretched creatures. There's no room for negotiation this time. How do I explain this to my brothers? Ling Fumet. In that moment, no one dared to counter him. Ultimately, it was decided that the Type 99 tank would be entrusted to the first squad. Once everything was settled, Ling Fan proceeded directly to the arms factory. As the current number of transport vehicles was woefully inadequate, making troop transport a significant issue. At the arms factory, Ling Fan manufactured an additional 50 transport vehicles, 10 of which were allocated to the Public Security Bureau for future food transport. Regarding ammunition, he had prepared early this time. 25 Type 80 heavy machine guns were added, ensuring each squad possessed 10. 5 more Type 63 rocket launchers were supplied, with each squad retaining 2. In terms of ammunition, 200,000 rounds of 5.8mm caliber Type 95 automatic rifle were procured, costing 10,000 spirit coins. 200,000 rounds of 7.62mm caliber for the Type 80 heavy machine gun and the coaxial machine gun on tanks were acquired, costing 200,000 spirit coins, and 1,000 rocket projectiles were secured, costing 100,000 spirit coins. 125mm tank cannon, 1,000 rounds, 200,000 spirit coins. 127mm ammunition for the anti-aircraft machine gun on the tank, 100,000 rounds, 200,000 spirit coins. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 199. Ability level, 1. Spirit coins, 2,035, 463. Points, 24, 352. Items, Spirit Artifact. Soul Blade Guard 1. City Defense Electromagnetic Cannon 4. Legion, 5,000, 5,000. Upgrade condition. Territory reaches 10,000 people, including transport vehicles and various munitions. The total expenditure amounted to nearly 800,000 spirit coins. Ling Fan was on the brink of falling below the 2 million spirit coin threshold. Lingyi, reserve a spot on all 4 city walls for me. Install the electromagnetic cannons. Ling Fan commanded. Yes. Ling Yi promptly followed Ling Fan up to the city walls, starting with the wall at the main gate. The wall is located on the southern side of the base. Ling Yi arranged for a quick cleanup, allowing Ling Fan to directly place the electromagnetic cannon atop the wall. The structure of the city defense electromagnetic cannon is quite simple. There's a slot at the back specifically designed to hold zombie crystal nuclei. A level 1 zombie crystal nucleus, when fully activated, can eliminate an unprepared level 2 zombie. The city defense electromagnetic cannon is an area damage weapon, capable of covering a radius of approximately 100 meters with a single shot. Its sound resembles that of ancient red-coated cannons. Ling Fan proceeded to install city defense electromagnetic cannons on the other walls. As the sun set, over a month had passed since the rebirth into the apocalypse. Unlike in his previous life, Ling Fan now possessed a system and a group of trustworthy companions. Ling Fan sat quietly on the rooftop of the Welfare Institute, gazing at the sunset's glow, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. However, the thought of successfully saving the fate of the Welfare Institute's residents brought him joy. Ling Fan, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Lin Xiaolu emerged from behind him, a look of concern on her face. She instinctively linked her arm with Ling Fan's, resting her head gently on his shoulder. It's nothing. Just some unpleasant memories crossed my mind. Ling Fan affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoli's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Ever since their feelings had been unveiled, their bond had rapidly intensified, and they were inseparable each day. As the system repeatedly shielded Ling Fan from external disturbances, suddenly his terminal communicator beeped. Ding! At that moment, as they quietly enjoyed the beauty of the sunset, a text message appeared on the communicator. Commander, the situation has changed. Huang Bin is attempting a coup. The administrative building is now surrounded. In just this brief message, the urgency was palpable. The moment had arrived for action. Ling Fan kissed Lin Xiaolu gently on the forehead, then led her downstairs. He urgently summoned Ling, Yi, and the others. We set off for Huangjiang District first thing tomorrow morning. The military survivor base is in turmoil. Now is our prime opportunity to strike. Ling Fan addressed the crowd below. Indeed, Ling Yi saluted sharply. Let us now devise our battle plan. Observe closely. The Huangjiang District is situated at the fringes of City C, while the military survivor base lies at the foot of the Jinshan Mountains. They are fortified by perilous peaks, with only a narrow pass behind them. A direct assault is imperative. However, such an approach will undoubtedly result in significant losses for us. Ling Fan lifted his cup of tea, taking a sip before continuing. Currently, there exists a strategy. Tomorrow, the 1st Brigade will lead the vanguard. We shall bombard the city gates with artillery at any cost. And what about us? Inquired Ling San. You are tasked with suppressing the enemy's firepower atop their walls. Ling Fan declared resolutely. Chapter 20, Departure. Advance towards the military survivor base. All preparations were made, with strategic supplies loaded onto 50 transport vehicles overnight. The following day, around 6 in the morning, Ling Fan rose early. He retrieved the spirit weapon, the soul blade, from his inventory. The blade measured nearly 1 meter in length and 15 centimeters in width, emanating waves of dark energy. Ling Fan, are you heading out again? Take me with you. I am now a level 1 ability user and can assist you. Lin Xiaolu said, reluctant to see him go. You are not a frontline combatant. Stay at home and be safe. Ling Fan replied firmly, leaving no room for rebuttal. If we succeed, it will bring transformative changes to our base. Just be careful. Don't repeat what happened last time. Lin Xiaolu conceded, realizing she could not sway Ling Fan. By the way, Xiaolu, I haven't seen the old director in a while. He absorbed that zombie crystal core and has become a level 1 ability user, which will strengthen his body. He has been in a coma for a month, and since then, I have not seen him. The orphanage is currently serving as a warehouse in the core area of the base. The old director has already relocated the children to a villa built for them in the inner city. In the central square of the inner city, Ling Fan addressed his comrades. Brothers, this battle is even more challenging than the last. Previously, we faced mindless zombies. Now we confront living adversaries. Please prioritize your safety. His voice resonated across the assembly. The morale-boosting rally before battle was an essential process. Everyone board the vehicles, Ling Fan commanded. At his signal, all brigades divided into 10 squads, each comprising 100 individuals, easily accommodated in the transport vehicles. Ling Fan and several brigade leaders boarded the command vehicle. Fortunately, it was spacious, employing fully automated driving technology. Ling Fan set the destination to an open area 5 kilometers from the military base. The command vehicle emitted a resounding horn. All transport vehicles began to move forward slowly. The cacophony of rumbling sounds echoed, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a Type 99 tank positioned ahead of the command vehicle. The sound of the tracks grinding against the pavement instilled a sense of grandeur that inexplicably filled Ling Fan's heart. Lin Xiaolu gazed with concern at the departing troops. Inside the combat vehicle, several individuals focused intently on the holographic map displayed within the command vehicle. Commander, I believe we can deploy a battalion to ascend the mountain directly, launching an attack from behind the enemy. Ling Yi proposed. Yes, our 5th battalion will descend from the rear. Ling Lu immediately responded, his quick retorts unmatched by the others. Certainly, we shall assign the 5th battalion to descend from the rear, disrupting the enemy's rear flank. The 1st battalion will provide fire support at the front, while the 2nd and 3rd battalions will handle operations on the east and west flanks. The 4th Battalion will establish a defensive line at the rear, as we are bound to face a considerable number of approaching zombies. Ling Fan affirmed this proposal, suggesting further optimizations. At this moment, within the military survivor base, an elderly man clad in a general's uniform shouted angrily, Huang Bin, what do you intend to do? Are you rebelling? How dare you surround the military family quarters with soldiers? Huh, you old fossils. You've lived long enough. It's time to hand over power to the younger generation. You cling to authority day after day, and in this apocalypse that is perilous. Huang Bin, surrounded by dozens of military officers, stepped out of the crowd, pointing at the elders in the family quarters and berating them. You seek death. I once placed my trust in you. How could you betray me? The elder wheezed, beginning to cough violently. Arrest them all and confine them in dungeon number 1. No mercy for the rebels. Huang Bin commanded coldly. The sounds of gunfire erupted as handguns and submachine guns echoed throughout the family quarters. In a short while, Huang Bin's soldiers had slaughtered all the guards within the compound. However, he too suffered losses. Those guards had been handpicked from the ranks of the military. Over 20 guards managed to take down more than 100 of his men. Amidst the chaos, one soldier seized the opportunity to escape the ranks. This individual was Dark Knight. Ding! Ling Fan's communicator buzzed. Report, Commander. Number 2, and I have exited the military survivor base. Currently, Huang Bin has gained preliminary control over the base. Following the recent incident at the Science and Technology Park, his power has significantly increased, and his forces now number nearly 20,000. Upon receiving the message, Ling Fan's expression darkened. He was a moment too late. After an hour of relentless travel, the convoy arrived at the designated destination. Now, the distance to the enemy base is a mere 5 kilometers. 5th Battalion. All personnel, travel light. Each soldier shall carry 1,000 rounds of ammunition. We will launch a surprise attack from the rear. Ling Fan commanded. Understood. Ling Lu responded, his face etched with bitterness. He had envisioned the exhilarating experience of heavy artillery and machine guns sweeping through the enemy ranks. Yet reality had delivered a harsh blow to his expectations. How could they manage those heavy weapons during a descent? This was a miscalculation. He vowed never to recklessly claim a mission again. The 1,000 combatants of the 5th Battalion donned their gear and jogged toward the Jinshan Mountain. All units, advance 3 kilometers. Clatter. The transport vehicles and tanks resumed their forward march, halting only when they were approximately 2 kilometers from the enemy base. From a distance, the enemy base was clearly visible, its crude concrete walls standing at around 5 meters high, bustling with thousands of zombies below, all of whom were howling at the soldiers stationed atop the walls. There was no comparison to the Dawn survivors' base. Although the military district had long stockpiled an abundance of firearms and ammunition, even that could not withstand the relentless assaults. There was an armory inside, yet even the most basic raw materials had become scarce. Consequently, they largely ignored the zombies. Samao, look, what is that? A soldier atop the wall suddenly spotted Ling Fan's convoy and incredulously inquired of his companion. Good heavens! Tanks! Type 99! Weren't heavy weapons prohibited from use? San Mao was utterly stunned. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, and upon realizing it was no mirage, he activated the alarm beside him. The blaring siren echoed throughout the entire base. When the world is happening, Huang Bin questioned a hurried soldier rushing past. Sir, we've received reports of unidentified armed forces appearing 2 miles outside our walls. They're said to possess tanks. With that, the soldier dashed towards the wall. Huang Bin chuckled skeptically, thinking it was absurd. His own tank battalion could no longer even operate. The idea of engaging in battle seemed ludicrous to him. He dismissed it as the antics of a few old relics. Meanwhile, Ling Fan and his team were busily unloading box after box of ammunition from the vehicles. Some soldiers were busy assembling 63-style rocket launchers, aligning a total of 10 launchers directly at the enemy's walls. What the hell? They are setting up 63-style rocket launchers. Who the hell said those couldn't be used? San Mao shouted in frustration, his heart overwhelmed. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained within him, wishing that this was merely a ruse to intimidate them. Chapter 21. The City Falls. Wang Bin Dis. Once all combat units were prepared, Ling Fan retrieved a loudspeaker from the command vehicle. Connecting a microphone, he directed the speaker towards the enemy walls. Can you hear me? On the city wall, a look of confusion was evident. A soldier timidly remarked, I believe he is insulting us. From within, a voice boomed. You are surrounded. Tell that Huang Bin to come out. I have a score to settle with him. Ling Fan boldly declared. How dare you summon me? You shall come forth. Huang Bin, upon arriving at the city wall, was enraged, stamping his feet and pointing vehemently at Ling Fan and his companions. However, due to the distance, Ling Fan could not discern his words, but noticed a man in a military uniform furiously gesticulating in his direction. Having watched videos of elderly villagers quarreling, Ling Fan was left in no doubt. This man was cursing him. How dare he insult me? Ling Ye, fire a shell at them. Let us see how arrogant he is. Boom! A shell landed squarely amidst the heap of corpses before the enemy's wall. Oh my goodness! That's a Type 63 rocket launcher. Huang Bin, well versed in various firearms, was thrown into a panic. He jumped, waving his hands to signal Ling Fan to cease fire. Was he implying they were incapable? Had he missed? As Ling Fan spoke, the microphone remained on, broadcasting his words without reservation. Huang Bin, now frantic, leaned towards Ling Fan's direction, pointing at himself and then at Ling Fan. Curse me again. Fire at him. This time, Ling Fan was genuinely enraged. Initially, he had intended to reason with them, but repeated insults had crossed a line. A barrage of rockets was unleashed, yet none struck the enemy's wall. As many survivors remained within the city. Though not a paragon of virtue, Ling Fan was no villain. He was unwilling to harm the innocent without cause. Thunderous explosions echoed as waves of zombies fell. After 3 rounds of fire, only a few scattered zombies remained standing. Let us further intimidate them. Target those remaining zombies with heavy machine guns. Ling Fan sneered. Understood. Ling Er replied, promptly seizing a heavy machine gun from soldier. Ah-tot-tot-tot. A half-meter-long flame erupted from the gun's muzzle. The scattered zombies, struck by the bullets, were instantly reduced to mere fragments. In that moment, the soldiers on the wall instinctively retreated a step. Brothers on the wall, I do not wish to trouble you. Relay to Huang Bin that his grandfather Ling Fan has arrived. Tell him to face the consequences of his bloodshed. Ling Fan exclaimed, sensing his tactic had taken effect. The soldiers subconsciously recognized Huang Bin. Ling Fan, you are doomed. Upon hearing his name, Huang Bin's eyes turned crimson. His beloved sister had mercilessly fed the zombies in such a way. Bring yang ditumi, Huang Bin said coldly. Moments later, yang diaproachet him, trembling. You called for me, brother Huang. Look, is he the one who killed my sister? Huang Bin pointed towards Ling Fan. Yang Di glanced over and saw Ling Fan standing there with a microphone, realizing immediately that the officer on the tower was Huang Bin. Yes, it's that scoundrel. Brother Huang, he is the one who killed your sister. Yang Di cried, tears streaming down his face. Enough. You may leave now. I know what to do. Huang Bin's expression darkened further. Prepare all ammunition. That group is our irreconcilable enemy. Anyone who dares to show cowardice or flee will be mercilessly punished. Huang Bin belot. Meanwhile, crates of ammunition were being transported up the city wall. Commander, look at their movements. Ling Er hesitated. Prepare for battle. Signal the 5th Brigade to descend at any moment and launch a rear attack on the enemy. Ensure the safety of any survivors. Ling Fan commanded decisively. Yes. Ling Er immediately went to prepare for the battle. I'll give you one last chance. Lay down your weapons and bring Huang Bin out. I can spare you. Ling Fan made his final appeal, but the soldiers on the wall dared not defy Huang Bin. His loyal soldiers numbered in the thousands. Strike them hard. Huang Bin commanded. With the crack of the first gunshot, the battle commenced. Fire rockets at their city wall. Do not fire into the city. As soon as Ling Fan gave the order, rockets whistled through the air. Hundreds of rockets exploded against the enemy's wall. The first round of fire caused the rebar in the wall to be blasted out, startling the soldiers above, yet they continued firing. The battlefield descended into chaos. Where are the tanks? Fire shot at their city gate. Ling Fan had always assumed that bases used barbed wire for gates, but to his surprise, the military base had a steel plate gate, just like theirs. The rockets could not breach the gate. Boom! The tank's 10-meter-long barrel belched a flame at least 3 meters long as a massive shell shot straight towards the enemy's gate. The resounding explosion shook the ground. A small breach appeared in the enemy's wall. Ha! Our base gate is over half a meter thick. Let us see how many shells you have. Huang Bin's reasoning was not entirely flawed. In the apocalypse, ammunition was exceedingly scarce, and heavy weaponry had failed. Ling Fan's source of operational tanks was a mystery, but regardless, shells were finite. He remained skeptical that they could break through the city gate. However, the outcome left him utterly astounded. Shell after shell struck their walls, the cracks widening with each impact. Their soldiers dared not even lift their heads. Just moments ago, Ling Fan had issued the command for all heavy machine guns to open fire. 50 heavy machine guns from 5 battalions unleashed a collective barrage. At that moment, anyone who dared to show their face was essentially doomed. Creak! The walls trembled precariously, prompting Ling Fan to immediately call for the rockets to cease fire. When the tank fired its 21st shell, a resounding boom echoed as the city gate collapsed. The walls had crumbled. We are finished. Everyone quick. Bang! Before a soldier could finish his sentence, Huang Bin had blown his head off. I do not care what happens. Even if it means death, we must hold our ground. Huang Bin was frantic. The repercussions of Ling Fan's soldiers breaching the city would be catastrophic for him. No, no, no. I do not want to die. I want to leave. I will not fight any longer. One by one, the soldiers began to revolt. Huang Bin fired several shots in vain. Hot, 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 hot. This is bad. We have enemies behind us. They have seized our command post. This announcement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. At least over 100 soldiers turned their weapons on Huangbin. You all, alas, fate has betrayed me. With that, Huangbin cast a resentful glance at Ling Fan's position and, filled with bitterness, pressed his handgun to his temple. Memories of his joyous childhood with his sister flooded his mind. Bang! Huangbin slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 22, Recruitment and Reorganization. On the walls, a small white flag was raised. 1st Battalion, enter the city and confiscate all weapons. Gather all prisoners in one area. Ling Fan did not immediately enter. 20 minutes later, Commander, the survivor base has been secured. You may enter. Ling Air communicated through the intercom. Upon receiving the news, Ling Fan promptly led the 2nd and 3rd battalions into the base, while the 4th Battalion remained primarily responsible for defense and overseeing the transport vehicles. Upon entering the base, Ling Fan felt his heart sink. There were survivors, each emaciated, some standing, others lying down, their eyes reflecting only numbness. The entrance to the base featured a straight avenue, 10 meters wide and at least 1,000 meters long. Its true size was not dissimilar to that of Ling Fan's current base. Along both sides of the road were simple temporary tents, where some survivors exhibited glimmers of hope, while others were gripped by fear. Since arriving at this survivor base, they had not once been fully satisfied. Entering the inner city of the military district survivor base, it appeared to be the original military base. Although it may not be vast, accommodating several battalions poses no significant challenge, as the area is largely vacant. At this moment, the open ground is densely populated with captives squatting on the ground. Ling Fan approached this group, aware that among them were true soldiers who had once served the people. These individuals stood up as military personnel before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Ling Fan's voice, though soft, resonated powerfully, prompting a multitude to rise instantly. Soldiers, step aside. As for those on the ground, you shall all join the construction team. Ling San, immediately take a head count of these individuals. Ling Air, tally the number of soldiers. Ling Fan gestured towards the crouching group, then pointed at the former soldiers. The 1st and 2nd battalions set off to conduct the counts, while Ling Fan led the 3rd battalion into the outer city area. I am the head of the Dawn Survivor Base. From this day forth, you shall be members of our Dawn Survivor Base. While I cannot guarantee everything, the least you need not worry about is hunger. Ling Fan announced through the loudspeaker he had initially used outside the city, his voice booming. Really? We won't have to starve? Upon seeing Ling Fan nod, all the survivors erupted in cheers. Regardless of the truth, hope had been ignited, far better than the uncertainty of previous meals. Commander, according to our inquiries, a few elders are imprisoned in the military base's dungeon, claiming to be former commanders, Ling Air reported via the intercom. Oh, bring them out for a look. Ling Fan replied with a hint of intrigue. Moments later, several elderly men clad in military uniforms emerged. Youth, we are grateful that you have dealt with the treacherous Huangbin. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, said the foremost elder, attempting to shake Ling Fan's hand. No need for thanks. I have taken over your base. Moreover, expressing gratitude might seem rather awkward, Ling Fan replied with a smile. What does this mean? The elder's face paled as he inquired about the situation. Because you are unworthy, lacking the strength, yet attempting to claim so many survivors. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the leader of the team you attacked a month ago. Ling Fan's gaze intensified with each word. Upon hearing the final statement, the elder collapsed, muttering, I advised you at that time. Yet you did not listen, glancing at the other elders behind him. Today's battle concluded remarkably swiftly, spanning just over 4 hours from start to finish, marking a decisive victory. The entire battalion suffered only 52 casualties, with over 100 wounded. However, relative to the gains, this was but a trivial loss. Lingyi, keep 1 battalion here. Retain 10 Type 80 machine guns, 5 Type 63 rocket launchers. And leave the tanks as well. Every transport of survivors returning to the base must be escorted by tanks. Ling Fan commanded. Yes. After issuing his directive, Ling Fan ascended into the operational command vehicle, setting their destination to their base, followed closely by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th squads. The moment Ling Fan's command vehicle arrived at the base, all the survivors erupted in jubilation. It seemed as though victory had been achieved. Within the inner city command center, Ling Fan convened an urgent meeting. The attendees primarily included the logistics department head, Lin Xiao Lu, the agriculture department director, Fan Wei, and the public security department director, Zheng Meng. Xiao Lu, please report on the status of supplies, and personnel allocation. Ling Fan first inquired of Lin Xiaolu. With the recent increase in survivors, our consumption of food has surged significantly. We currently have less than 10,000 tons of grain remaining and approximately 10 tons of various convenience foods. As for personnel, we only have 15 at the moment. This is all the inventory we have at the base. Understood. A substantial number of survivors will be arriving at the base, estimated to be at least 60,000. This means our population will expand by more than tenfold. Consequently, we must increase personnel by at least 10 times. Additionally, allocate 10 transport vehicles from the Public Security Department to the Logistics Department and establish a resource collection division under the Logistics Department with a provisional staff of 2,000. These 2,000 will have official status within the base. Ling Fan issued these directives, acknowledging that further details will be managed by Lin Xiaolu. Taking a sip of water, Ling Fan continued, Agriculture Department. Previously, due to the limited number of survivors, we did not initiate the agricultural plan. From today onward, you are to select talents in agriculture from among the survivors. We are about to expand the base. I will consider setting aside a substantial area of land for agricultural production. As for recruitment in your department, there is no upper limit. The more, the better. Understood, Commander. Fan Wei replied, visibly elated. He had been exceedingly restless during this period, and the prospect of commencing the agricultural plan brought him great joy. Ling Fan then turned his attention to the Public Security Department Director. Zheng Meng, noticing Ling Fan's gaze, immediately straightened his posture. The Public Security Department is also a crucial component of our base. From today onward, the Public Security Department will be renamed the Public Security Corps. I have left you some promising candidates. Zheng Meng, you must concurrently serve as the commander of both the Public Security Corps and the Construction Corps. When suitable candidates arise, we will establish a separate commander for the Construction Corps. Understood, Commander. Regarding our weaponry and equipment, Zheng Meng hesitated momentarily. Rest assured, you will not be neglected. All of you will be equipped with automatic rifles. Ling Fan replied with a smile. After more than a month, if Zheng Meng harbored any ulterior motives, he would have already acted during Ling Fan's period of unconsciousness. Once the meeting concluded, only Lin Xiaolu remained behind. Ling Fan, I fear I may struggle to manage so many people. Previously, the focus was solely on managing the children. Yet now you have brought back tens of thousands to the base. Lin Xiaolu did not express this with reproach. Rather, there was a hint of playful banter in her tone, as if she sought to extract some favor from Ling Fan. Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door of the command center. Outside stood An Yi and his 4 subordinates, while the remaining 4 were gathering intelligence at several other large survivor bases. Commander, may I inquire why you have summoned us back? An Yi and his team had initially intended to secure another survivor base, but on the way back, Ling Fan had contacted An Yi and requested the return of his 4 subordinates. Currently, few in the base are acquainted with you. You will each join the Agricultural Department, Logistics Division, Security Team, and Construction Corps, respectively. Ensure you monitor their conditions closely. Report to me immediately if anything arises. Ling Fan stated calmly. It was not that he lacked confidence in the upper management, but rather that he was concerned about potential unrest among the ranks. He preferred to avoid an embarrassing fate similar to that of the old men at the military district base. Understood, Anya repeat. Chapter 23, Base Upgrade. The following period was primarily spent awaiting the population to reach 10,000 for the base's upgrade. Time passed swiftly, and soon the first convoy of transporting survivors arrived at the base. Ding! The base has met the upgrade criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Ling Fan confirmed. Ding! Spiritual coins. 1,000,000 points. 10,000. The ground trembled with a resounding roar. Ding! Upgrade successful. The tremors persisted for over 20 minutes, causing the survivors outside to rush from their shelters, fearing the structures might collapse. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 199. Ability level, 1. Spiritual coins. 1 435, 463. Points, 16. 352. Items, spiritual artifact, soul blade protector 1. Legion, 5000, 30,000. Upgrade conditions. Territory must reach 1,000,000 individuals. Truly exorbitant. 1,000,000 spiritual coins. System. You must elucidate what additional benefits accompany this upgrade. Otherwise, I shall remain unconvinced. Ling Fan exclaimed, visibly agitated. Host, does her dissatisfaction hold any merit? The system offered no deference to Ling Fan. However, it continued. This upgrade has proven immensely beneficial. Firstly, your base has expanded fivefold. The cost of fortifications alone would have saved nearly 1 million. Furthermore, all combatants will now enter automatic upgrade mode. They can autonomously level up upon defeating zombies. The base is now classified as a level 3 base, and they can autonomously upgrade to level 1. Ling Fan was taken aback. The base had expanded fivefold. So, that earlier tremor was indeed the process of the fortifications rising. Moreover, the combatants could now level up on their own, although it was merely to level 1. Their survival rate on the battlefield had significantly increased. Ling Fan immediately dashed out of the base, occasionally encountering a few stray zombies, all of which he swiftly dispatched with a single stroke of his blade. Positioned at the very heart of the city walls, the moment he stepped beyond the gates, he was struck dumb by a breathtaking sight. Towering over 2 kilometers away, a wall reaching over 30 meters high encircled the entire base. This expansion had now extended the base to a sprawling 5 square kilometers. The wall gleamed with a metallic luster, and if Ling Fan was not mistaken, it was constructed entirely of metal. Just how much metal did this require? Of course, such matters did not concern Ling Fan. He had no curiosity regarding the source of such vast quantities of steel procured by the system. All the survivors had also witnessed this astonishing spectacle, with some of the more superstitious individuals immediately kneeling and murmuring incantations. Upon returning to the base, Lin Xiaolu happened to emerge just then. Ling Fan, what is this wall? It is a divine gift bestowed upon us. Ling Fan had no intention of divulging the existence of the system to anyone. Noticing Ling Fan's silence, Lin Xiaolu refrained from pressing further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. Subsequently, Ling Fan made his way to the War Police manufacturing facility, investing all his spirit coins into summoning War Police, while also accruing some additional points. Thus, he summoned a full battalion of 5,000 soldiers. It must be said that the benefits of the base upgrade were considerable, at least in terms of War Police summoning. The speed had increased tenfold. Now, he could summon 20 War Police every minute, meaning it would only take a little over 4 hours to summon the entire 5,000. System. Arrange all the summoned War Police atop the new city walls. Ling Fan commanded. Understood. Are you preparing to venture into the animal world again? Host? Cough, cough. Ling Fan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if he had been caught stealing. Once he had concluded his affairs, he hurried back to the command center's bedroom. The next morning, a cacophony erupted outside. Didn't they say we wouldn't go hungry? Why we spent an entire night here without seeing a single grain of rice? A gruff voice bellowed from the outer district. Having just finished his morning routine, Ling Fan stepped out of the command center to witness the commotion. Ling Yi, what is happening? He called for Ling Yi. Alas, suddenly, so many people have arrived. We are short on manpower, and our cooking equipment and pots are severely inadequate. Ling Yi replied, his face creased with worry. Have a construction team delivered everything? Ling Fan inquired. The one causing the ruckus just now is from the Construction Legion. He has been instigating the survivors since they arrived at the base. Ling Yi lamented helplessly. It would be unreasonable to execute him in front of all the survivors. Summon the 3rd Brigade. Bring all members of the Construction Legion to the central square. Ling Fan ordered with a frosty tone. Half an hour later, at the central square, I have heard that some among you have been inciting discord between the survivors and the base. Step forward now. Ling Fan, holding a microphone, spoke in a calm tone. However, after several minutes, no one dared to emerge. A chilling smile spread across Ling Fan's face. Since you are reluctant to reveal yourselves, I shall call upon you. You. Step forward, and you over there as well. Ling Fan pointed at 15 individuals, each of whom gazed at him in horror. How could they have been discovered? Logically, Ling Fan should not have known. What they did not anticipate was that Yi had already infiltrated their ranks upon their arrival, observing their every move. One by one, the 15 stepped forward. What of my incitement? Why do those who have served in the military receive formal positions while we are relegated to mere laborers? A burly man protested angrily. Upon seeing this man, Ling Fan's mind was flooded with information about him. Li Ye, a devoted follower of Huangbin, once a battalion commander in their ranks. Is it truly due to this reason, or is it because your former leader was Huangbin? Ling Fan retorted with a cold smirk. Li Ye immediately faltered. You speak nonsense. I am a loyal man of the old commander. He stammered in denial. Ling Fan tossed a piece of white paper containing Li Air's information to the ground. Immediately, someone from the construction corps picked it up to read. Damn, I wondered why you were always inciting us to mischief. Turns out you are one of Huang Bin's men. After this revelation, others began to circulate the information. Scoundrel, how can someone like you exist? Shameless. All of Huang Bin's ilk deserve to perish. Instantly, the entire construction corps pointed fingers at those who had stepped forward, hurling insults. Bring over the original members of the construction corps. Ling Fan commanded Lingyi. Over 100 individuals approached timidly. From today forth, you shall all assume the positions of squad leaders within the construction corps. Each of you will lead 100 men. Ling Fan declared to the former members of the construction corps. Commander, is what you say truly the case? One man exclaimed with gleaming eyes. This meant they would no longer have to toil in arduous labor. Ling Fan nodded, calculating that it was just right. The construction corps had over 11,000 members. Assigning each leader to oversee 100 was perfectly adequate. Our base has expanded once more. You 120 squad leaders must develop the new area within half a month. As for your direct superior, it shall be him. Ling Fan pointed directly at Zheng Meng. Yes. Thus, the structure for the 120 leaders of the construction corps was firmly established, creating a relatively stable framework. Chapter 24. Lin Air encircled after the departure of the construction team. Ling Fan summoned Lin, E, and the others to the conference room at the command post. This time, we will expand our forces, establishing a total of 5 regiments. However, due to the constraints of spirit coins, we can only mobilize 2 regiments for now. From today onward, Lin E will serve as the commander of the 1st Division. Lin Air will lead the 1st Regiment. Lin San will head the 2nd Regiment. Lin Si will command the 3rd Regiment. Lin Wu will oversee the 4th Regiment, and Lin Lu will be in charge of the 5th Regiment. Ling Fan declared solemnly. Understood. The group immediately stood and saluted. Commander, what about the 6th Regiment? Lin Lu inquired. The 6th Regiment is an independent unit, to be directly managed by Lin E. Ling Fan replied coolly. Linnea, from today, the 1st Regiment will operate as a pioneering unit, specifically tasked with the extermination of zombies. Your regiment will be allocated 10 transport vehicles, and all previous rocket launchers and heavy machine guns will belong to your command, Ling Fan instructed. Yes, Lin responded. Visibly elated. Lin San, your regiment will be primarily responsible for the collection of survivors. You will be equipped with 563 type rocket launchers and 2580 type general-purpose machine guns. Along with 20 transport vehicles, Ling Fan continued. Lin San, realizing that the more favorable assignments had gone to Lin Air, felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Si, your regiment will focus on the collection of supplies. Ensure that all food from the grain storage bases in City C is transported here. With weaponry allocations matching those of the 2nd Regiment, Ling Fan went on. He noticed the group's enthusiasm waning, primarily because the more appealing tasks were assigned to Lin Air. The motivation had diminished significantly. For the development of the base, these responsibilities must be fulfilled. If all of you are off fighting, who will tend to the people here? Ultimately, the most crucial aspect of upgrading the base is its population. If you aspire to be division commanders or generals, you must strive with all your might. Ling Fan exclaimed forcefully. Instantly, the previously disheartened Lin San and the others straightened up. Yes, Commander, we were indeed short-sighted. They quickly replied. Lin Wu, your regiment's task is of utmost importance. To the east of our base lies a vast expanse of land. Your regiment will be stationed there, and numerous agricultural personnel will arrive to cultivate it. As for weaponry, you will be equipped with 50 heavy machine guns and 1063 type rocket launchers. Do you have the confidence to hold a position? Lin Wu immediately stood and saluted, declaring, I assure you, we will accomplish the mission. Ling Fan smiled and nodded in approval. Lin Lu, during peacetime, your primary responsibility will be ensuring the safety of the base. When the construction team is ready, you may dispatch a battalion to guard that location. Indeed, but what about the weapons? Lin Lu asked. You will mainly oversee security in the urban area, so weaponry will not be allocated at this time. Besides, having an excess of heavy weapons would be impractical, Lin Air interjected. Lin Lu shot Lin Air a glare, choosing not to engage further in the conversation. Lingyi, the independent regiment primarily undertakes the defensive duties of our base, and under non-emergency circumstances, no movement is permitted. Yes, Commander, Lingyi responded. Once all matters were arranged, the regiment-level officers returned to organize their handover tasks. The newly expanded area outside the city had been designated by Ling Fan as Danu District. At this moment, Dawn New District was bustling with activity, with some constructing buildings, others paving roads, and many digging trenches. The vibrant scene brought Ling Fan a sense of refreshing delight. Commander, you have truly provided me with a remarkable group of talents this time, Zheng Meng exclaimed as he approached Ling Fan. Had Zheng Meng not come to seek Ling Fan, he might have almost forgotten that several thousand soldiers have been assigned to him previously. By the way, how many soldiers have been allocated to you in total? Ling Fan inquired. Zheng Meng scratched his head and replied, 673 individuals. Ling Fan nodded. It was slightly fewer than he had anticipated, but unavoidable losses had occurred during the previous battle. In just 1 night and a half a day, the personnel from a military district had been fully transported over. And one must commend the efficiency of these battle police. It was remarkably high. Once all personnel were settled, Ling Air led the regiment to venture out for zombie hunting. Ling Air's efficiency was indeed exceptional. Within 3 hours of their departure, Ling Fan's spiritual currency began to soar rapidly. 100,000 spiritual coins. 500,000 spiritual coins. 1,000,000 spiritual coins. The rate of increase was astonishing. Every minute brought in tens of thousands, even exceeding 100,000 spiritual coins. At that moment, on the first floor of the Huanghua City Shopping Mall in City C, stack the ammunition forward. Damn it, I have 50 heavy machine guns. I'm not afraid of you lot, Ling Air shouted. At this moment, only 2 battalions of soldiers were firing, yet they were holding back tens of thousands of zombies advancing before them. Commander, are we perhaps in over our heads? This is, after all, the central district of City C, a battalion leader said to Ling Air. Do you think I am unaware? I am at a loss here. Who would have guessed that the zombies here would congregate so densely? Ling Air lamented. Truly, what a stroke of bad luck. The plan was to clear the zombies from this area and then transport all the supplies from the mall back. Who would have known there would be so many zombies here? Should we call for help? The battalion leader hesitated. Call for help? We've barely made it out. And you want to call for help? If Ling Lu finds out we're calling for help, we'll likely have to switch places with him in the future. Ling Air refused. Commander, it's bad. Zombies are starting to come in through the other entrances. Another battalion leader shouted at Ling Air. Damn it. Find a weak point and break through to the transport vehicles. At this rate, we'll run out of ammunition and supplies. Ling Air commanded. Tot, 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 tot. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Yet, at this moment, Ling Fan was joyfully summoning reinforcements. In less than 4 hours, another regiment was successfully called forth, and thereafter, Ling Fan boldly summoned the remaining 3 regiments, totaling 15,000 soldiers, in one fell swoop. Just as the 2nd regiment was completed, Ling Fan's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Commander, requesting support. Damn it, we can't hold on any longer. The enemy keeps multiplying. Our ammunition is nearly depleted. Ling Air spoke, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Ling Fan chuckled heartily as he surmised Ling Air's mental struggle. Send me your coordinates immediately. Dispatch reinforcements at once. Hold out for another 2 hours. Ling Fan commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Air transmitted his location. Upon seeing the coordinates, Ling Fan erupted in exasperation. Ling Air, I don't know how to express my feelings towards you. Do you not realize that the Jiangbei district is the heart of the entire Sea City? Why on earth are you at the Huanghua shopping mall? Utterly foolish. Ling Fan recognized that the challenge of this rescue would be no less daunting than the previous defensive battle, especially given the central location. He was certain that the area would not be devoid of level 2 zombies. The presence of level 3 zombies was entirely plausible. System, will using level 2 zombie cores have any side effects on the battle police? Ling Fan inquired directly. No, the battle police will not experience any adverse effects. Their upgrade mechanism differs from that of humans. These high-energy crystals are safe for direct use, the system responded. Ling Fan was elated by this revelation. Chapter 25, The Rescue. Ling Fan immediately summoned Ling Yi. Without hesitation, he provided Ling Yi with a level 2 zombie core for use. Upon becoming a level 2 battle police officer, Ling Yi's physique became more imposing, and not only did his stature change, but his weaponry did as well. Typically, battle police officers wield firearms, but at that moment, Ling Yi had 2 short blades embedded in his forearms and 2 sleek, dark long knives on his back. Ling Yi immediately gathered Ling San and Ling Si. Lead the troops to support Ling Air. Ling Fan commanded. After issuing his orders, he returned to the command center. At that moment, Lin Xiaola was conducting a meeting in the conference room with a group of individuals. Ling Fan merely glanced over and noticed that Lin Xiaola's logistics team was predominantly female, among whom was a familiar face, Wang Ya, a former colleague and a previous victim under Yang Di's influence. It seemed she had managed to move on. Ling Fan chose not to interrupt Lin Xiaola's meeting. Instead, he retrieved his sidearm and exited the command center. Boarding the command vehicle, the troops, precisely organized, prepared to transport ammunition and supplies urgently. Half an hour later, a grand army set forth towards Ling Air's location. The command vehicle cruised along the roads of the Dawn District, and Ling Fan's gaze inadvertently drifted outside. A smile broke across his face. Yang Di stealthily cast his gaze towards Ling Fan's command vehicle amidst the crowd. Ling Yi, that chubby fellow. Have someone keep a close watch on him. I'll deal with him after this battle. Ling Fan instructed. Ling Yi promptly notified the independent regiment via the walkie-talkie and captured a photo of Yang Di. Since the base expansion, a few small vendors had begun to set up stalls selling their handcrafted goods, such as wooden bowls, barrels, and fences. The massive steel gate of the base slowly opened, marking Ling Fan's first venture outside the new city walls. The imposing gate, over 3 meters thick, was truly awe-inspiring. Hot tot tot. The advanced troops outside were engaged in a fierce battle, eliminating the zombies that had congregated, drawn by the scent of human flesh. Damn, the zombies are multiplying again. Look over there. Isn't that a second-level zombie? Ling Air remarked to those beside him. After firing 2 more shots, Ling Air inquired, how much ammunition do we have left? How long can we hold out? They had originally planned to break through, but the relentless influx of zombies had thwarted their escape. Fortunately, they had anticipated a zombie tide at the outset and had transported nearly half of their ammunition, allowing them to endure thus far. As for the 63mm rocket launcher, not a single one had been brought inside. Otherwise, with the firepower of the 63mm rocket launcher, they would have broken free long ago. At the transport vehicle station of the 1st Regiment, upon spotting the transport vehicles, Ling Fan ordered the main force to halt. They were now just about 3 kilometers from Ling Air's location at the Huanghua Shopping Plaza. The guard station beside the transport vehicles saluted as Ling Fan approached. Truly audacious. Ling Fan shook his head. Artillery positions. Advance 500 meters. Concentrate 10 rocket launchers from the 1st Regiment along with those from your 2 regiments. Ling Fan commanded. 2nd Regiment. 3rd Regiment. Position all heavy machine guns 100 meters in front of the artillery. Yes, yes, responded Ling San and Ling Si. From a distance, the tail of the zombie horde was less than a mile away from Ling Fan and his team. Although some zombies had noticed them, the guards at the machine gun positions swiftly eliminated the threat before they could advance. Fire. Once all combat preparations were complete, Ling Fan issued the order to open fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rocket artillery initiated the attack, with 2063mm rocket launchers firing simultaneously. 240 shells exploded in the midst of the zombie horde. This single assault obliterated approximately 5,000 zombies into ashes. Just as the 1st round concluded, the 2nd round commenced. The zombie crowd momentarily appeared disoriented, stunned by the explosions. At the Huanghua Shopping Center, Ling Air was in deep distress. Ammunition was critically low. They currently possessed only a few thousand rounds of 7.62mm ammunition for the 80-type general-purpose machine gun. Thousands of bullets are insufficient against their 50 machine guns firing in a single minute. Meanwhile, the availability of 58mm ammunition, Type 95 automatic rifles, has diminished even further. Many armed officers are left with a magazine that remains unused. All are ready to draw their blades. With a swift motion, Ling Air unsheathed the long sword from his back. One by one, the officers followed suit, drawing their own blades in preparation for the charge. Ling Air bellowed. Thunderous roars erupted, just as they readied for a collective assault. A barrage of shells detonated amidst the horde of zombies. The unmistakable sound of the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun resonated through the air. Reinforcements have arrived. The majority of the zombie horde surged towards Ling Fan and his companions, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh. A furious roar echoed. Another 2nd-tier zombie emerged. A smirk played at the corner of Ling Fan's lips. The last encounter with a 2nd-tier zombie nearly led to disaster. This time, however, he too possessed 2nd-tier combat strength. Ling Yi, upon detecting the presence of a 2nd-tier zombie, slay it at once. Ling Fan's gaze was intense. Acquiring the lives of these zombies would grant him significant leverage. Yes, He stepped forth from the formation, his form shimmering as he appeared 5 meters away in an instant. Though this was no skill, Ling Yi's speed was simply extraordinary. The combat officers produced by the system are born as instruments of slaughter. Ling Yi traversed the horde of zombies as if entering an uninhabited realm. Whenever a zombie approached, 2 short blades would instantly manifest in his hands. With a mere flick, several zombies were dismembered in an instant. Ling Fan watched in awe. Such combat prowess was indeed formidable. Any ordinary second-tier supernatural being would likely be felled in a single encounter. All rocket artillery ceased fire, and heavy machine guns commenced their sweeping barrage. Zombies fell like wheat stalks in a field. Break through from the side. Ling Air commanded his squad leaders. His 5 squad leaders promptly organized their teams to break through laterally. The first and second squads were tasked with the frontline breach. The third squad was responsible for transporting all heavy machine guns, while the fourth and fifth squads provided rear support. The retreat proceeded in an orderly fashion. Report to the commander. The 2nd Regiment has successfully broken through and is advancing towards our position, announced Ling Si, the commander of the 3rd Regiment. Ling Fan did not respond to Ling Si's words. He anxiously surveyed the battlefield. It had been half an hour already. Given Ling Yi's capabilities, the likelihood of locating a second-tier zombie was quite high. Boom! Just as Ling Fan prepared to contact Ling Yi via the intercom, an unexpected change occurred. A wave of energy surged from the center of the zombie horde, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The horde of zombies appeared as if a bomb had detonated, creating a stark, barren area approximately 50 meters in diameter. Upon closer inspection, Ling Fan realized that Ling Yi had encountered a second-tier zombie, and a fierce battle ensued between man and monster. Ling Yi's every strike was executed with ruthless precision. However, the second-tier zombie was no pushover. This particular zombie was not clad in heavy iron armor as was typical of its kind. Its attacks were exceedingly fierce and its movements remarkably agile. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, the battle remained evenly matched. Commander, we have broken through. Ling Yi approached Ling Fan, who was intently observing the clash between Ling Yi and the zombie. Ling Fan cast a fleeting glance at Ling Air without uttering a word, his attention firmly fixed on the critical battlefield ahead. The outcome of Ling Yi's confrontation was paramount. Once it concluded, Ling Fan could unleash a thunderous offensive, annihilating all zombies present. Ling Yi wielded a pair of short blades, engaging the zombie in a tactical war of attrition. Each of his attacks seemed light and devoid of force, yet the gaping wounds and the copious black blood flowing from the zombie, alongside its increasingly sluggish movements, indicated that Ling Yi had been systematically depleting its strength from the outset. In this type of combat, the longer the battle endured, the more Ling Yi's ability to suppress the zombie intensified. Suddenly, Ling Yi retracted his short blades and, with a swift motion, drew forth a massive black sword measuring 15 meters in length. In that very moment, he cleaved down upon the zombie's leg, producing a resounding crack as the creature's thigh shattered. It staggered, its body tilting before collapsing to the ground. Damn it! At last, I've managed to land a hit. Ling Yi muttered under his breath. In truth, dispatching the second-tier zombie should have been a straightforward task for Ling Yi, as zombies, despite any semblance of intelligence, could not match the lethality of a system-produced killing machine. The underlying reason for his earlier hesitation lay in his past experiences as a captain, where other leaders, like himself, were first-tier warriors. The painful memory of a previous encounter with a multitude of second-tier zombies had left a lingering unease in him. This time, having ascended to the rank of second-tier warrior, he felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess rather than simply eradicate the zombie with ease, thus creating space for a grand performance. What followed was the explosive moment when Ling Yi deliberately channeled his internal power to clash directly with the second-tier zombie. Once he achieved the desired effect, he wasted no time, advancing swiftly to deliver a decisive blow, severing the zombie's head from its body. Ling Yi held the severed head aloft in one hand while gripping the battle blade in the other, sprinting towards Ling Fan and the others. Along the way, any zombies that obstructed his path were effortlessly cleaved in two. Wow, how impressive! Ling Air did not expect that after just half a day apart, Ling Yi had become so formidable. Could it be that he had reached the second tier? As for Ling San and Ling Si, they were already aware of Ling Yi's advancement to the second tier. Although they were still astonished, they remained considerably more composed than Ling Air. Ling Yi moved swiftly, and within mere moments, he He emerged from the throng of zombies, standing before Ling Fan. "Here, Commander. The second-tier zombie crystal core is within," Ling E declared, a smile gracing his face. Ling Fan accepted the severed zombie head from Ling E, leaning in to whisper, "Have you had your fill of pretense?" "Indeed," Ling E responded, only to realize that the commander had seen through his act, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Without hesitation, Ling Fan tossed the zombie head towards Ling Air, instructing, "Extract the crystal core. Clean it thoroughly. Consider this a lesson for your reckless behavior." Upon hearing that, Ling Fan would not pursue the matter further. Ling Air eagerly caught the second-tier zombie head and set off to process it. "Warriors of the 2nd Battalion, we have lost face this time, so we must reclaim our honor. 1st Battalion, immediately transport ammunition from the trucks and obliterate this pack of wretched zombies." Ling Air did not forget to organize the battle before departing. The battlefield was now home to 15,000 combatants, equipped with 100 heavy machine guns and 2063 type rocket launchers. To eradicate the zombies before them would be a trivial task. Unleash the heavy machine guns without restraint. Rocket artillery, do not hold back. Bombard them mercilessly, Ling Fan commanded. The soldiers, heeding Ling Fan's orders, abandoned any sense of caution, exhibiting a reckless determination. The machine gun barrels glowed crimson from the unrelenting fire, yet they showed no sign of slowing down. The air was thick with gunpowder, and the sky was shrouded in smoke. The bombardment continued for 6 hours, leaving the battlefield strewn with rubble and dismembered zombie corpses. By the end, only a few hundred zombies remained standing, which meant that after over 6 hours of relentless assault, over 100,000 zombies had been nearly eradicated by Ling Fan and his forces. 3rd Battalion, eliminate all remaining zombies with your combat knives. 1st and 2nd Battalions, bring the trucks into the Huanghua Shopping Center. Transport the supplies, Ling Fan ordered. The Huanghua Shopping Center was vast, encompassing nearly 1 million square feet when combined with the pedestrian street area, and it housed countless supplies. As winter approached, clothing would soon become scarce, making Ling Fan's primary objective the acquisition of garments and other essential goods. With 30 transport trucks, in addition to the 10 from the 1st Battalion, they had a total of 40 vehicles. If filled to capacity, they could transport 80 tons of supplies, effectively clearing out half of the Huanghua Shopping Center. Ling Fan glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the gunfire outside had not ceased. It appeared that an increasing number of zombies were approaching from surroundings. "Commander, we have collected a total of 23 first-level zombie crystal cores. In this battle, 15 members of the battle police have advanced to the 1st tier." Ling E led a squad to scour the battlefield, though it was evident that the number of zombie crystal cores was far greater than 23. Many first-level zombies had been obliterated beyond recognition, and numerous crystal cores had likely been buried in the earth. Ling Fan nodded and accepted all the first-level zombie crystal cores, which would serve as rewards for those who had contributed but lacked cultivation talent. By 7 o'clock in the evening, all transport vehicles were fully loaded. Ling Fan, at the helm of the base vehicle, returned to the Dawn Survivor base. At 8 o'clock that evening, the base had transformed remarkably since the establishment of the military corps. The installation of street lights illuminated the entire base, and the source of the electricity remained a mystery. Everyone believed Ling Fan to possess extraordinary powers. At this hour, many survivors had yet to rest. In the frigid winter, numerous families lacked proper bedding for the season. Yet fortunately, City C was not in the north, where snow rarely fell during winter. Moreover, since the apocalypse erupted, the weather had become increasingly warm, rendering the current winter akin to spring before the cataclysm. With a rumble, the base's gates slowly opened. One by one, transport vehicles laden with supplies entered the base, flanked by soldiers on either side of the road. The cargo alone weighed 2,000 tons, and combined with the weight of the vehicles, deep ruts were carved into the road. At this moment, Ling Lu stood at the entrance of the warehouse, formerly a welfare institute. Although most soldiers were stationed in the Donu district, the commanders and captains of the battle police had entered the inner city for a couple of reasons. Primarily, they were responsible for Ling Fan's personal safety, and, secondly, it facilitated better adherence to his commands. Ling Lu wore a mischievous grin as he peered through the warehouse entrance. Upon seeing Ling Air, his smile brightened even further. "Oh, isn't this my second brother? You've managed to escape. I was prepared to come to your aid, but alas, I am unarmed." Ling Lu's voice was particularly loud, and it was no wonder. Among the 5 commanders, he was the only one in a non-combat role. It would be peculiar for him not to seize the opportunity. Shut it. I'm contributing to the master. Otherwise, where would your soldiers come from? It's not like my men were created from thin air. Lingueres fas flushed crimson. Enough. Let us not bicker. Immediately arrange for the supplies to be moved into the warehouse. Ling Fan interrupted their playful banter. The 2 siblings promptly scurried off to summon the construction corps to assist in transporting the supplies. Lin Xiaolu busied herself with organizing the warehouse into sections. As the volume of goods had increased significantly, disorganized placement would pose challenges later when items were needed. Ling Fan did not follow to address the logistical issues, as he lacked expertise in this area and would only create further chaos. He hurriedly entered the command center and returned to his quarters to access the system interface. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 199. Ability level, 1. Spirit coins, 18, 965, 200. Points, 35, 586. Items, Spirit weapon, Soul Blade X1. Legion, 28, 932, 30. 000, upgrade requirement. Territory must reach 1,000,000 inhabitants. Ling Fan felt a surge of joy. This haul far surpassed his previous battles. Even with the Legion fully recruited, he still had nearly 19 million left, which would undoubtedly bolster the base's strength significantly. At the very least, he could assert dominance in City C. However, it must be noted that City C is merely a 3rd tier, if not 4th tier city, and compared to larger metropolises, Ling Fan still had a long way to go. The recruitment of the city guards was just over 1,000 short of completion. Dawn District. Brother, I speak the truth. This Ling Fan, after the apocalypse erupted, he killed my wife, right before my eyes, sobbing. Deng Ping gazed at the weeping man before him, feeling an uncontainable surge of anger. How could such a person hold power in this base? He recalled the man's account of how Ling Fan had been outside their room, on the brink of being bitten by a zombie, and it was this very man who had taken Ling Fan into his home. Little did he know, Ling Fan, in the dead of night, had succumbed to base desires, first assaulting and then murdering his wife. The more Deng Ping pondered, the angrier he became. He was originally the chief of a precinct in the Science and Technology Park. On the day the zombie outbreak occurred, he had been at home, and on that fateful day, his wife became infected. In his grief, he had shot his zombified wife. He had since concealed himself and his daughter in their room. Fortunate that his wife had a habit of stockpiling food, which allowed them to survive the most harrowing days. Eventually, the sound of gunfire from outside sparked a flicker of hope in his heart. However, once the military had dealt with the zombies, they immediately retreated. After 3 days of waiting, when the troops finally returned, chaos ensued as 2 factions clashed. Upon reaching the survivor base in the military district, he realized that the true nightmare had only just begun. With scarce provisions, he relied on his combat training from Police Academy, proving himself capable against those starved individuals in the base. Over a month passed. The rescue troops returned. He had expected the base's leadership to embody selflessness and altruism. Little did he know, yet, the more he contemplated, the more he found it troubling. If the leader truly resembled the description provided by the man before him, would he still be so generous to these survivors? The man before him was none other than Yang Di. Since entering the base, he had been tirelessly spreading falsehoods about Ling Fan. All these grievances were concocted. His aim was to completely erode Ling Fan's standing among the people. Upon entering the military district base, he came to understand many things. His son had vanished after visiting Ling Fan that day. It was unequivocally Ling Fan who had harmed him. Thus, he sought vengeance. He intended to crush Ling Fan under the weight of public opinion. What he failed to realize, however, was that every action he took and every word he uttered was under the watchful surveillance of the intelligence department. After completing his morning routine, Ling Fan made his way to the warehouse area, noticing that Lin Xiaolu was still preoccupied with her tasks. Ling Fan, sensing the moment, proceeded toward the Dawn New district. The path was illuminated brightly. One might easily mistake it for the time just before the apocalypse. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and at that moment, Ling Fan felt a profound sense of contentment. He truly wished that the day would come when there were no more zombies. No more wars. How wonderful that would be. As he pondered, an idea began to blossom in his heart, to rid the world of zombies, to usher in an era of peace. Suddenly, the exclusive communicator from the intelligence department chimed. This signified that either the base or the other major factions were making moves. Ling Fan activated the communicator, where a single message appeared. A commander has been maliciously injured. The current location is the 3rd temporary camp in the Donu district. 3rd tent to the left. Huh, how naive they must think me. A cold smile crept across Ling Fan's lips. Previously, he had spared over 10 of Huang Bin's loyalists, granting them a chance for redemption. Yet, such chances are fleeting. Miss them, and they vanish forever. Without delay, Ling Fan contacted Ling Lu, assembling 100 battle police to encircle the designated location. Dear officers, I assure you, I have engaged in no wrongdoing. I was merely conversing with a friend. At that moment, Yang Di attempted to exit, but the battle police barred his way. Is this not a bit excessive? Even if you're the masters here, the freedom of speech is an eternal truth. Deng Ping approached, having first settled his daughter in a nearby tent. He could not bear to witness such occurrences. Once a people's police officer, upholding justice was ingrained in his very being. Clapping his hands, Ling Fan stepped into the encirclement of the battle police. Hurry! I applaud your sense of justice, but your ability to discern right from wrong still lacks a certain sharpness. Do you genuinely believe everything this person claims? Ling Fan remained unperturbed, his tone calm. This individual was on the list compiled by Ling San and Ling Si, one of the few he held in high regard. Possessing a solid foundation and a commendable sense of justice, he was indeed a suitable candidate for managing the base. Commander, Deng Ping offered a slight bow. Young Di, you truly cannot change your ways. You wreak havoc among employees at your company. Now, who do you intend to harm here? Ling Fan's gaze sharpened. This scoundrel would not escape his justice this time. What kind of character he possesses, you need only to inquire in the outskirts to find out. There are plenty there who would relish the opportunity to feast on his flesh and drink his blood. Isn't that right, Yang Di? Ling Fan cast a sardonic glance at Yang Di, causing him to shudder. Throughout this encounter, he had remained silent, expecting Ling Fan to discover his presence much later. Little did he know, the revelation came swiftly. Chapter 28. The Establishment of the Police Department. In a Yang Di. Young Di, if you had behaved yourself at the base, I truly had no intention of causing you trouble. However, your repeated provocations have led me to wonder if you believe I am incapable of taking a life. Ling Fan's gaze was sharp, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. I ask you, where's my son? Have you killed him? At that moment, Yang Di's eyes blazed with fury. Turning crimson, Ling Fan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Kill him? That kind of scum is not worth tainting my hands with. A glimmer of hope flickered across Yang Di's ashen face, but Ling Fan's next words plunged his heart into despair. He is likely already dead. After all, the zombie outbreak occurred the following day, and how far could he have gone in a night amidst the chaos of the undead? Ling Fan spoke with disdain. Disregarding Yang Di's failings. His singular desire was to obliterate Yang Di entirely. Bring him. Bint Yang Di. Those who disrupt the base shall face severe punishment. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ling Fan's eyes. Indeed, if a leader is indecisive, such incidents will only proliferate. Ling Fan was determined to evolve into a competent administrator. He paid no heed to the gazes and thoughts of the other survivors and departed from the scene. Upon returning to the command center, he encountered Lin Xiaolu, who was drenched in sweat, approaching from the direction of the warehouse. It must be said, the construction team exhibited remarkable efficiency, unloading all the goods into the warehouse in less than 2 hours. Ling Fan, this time, the supplies are overwhelming. Our warehouse is beginning to run out of space. Lan Xiaolu comprend. Ling Fan nodded in agreement. Starting tomorrow, let's allocate 200 workers from the construction team to build a large warehouse directly behind the current one. This way, we can seamlessly connect the two facilities. The pair conversed idly as they returned to their humble abode. The following morning, the townsfolk awoke to the sound of anguished cries. Yang Di, his hen's bunt, was suspended from the city wall, visible to the majority of the Dawn survivors. The severe punishment Ling Fan had mentioned entailed leaving Yang Di to hang there, slowly starving to death. Without food or water, he would endure a week of torment before succumbing. At this moment, Deng Ping clenched his fists tightly, still uncertain whether to trust Ling Fan or the rather unsavory-looking rotund man. Burdened with questions, he hurried to the outskirts to inquire about Yang Di's fate. After asking several individuals, none had any information, and his heart sank further. Are you inquiring about Yang Di? Wang Si, a hereditary carpenter, despite graduating from university, chose to work elsewhere rather than inherit his family's craft. However, The skills he absorbed from a young age proved invaluable. He currently mentors over 50 apprentices and has established a woodworking factory that primarily focuses on handcrafted products. Just moments ago, he overheard one of his apprentices discussing someone inquiring about Yang Di, prompting him to step forward and seek out Deng Ping. Do you know him? Deng Ping asked, puzzled. Know him? That's an understatement. That scoundrel committed numerous heinous acts right after the apocalypse began. Wang Xi recounted what he knew about Yang Di piece by piece. Upon hearing that Yang Di was trading food for women, Deng Ping exclaimed in disgust, "What a scoundrel!" At that moment, a large crowd began to gather around them, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the survivor base. Ling Fan, you won't die a good death. If you have the guts, kill me. Hanging me up here is nothing but cowardice. Damn you. Yang Di tried out in anguish. Few could truly fathom the torment of having one's wrist bound, bearing the weight of their entire body. In the initial minutes, there may be little sensation, but as time progresses, the intense pressure on the hands becomes unbearable. Rendring existence atome. Thus, the dramatic portrayals of individuals hanging yet flailing around seem rather far-fetched. Bah, you scoundrel. You deceived me. I nearly misjudged the commander. The middle-aged woman speaking was one of those Yang Di had previously duped. She had fervently believed his words and kept her daughter hidden at home. In her fury, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Yang Di. Thud! The stone narrowly missed Yang Di, and the woman glanced around to ensure no one witnessed her act before sighing in relief. With a disdainful spit, she departed from the city wall. Meanwhile, at the command center, a soldier knocked on the door. Commander, a man named Deng Ping requests an audience. Cough. Bring him in after 10 or 30 minutes. Ling Fan was currently preoccupied, his energy fully engaged in his endeavors. Half an hour later, as Ling Fan exited the command center, he spotted Deng Ping waiting in the distance and approached him directly. Commander. Deng Ping clasped his fists respectfully. What brings you here? Ling Fan asked nonchalantly. Deng Ping adjusted his attire and replied, I have two matters I wish to discuss with you. First, I want to apologize. I should not have believed the slander of a petty person and nearly misjudged our savior. The second matter is whether we might simply execute Yang Di. I have always felt that hanging him on the wall is somewhat inhumane. Oh, are you here to plead for Yang Di? Ling Fan's tone was a mix of surprise and anger. It seemed he had misjudged Deng Ping's character if he still wished to aid Yang Di. Deng Ping immediately became flustered and exclaimed, No, I am not advocating for Yang Di's clemency, but rather expressing the sentiments of the others in the base. Our base is called Dawn Base, signifying hope. However, Yang Di's hanging figure looms over our hearts like a colossal stone, which is decidedly detrimental to the development of our base. For a fleeting moment, Ling Fan found a glimmer of truth in his words. Indeed, this situation was somewhat extreme. While one could eliminate him, having him suspended on the city wall would undoubtedly invite scandal. Very well, I shall take your suggestion to heart. Are you interested in continuing to serve the people? Ling Fan gazed at Deng Ping with a smile in his eyes. Huh, what do you mean, Commander? Deng Ping hastily changed his address from Commander to Sir. I am preparing to establish a police department, akin to the police stations before the apocalypse. What I require now is a director, and your qualifications align perfectly with my needs. Ling Fan revealed without any air of mystery. I am willing. Deng Ping responded joyfully, fully aware that the position of director would significantly improve his living conditions and ensure his daughter's safety. Additionally, a sense of justice compelled him to return to his former profession. All right, Ling Lu, immediately post a notice announcing our need for a substantial number of police personnel. Those with prior experience as officers will be given priority. Ling Fan instructed Ling Lu. Understood. Ling Lu rushed off to execute the orders. The urge to engage in battle was becoming increasingly difficult for him to suppress, and he needed to perform well before the commander. After issuing the first command, Ling Fan proceeded to give a second. Ling Wu, notify Zheng Ming. Arrange for the construction of a prison. It should be built adjacent to the warehouse currently under construction. We must ensure that a cell for Yang Di is completed today. Deng Ping, once the recruitment is finalized, your first order of business will be to execute Yang Di. Yes. Both Ling Wu and Deng Ping replied. Chapter 29 Mission. Unification of Currency System. Ding. In light of the host's preliminary establishment of the base system, main task 3 is hereby announced. Task: Unify City C. The chaos of the zombie outbreak has persisted for nearly 2 months. In order to provide survivors with a better living environment, the host must unify City C within 1 month. Let us create a better world. Naturally, with such vast territory, it is imperative to establish a currency system for our base. Please perfect this system prior to the unification of City C. Task duration, 1 month. Reward, 1 fortified city wall of City C. 1 fully automated laser defense system. Failure penalty, deduction of 100 million spirit coins. Ling Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the severity of the penalty. Since his rebirth, he had yet to even comprehend what 100 million spirit coins looked like. System, what if I don't have enough spirit coins? Ling Fan inquired. Host, should you lack sufficient spirit coins, your life value will be deducted. Given your current stature, you might just manage to pull it off, the system chided. That's excessive. Truly excessive. I, Ling Fan, have been intimidated into growing up. This task must be accomplished. Initially, Ling Fan found the rewards rather insignificant. Yet, the moment he resolved to complete the task, those rewards became undeniably enticing. Setting aside the formidable defense system, the notion of erecting a wall around City C is nothing short of astonishing, more so than the idea of ancient dinosaurs constructing cities. If Ling Fan were to undertake the construction of such an extensive wall himself, it would certainly require no less than 100 million spirit coins. Allow me to put it this way, host, this wall cannot be acquired without at least several billion spirit coins. The system's tone seemed to implore, praise me, praise me. Upon hearing this, Ling Fan silently stowed away his amused expression. As for the fully automated laser defense system, it was indeed impressive. It would significantly reduce the number of battle police stationed along the wall. Just imagine, a wall stretching over 100 kilometers. It would be utterly impractical to rely solely on their limited number of soldiers for its defense. Now, returning to the task at hand. The prerequisite was to refine the monetary system. Yet Ling Fan had little understanding of such matters. After pondering for a moment and failing to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, he decided to solicit the opinions of others. At 3 p.m, within the command center's conference room, Lin Xiao, Lu, Zheng Meng, Deng Ping, Fan Wei, and others arrived in succession. This time, Ling Fan did not summon the various commanders of the battle police. Only Commander Ling Yi was present, as the others likely lacked comprehension regarding the essence of a monetary system. Everyone, the base is expanding rapidly. My next plan is to unify City C, to rid it of zombies, and establish our singular dominance. Therefore, we must secure internal stability. I intend to initiate a monetary system within our base. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to determine the criteria for this system. After Ling Fan concluded, he observed the expressions of those present. Lin Xiao Lu appeared quite anxious, fearing that Ling Fan might return in a state akin to his previous fainting episode. Meanwhile, the others wore expressions of astonishment. For if City C were to be free of zombies and unified under their control, their own standings would undoubtedly rise dramatically. Commander, I propose that we use weapons and ammunition as the basis for our currency. Commander Ling Fan, I find that unacceptable. Wouldn't that allow people to freely exchange firearms and ammunition? It would jeopardize the stability of the base. Lan Xiao Le Kuntered. What about using housing as the standard? Zheng Meng suggested. Old Zheng, remember that houses are for living, not for speculation. Ling Fan promptly dismissed Zheng Meng's notion. He had considered such an idea earlier that morning. After some contemplation, Deng Ping remarked, perhaps we should adopt a gold standard. After all, it has been a tradition for thousands of years and could continue to endure. I hold an opposing view. I advocate for using food as the basis for currency, at least for the present stage, as a primary strategic resource. Food is indeed the most suitable basis for currency. What purpose does your gold serve now? This is no longer a conflict between humans. It has transcended such boundaries. Fan Wei adjusted his transparent square glasses and spoke in a calm tone. That's a brilliant idea. After all, we are already using food as wages. We merely need to convert food into food vouchers. Lan Xiao Le exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this suggestion, a flicker of brilliance sparked in Ling Fan's eyes. Excellent idea. Please, continue. Ling Fan remarked with a smile directed at Fan Wei. Fan Wei nodded and elaborated. As for the currency system, we can establish it as follows. 25 kilograms of food will equate to 1 food currency. Currently, there are approximately 230,000 tons of food in the warehouse, thus allowing for the issuance of 18 billion food currencies. The remaining stock of food is nearly all that is held in reserve. Recently, Zheng Meng and Lin Xiao Lu have dispatched their subordinates to plunder most of the food within. Ultimately, we decided to increase the issuance to 20 billion food currencies, adding an additional one, 6 billion. The management will provisionally receive 300 food currencies per month, while ordinary soldiers and employees will not receive less than 100 food currencies monthly. Naturally, as time progresses and food becomes more abundant, the value of the food currency will rise, strengthening its purchasing power. Once all matters were settled, Ling Fan dismissed the group and summoned all officers of the rank of captain and above to the conference room. "Commander, what's going on? Is there another battle? I want to be at the forefront this time," Ling Lu exclaimed as he stepped into the conference room, casting a glance at Ling Air. Ling Air was accustomed to Ling Lu's demeanor. Ling Fan turned to Ling Lu and said, "With such limited arms and ammunition, do you truly wish to lead the charge?" This was Ling Fan's jest. Ling Lu could only manage a sheepish smile as he took his seat. The purpose of this assembly was primarily to announce a significant matter. Ling Fan paused before continuing. "From today onward, we must unify City C within a month. Here is the map of City C along with the distribution of power." Ling Fan turned and pointed to a map behind him, which was not a clear geographical representation, but rather a hand-drawn depiction from the intelligence department. Following the recent upgrade, the positions for such specialized personnel had increased to 100, prompting Ling Fan to summon an additional 90 members of the Night Watch. The Night Watch would now be solely responsible for managing intelligence within the base, no longer venturing out to gather information. "Night Watch, please present the distribution of power and strength throughout City C," Ling Fan concluded, handing the signal pen to the Night Watch. "Everyone, please pay close attention to what follows. This concerns the safety of your soldiers." The Night Watch's voice remained as gravelly as ever. After a brief pause, he continued, "There are a total of 32 factions, large and small, in City C. Among them, 5 are the largest, but now only 4 remain. In truth, we need not be overly concerned about the formidable factions. They are, to varying degrees, connected to the former official powers of the Blue Dragon Kingdom. My primary focus lies on those lesser factions." An individual named Anya directed his signal pen toward a force known as Haiba, continuing, "Take this faction, for instance. Although their influence is modest, they possess an astonishing number of first-tier superhumans, 56 individuals within a population of merely 3,000. This surpasses the majority of survivor bases considerably. It appears as though some external force is lending them support, rendering our infiltration nearly impossible." Anya then pointed his pen towards another survivor base called Lanshan, noting, "This situation mirrors that of the previous survivor base. There exist as many as 5 such small survivor bases of this nature." He meticulously marked all their locations, leaving the assembly below in a state of astonishment. 50 first-tier superhumans within a single base. What a concept. This implies that these 5 survivor bases collectively harbor nearly 300 first-tier superhumans. Meanwhile, our own base boasts no more than 80 first-tier superhumans, a feat made possible largely due to the system's assistance. Chapter 30. Establishing a modest objective. Conquer 3 bases. Second tier. Thus, this presents a formidable challenge for our base. Should we succeed, our stronghold shall become an indomitable bastion. Following Anya's discourse, Ling Fan immediately interjected. Their base is in close proximity to the city center, with only 3 smaller survivor bases nearby, aside from the military survivor base that Ling Fan and his companions had previously decimated, which lies outside the 5 mentioned bases. The subsequent actions were straightforward. Ling Fan dispatched the eager 1st and 5th regiments to capture the 3 smaller bases. In terms of armament, each regiment was uniformly equipped with 1063 type rocket launchers and 5080 type general-purpose machine guns. Anya, within half a month, I require comprehensive intelligence on those 5 survivor bases, including the factions supporting them, Ling Fan commanded. "Understood." Anya promptly responded before exiting to devise a plan. Ling Fan then pointed to the upper right corner of the map. "Steting, Lingi." This marks another grain storage facility in City C, currently occupied by one of the 5 major factions, the Greedy Wolf. We are less than 10 kilometers from them, and I believe our next step should be to establish a route connecting our base to the Greedy Wolf base. As the population of their base grew, food supplies would inevitably dwindle. While the rural districts of City C undoubtedly possessed ample grain, it would only serve as a drop in the bucket. For sustainable development, we must secure both grain storage facilities within City C. Commander, I propose we act simultaneously. We can easily conquer those 3 small bases with our army of 10,000. The only significant challenge comes from the horde zombies. With our substantial military resources, taking 2 routes concurrently should be quite manageable. Ling Fan shook his head, responding not sufficient. Far from it. Are you aware of the population of City C? It stands at approximately 7-8 million. If we consider an infection rate of 90, do you grasp how many individuals would be infected? Around 7 million would succumb to the infection. This leaves merely about 800,000 survivors. Have you contemplated the scenario? Could we withstand an onslaught of 7 million zombies? Upon hearing Ling Fan recount the staggering statistics of City C, he was momentarily taken aback. He had never meticulously calculated the actual number of zombies before. The revelation left Ling Fan feeling utterly disconcerted. Our immediate priority now is to secure those 3 survivor bases. Ling Fan manufactured all the ammunition in the armory, and it was then up to the soldiers to transport it. The busy days always seemed to pass swiftly, and by the time Ling Fan completed his tasks, it was already past 8 in the evening. After a hasty meal, he ascended to the rooftop of the command center. Since the base was upgraded to level 3, the command center transformed into a 2-story structure with a rooftop, where Ling Fan and his companions had their sleeping quarters and recreational area on the 2nd floor. This was Ling Fan's first visit to the rooftop since the upgrade. On the rooftop, several lounge chairs awaited him, and he reclined on one at random, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky. He pondered whether there existed planets akin to Blue Star. Ling Fan had always harbored a dream, to soar into space with his family, eternally gliding amidst the cosmos, visiting beautiful planets. Lost in these thoughts, he drifted off to sleep. At that moment, energy began to converge. Every cell in Ling Fan's body fervently absorbed the energy. He felt as though he were cradled in his mother's embrace, enveloped in warmth and security. The pace of energy accumulation intensified. If one were to observe closely, they would see that this stream of energy was descending from the stars above. It is common knowledge that the stars are distant suns, light years away from Earth. Yet, at this moment, they were continuously transmitting energy into Ling Fan's being. Naturally, this phenomenon was invisible to everyone, including Ling Fan himself. The extraordinary occurrence persisted for half an hour. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached the 2nd tier of supernatural abilities. A 2nd tier gift package has been awarded. Ling Fan slowly awakened, and as he did, he heard the voice of the system. Huh? 2nd tier? Instantly, Ling Fan was jolted awake. He quickly accessed his attribute panel. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 233. Supernatural ability level, 2. Spirit coins, 18, 562, 400. Points, 35, 586. Items, Spirit Tool, Soul Blade X1, 2nd tier gift package X1. Legion, 30, 000, 30, 000, upgrade condition. Territory reaches 1, 000, 000 inhabitants. Ling Fan was overjoyed to have finally broken through to the 2nd tier of supernatural abilities. In this increasingly perilous apocalypse, a higher level is undoubtedly advantageous. In truth, in his previous life, he had not been privy to such secrets. It was only in this life that he realized the apocalypse brought forth crises that transcended the immediate visible dangers. Ling Fan unsheathed the soul blade, marking its 2nd appearance. He channeled energy into the blade, which immediately emitted a faint, eerie black light. This darkness did not illuminate the surroundings, but rather deepened the shadows. With a gentle sweep of the black blade, a subtle wave of dark energy surged forth. Indeed, Ling Fan's intuition was correct. With the aid of the soul blade, the energy could now be projected externally, a feat achievable only by a 3rd tier ability user. Previously, when Ling Fan executed the soul-devouring slash, it had solely been possible through the overexertion of his physical capabilities. Ling Fan, what are you daydreaming about? I've been calling you for ages. Are you still asleep? Lin Xiaoli's voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing this, Ling Fan hastily sheathed the soul blade, turning to embrace Lin Xiaolu as they entered the room. The following morning, all members of the 1st and 5th battalions were fully prepared, awaiting Ling Fan's command to embark. Today marked a pivotal day for our base. From this moment forth, we would take it upon ourselves to unify City C. The 1st and 5th battalions would split into 3 routes, and by sunset, we must seize 3 bases. The first route would be led by Battalion Commander Ling Er, the second route by Battalion Commander Ling Lu, and the third route would be commanded by myself. After nodding, Ling Fan continued, the independent battalion must remain vigilant during our deployment. I will allocate 40 units of the Type 6 rocket launcher to you, 10 units for each city wall, to guard against zombie ambushes. With his orders given, Ling Fan boarded the command vehicle, while Ling Yi hurried off to manage the affairs of the independent battalion. By the time Ling Yi returned, the two battalions had already set off, and the third battalion, under Ling Fan's command, officially began its journey. Survivors had heard early that morning of Ling Fan's intention to unify the entirety of City C within a month, and they gathered to send him off with cheers. After all, if the city were united and the zombies eradicated, life would undoubtedly improve for everyone. The three battalions set forth towards three distinct directions leading to the Dawn Survivor base, with Ling Fan's 3rd Battalion heading southwest. This direction had once served as the University District of City C, teeming with academic institutions and one of the most populous areas. Ling Fan chose not to traverse the University District directly, but rather to circumnavigate it via the adjacent industrial zone. Although this route would add approximately half an hour to their travel time, it was a prudent choice given the circumstances. Normally, the journey would take about 20 minutes. But the outbreak of the apocalypse had left the roads littered with the wreckage of vehicles and the occasional zombie, drastically slowing the convoy's speed. 2 hours later, approximately 2 kilometers ahead, lay one of the survivor bases they aimed to occupy, known as the Student Alliance. The narrative primarily revolves around a faction composed of university students and the law enforcement units within the university town. Ling Fan's contingent is comprised of precisely 3,000 troops, while the other two groups each boast 3,500. Consequently, the tanks accompany Ling Fan's forces. Suddenly, a young man dressed in tattered sportswear begins to bang a metal basin vigorously, exclaiming that there is a situation nearby, suspected to be military in nature. Instantly, a multitude of heads emerge from the makeshift earthen walls surrounding their base. Ling Fan is left utterly speechless, contemplating the haphazardness of their base's construction. A 5-meter-high earthen wall tightly encircles a tall building, reminiscent of how Ling Fan established the first wall. Chapter 31. The capture of the first survivor base. The Student Alliance possesses minimal strength, with fewer than 500 soldiers, hastily assembled, primarily armed with iron rods and steel pipes. However, there are few handguns within their ranks. Listen up. A voice booms. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately, or we will breach your defenses. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Yi, holding a microphone, delivers this proclamation with utmost seriousness. Ling Fan's face turns a deep shade of purple in frustration. His role has been usurped. This is utterly intolerable. With a swift kick to Ling Yi's backside, Ling Fan admonishes, "Don't frighten the children. Be gentle." Honestly, where did you learn such intimidation tactics? Seizing the microphone, Ling Fan adopts a friendly demeanor and addresses the individuals atop the wall. "Children, the uncles are good people. Open the gates, and I shall escort you back to our base." He then glances at Ling Yi, signaling him to adopt this approach henceforth. "Get lost, uncle. Have some dignity. You don't look like a good person at all. There's no way we'll let you into our base." The tattered-clothed man could no longer contain himself, exclaiming that they were being excessively bullied. Ling Fan's expression darkens, his frustration palpable. Yet, the proximity of the university town prevents him from deploying heavy firepower, as the consequences would be dire. This is precisely why he chose not to bring Ling Er and Ling Lu along. Those two could hardly tolerate such indignities. Ling Yi, instruct everyone to equip their firearms with silencers. Do not harm these students. They are precious. Ling Fan commanded vehemently. In response, all the officers swiftly retrieved silencers approximately 10 centimeters in length from their bags, attaching them to their Type 95 automatic rifles. Fortarmore, Ling Yi demonstrated remarkable foresight, organizing the officers to set up 6 Type 63 rocket launchers and 30 heavy machine guns. Within the Student Alliance, panic ensues. "President, it's bad. The troops outside are armed with cannons and heavy machine guns. The cannons look terrifying with 12 barrels." Upon hearing this news, Dong Chung trembled involuntarily, then turned to the student below and inquired, "Is it the military? Damn it, they never come. Yet now they have." In a moment of intense agitation, he kicked aside a woman who was crawling at his feet. Dong Chung was in a state of sheer anxiety. Once a mere auxiliary police officer in the Blue Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement unit, he found himself at the epicenter of chaos when the apocalypse erupted on the very night he was on duty, stationed less than 500 meters from the current base. That fateful day, He was preparing to ask a colleague to cover for him as he intended to visit an internet cafe for gaming when suddenly his fellow officer transformed into a zombie and lunged at him without hesitation. In a desperate response, he drew his weapon and shot his former colleague, shattering the creature's skull. Subsequently, he encountered a group of students, and due to his background in law enforcement and possession of a firearm, he quickly ascended to a position of power within the base. Initially, the entire base comprised only a handful of individuals, but over time, the population swelled to nearly 3,000. To sustain this growing community, he engaged in many unsavory actions. Food was limited, so he organized teams to venture out in search of supplies. Each outing consisted of 20 squads, each with 5 members, yet fewer than half of them ever returned alive. Fortunately, their location in a university town meant that new, unfortunate souls frequently stumbled into their base. The fate of young, beautiful women was even more dire, as they were often conscripted into Dong Cheng's harem. He was determined not to lose his hard-won dominance, believing that these newcomers would be hesitant to employ heavy weaponry. He was acutely aware of the perilous situation. Any loud commotion would undoubtedly attract the undead. Hold the line at all costs. Absolutely no retreat. Dong Cheng's eyes burned with fervor. Outside the walls of the Student Alliance, all soldiers were prepared to fire. We are giving you one last chance. Open the gates, or we will attack immediately. Ling Fan announced through a loudspeaker. By the president's orders, hold your ground. Anyone who retreats will be executed. The informant who had just relayed the warning wore a smug expression as he surveyed the students before him. Once a student himself, named Fan Jian. He was adept at flattery and had earned Dong Cheng's trust, thus becoming the second in command of the alliance. Now, with a handgun in hand, Fan Jian looked down with a smug demeanor at the hundreds of student soldiers on the wall. How are we supposed to fight? We have nothing. One student shouted in despair. Fan Jian, with a malevolent grin, replied, "You can either wait to die later or choose to die now. The decision is yours." The student fell silent at once. Ling Fan, indifferent to the happenings on the wall, focused solely on seizing the base swiftly to return home. "Prepare yourselves," he commanded. As the words left his lips, a cacophony erupted as all armed officers aimed their weapons toward the earthen wall between the battlements and the gates. Ling Fan prepared to forcibly breach the door with bullets. "Fire," he commanded, and the sound of suppressed gunfire reverberated around him. The bullets from 3,000 firearms cascaded like a torrential flood upon the feeble city wall. Initially, the impact was hardly noticeable, but as time elapsed, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, the wall, over half a meter thick, was relentlessly perforated by the officers' gunfire. Some unfortunate souls inside were struck, collapsing onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled to the earth. Ling Fan and his companions beheld the scene clearly. Hundreds of ragged students stood behind the gate, many of whom had already fallen into pools of their own blood. Ling Fan's brows furrowed. The commander of this base was truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Deploy a squad to subdue those students, but do not take lives. As for those who resist fiercely, eliminate them. His voice was chillingly resolute. He realized that the leader of this base intended to use lives as a barrier against them. Ling first dispatched a squad into the base to disarm the hundreds of student soldiers, ordering them to kneel on the ground. Subsequently, a second squad armed with Type 95 automatic rifles was stationed to guard against potential skirmishes. A gunshot rang out. This one was not silenced. A barrage of fire followed, and then silence ensued. Ling Fan led the third squad into the base, where survivors trembled in fear, their thoughts echoing the sentiment of having escaped a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. "Sir, we were coerced by Dong Cheng. This is not our doing. I can take you straight to him. I know where he is hiding," Fan Jian exclaimed, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he looked at Ling Fan. Ling Fan recognized him as the man who had brandished a firearm atop the city wall, likely a minor leader among this group. He gestured to the 2 officers beside him to follow Fan Jian in the pursuit of Dong Cheng. "Sir, this man is Dong Cheng's lackey. He cannot be trusted. Just moments ago, he was urging us to hold our ground at all costs." One of the men who had initially clanged a metal basin declared as Fan Jian entered the building. Ling Fan nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Before long, a burly man emerged, escorted by 2 officers. This man was none other than Dong Cheng himself. Upon hearing the officer's report, Ling Fan regarded Dong Cheng with disdain. Noting his forlorn expression, he had hidden in a trash bin at the 5th floor stairwell, cloaked in refuse, merely to evade capture. Dong Cheng was taken back to the base for confinement, to be handled by the authorities. As for you, Ling Fan said, pointing at Fan Jian, you shall serve a 2-year term in the Reconstruction Corps. For such individuals, the penalty of death may be too harsh, yet they cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Clean up the battlefield. Recruit all survivors. Bring them all back to the base. With that, Ling Fan turned without a glance and returned to the command vehicle alongside Ling Yi. Meanwhile, Ling Er's unit was steadily making its way along the road. And with each passing moment, Ling Er's heart sank further. It seemed he had been assigned to a rural area. The convoy traveled along the country roads for several hours. The Hongguang survivor base. From a distance, Ling Er spotted the inhabitants of the Hongguang survivor base. To his surprise, there were no walls. Ling Er had perused the files on the Hongguang survivor base. It was primarily composed of survivors from nearby towns, boasting relatively robust physical constitutions. During the initial outbreak of the zombie virus, the number of infections had been minimal. Under the leadership of a young man named Zhou Hua, the survivors had excavated a trench 5 meters wide and 10 meters deep around the base. In the center of the trench lay a 10-meter wide road, with a makeshift gate fashioned from tree trunks marking the entrance to the base. Below the trench were sharpened wooden stakes, and a few zombies were scattered across the top. It must be said that rural areas are indeed much safer than urban ones. At the very least, there are significantly fewer zombies. To the villagers opposite, Ling Er called out, "We are from the Dawn Survivor base. Please inform your base's overseer that we have urgent matters to discuss." There existed an unwritten rule at the Dawn base. All matters should be settled with courtesy before resorting to conflict. "What business do you have?" The old man in white regarded him with suspicion, fully aware that in these dire times, strangers posed the greatest danger. As an elder, he understood this all too well. "Kindly summon your overseer. There is only benefit to be gained for you." Ling Er continued. "Very well, wait here." The old man hesitated but ultimately decided to fetch Zhou Hua. Before long, the old man returned with a man who appeared to be around 30 years old, Zhou Hua himself. "You claim to be from the Dawn Survivor base? What brings you here today?" Zhou Hua cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Our reason for coming is quite simple. In this apocalyptic world, humanity must unite as one. We must stand together against external threats. We have come to invite you to join our base." Ling Er expressed his intentions candidly. Zhou Hua furrowed his brow and replied, "What will you provide to protect us? As you mentioned, the zombie outbreak is upon us. If a zombie horde were to descend upon us, how would you safeguard the ordinary people here?" Zhou Hua's concern was palpable. After all, how much longer could they maintain their current situation? He had recently observed that the zombies were becoming increasingly formidable. Initially, the trench had been effective in deterring them, but recently, zombies had begun to breach their defenses, leaving the entire base in a state of anxiety. The tension was palpable. As Zhou Hua finished speaking, Ling Er waved his hand, and the soldiers swiftly unveiled a series of waterproof tarpaulins. Before them stood an array of 63-type rocket launchers and several 80-type general-purpose machine guns, meticulously arranged beside the transport vehicles. Clang! The steel knife in Zhou Hua's hand clattered to the ground. Ever since he was a child, he had been an aficionado of military affairs. He could not possibly be unaware of the formidable arsenal before him. It was a veritable arsenal for exterminating zombies. This mere collection of weaponry could only be considered a fraction of our base's armament. "Do you now believe that we can protect you?" Ling Er wore a broad smile. Finally feeling that he had accomplished the task at hand, perhaps he would be the first to return to the base. Yet Zhou Hua continued, "Surely, you do not have only one team dispatched to persuade us to surrender at such a small base. With your base rallying so many individuals, what will become of our future? Rest assured, you need not worry. Our base has successfully consolidated nearly half of Sea City's food supplies. It will suffice for your sustenance for quite some time. Moreover, we have established an agricultural department, and we shall soon commence the cultivation of our own crops." Ling Er declared, pride evident on his face. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I cannot make decisions for the base alone. I must consult with the elders," Zhou Hua stated, promptly entering the small village within the base. Half an hour later, Zhou Hua emerged from the village with a beaming smile. "Elder Wang, grant us passage. From this day forth, our Hongguang base shall officially join the Dawn Survivor base." Wang Hua exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. The burden he had carried was exceedingly heavy. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. Now, having relinquished control of the base, he felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Elder Wang was the white-haired elder who had just informed Wang Hua of the situation. He removed the wooden post supporting the gate and slowly opened it. First team, follow me in and assist the survivors with their preparations to return to the base. Ling commanded. The number of individuals at Han Guang survivor base was modest, primarily composed of elderly and children, with very few young adults, totaling just over 700. With the collective efforts of the soldiers, all the survivors reluctantly departed from their cherished homeland. Meanwhile, in Ling Lu's unit, gunfire erupted. Damn it, a bunch of lunatics. I didn't even have a chance to speak before you opened fire. Ling Lu fumed, feeling utterly frustrated. The base he was assigned to was situated at a scrap collection station on the western outskirts of the city. According to intelligence, the Dongxing base was comprised of various societal figures, possessing some firearms and ammunition. Ling Lu had intended to adopt a diplomatic approach, emphasizing negotiation before conflict. However, to his astonishment, the individuals at Dongxing base indiscriminately opened fire. In that instant, 2 soldiers fell to the ground. Due to its location in the sparsely populated western outskirts, the Dongxing base has largely been spared from zombie attacks, spanning approximately 1 square kilometer. The base is home to over 200 armed personnel and more than 500 survivors. It is worth noting that the inhabitants are exceptionally astute. They have ingeniously utilized scrap materials from the recycling station to create various barriers, forming a small labyrinth. The mindless zombies, upon entering, quickly become disoriented within its confines. Captain, bring out the Type 63 rocket launcher. Bomb those creatures. Ling Lu exclaimed, feeling frustrated. This is even more intense than the last assault on the military district. Despite having fewer people here, it feels as though we're facing an army of thousands. With a thunderous boom, the first rocket launcher was set up, and the captain fired it without hesitation. The sky was filled with countless fragments of scrap, mingled with the unfortunate remains of some zombies. Goodness, what have we done? Were we too hasty? A man timidly questioned. Nonsense. You think I needed you to tell me that? This time, we've targeted the wrong crowd. Haisani replied, his expression one of dismay. He had believed that the convoy was made up of refugees, and without a second thought, opened fire. Little did he know he had stirred a hornet's nest, one filled with rockets. As the rockets were readied by Ling Lu's subordinates, the onlookers within the base were filled with trepidation. Just as Ling Lu was about to give the order to fire, all gunfire within the base suddenly ceased, and a small white flag was raised. Commander, we surrender. Please stop firing, Haisani shouted, holding up a pair of underpants he had stripped from his subordinate. The underpants, now yellowed with age, made Ling Lu wrinkle his nose from a distance. The ensuing events unfolded with relative ease. Ling Lu disarmed the armed factions and arranged for the survivors and supplies to be loaded onto vehicles. The first victory of Ling Fan in uniting City C was thus achieved. Chapter 33, Assassination. As anticipated, Ling Er's team was the first to arrive at the base. Upon reaching it, he promptly organized the soldiers to address the housing needs of the survivors while he remained atop the city wall. Seizing the opportunity to tease Ling Lu, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Thanks to the efforts of the construction corps, the entire Dawn survivor base had seen the emergence of numerous 5-story buildings, with over 1,000 constructed thus far, designed in the style of old-style dormitories. Each room is modest, approximately 20 square meters. Each floor accommodates 50 units, allowing a single building to house over 300 individuals. Therefore, with the current number of buildings, it is more than sufficient to accommodate a population of 300,000. Before long, a second convoy slowly approached the base, and it was not Ling Lu's team. It was indeed Ling Fan's convoy, which he specifically utilized a transport vehicle to transport criminals who had committed unforgivable acts within a base. Upon the vehicle's arrival at the base, the tactical police were diligently arranging accommodations for the survivors. The entire base was in a state of bustling activity. After more than an hour had passed, Ling Lu's convoy finally arrived slowly. A smile began to bloom on Ling Er's face. Is that not Ling Lao Lu? Why have you returned so late? Ling Er teased as Ling Lu ascended the city wall. Enough of that. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Those rabid dogs. The moment I arrived, they attacked us like madmen. That delay cost us precious time. Ling Lu lamented. Ling Er's smile widened as he replied. Is that so? I don't know why, but after a few words, they followed me. Get lost. Get lost. Both Ling Fan and Ling Lu shouted in unison. Once the survivors were settled, Ling Fan returned to the command center. Recently, he felt particularly exhausted, Every day was a battle. He had originally planned to rest for a while before expanding outward, yet the system's tasks arrived with such urgency. Upon returning to the command center, Ling Fan discovered that Lin Xiaolu was absent from the room, seemingly preoccupied once again. Since the population of the survivor base had increased significantly, Lin Xiaolu's personal time had dwindled, but there was no alternative. Such crucial matters could only be entrusted to her. Ling Fan would never feel at ease with anyone else handling it. He spent the afternoon meditating on the rooftop of the 3rd floor. To ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd level, one must comprehend their own power without devouring zombie crystal cores. Currently, Ling Fan's understanding of his own strength was not even at 30%. This meant he was still at the early stage of the 2nd level. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening that he was jolted awake by the sounds of a scuffle. Ling Fan rose and stepped outside, only to find a person lying on the ground inside the base. Upon seeing the individual, his heart felt as though it had been brutally stabbed. Lying on the ground was none other than Lin Xiaolu. A knife was plunged into her chest, and blood had already soaked the ground. Ling Fan leaped down from the upper floor, his eyes bloodshot as he cradled Lin Xiaolu, crying out in anguish, "Xiaolu, wake up, come back to me." His eyes were completely overtaken by blood vessels. Slowly raising his gaze, he saw Ling pinning a man down. That man was actually a 2nd-level ability user. However, he was merely the weakest kind of 2nd-level user who consumed zombie crystal cores. "Who sent you? Speak. I might give you a swift end." Ling Fan pronounced each word with precision. "Bah, dream on. Ha ha. I just want to say you're all finished. You still think you can reclaim the forces of Sea City, just based on you? Ha ha." The man laughed arrogantly. "Dark Knight," Ling Fan bellowed. "At your service." Draped in his customary black robe, the enigmatic figure of the Dark Knight emerged like a ghost from the shadows. "The matter is entrusted to you. Ling, you will assist. I demand results within half a day." Ling Fan's voice was chillingly cold. "Understood." With that, the Dark Knight and Ling seized the man and began their march towards the prison cell. "Ha ha!" The man erupted into a maniacal laugh that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. "System, did you just inform me that Xiaolu still has a chance of survival?" Ling Fan inquired, just as he was on the brink of despair. The system promptly alerted him that a method for rescue existed. Indeed, within the construction options, there is a medical facility available. You may construct it. Originally, it would have been unlocked only after you unified the base, but consider this a concession. Ling Fan, upon hearing this, refrained from responding to the system and directly opened the building creation options. Lo and behold, a medical facility option had indeed appeared. Constructing the medical room required 10,000 spirit coins. Ding! Deducting 10,000 spirit coins. Ling Fan promptly placed the medical facility behind the command center. In less than a minute, a technologically advanced structure materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up Lin Xiaolu from the ground and dashed towards the medical room. As he reached the door, it slid open automatically. The medical room was modest in size, housing 3 medical pods. Ling Fan swiftly placed Lin Xiaolu into one of the pods, the door sealing shut with a soft hiss. The transparent door allowed him to witness beams of light enveloping Lin Xiaolu, while the dagger embedded in her chest gradually transformed into shimmering starlight and vanished. The medical room, indeed, was a marvel of terrifying efficacy. Before his very eyes, Lin Xiaolu's wound healed at an astonishing rate, completely mending within a mere 20 minutes. Yet, the healing light showed no signs of abating. Ling Fan anxiously awaited, consumed by self-reproach. Why had he stayed by Lin Xiaolu's side? Had he been there, such calamity would never have befallen her. Another half-hour elapsed. At last, the healing light began to dim until it finally faded away. The pod's door opened slowly, and Lin Xiaolu's eyelashes fluttered before her eyes gradually opened. Ling Fan, am I not dead? I was so afraid I would never see you again." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Ling Fan hurriedly lifted her from the healing pod, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. "Xiaolu, I too feared I would never see you again. This time, I shall ensure that the lives of those who threaten you are extinguished." As he spoke, Lin Xiaolu trembled involuntarily. The murderous aura radiating from Ling Fan was palpable. This time, he was truly enraged. In his fury, he would hold nothing back. At any cost, eradicate the forces that dare to infiltrate the base and harm Lin Xiaolu. System, what is the point requirement for advancing from a 1st tier to a 2nd tier warrior? Ling Fan inquired directly. Host, it requires 10,000 points to advance from first tier to second tier. Ling Fan immediately opened the system panel. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 233. Ability level, 2. Spirit coins, 11. 852, 462. Points, 35, 586. Items, Spirit Artifact, Soul Blade, X1. Legion, 30, 00030, Upgrade Condition. Territory must reach 1,000,000 inhabitants. Ling Fan would not allow this to happen a second time. Absolutely not. Ling Ye. Notify all captains and above to assemble in the command post conference room. As Ling Fan and Lin Xiao Lu stepped out of the medical room, Ling Fan issued the command without hesitation. Chapter 34. Traitors Among Humanity. After escorting Lin Xiao Lu to her bedroom, Ling Fan descended to the conference hall. At that moment, Ling Yi was also present, his head bowed deeply, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Ling Yi, this is not your fault. No one could have anticipated the sudden attack by a second-tier assailant on our base. Ling Fan risusuret Ling Yi. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi, with tears in his eyes, knelt on one knee and said, Commander, I admit my shortcomings in this matter. Please punish me. Ling Fan regarded him intently before replying, Very well. I shall impose a penalty. From today onward, you will not only serve as the commander of the 1st Division, but also as the captain of the guard squad. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi was utterly astonished. Is this a punishment? It feels more like a reward. Commander, this. Enough. You need not elaborate. This matter is settled. Ling Fan firmly interrupted Ling Yi's protest. Once all members of the warrior management were present, Ling Fan began all divisions. Report the current number of first-tier warriors, excluding yourselves. 65 members. Ling Ye reported. 12 members. Ling San reported. 5 members. 7 members. 15 members. The independent division has none. Reports continued from the 1st Division to the independent division. Given that the 1st Division engages in the most combat, it also boasts the highest number of first-tier warriors. Very well. Effective immediately, we shall establish the guard squad. All first-tier warriors, excluding the captains and division leaders, shall be assigned to the guard squad, responsible for vigilance in both the inner and outer cities. Subsequently, Ling Fan opened the combat merit rankings. The highest-ranked warriors currently enlisting are number 033 and number 0568. From today onward, number 033 shall be known as Ling Qi, and number 0568 shall be known as Ling Ba. Summon them in. Ling Air complied and exited to bring them in. Commander, the 2 warriors respectfully saluted Ling Fan. From today onward, you shall serve as the captains of the 1st and 2nd teams of the guard squad. Safeguard the important personnel of the base 24 hours a day. After finishing his words, Ling Fan promptly clicked to upgrade the 2 individuals on the system. 2 beams of white light flashed, and Ling Qi and Ling Ba transformed into second-tier warriors, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they averted their gazes under the envious eyes of their former superiors. Ling Air and the others regarded them with the tenderness of a father watching his daughter marry, which sent a chill down the spines of the 2. You 2, under any circumstances, must remain in the inner city. The safety of the inner city is entrusted to you, Ling Fan declared solemnly. 100 first-tier warriors swiftly arrived from their respective teams to the inner city, while Ling Qi and Ling Ba began to fortify the entire area, strategically placing the 100 warriors in various roles throughout all units. Their responsibility was to oversee the core zone. A mere square kilometer of land could be traversed in the blink of an eye for the 2 of them. As for the vacancies in each regiment, they were directly filled from the independent regiment. By 11:08, 3 hours had elapsed since the interrogation began, yet the results remained elusive. Inside the base's dungeon, a man infiltrating the premises screamed in anguish, if you have the guts, kill me. You wretched dog, go on, kill me. His voice echoed with despair and helplessness. Hey, not so fast. This is merely the beginning. There are hundreds of methods of interrogation, and I've only employed 20 thus far. Once I exhaust all options, if you still refuse to speak, I shall end your life. The raspy voice of the dark figure dripped with a sinister amusement, sending chills down the spine. The man shuddered in rage, shouting, You devil, you will not die the good death. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. A piercing scream followed, reverberating through the dungeon. Meanwhile, the other inmates in adjacent cells trembled in fear. It was utterly terrifying. From 8 o'clock until now, The torment had not ceased for a moment. "Officer, I confess. I confess to murdering my uncle's family. I killed my cousin first. I am guilty." A middle-aged man in one of the cells could no longer endure the despairing cries. All the prisoners believed the police had commenced the interrogation. If they did not reveal the truth, they would suffer the same fate as the man next door. "Get out. It is not yet your turn for interrogation. But for scum like you, there is likely only one path ahead, death. As for the rest, I have nothing more to say. You will decide your own fate." A guard in the dawn-based police uniform replied sternly, "Beat that scumbag." The others looked at the man who confessed as if he were already dead. How could a person who could harm their own family deserve to live in this world? "Oh, don't slap me. Don't kick me there. Act." A sound of something shattering echoed through the dungeon. Dark Knight held a steel needle in one hand and an alcohol lamp in the other, the needle glowing red from a heat. The man's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the steel needle in Dark Knight's hand, on the verge of collapse. Have you ever seen a steel needle as thick as a nail? It could easily be mistaken for a steel pestle. The enigmatic figure, Dark Knight, paid no heed to the man's thoughts as he restrained the man's hands and gradually moved the steel needle closer to his thumb. "Stop. I concede. Do not pierce me," the man exclaimed hastily. The terror was unbearable, more frightening than death itself. In the bedroom of the command center on the second floor, Ling Fan held Lin Xiaoli's hand, watching as she drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the communicator exclusive to the Night Watcher emitted a sound. Ling Fan took out the device and, upon glancing at the message, nearly crushed it in his grip. This was a second-tier ability user from one of the 5 minor factions. Though referred to as 5, they were essentially one entity. Their division into 5 smaller bases was merely a ruse to attract more survivors to their stronghold. Once the survivors arrived, they faced 3 fates, the strong becoming soldiers, the beautiful being claimed by the elite, and the ugly and weak being reduced to mere fodder for the zombies. Astonishingly, the mastermind behind these 5 minor bases was a 3rd-tier zombie. A 3rd-tier zombie had emerged in City C. In a last life, the emergence of such a creature occurred only 6 months after the apocalypse began, typically in 1st or super 1st-tier cities. City C, where Ling Fan currently resided, was situated at the intersection of 3rd and 4th-tier cities, with at most a few 2nd-tier zombies to contend with. Clearly, the butterfly effect from his rebirth extended far beyond his expectations. Ling Fan was quite familiar with the individual behind the 3rd-tier zombie, Yang Guan. He was none other than the son of Yang Di. How could he have allied himself with the zombies? In his previous life, there were indeed individuals who worshipped the undead as deities. "Damn it," Ling Fan muttered under his breath. The Yang family was utterly despicable. Both father and son deserved their fate. Tomorrow morning, all officers at the regiment level and above are to gather in the command center meeting room. Ling Fan issued a directive to Ling Yi. "Understood." Ling Yi responded. Ling Fan reflected on the situation, which indeed posed a significant challenge. For a 3rd-tier zombie, hunting 2nd-tier zombies was a trivial task, implying that it could effortlessly create 2nd-tier ability users. However, typically, consuming a 1st-tier zombie crystal core necessitated a month-long interval before one could ingest a 2nd-tier core, lest they risk exploding. The creation of a 2nd-tier ability user must have cost countless lives. Ling Fan could not find rest throughout the night. This incident had sounded a grave alarm in his mind. Chapter 35. Preparations for Battle. The following morning, all officers at the regiment level and above sat upright in the meeting room, sensing an air of foreboding emanating from Ling Yi and Dark Knight. Thud, thud, thud. Ling Fan descended the stairs slowly, forgoing his usual jovial demeanor, and made his way directly to the head of the meeting room. "Everyone, it has been confirmed that last night, the recent assault was orchestrated by these 5 factions in unison." Ling Fan gestured towards the map with his pen and continued, "It is understood that this faction collectively identifies itself as the Corpse God Cult, venerating the undead. Those who still inhabit the base are all disciples of the Corpse God Cult, having betrayed humanity and transformed into demons. We must show no mercy towards them. We shall eradicate them from this world with an iron fist." Ling Fan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a chilling coldness. "Commander, we are willing to fight," declared the assembled leaders in unison. This time, aside from the independent regiment, all 5 regiments of the 1st Division will be mobilized. This battle will not merely be against those traitors, but we shall also face an incessant tide of zombies. Therefore, I urge everyone to prepare accordingly, Ling Fan stated matter-of-factly. "To accomplish our mission at all costs, echoed the leaders in unison. Thus, preparations for combat commenced. Although Ling Fan yearned to set off immediately and send those scoundrels straight to hell, the situation this time was markedly more severe than before. It was not merely the strength of the personnel at the bases that posed a threat, but the inevitable onslaught of zombies, who would charge heedlessly upon their attack. Moreover, over 100,000 third-tier zombies were stationed around each base, serving as a protective barrier for those scoundrels. Hence, it was imperative that we were adequately equipped with weapons and ammunition. Ling Fan visited the armory and directly commissioned the production of 2 tanks, expending 2 million spirit coins. In terms of heavy machine guns, he opted for the 171 model 127mm heavy machine gun due to its portability. This machine gun was significantly lighter than the 80 model general-purpose machine gun, while its firepower was also substantially superior, given its 127mm caliber. It could rival the anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on tanks, and even surpass them in mobility. The 171 heavy machine gun could be fired while running, making it an indisputable weapon of mass destruction for this campaign. Furthermore, Ling Fan also took into account the second and third-tier zombies, for which he prepared a specialized weapon, the 87 model grenade launcher, renowned for its destructive capabilities. This remarkable weapon fired 35mm grenades capable of penetrating 80mm of armor, likely reducing first-tier zombies to mere fragments upon impact. Even second-tier zombies would find themselves overwhelmed by a few shots. The distinction between this weapon and the 63 model rocket launcher was significant. One was designed for area damage, while the other inflicted targeted damage. Ling Fan equipped each regiment with 50 171 heavy machine guns and 2087 grenade launchers. As for ammunition allocations, the following was established: 10,000 grenade magazines, each magazine containing 16 rounds at 300 spirit coins, totaling 3 million spirit coins, and 200,000 rounds of 58mm caliber ammunition for the 95 model rifle, costing a total of 100,000 spirit coins. The 762mm caliber ammunition, used in the Type 80 general-purpose machine gun and the parallel machine gun, consumed a total of 1 million spirit coins for 1 million rounds. The 127mm caliber ammunition, utilized by the anti-aircraft machine gun on tanks and the Type 171 heavy machine gun, expended 2 million spirit coins for 1 million rounds. The rocket projectiles totaled 20,000, consuming 2 million spirit coins. The 125mm tank cannon accounted for 5,000 rounds, costing 1 million spirit coins. The production of machine guns and grenade launchers incurred less than 100,000 spirit coins. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 239. Supernatural ability level, 2. Spirit coins, 725, 621. Points, 15, 586. Items, spiritual artifact, Soul Blade 1. Legion, 30,000, 30,000. Upgrade condition. Territory must reach 1,000,000 inhabitants. Ling Fan opened the system panel and saw that he had become a pauper once again, unable to suppress a faint smile of bitterness. Crates upon crates of ammunition were being urgently transported on trucks. This time, Ling Fan had deployed 100 transport vehicles, commandeering all available trucks for various departments. The quantity of ammunition was astonishing. These were the death warrants for those scoundrels. With over 800,000 spirit coins remaining, coupled with previous stockpiles, he equipped each regiment with 50 Type 63 rocket launchers. This time, he intended to ensure that those rascals faced dire consequences. Ling Fan did not set out today. Merely loading the ammunition onto the vehicles would take several hours. As matters in the urban area had not yet been arranged, Ling Fan proceeded to the inner city, first visiting the old director for a casual chat. After leaving the old director's residence, he headed directly to the command center of the security corps. Upon hearing that Ling Fan had arrived, Zheng Meng joyfully came out to greet him. Zheng Meng, how many personnel does your security corps currently have? Ling Fan inquired directly upon seeing him. Reporting, Commander, we currently have a total of 8,000 personnel in the security corps. Zheng Meng responded. Ling Fan, however, was not particularly impressed. The security corps was essentially a reserve force he had cultivated himself. I need you to mobilize 5,000 personnel for me. We will inspect the troops at 3 p.m. Ling Fan commanded decisively. Understood, Zheng Meng replied, his face illuminated with excitement. It seemed he was being prepared for battle. Before leaving, Ling Fan tossed Zheng Ming a first-level zombie crystal core and instructed him to consume it. Zheng Ming was not mistaken. Ling Fan indeed intended to take him to the battlefield, and thus, for Zheng Ming's basic safety, Ling Fan made an exception to elevate him to a first-level supernatural being, despite his lack of prior military achievements. Of course, Ling Fan's intention in summoning them was not for combat, but rather to assist with the supply of weaponry and transportation of materials. Zheng Ming, naturally, was unaware of this. At 3 p.m., in the central square of the inner city, 5,000 soldiers of the security corps stood at attention, perfectly aligned. These soldiers are all seasoned warriors, each a stalwart figure of resilience. Thus, after Ling Fan seized the survivor base of the military district, he did not impose any hardships upon them. Brothers, Ling Fan began to address the assembly from the elevated platform. You must be aware of the purpose of this gathering. A resounding chorus of "we know" erupted from the 5,000 assembled voices. Excellent. Among us, traitors have emerged, continuously harming our compatriots. This time, I shall stand on behalf of all bases that fight for justice to seek retribution. You will not bear the burden of combat in this instance. I cannot allow the sacrifice of any soldier due to a lack of proficiency with weapons. Your paramount duty is to ensure timely ammunition supply for the 25,000 warriors on the battlefield. As soon as Ling Fan concluded, murmurs of dissent arose from the crowd. Commander, we were once soldiers. Why can't we join the fight? Why can't we battle the undead? Some discontented warriors shouted. I understand your frustration. This campaign is no trifling matter and carries immense peril. My hope is that you will only step onto the battlefield once you have truly attained the combat proficiency of the 1st Division, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Remember, behind you stand countless defenseless civilians. Do not succumb to the temptation of momentary bravado. After Ling Fan's words, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Indeed, if all the combatants were engaged, who would transport the ammunition? Who would handle logistics? I am willing to dedicate everything to the base. This declaration came from a man named Sanmao. I am willing to dedicate everything to the base. As this phrase resonated, the entire central square echoed with heartfelt agreement. Since arriving at the Dawn Survivor base, they had once again felt the warmth of home, at least enjoying the peace of a sound sleep. Some soldiers had even celebrated weddings within the base. The cohesion among the entire base had reached unprecedented heights. Chapter 36. The Prelude to the 6th Regiment's Battle. Everything was in readiness, and Ling Fan returned home to the command center. Following the ambush yesterday, Lin Xiaolu had remained in her room, recuperating. For anyone who has brushed against death requires a moment to breathe. Ling Fan spent the entire afternoon by Lin Xiaoli's side. All preparations within the base were proceeding in an orderly fashion. 1st Regiment assembled. 2nd Regiment assembled. 5th Regiment assembled. Security Regiment assembled. Early the next morning, all regiment leaders reported to Ling Fan. Today, he donned the combat uniform produced by the system, ready to defend the base's honor with iron and blood. Excellent. All personnel aboard the vehicles. Destination, Lanshan Survivor Base. Remember our objective. Inside are the followers of the corpse god cult. They are irredeemable traitors among humanity. Therefore, leave no survivors. The final 4 words were pronounced by Ling Fan with deliberate emphasis. Leading a group of commanders, Ling Fan ascended the command vehicle, flanked by 3 tanks at the forefront and followed by 50 transport vehicles, with the command vehicle positioned centrally, and another 50 transport vehicles trailing behind. Such a grand procession. Do you know? The individual who ambushed our base that day was actually sent by the zombies, exclaimed one survivor. What? Sent by zombies? Zombies could talk now? Inquired another middle-aged survivor. Indeed, I heard that zombie even crowned itself. And here we are, our commander is on a mission to eradicate those traitorous beings. The first survivor gazed at Ling Fan's convoy with an expression of admiration. At this moment, the survivors of the entire base had nearly mythologized Ling Fan. Were it not for the sight of living individuals, they would have likely begun venerating Ling Fan as a deity. The Lanshan Survivor Base is located in the Huangjiang District, merely 5 kilometers west of the Military District Survivor Base. Similarly constructed against the mountains, it is far smaller than the Military District Survivor Base. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments are responsible for the frontal assault on the zombies. The 4th and 5th Regiments prepare the rocket artillery. Let them strike fiercely. The Security Regiment. 3 battalions are tasked with supplying the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments, while the remaining 2 battalions support the 4th and 5th. Ling Fan strategized within the command vehicle. In truth, Ling Fan was exceedingly familiar with the entire Huangjiang district, as the Lanshan base had previously been transformed from a farmstay. The surroundings were remarkably expansive. In less than an hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Lanshan survivor base, estimating a direct distance of approximately 3 kilometers remaining. Here, scattered zombies were already appearing. Likewise, the dense horde of zombies and the Lanshan survivor base ensconced within them were now clearly visible ahead. All transport vehicles halted almost simultaneously. 100 transport vehicles extended the front line to approximately 5 kilometers as soldiers disembarked, commencing their pre-battle preparations. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments immediately fortified their positions. Hurry, 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 Ling commanded. Within 10 minutes, all 15,000 soldiers of the 3rd Regiment were in a state of readiness. Equipped with a total of 150 Type 80 general-purpose machine guns and 150 Type 171 heavy machine guns, along with 60 Type 87 grenade launchers. 3 tanks positioned themselves at the front and flanks, surrounded by a myriad of armed soldiers. Forward! Execute indiscriminate fire. Tot-tot-tot! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sounds of heavy machine guns and rocket launchers filled the air almost simultaneously, with over 100,000 zombies lurking. The survivors of the Lanshan base were exceedingly complacent. In their eyes, no one could breach their defenses. Boom! Goodness, we are under attack. The enemy has explosives. The alarm operator at the Lanshan base frantically waved the alarm, simultaneously shouting within the base. A horde of zombies aimlessly roamed before the survivor base at Lanshan, driven solely by the orders of the 3rd-tier undead to protect this stronghold. Suddenly, over 700 rockets erupted in a cacophony of explosions at the entrance of the Lanshan survivor base. A searing wave of heat engulfed the entire area. What transpired? A burly man forcefully shoved aside a smaller figure, revealing a sight that would haunt him for a lifetime, an image drenched in blood, a scene of utter carnage. Before the Lanshan survivor base lay an expanse devoid of any zombies, the ground marred only by the repulsive remnants of dark, congealed blood. In the first barrage, at least 10,000 zombies perished. More terrifying still, although the zombie horde had detected the armed forces opposite them and surged forward, they could not breach the defensive line. A mountain of corpses, towering over 5 meters high, had amassed merely 400 meters from the stronghold. One could only imagine the overwhelming sight of a 3-kilometer-long wall of bodies. Soldiers wielding 171 heavy machine guns roared in fury, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon the advancing zombies. The barrels of their guns glowed a fiery red, so hot that a single drop of water would evaporate instantly upon contact. With a thunderous roar, the second wave of rockets launched. Over 700 more projectiles soared into the fray, detonating amidst the zombies and reducing them to mere fragments, enveloping the Lanshan survivor base in a shroud of dismembered flesh. "Commander, we are prepared," reported Ling Lu, excitement alight in his eyes. "Wait, I want them to experience despair first. Let them perish in their hopelessness," Ling Fan replied coldly. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the air as an armored zombie charged toward their position. "Prepare the grenades. Fire!" The dull thuds echoed as multiple grenades were launched, capable of firing 16 rounds in rapid succession. Dozens of grenades hurtled toward the 2nd-tier zombie. Upon witnessing humans employing firearms against it, the creature's eyes glinted with disdain. "Look, our deity of death has come to save us. Ha ha ha." Yet, as the Lord of Lanshan base cackled in delight, the first grenade struck the armored zombie squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack and a thunderous explosion, the grenade embedded itself within the creature's armor before erupting with force. Then came the second and the third. 25 grenades in total struck the 2nd-tier zombie, yet it remained unyielding, still standing. However, the situation remains grim. The left hand of the 2nd-tier zombie had been completely obliterated, and the flesh on its right leg was entirely gone. As for the gaping holes in its chest, one could see the horde of zombies behind it. Upon witnessing this, the 2nd-tier zombie prepared to retreat. Yet, it was all too late. The second round of grenades was already on its way. Roar! The 2nd-tier zombie felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It had only just ascended to this tier 3 days prior, living as a zombie for a mere 2 days. It did not wish to meet its demise so soon. Boom! The grenades utterly engulfed the 2nd-tier zombie, with no suspense whatsoever, except for its head, The rest of its body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. A battle officer leaped forward and extracted the second-tier zombie's core directly from its skull. The location of the second-tier zombie had approached roughly 200 meters from the front line. And now, there was not a single standing zombie visible within 400 meters of the front line. The battle officer handed the second-tier core to Ling Air, who promptly passed it to Ling Fan. Upon their return from this battle, the 3 commanders with the highest achievements would be directly rewarded with an upgrade to second-tier status. Ling Fan declared with fervor, "Long live the commander." Upon hearing Ling Fan's announcement of their impending elevation, the commanders were filled with exuberance, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, all except for 2 individuals, Ling Wu and Ling Lu, who had yet to engage in combat. Chapter 37, The 6th Regiment's Great Battle. Perishing in despair. Ling Wu, Ling Lu, aim for that wall over there. Fire with all your might. Let them experience the sensation of being torn apart by zombies. Ling Fan commanded. He intended for these human miscreants to perish in endless despair. Simply being killed by soldiers was utterly insufficient. Yes. All artillery turned towards the Lianshan survivor base. For the 63-style rocket launchers with a range of 5 kilometers, the wall within 3 kilometers required minimal aiming. Fire. Whoosh whoosh. 100 rocket launchers fired in unison. Unlike the forward positions, Ling Lu and the others launched all 12 rounds simultaneously. 1,200 projectiles whistled towards the Lianshan survivor base. Run. Retreat. Boom. Before the command from an officer could be fully articulated, the 1,200 rockets struck the wall. Dust and smoke erupted. The entire Lianshan survivor base was shrouded in thick fog. Ling Fan and his companions could barely discern the outline of the Lianshan survivor base. As the smoke gradually lifted, the walls of the entire Lianshan survivor base lay in ruins, soaked in crimson blood. Just moments ago, there had been at least 500 individuals atop those walls, opposing Ling Fan and his comrades. Now, they had all been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Suddenly, the zombies surging toward the Ling Fan position halted collectively, as if they had caught a whiff of flesh. They all turned in unison, directing their gaze toward the direction of the Lianshan survivor base. A deafening roar erupted. The horde of zombies was irresistibly drawn to the remnants of the Lianshan survivors, who had been reduced to mere fragments by the explosion. The zombies are coming. Everyone run. A middle-aged woman shouted frantically as she sprinted toward the inner city. Observing the dire situation, the others in the base hastily made their way toward the inner city as well. The vacuum created by Ling Fan's explosives outside the city walls was now teeming with zombies, feasting upon the blood and flesh strewn across the ground. Yet, an even greater number of zombies had set their sights on the fleeing survivors within the base. These individuals were adherents of the corpse god cult, and Ling Fan had no intention of rescuing them. These traitors to humanity deserved their fate. Among the fleeing crowd was a middle-aged man, noticeably heavier than the rest, reminiscent of the unscrupulous merchants who exploited the populace before the apocalypse. His speed was significantly hindered. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and as he prepared to curse, the sight of that hand sent a jolt of terror through him. Before he could react, an immense force yanked him into the embrace of the zombies. He beheld a gaping maw lunging toward his cheek. Tear. Ow! A chunk of flesh was bitten away from the man's face, revealing his teeth beneath. His screams echoed for over 3 minutes, as after the initial bite, more than 10 other zombies descended upon the fallen man, tearing into him with abandon. Such scenes unfolded throughout the entire base. Ling Fan paid no heed to the chaos within. The gunfire on their side did not cease. Although many zombies had migrated toward the survivor base, it was inconceivable that all of them would leave. The true bulk of the horde remained with Ling Fan. Damn it! That accursed Ling Fan. Have you managed to contact the Holy Envoy? The leader of the Lianshan survivor base inquired anxiously of a man holding a radio. Sir, the Holy Envoy has yet to respond. The man replied, equally distressed. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies had already breached the entrance of their command post. Quick, mobilize personnel. Block the zombies at the door. We cannot allow them to enter. The Lianshan base leader urged desperately. It's too late, sir. We cannot reach anyone now. The entire command hall is swarmed by zombies. A man observing from outside the command room reported. Damn it, hold the door. The heart of the Lianshan base leader sank. He understood that this time they might not escape their fate. The reason he had initially chosen to follow the zombies was simple. He did not wish to die. The fear of death penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. When Yang Guang, the so-called Saint Messenger, arrived, he did not hesitate to agree. Within less than a month, over 50 first-tier abilities had emerged within the base, and soon he would devour a second-tier zombie crystal core to advance to a second-tier ability. The pinnacle of his life was on the horizon, and he was unwilling to lose it all. Bang! The door to the command room was shattered, a zombie thrusting its arm inside and flailing wildly. In that moment, the leader of the Lanshan survivor base completely lost his sanity. He unceremoniously tossed a second-tier zombie crystal core into his mouth, disregarding everything. A first-tier ability could not stir a wave amidst such a massive horde of zombies. If he could reach the second tier, escaping would at least be assured. As he swallowed the zombie crystal core, a warm current enveloped his body, only to be followed by an excruciating pain that pierced to the bone. He realized he might fail. The sensation of impending explosion was only felt upon failing to advance. The leader of the Lanshan survivor base turned crimson, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. Why? He let out a final, anguished roar before collapsing heavily to the ground. My lord! His trusted aide rushed forward immediately. Upon seeing the fallen leader of the Lanshan survivor base, the aide instinctively began to retreat. How could he evade at such a close distance? From the leader's neck, grotesque tendrils sprouted, darting towards the aide as he approached. Hungry, hungry, hungry. As the aide became ensnared, he heard those words incessantly echoing from their leader's mouth. The leader of the Lanshan survivor base had mutated. Although he retained his memories from life, his craving for human flesh surpassed that of any ordinary zombie. He could never have imagined that the second-tier zombie crystal core given to him by the third-tier zombie was that of the Devourer he had competed against. The Devourer was one of the most terrifying mutated zombies, capable of transforming its flesh into tendrils for combat and consumption. Those tendrils plunged directly into the aide's body. Instantly, the room was filled with slurping sounds, as if someone were drinking a beverage. The aide visibly withered, his throat only able to emit raspy gasps. Quick! The leader is turning into a zombie. Bang! 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 The remaining 10 or so people raised their handguns and fired at the Lanshan leader. Utterly oblivious. The realm of the divine is indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The Lanshan leader emitted a dry, hoarse sound, a painful expression etched upon his face. PSSHD. PSSHD. Crash. Bullets struck his body, yet they failed to penetrate. All fell harmlessly to the ground. Ah! The command room echoed with over 10 anguished screams, as soldiers were suspended like candied hawthorns on the grotesque tendrils of flesh. Chapter 38. The Battle of the 6th Regiment. The half-dead. What is happening? Why have the zombies ceased their advance? Just moments ago, the skirmish was fervent. 3 onlookers wore expressions of confusion. Ling Lu, target the front hall of their command room and fire a shell, exclaimed Ling Fan, his frustration evident. Damn it, these zombies are utterly useless. Ling Fan fixed his gaze towards the direction of the Lanshan survivor base. Understood. Ling Lu promptly dashed to the battleground. This time, he did not delegate the task to his subordinates, but personally adjusted the cannon's position. Once he felt it was adequately aligned, he pressed the firing button with a whoosh. A rocket propelled itself at an astonishing speed towards the command room's location. An explosive roar followed, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a massive, grotesque mass emerged. This grotesque entity was covered in tendrils, each adorned with desiccated corpses. It was the Lanshan leader, transformed into a zombie. Foolish humans, you shall pay for your transgressions. The Lanshan leader commanded, waving its tendrils, prompting nearly 150,000 zombies to surge towards Ling Fan's direction. A speaking second-tier zombie. Ling Fan's heart raced. The half-dead. Such beings had appeared several times in his past life, and each occasion heralded the destruction of multiple survivor bases. The half-dead were terrifying. Despite possessing only second-tier strength, their combat prowess rivaled that of newly transitioned third-tier zombies. This was merely a first-tier to second-tier transformation. If it were second to third, or third to fourth, the half-dead would be truly fearsome. 4th Regiment. 5th Regiment. Immediately advance to the front line. Prepare for battle. Ling Fan felt the weight of impending doom. Ling Wu and Ling Lu hurriedly led all available troops towards the battlefield. Zheng Meng immediately returned with 10 transport vehicles and bring back 30,000 rocket shells. Ling Fan commanded. After the recent barrage, Ling Fan had amassed over 3 million spiritual coins, which he directly allocated for manufacturing via the system panel. Yes, Zheng Ming promptly accepted the order and led 10 officers back to the base. The front line was engulfed in smoke and the thunderous roar of artillery. With the arrival of the 4th and 5th regiments, the horde of zombies, which had previously surged forward with reckless abandon, was forcefully pushed back. Tank artillery. Open fire on that half-dead, Ling Fan shouted as he reached the forefront of the battlefield, his voice lost amid the chaos. Yes, despite knowing Ling Fan could not hear them, the soldiers on the tank acknowledged him. The cannon atop the tank began to slowly rotate, adjusting its aim towards the Lianshan leader, slightly lowering its angle. The artillery fired from a tank differs significantly from a rocket. The latter is launched in a parabolic arc, whereas the former is projected in a straight line. With a thunderous roar, the tank unleashed its firepower. A shell, as thick as a human thigh, soared directly towards the leader of the Lawn Mountain. Along its path, any approaching zombies met their demise, transforming into a torrential downpour of blackened blood. The Lawn Mountain leader, still in the throes of absorbing the life energy of over 10 individuals, found himself immobile. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily evaded such a projectile. Yet an unsettling sense of threat crept upon him. After all, this was a shell of considerable caliber. A 35mm grenade could pierce through 8mm steel plates. And this 125mm shell was exponentially more formidable. As the shell neared, the fleshy tendrils adorning the leader's body instinctively coiled around it. Yet upon contact, they disintegrated into mere flesh shreds. Despite their relentless attempts to intercept the shell's advance, the ground soon bore a mound of gruesome remnants. The spiraling shell penetrated his corpulent form with a resounding explosion that reverberated from within his abdomen. Save for his head, the Lawn Mountain leader was reduced to a mass of pulverized flesh. Ling Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the ease with which the half-corpse was vanquished left a disquieting feeling within him. Just as everyone presumed the half-corpse had succumbed, its head suddenly stirred. The scattered remnants of flesh began to writhe, gravitating towards the head and intertwining with one another. Ling Fan and his companions were horrified by this macabre spectacle. In less than a minute, the half-corpse reassembled itself. With a sinister grin, it addressed them in a raspy voice. "Ha ha! Since you've aided me in digesting that meat, I shall elevate your lives." A chill coursed through Ling Fan. Though several kilometers apart, the half-corpse words were startlingly clear. The elevation it spoke of surely meant their consumption. "Tank, do not cease fire. Commence à tirer bombardement," Ling Fan urgently commanded. 100 grenade launchers advanced to the forefront of the battlefield. The air was filled with a deep thudding as over 1,000 grenades rained down upon the half-corpse. In response, the half-corpse let out a cold laugh, its hands morphing into countless tendrils that burrowed into the surrounding zombies. As these tendrils infiltrated the corpses, the zombies became frenzied. When the grenades approached, they formed a colossal net of flesh, ensnaring and enveloping the incoming projectiles. Although these grenades are capable of exploding, it is perplexing that the grenades encased in flesh, even when detonated, merely cause the flesh to crack without inflicting any substantial damage. Of course, after enduring 1 or 2 explosions, the flesh will quickly begin to wither and turn black. It turns out that the half-dead human has devoted all the zombie's life force to defense. Whenever a mass of flesh shrinks, a tendril emerges, continuing to lunge at another zombie. Indeed, it seems impossible to destroy, Ling Lu exclaimed in frustration. Ling Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that this was his first genuine encounter with a half-dead human, and he had little insight on how to eliminate it. "System, is there any method to kill this half-dead human?" Ling Fan, feeling utterly at a loss, inquired of the system. "Host, you truly are a fool. That tendril is an energy control entity. The black flame energy within you can completely counter it. If you strike it, it won't just be injured. It will be severely wounded." The system's tone was laced with disdain. Ling Fan felt a few lines of frustration appear on his forehead, having been scorned by the system once again. "Everyone, focus on eliminating the ordinary zombies. Leave that half-dead human to me." Ling Fan drew forth his soul blade, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. This marked his first battle since becoming a second-tier ability user. He pointed the soul blade toward the half-dead human across from him, the intent to provoke unmistakable. "Come, let's fight," Ling Fan bellowed, another fool unaware of his own mortality. "Very well, let us engage." A wicked smile flashed across the half-dead human's face. With that, Both man and creature charged toward the western edge of the battlefield, previously a parking lot. The western side of the battlefield featured a full-sized basketball court, which Ling Fan reached first. He slightly lowered his long blade, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on the rapidly approaching half-dead human. Chapter 39, The Battle of Six Masses. The despairing half-dead human. Ling Fan did not allow Ling Yi to join him. For aside from his black flame, which could counter the half-dead human, the energy of all the battle police was nearly identical. The risk of him joining was particularly high. After all, a second-tier half-dead human was nearly invincible among peers. The half-dead human approached Ling Fan with an eerie gait, seemingly slow, yet actually quite rapid, covering dozens of meters with a mere twist of its body. Human, it appears you are their commander. Your attack on our base has inadvertently aided me greatly, granting me this perfect form. As your reward, I shall absorb you into my being, proclaimed the leader of the Arashiyama, the half-dead human, with arrogance. Huh, you? A half-human, half-zombie creature? You should not exist in this world. With that, Ling Fan pointed his blade toward the leader of Arashiyama. Roar. The leader of Arashiyama ceased his idle chatter. One of his arms transformed into a flesh spike, rapidly lunging toward Ling Fan. Ling Fan felt a surge of power coursing through him, as wisps of black flames erupted from his body and the soul blade in his hand. As the grotesque tendril approached within half a meter, Ling Fan swung his soul blade decisively. There was no sense of obstruction. The soul blade effortlessly severed the advancing tendril. The leader of the Lanshan tribe, initially brimming with confidence, was soon faced with an unexpected turn of events. The severed tendril was enveloped by a small cluster of black flames, which acted as a perfect accelerant for the energy contained within. The wound on the leader's arm also ignited with the same black fire. What is this? The Lanshan leader shrieked in horror. In a panic, he severed his own arm, realizing that delay would spell his doom. A new arm rapidly regenerated in its place. This moment rendered him exceedingly cautious. The man before him had proven capable of inflicting harm and extinguishing the immortal energy within him. Anger welled within the Lanshan leader. He had always considered himself a deity, never before having endured such humiliation, except perhaps after becoming a god. You shall perish, he declared, his hands transforming into a multitude of writhing tendrils, reminiscent of the initial display he had executed on the zombies. He could not fathom that Ling Fan would be able to see or evade the onslaught of his myriad tendrils. Should one penetrate Ling Fan's body, he would become a mere puppet. As the tendrils surged towards him, Ling Fan, without a moment's hesitation, summoned forth the energy within him, causing the flames surrounding him to flare slightly. Upon contact, the tendrils ignited into black flames, desperately burning as they emitted shrill cries, falling to the ground and twisting into ashes. Without pausing in his assault, Ling Fan directed his soul blade toward the Lanshan leader. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced the leader's body amidst his incredulous gaze. A thunderous explosion of black flames erupted from the Lanshan leader. Cursed human, the gods shall punish you. The divine light has already spread throughout every corner of City C. With that proclamation, the Lanshan leader was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Ling Fan felt a pang of disappointment. There was no zombie crystal core to be found. Confused, he returned to the base, encountering Ling Yi, who had been lying in ambush. This sight elicited a mix of laughter and tears from Ling Fan. System, do half-zombies not possess a crystal core? He queried, perplexed. Host, it is highly probable that the half-zombie is not truly dead. Both half-zombies and zombies of level 1 and above possess a zombie crystal core. The system responded solemnly. Ling Fan's heart raced at this revelation. If this half-zombie remained unvanquished, the base would be in grave danger. Not everyone possesses the capability to eradicate half-zombies. Concentrate all rocket launchers. Artillery. Initiate a carpet bombardment. Ensure that not a single zombie escapes our encirclement. Ling Fan understood that there could be no further delay, for the consequences would be unimaginable. Amidst the horde of zombies, a nondescript, diminutive undead creature flashed a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes and muttered, "Damn it." Fortunately, I remained vigilant. The Dawn Survivor base shall meet its doom. At this moment, the aura of the zombie appeared to be barely below the first tier, and indeed, both the system and Ling Fan were not mistaken. The leader of Lanshan was very much alive. From the outset, he had embedded dozens of tendrils into the bodies of the zombies along the way. Should his main body perish, these tendrils would automatically activate, effectively granting him a form of rebirth. However, the second-tier zombie crystal core was truly lost, as the energy consumed by the devouring zombie served as the ideal fuel for the black flame. Upon contact with the second-tier crystal core, the flames surged, exacerbating the leader of Lanshan's combustion. Just as he reveled in his dark satisfaction, he suddenly beheld a multitude of rockets soaring through the sky, accompanied by grenades raining down. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. The entire area within a 2-kilometer radius was engulfed in flames, reducing the zombies to mere ashes. As the first wave concluded, a second barrage of rockets and grenades commenced. This relentless bombardment persisted for over half an hour, until every last shell had been expended. The entire Lanshan base in a corner of the Jinshan mountain range had been transformed into a deep crater, several meters in depth and radiating 2 kilometers wide. Now, fewer than 1,000 zombies remained standing or, indeed, alive and intact. 5th Regiment. Engage them, Ling Fan commanded. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments gather the spoils. 4th Regiment. Maintain vigilance. At this moment, the 5,000 soldiers of the security regiment stood in stunned silence. It was utterly horrifying, as it seemed the commander had treated the ammunition as mere currency to be squandered. A mere fraction of the firepower would have sufficed. Yet the commander had ordered a half-hour of relentless bombardment. Quickly, return and inform the leader. The situation has changed. We must alter our strategy. A middle-aged man crawled 3 kilometers behind Ling Fan's position, his face marked by shock as he spoke to those around him. Immediately report to the Wolf Lord. The Dawn Survivor Base cannot be underestimated. The Greedy Wolf Survivor Base had also dispatched personnel, now hastily returning to their own base. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield, with intelligence operatives from various major bases observing the developments. Ling Fan cast a casual glance at the location of the Greedy Wolf Survivor Base's operatives, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Ling Fan had long anticipated that these factions would send spies to gather intelligence. Today, he aimed to demonstrate the might of the Dawn Survivor Base. He was curious to see which factions would obediently come forth to ally with him. What Ling Fan and his comrades did not observe was a solitary zombie silently retreating towards the back mountains, one of its hands blasted away, its eyes gleaming with malice. The leader of Lanshan had escaped. After a thorough search, the spoils yielded significant rewards: 150 first-tier zombie crystal cores and 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores. Aside from the unfortunate second-tier zombie that was initially slain, there was another unfortunate casualty amidst the recent bombardment. It is not merely a matter of tier. Even a 3rd-tier zombie would have struggled to survive such an intense onslaught. Commander, the ammunition has arrived. As the battlefield was just cleared, Zheng Ming had already driven 10 transport vehicles to the site. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 240. Ability level, 2. Spirit currency, 17, 725, 621. Points, 35, 824. Items, Spirit Tool, Soul Blade X1. Legion, 30, 00030, 000. Upgrade condition. Territory must reach 1,000,000 inhabitants. The sense of wealth was truly delightful. Upon returning to the command vehicle, Ling Fan's first action was to access the system panel. Upon seeing the substantial amount of spirit currency he possessed, a wave of reassurance washed over him. 4th Legion, return to base for ammunition replenishment. Our next destination is the Hiba Survivor Base, Ling Fan declared with authority. Understood, Ling Wu responded. Chapter 40, the 6th Legion Battle. The next destination is set. A million-strong horde of zombies. Ling Fan's team divided into 2 paths. The 4th Legion, led by Ling Wu, returned to the base to replenish ammunition, while Ling Fan and the soldiers of the 4th Legion, along with the security corps, advanced towards the second destination. In an effort to ensure sustained combat capability, Ling Fan opted to manufacture 50 transport vehicles specifically for ammunition transport through the system. This time, he directly expended 10 million spirit currency to produce 100,000 rockets. Not a single spirit coin was left unspent, underscoring Ling Fan's determination to eradicate these bases. Greedy Wolf Survivor Base. Lord Wolf, the strength of the Dawn Survivor Base exceeds our expectations. They possess a considerable amount of heavy weaponry. We just witnessed them bombard for over half an hour, annihilating more than 100,000 zombies. The intelligence officer reported with a serious demeanor. Oh, their heavy weapons are still operational? That is indeed good news. You should communicate with them. We can trade food for some of their heavy weaponry. See what they have to say. Lord Wolf instructed. The intelligence officer was momentarily taken aback. He, an intelligence operative, was being sent as an envoy? Who knows if the Dawn survivor base is comprised of lunatics? What if he's killed on the spot? What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Lord Wolf's tone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. And no, I would never dare. It's just that the person in charge of the Dawn base has already headed towards the Haiba base. The intelligence officer replied. Lord Wolf was puzzled. Was the leader of the Dawn survivor base mentally unhinged? What was the point of engaging with such minor factions? Damn it. Just say what needs to be said in one go. The more he contemplated, the more enraged he became, prompting him to roar in frustration. Yes. The subordinate reported that the Ling Fan and Haiba bases were colluding with zombies, possibly as part of a cult known as the Corpse God sect. It seemed that there were 3 other bases in City C facing a similar predicament, though their specific names remained unknown. The intelligence officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The individual before him was not someone to offend lightly. Betraying humanity? Such actions were utterly reprehensible. It was astonishing that even in this apocalyptic era, there were still fools who played the role of the Good Samaritan. Let them fight. Once they are done, we shall seize the spoils. The Wolf Lord's thoughts were to reap the benefits from the chaos. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that Ling Fan's ammunition was inexhaustible as long as it was used against the zombies. At the Haiba survivor base, a young man in a plaid shirt rushed into the command room, panic etched across his face. Report. The Ling Fan division has been annihilated. The Ling Fan leader is presumed dead. Enemy forces are advancing towards our base. What's all the fuss about? The envoy has dispatched 1 million zombies to aid us. What is there to worry? The Haiba leader replied nonchalantly. With 1 million zombies, combined with the over 200,000 zombies surrounding their base, it was no trivial task to eliminate them, even if they were dealing with 12,000 pigs. Not to mention the presence of second-tier and first-tier mutated zombies among the 120,000. Throughout the journey, Ling Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. They had already encountered 3 skirmishes, each involving thousands of zombies. However, their direction was unmistakably towards the Haiba survivor base. It appeared that the third-tier zombies had begun to engage. First and second teams. This battlefield needs to be distanced a bit. The situation seems off. Pull the front line back to 10 kilometers from the enemy base. Ling Fan instructed via the intercom. Half an hour later, approximately 15 kilometers away from the enemy base, a horde of zombies moved about erratically. Commander, from here to the enemy base, there can't be all zombies, can there? Ling Yi gulpet nervously. This is a significant development. Given the scale, there must be at least 1 million zombies. Find out where Ling Wu is and send him our current coordinates. We shall advance towards the local stronghold from our present position. Ling Fan commanded. Understood. They did not immediately engage in battle. The rockets had yet to arrive. Although heavy machine guns and other artillery still had ammunition, facing over 1 million zombies might still prove inadequate. Report. The 4th Division is 6 kilometers away. Estimated time of arrival at the battlefield is within 20 minutes. Ling Yi reported. Good. Inform the soldiers to prepare for battle. Have a security team immediately transport the ammunition. Ling Fan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. They were currently situated in a small town at the southeastern corner of City C. The town was modest, consisting of a single street with residential houses behind them, while the other side of the road was lower in elevation, featuring only scattered buildings. In the low-lying terrain, where the horde of zombies converged, the battle police methodically set up machine guns and rocket artillery, with everyone entering a state of combat readiness. 15 minutes later, the convoy of the 4th Regiment approached slowly, the vehicles smeared with black zombie blood, indicating that fierce battles had erupted along the way. The law enforcement soldiers, upon seeing the arrival of ammunition, immediately began transporting crates of rockets to the front lines. Perhaps the transport vehicles had disturbed the zombies. Or perhaps the undead had been waiting for Ling Fan and his team from the very start, as the zombie army began to advance steadily towards them. This was not a chaotic rush, but rather a well-ordered approach, pressing towards Ling Fan in formation. Second-tier zombies. And not just one, but several. Ling Yi, Ling Lu. Consume these 2 second-tier zombie cores at once. Ling Fan urged, his caution heightened. Over 1 million zombies were already a formidable challenge. The emergence of a few second-tier zombies would complicate matters further. Ling Air and Ling Lu accepted the second-tier cores from Ling Fan with expressions of delight, swallowing them before the assembled crowd. Two beams of white light flashed as they both ascended to the rank of second-tier battle police. All present, prepare for battle. Ling Yi commanded with a booming voice. The clamor of war echoed as all battle police raised their Type 95 automatic rifles. The rocket artillery was the first to fire. Adopting a strategy of unrestrained aggression, Ling Fan thought little of restraint. They would strike with full force. In the first wave, thousands of rockets soared towards the horde. Boom! The explosions resembled a fireworks display, transforming the most concentrated area of zombies, 3 kilometers from the position, into a vacuum where not a single intact zombie remained, save for the remnants of their blackened blood and flesh. However, this breach was short-lived, lasting only 2 minutes before the horde filled the void once more. The second, third, and fourth rounds followed, with over 5,000 rockets ensuring that the zombie army could not penetrate within 1,000 meters. Suddenly, a gap opened in the midst of the horde, where over 500 first-tier zombies gathered, emitting a thunderous roar as they stepped to the forefront. Hitting a first-tier zombie with ordinary bullets was already a daunting task, let alone facing hundreds of them. Prepare grenades. Fire. Ling Yi commanded once more. 100 grenade launchers erupted with flame, launching shells towards the first-tier zombie cluster. Chapter 41. The Frenzied Ling Lu. The second-tier zombies within the horde were caught entirely off guard. They had not anticipated the presence of such devastating individual weaponry within the ranks of this team. Thousands of grenades rushed toward the 500 zombies. The power of the grenades is evident, as the first-tier zombies are ripped to shreds. With the intention of preserving the zombie cores, Ling Fan had previously instructed not to aim for their heads. Commander, zombies have appeared on the right flank of our line. The number is uncertain. Ling Yi rushed over from the far right of the front line. Ling Fan furrowed his brow. It seems that the targeting against them this time is quite pronounced. Colonel Si, immediately take your troops. Establish defense on the right. Colonel Wu, deploy 2 battalions to the rear. 2 battalions to the left. Spare no expense on rockets. Bombard them fiercely. Ling Fan commanded. Yes, yes, replied Ling Wu and Ling Lu in unison. The soldiers of the 2 battalions swiftly equipped themselves with their weapons and moved to the left, right, and rear. The command vehicle was stationed less than 5 meters from the front line. Ling Fan climbed aboard the command vehicle and summoned Ling Yi, Ling Air, Ling San, and Ling Si to join him. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. We must draw the front line closer. If we continue to defend like this, the zombie horde will only gather in greater numbers. I want the defense line within 5 kilometers of the base within 1 hour, regardless of the cost. Ling Fan was increasingly anxious. Since Yang Guang could incite the zombies to attack their current forces, he could also send them to assault their rear. Although a fully armed independent regiment and nearly half a regiment of a semi-armed security force remained stationed at the base, encountering such a massive horde would still pose a significant threat. Commander, how about this? We use rockets to cut off the zombies beyond 5 kilometers. Then eradicate the zombies within the first 5 kilometers of our position. This way, their reinforcements cannot advance, and we will exhaust their frontline forces. Without a doubt, we will advance 5 kilometers within the hour, Ling Yi declared resolutely. Ling Air scratched his head, saying, Chief, I believe there are still some issues. First, the zombies do not march in orderly ranks. Look, our front line has extended to 6 kilometers, but the zombies' line stretches at least 10 kilometers. With 2 battalions on our flanks, our soldiers are severely outnumbered. If we charge forward recklessly, we risk being encircled by the zombies. Due to the terrain, Ling Fan's forces could generally defend against the zombies effectively at a distance of about 6 kilometers. However, if they advanced, they might quickly find themselves surrounded. Then let us bombard. 1st and 2nd battalions. Concentrate the heavy machine guns of the first 3 battalions. Use grenade launchers. Advance the front line by 500 meters. The 3rd battalion. Concentrate all rocket artillery. Give me continuous bombardment. Ling Fan arranged. In truth, engaging in a war of attrition was the wisest choice. Not to mention the ammunition, Ling Fan could afford to expend it. He had 100,000 rockets, enough to fill 4 transport trucks. Even if the frontline soldiers fired continuously, it would take an entire day and night to deplete them. However, can these zombies truly withstand such bombardment? At the Hybo survivor base, A man in a plaid shirt urgently addressed the leader. Sir, this has been going on for over half an hour. According to the reconnaissance soldiers, the zombie horde has suffered severe losses. At least 200,000 zombies have perished amidst the artillery fire. The Haiba leader, with an arrogant demeanor, responded, What a joke. Are they firing their cannons for free? Let them continue. How long can they keep this up? Once their ammunition is exhausted, it will be their end. To him, Ling Fan and his companions were already as good as dead. By the way, how is the preparation of the offerings for the deity coming along? The leader shot a glance at the man in the plaid shirt. Sir, 100 pairs of men and women are ready. They can be delivered at any moment. The man quickly replied. The Haiba leader nodded, filled with confidence. Previously, the most trusted base of the esteemed envoy had been the Lanshan survivor base, renowned for delivering the largest number of offerings. Due to geographical constraints, it was somewhat challenging to locate survivors in their area. After presenting these offerings, the deity would surely reward him with the elevation to a second-tier ability user. At that point, he would be the strongest among the 5 bases, not merely one of 4. Old 2. You must admit, Old 3 has truly struck gold this time. All our rocket artillery has been given to him. Just think of how much merit he will earn. Perhaps the commander will promote him to second tier. Ling San exclaimed amidst the sounds of gunfire to Ling Air. Shut it. Do you think you have it worse than Ling 5 and Ling 6? They've been assigned to guard the rear. They must be at their wits' end right now. Ling Air replied with a smirk. True. Ha ha ha. Those two must be on the verge of a breakdown. Ling San laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at Ling Wu's unit, there was still combat unfolding. A horde of around 2,000 zombies persistently harassed them from the periphery, yet they did not advance, clearly indicating some form of organization. Damn it. That scoundrel Ling Si had our rocket artillery moved. Otherwise, we could have wiped out this pack of mutts. Ling Wu glared at the zombies darting about in the distance, seemingly mocking him, his teeth clenched, veins bulging on his neck. This is utterly intolerable. These zombies are more than 1,000 meters away, even if we use heavy machine guns. Hitting them accurately is one thing, but the crucial issue is that there's a small grove over there. We can't do anything about this horde. Damn it. How shameless. If you have the guts, come at me. Ling Wu shouted, gesturing towards the zombie horde with his index finger. Yet, the zombies continued to disregard him. Ling Wu gazed up at the sky, burdened by the weight of a command from Ling Fan, which strictly forbade any offensive action under any circumstances. To engage would surely lead to a trap set by the enemy. These were not mindless zombies. They were governed by a singular intelligence. Frustrated, Ling Wu turned away from the horde and addressed his captains, instructing them to maintain a vigilant watch around their perimeter, permitting not even a fly to enter. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out beside him. Ling Wu immediately dropped to the ground, shouting, "Enemy attack." Upon assuming his prone position, he noticed the awkward expressions on the faces of several captains. The leader of the second squad, with a hint of restraint, reported, "Captain, we just saw a fly come in." A series of dark lines fell from Ling Wu's forehead in exasperation. Meanwhile, Ling Lu found himself in a far more relaxed situation. Although zombies roamed around the outskirts, his fiery temperament could not be subdued. Recently promoted to a second-tier warrior, he felt no apprehension about ambushes, even if there were. What did it matter? They were merely second-tier zombies, easily dispatched. With a swift motion, Ling Lu unsheathed his long blade and charged at the wandering undead. The zombies froze in place at the sight of him advancing alone. Even a nearby second-tier zombie was taken aback. What kind of unconventional approach was this? I haven't even attacked you. Just a little harassment. Is it truly necessary to come at me with a weapon? Ling Lu paid no heed to their bewilderment, launching into a flurry of strikes, cleaving through them as easily as slicing watermelons, one blow per zombie, and with luck, he could fell 2 with a single swing. In less than 10 minutes, he had annihilated over 1,000 zombies, relentlessly pursuing and slaughtering them. Roar! The second-tier zombie was incensed, though it refrained from attacking. The audacity of this human was intolerable. It leapt from the underbrush behind Ling Lu. Chapter 42. Ling Lu's first kill of a second-tier zombie. What the hell? An ambush from the grass. Ling Lu was startled, his body shivering at the thought. Ambushes from the underbrush were the most insidious, regardless of one's strength. A sudden attack could spell doom before one realized it. You dare to frighten me? Do you think I was raised in fear? Wait, that's not right. I was this formidable from the start. Ling Lu pointed his weapon at the second-tier zombie, unleashing a barrage of taunts. It must be said, His verbal jabs were the most formidable within the entire warrior corps. The second-tier zombie trembled with rage. It had encountered countless shameless individuals in its life, but none as audacious as this one. With a furious roar, the second-tier zombie charged at Ling Lu, its claws silently elongating into dark, menacing talons that sent Ling Lu's compulsive tendencies into overdrive. As the zombie advanced, Ling Lu could no longer bear the sight of those elongated nails. He swiftly sheathed his long blade, opting instead for two short blades that materialized in his hands. The second-level zombie was unaware of Ling Er's intentions and lunged forward with both hands. Ling Er deftly sidestepped the assault, wielding his short blade to slice at the zombie's claw. With a swift motion, the blade met its target, severing one of the zombie's claws. A chilling sound echoed as the claw fell away, and the second-level zombie recoiled in shock, its hand trembling uncontrollably. Though it felt no pain, the blood coursing through its veins erupted in a dark torrent upon the loss of its claw, retaining fragments of its former memories. The zombie recognized the torment it was enduring at the hands of this human. It was being methodically tortured, reminiscent of the many dramas it had watched in life, where such brutalities unfolded. Concealing its intact hand, the zombie resolved not to allow this human to humiliate it further. Standing 10 meters away from Ling Er, it refrained from any aggressive action, contemplating escape. It understood that this human was not a foe to be trifled with. However, Ling Er harbored a different sentiment. Witnessing the zombie hide its intact hand ignited a fierce anger within him. Was it mocking him? How dare it retain one hand? The audacity was intolerable. Ling Er, no longer holding back, sheathed his short blade and slowly drew his long sword from behind. He pointed the blade at the second-level zombie and spoke in a grave tone. Do you look down upon me? I advise you to reconsider. Show me your hand, and I shall grant you a swift end by severing that remaining claw. The zombie emitted a sound akin to a wolf's howl, its expression one of confusion. It could not comprehend the human's words. When had it ever belittled Ling Er? It was already preparing to flee, although it realized it had no trousers left to pull up, wearing only a tight-fitting pair of pants. As Ling Er witnessed the zombie's reaction, his patience wore thin, and he charged at the creature with his blade raised. The second-level zombie, not one to be easily bullied, decided to fight back fiercely, determined to defend itself against the humiliation. In a flash, the two collided at an astonishing speed. Yet, contrary to the expectations of the other soldiers present, no thunderous explosion followed. Ling Er's sword swept past the zombie at a precarious angle. After the near miss, he remained in a half-crouched stance, motionless. The zombie, too, stood still, though it emitted a gurgling sound from its throat. A thin line ran across the zombie's neck, and with its last ounce of strength, it bent its fingers down, leaving only its middle finger raised defiantly towards Ling Er. The universally recognized gesture of derision was displayed. Subsequently, the head of the second-tier zombie slowly fell to the ground, its body crashing heavily beside it. Ling Lu rose with an air of undeniable charisma, and upon turning back, he beheld the second-tier zombie's prominently raised middle finger, along with the suppressed laughter of the battle police behind him. His face flushed with embarrassment. He approached and kicked the second-tier zombie, exclaiming, "Damn it, even in death, you dare to mock me." With that, he cleaved the zombie's skull open and extracted the second-tier zombie core from within. "Commander, I have slain the leading second-tier zombie. You truly have no idea how contemptible this creature was, continuously calling upon other zombies to provoke me. I dispatched them all." Ling Lu, brimming with excitement, rushed towards Ling Fan, holding the second-tier zombie core aloft. At that moment, he wore a look of pure exhilaration. Ling Fan caught the core and tossed it to Ling San, who was overseeing the battle, saying, "Ling San, consume this. A fierce confrontation may soon be upon us." Ling San's hands trembled slightly. The opportunity had finally arrived. He would soon ascend to the second tier. On the battlefield ahead, the number of zombies had drastically diminished. In just half an hour, the front lines had advanced approximately 3 kilometers. The zombie horde was in retreat. It was no surprise, as using artillery against a group of defenseless zombies was akin to an adult wielding a knife against children. At that moment, Ling Fan turned around and noticed Ling Lu still lingering. "Ling Lu, why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you be monitoring your battlefield?" he inquired. Ling Lu, appearing somewhat bashful, replied, "Commander, you see, the zombies behind have been cleared by me. Can we not proceed to the front line?" Ling Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. It dawned on him that Ling Lu had been longing to charge into the fray against the zombies. No, if the rear is left unguarded and zombies approach, it would inflict immense damage upon us. Return immediately. Before Ling Fan could utter another word, Ling Yi barked an order. Ling Lu, having been mentored by Ling Yi, was now under his command, and Ling Yi often felt a mix of affection and exasperation towards him, primarily due to Ling Lu's incessant chatter. Seeing his superior speak, Ling Lu could only return to his designated battlefield, looking somewhat dejected. Ling Fan smiled inwardly, often experiencing a surreal sensation. It felt as if this were merely a dream that occurred after Zhou Chang's sudden ambush left him on the brink of death. For this was the life he had always yearned for. The front lines continued to push forward, amidst the relentless bombardment and assault from the battle police. The once mighty army of 1.2 million zombies had dwindled to less than 600,000. However, as the conflict progressed, it grew increasingly brutal. There had already been 2 instances of second-tier zombies charging unexpectedly into the ranks of the battle police. While there were currently 2 formidable second-tier battle police on the front lines, the extensive 6-kilometer stretch made it impossible to provide immediate support. These 2 surprise attacks by second-tier zombies had resulted in the sacrifice of over 1,000 battle police. In Ling Fan's heart, there resided an unbearable anguish. To him, each warrior of the battle police was a precious gem. Following this fierce conflict, it remained uncertain how many would ascend from the ranks of ordinary warriors to the esteemed first-class warriors. Yet, even if they were to be resurrected after death, all their valor and the energy they had accumulated from 0 to first class would be irrevocably depleted. 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers. As the front lines advanced to a mere 5 kilometers from the local base, a cruel smile crept across Ling Fan's lips. He was determined to make the inhabitants of this base experience the depths of despair. As for the intelligence received from the Night Stalkers, which mentioned a handful of innocent survivors within, Ling Fan was indifferent. In the apocalypse, excessive compassion could plunge one into grave peril. Prepare the artillery. Aim for their city walls. Bring them down. Ling Fan bellowed with fervor. Upon hearing his command, Ling Si swiftly directed his subordinates to adjust the launchers of the rockets. Furthermore, the 3 Type 99 tanks, which had been stationary on the road, gradually turned their cannons towards the distant walls of the Haiba survivor base. Fire. Once all artillery was primed, Ling Fan issued the command to commence firing. Boom! 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 The thunderous roars of the tank cannons echoed, followed by a spectacle akin to fireworks as rockets soared toward the walls of the Haiba survivor base. Chapter 43. The Siege of Zombies. Quick, get off the walls. The enemy shells are incoming. Booming. A robust man could scarcely finish his warning before a rocket found its mark, striking the walls of the Haiba survivor base with precision. What the hell? What is happening outside? The leader of Haiba felt the entire base tremble. Fear etched upon his face. At that moment, a slightly portly young man rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "It's bad, my lord. The enemy has blown our walls apart." What? The Haiba leader was taken aback, a mix of shock and fury. He had never anticipated the enemy's offensive would unfold with such swiftness. Yet, he found himself powerless, armed only with cold weaponry while firearms were a distant dream. "Quick, summon Lord Saint," commanded the Haiba survivor leader anxiously. "Yes." The young man hurriedly set off to contact Yangguan. Meanwhile, Ling Fan was in a state of disbelief. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it expected that once the walls fell, the horde of zombies would surge into the base? Yet, the zombies continued to advance relentlessly towards Ling Fan and his comrades. After some contemplation, Ling Fan discerned that the third-class zombies must be exerting some influence over the situation. It was impossible for the mere presence of second-class zombies to restrain the ordinary zombies drawn by the scent of flesh. Eliminate all zombies. The base can wait. Launch a barrage of rockets, Ling Fan commanded resolutely, since these zombies cannot instill despair in the hearts of those within the base. He shall take matters into his own hands. The rocket launchers were once again repositioned, aimed squarely at the advancing horde. The artillery fired anew, reminiscent of the relentless barrage at the Lon Mountain survivor base. Without regard for cost, 250 rocket launchers unleashed a staggering 3,000 rockets in one go. Furthermore, with logistical support deploying an entire regiment, the first round of shells had barely detonated before the second was already in flight. The number of zombies diminished at an astonishing rate. Within the Haiba survivor base, the esteemed Holy Envoy has responded. He assures us to remain calm. His next course of action is already underway. Without a doubt, the external forces will retreat within half an hour. The bearer of this report is none other than the man in the plaid shirt who had previously delivered news. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The leader of Haiba exclaimed with palpable excitement. He thought to himself, this time my life is secured. At this moment, an exceedingly strange phenomenon unfolded in City C. The zombies, as if drawn by some mysterious force, moved in unison, numbering in the thousands, converging towards a singular destination, the Dawn survivor base. Of course, at this juncture, Ling Fan remained oblivious. Commander, the zombies wandering around us have all retreated autonomously. Ling Wu approached Ling Fan, a look of confusion on his face. Ling Fan did not dwell on it, merely instructing those nearby to remain vigilant. At the Dawn survivor base, the zombies besieged the city. Everyone, quickly retreat to your homes and do not venture outside, shouted a battle policeman as he ran. Just 20 minutes prior, the zombies had suddenly begun to gather towards the Dawn survivor base, swelling from a mere few hundred to tens of thousands, now roaming outside. Although the walls of the Dawn survivor base were sufficiently high and sturdy, facing such an overwhelming number of zombies posed a grave threat. Quickly notify the commander. Our ammunition reserves are critically insufficient. While we may withstand tens of thousands of zombies, the current situation indicates that their numbers are nearing 100,000. Ling Qi urged anxiously. Meanwhile, Ling Ba remained steadfast atop the walls, guarding against any sudden uprisings of advanced zombies. Naturally, the soldiers of the independent regiment would not simply watch as the zombies accumulated. Thus, as the zombies began to converge upon the walls, they had already initiated their assault. With nearly 3,000 security team soldiers remaining in the base, they too ascended the walls, for there were only about 4,000 battle policemen available. While the zombies approached from all directions, relying solely on 1,000 battle policemen in one direction was woefully inadequate. Ding! As the battlefront steadily tilted in favor of Ling Fan and his team, he returned to the command vehicle for a brief respite. However, scarcely had 20 minutes passed before the exclusive communicator of the Night Stalker emitted a notification sound. Ling Fan immediately activated the communicator, and upon reading the messages, he nearly smashed the device in his hand. That pack of treacherous zombies. No wonder they retreated so abruptly, leaving behind hundreds of thousands of zombies on the battlefield to delay them. Instead, they surrounded the city. Ling Fan swiftly retrieved the communicator to contact the battle police and issued several commands. Ling Qi, arrange for personnel to transport combat supplies from the arsenal immediately. All those in the military corps who have undergone modifications should be temporarily assigned to the independent regiment for combat. Understood. Within a minute, Ling Qi replied. This time, Ling Fan was truly investing heavily. He directly commissioned the creation of 800 Type 80 general-purpose machine guns, 400 Type 171 heavy machine guns, and 400 automatic grenade launchers. As for the Type 63 rocket launchers, he ordered a staggering 800 units. Just this alone cost Ling Fan over 10 million spirit coins. Yet it was still manageable given his current wealth. Subsequently, he spent an additional 20 million on ammunition. Ling Fan decided not to concern himself with anything else for the time being and delegated part of the arsenal's authority to Ling Qi to ensure timely resupply of ammunition when needed. Ling Yi, in the battle within half an hour, the 4th and 5th regiments are to return to the front lines and engage in combat. Ling Fan commanded. Yes, with 5 regiments, plus the 5,000 personnel from the security regiment, a total of 6 regiments converged on the front lines. The number of zombies on site had significantly decreased, now down to just over 400,000, indicating that nearly 800,000 zombies had been eradicated in the preceding hours. As soon as the 4th and 5th regiments arrived on the scene, they unleashed a frenzy, firing their Type 171 heavy machine guns with wild abandon. The 4th regiment's fervor was understandable, having been provoked by the zombies previously, while their commander was merely at the first tier and unable to engage in battle effectively. The 5th Regiment, however, was a battalion of war maniacs, led by the eccentric Ling Lu. The moment they sensed a battle, the soldiers under Ling Lu's command resembled wolves catching sight of lambs, brimming with a frenzied desire to charge directly into the horde of zombies. The rate of decline in zombie numbers accelerated dramatically. 400,000, 300,000, 200,000. In less than half an hour, The remaining zombies capable of standing numbered fewer than 1,000, among which were not insignificant first and second-tier zombies. Ling Fan emerged from the command vehicle and took a brief glance around. Goodness, there were still 10 second-tier zombies among them. As for the first-tier zombies, they could be disregarded. Chapter 44. The Destruction of Haiba Base. The Wolf Lord Scheming. Ling Fan proceeded directly to the front lines, shouting loudly. The machine guns are no longer effective. Use grenades on the remaining zombies. Lingyi, Lingya, Ling San, Linglu, prepare for battle. With Ling Fan now present, there were a total of 5 second-tier warriors on the battlefield, although there were still at least 10 second-tier zombies present. It mattered little to Ling Fan. He was resolute. Simply put, attack. Roar. The sound of machine gun fire abruptly ceased, prompting the horde of zombies to advance towards the stronghold. Initially, the secondary zombies within had intended to flee, as the firepower unleashed by Ling Fan and his companions was indeed daunting. After hours of relentless bombardment, the thought of it alone was chilling. Who could fathom how much longer it would continue? However, the tertiary zombies had issued a lethal command. They must delay Ling Fan and his group at all costs, preventing them from returning to the Dawn survivor base. This was the very reason they had not yet fled. Open fire. With Ling Yi's command, over 100 grenade launchers erupted, unleashing a torrent of blue flames towards the zombies. There was no respite. In just 3 minutes, over 5,000 grenades had been fired, engulfing the more than 1,000 zombies in a relentless barrage. As the smoke began to clear, only 11 zombies remained standing, all of which were secondary zombies. With a metallic clang, Ling Yi and his companions unsheathed their long blades, while Ling Fan retrieved his soul blade. Dispatch them. With that, Ling Fan surged forward, charging at the 11 secondary zombies, closely followed by the 4 others. The black flames danced atop Ling Fan's soul blade as he concentrated his power into it. The number of secondary zombies outnumbered them 2 to 1. Thus Ling Fan aimed to strike with maximum ferocity, hoping to eliminate 1 or 2 zombies with each encounter. He did not opt for a defensive approach. Instead, he lunged at a seemingly frail zombie. In his previous life, Ling Fan had encountered secondary zombies numerous times, and he anticipated that this one was of the agile variety. Upon reaching the agile zombie, he swung his blade, the soul blade slicing effortlessly across the creature's neck. There was no sense of obstruction. The long knife glided through with ease. The expression on the agile zombie's face was a captivating mix of disbelief and terror. Forever frozen in time, as it witnessed its own body convulsing, black blood gushing forth from the severed neck. Ling Fan paid little heed to the zombie's expression. In an instant, he moved on to another secondary zombie, this one more attack-oriented. This particular zombie was momentarily dazed, having just witnessed the swift demise of its agile counterpart. Fear gripped it as Ling Fan approached, and with a mournful cry, it turned to flee. Ling Fan would not grant it such an opportunity. With a decisive strike, he felled the attacking zombie to the ground. For such a creature, stripped of its will to fight, it was merely a matter of a single strike. At that moment, Ling Yi faced a heavily armored zombie, a formidable defensive type, alongside another that exhibited signs of intelligence. It observed Ling Yi engaged in battle with the armored zombie, incessantly harassing him. On several occasions, Ling Yi contemplated rushing forward to eliminate the nuisance, only to be thwarted by the armored zombie. Just as the intelligent zombie prepared to disturb Ling Yi once more, a long sword engulfed in black flames pierced through its skull. It turned out that Ling Fan, after vanquishing the 2 second-tier zombies, had been traversing the periphery of several battlefields. Upon witnessing the intelligent zombie poised to attack Ling Yi, and finding it conveniently turn away from him, Ling Fan did not hesitate to strike. As for Ling Lu's battlefield, he paid it no heed. The 2 second-tier zombies were being relentlessly pursued by Ling Lu, who exhibited a ferocious fervor in combat. Wielding his long sword, he hacked away indiscriminately, disregarding any semblance of strategy or formation from the 2 second-tier zombies. Before long, one of the zombies succumbed beneath his blade. The entire skirmish unfolded swiftly. As for these invincible warriors of the same tier, dispatching second-tier zombies proved only slightly more troublesome than dealing with first-tier ones. 11 second-tier zombie cores lay quietly in Ling Fan's grasp. Upon returning to the front lines, Ling Fan extracted 2 cores and tossed them to Ling Si and Ling Wu. Both received the cores with palpable excitement, as if fearing they might be snatched away, and promptly consumed them. 2 beams of white light flashed, All personnel above the level of the 1st Division were now 2nd tier. Meanwhile, at the Haiba survivor base, a small white flag slowly ascended. The opposing commander declared, "We surrender." We were compelled. Ling Fan cast a cold glance at the man and replied, "Release the survivors you have captured. I may consider sparing your lives." Upon hearing this, the leader of Haiba sighed in relief and immediately ordered the release of the 200 men and women. Ling Lu, go receive the survivors. Ling Ia, this base is becoming an eyesore. It may be polluting the environment. Prepare the army to return and assist the base. Ling Fan commanded, stepping onto the command vehicle without looking back. Ling Yu understood Ling Fan's intention perfectly. When Ling Lu brought the 200 survivors within 500 meters of the Haiba base, all rocket launchers aimed at the survivor base. At this distance, the rocket artillery could deliver comprehensive fire coverage. Open fire. Eliminate the environmental pollutants. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of rocket launchers unleashed their munitions. Damn it, they deceived us. The leader of Haiba felt despair wash over him as he saw the sky filled with projectiles trailing red tails hurtling towards their base. Just as despair began to take root in his mind, a shell landed beside him. Boom! Before the expletive could escape his lips, the entire Haiba survivor base was engulfed in flames. Once a bastion of power, it was reduced to ashes. Following this devastation, the battle police began to gather the spoils of war, and within half an hour, Ling Fan had amassed 823 level 1 zombie crystals, along with 5 level 2 zombie crystals. It appeared that 5 unfortunate level 2 zombies had met their end under the onslaught of rocket fire. Everyone, prepare to transport the ammunition. Return to base. Ling Fan commanded. Yes, responded several commanders. At that moment, approximately 5 kilometers away, over 10,000 armed individuals clad in black suits, each wielding an AK-47, were poised to strike. Such standard weaponry could only signify one thing. The greedy wool survivor base had sent reinforcements. They intended to seize the heavy weaponry, while Ling Fan's forces were low on ammunition. All units retreat. This is terrifying. An intelligence officer reported to the wolf leader. The Dawn survivor base has eliminated over 1 million zombies and still possesses ample ammunition. The wolf leader had personally come to oversee the acquisition of heavy weaponry. Upon hearing this report, he sighed, "Withdraw the troops. It seems we must resort to trading food instead." Chapter 45, Ling Fan returns. At this moment, the Dawn survivor base was shrouded in smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the number of zombies had swelled from over 100,000 to an astonishing 2 million, converging from all directions. Yang Guang was determined to obliterate the Dawn survivor base entirely. Without this base, Ling Fan would become a drifting leaf, vulnerable to slaughter. As the horde approached 2 million, it continued to grow, threatening to surpass the 3 million mark. The entire city was home to approximately 7 million zombies, excluding the 1 million that Ling Fan had eradicated. The Dawn survivor base now harbored over half of the city's undead, with construction and law enforcement teams in the city and around 3,000 soldiers stationed on each city wall. The formidable firepower kept the zombie army at bay, unable to breach even a mile of the walls. "Is this the force you spoke of that has been obstructing our ambitions?" A hollow, ethereal voice inquired, belonging to a woman. Upon hearing this voice, Yang Guang trembled and replied, "Great deity, this is the Dawn survivor base, which has consecutively annihilated both of our factions. It currently houses over 200,000 inhabitants. If we could nurture them, our new humanity alliance would never lack fresh blood." Yang Guang's expression was one of utmost obsequiousness. "Devourer, instruct the soldiers to intensify their assault. We must breach the Dawn survivor base within 1 hour." A female voice spoke in a very slow tone to a nearby, grotesquely bloated zombie. Had Ling Fan been present at that moment, he would have immediately recognized this creature as the leader of Lanshan. However, he had now been transformed into a pure zombie, reverting to a second-tier strength. The Lanshan leader extended his blood-red tongue to lick his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, and his voice echoed like a wailing specter rising from the depths of the underworld. The opportunity for vengeance had arrived. With a thunderous roar, the Lanshan leader issued a command. Though his voice was not particularly loud, its penetrating strength resonated throughout the battlefield, reaching the ears of nearly all the zombies. The zombies, who had previously been advancing slowly, became frenzied upon hearing their leader's order, recklessly charging toward the city walls. Prepare the electromagnetic cannon. Fire. Before departing, Ling Fan had left behind 21st tier zombie cores in the base, anticipating such a scenario. ZZZZ. Countless electrical energies coalesced at the cannon's mouth, forming a large luminous sphere that gradually diminished in size until it was the size of a marble. With a swift whoosh, the energy sphere was propelled directly into the heart of the zombie horde. Crash! The sound erupted like thunder on a clear day. Lightning spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, creating a vacuum zone with a diameter of 2 kilometers. As the electric arcs made contact with the zombies, they burrowed into their bodies, transforming into an uncontrollable force that reduced the zombies to mere ashes in an instant. The electromagnetic cannon was set to its maximum attack mode. A single first-tier zombie core could unleash 5 shots, but under normal circumstances, it could deliver 10. While normal attacks posed a threat to individual zombies, it was crucial to inflict area damage against hordes. Of course, it wasn't just the electromagnetic cannon. Each city wall was equipped with 163 type rocket launchers, with an unlimited supply of ammunition. Initially, the survivors were instructed to remain indoors until the battle concluded. However, as the zombies continued to amass, these survivors eagerly emerged to assist the warriors in combat. Eventually, Ling Chi, unable to resist their enthusiasm, assigned them the tasks of loading bullets and transporting shells. Although they were managing to fend off the zombie onslaught for the time being, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, creating a nearly 10-meter-high wall of corpses just a mile away. The zombie front line was relentlessly advancing toward the base. At this rate, within half an hour, the zombies would be at the city walls. This was something Ling Fan had never anticipated. The convoy led by Ling Fan has reached a point approximately 10 kilometers from the base, where scattered zombies can already be seen wandering. Ling Fan has also received news from Dark Knight, indicating that nearly 3 million zombies have amassed outside the city. This number is nearly threefold compared to the largest horde he has ever witnessed. Advance 3 kilometers. We must ensure the safety of the base at all costs today. How much ammunition do we have left? Ling Fan inquired, glancing at Ling E. Commander, according to reports, we still possess over 19,000 rocket shells and more than 5,000 grenades, while we currently have an ample supply of bullets. It is sufficient for us to commence this battle. Ling E reported, 3 kilometers from a base. The 5th Regiment's battle police are on guard, while the 1st to 4th Regiments are preparing the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, a sizable combat zone has been established, with each battle police standing ready. From their position, they can see the densely packed throng of zombies ahead. Anyone with a fear of crowds would likely be paralyzed with terror in an instant. 150 transport vehicles have formed a makeshift protective wall behind them, with a substantial troop station atop to ensure that the zombies do not breach the rear lines. Once the 5th Regiment also readied themselves for battle, Ling Fan issued the order to open fire. Captain, at this rate, the zombies will reach the city walls in no more than 10 minutes. A battle police officer from the guard unit reported to Ling Chi. Ling Chi furrowed his brow. He had attempted to contact Ling Fan multiple times, yet 20 minutes ago, Ling Fan suddenly ceased responding, filling Ling Chi with unease. Boom! 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 At that moment, billowing smoke erupted from the distant city walls, accompanied by the thunderous sound of thousands of rocket shells exploding. In an instant, not only did the battle police atop the walls freeze in shock, but even the advancing horde of zombies faltered momentarily. However, cheers soon erupted from the walls. The commander has returned. Haha, you're finished, you damn zombies. Soldiers from the peacekeeping corps erupted in jubilant cries. To them, Ling Fan was their cornerstone. With his return, the zombies had only death awaiting them. Lin Xiao Lu felt tears welling in her eyes. She too was part of the team, transporting supplies and ammunition. Just a minute ago, she feared she would never see Ling Fan again due to the ferocity of the zombie onslaught. Yet, with the recent explosions of countless rocket shells, both she and the warriors on the walls regained their confidence. Each soldier roared as they pulled the triggers, and the frontline zombies fell like ripe wheat, row by row. Chapter 46, Breakthrough. Entering the base. The sound of explosions startled the leader of the Linshan, yet upon surveying the nearly 3 million zombies gathered, a sense of reassurance filled its heart. It is not that he is particularly fearful of the sound of artillery explosions. Rather, It is the memory of the last frenzied half-hour of bombardment that lingers vividly in his mind. Before the apocalypse erupted, the leader of Lanshan was merely a manager in an ordinary company, wholly unaccustomed to such scenes. The vivid events that unfolded remain etched in his memory. "What's the matter?" came the languorous voice of a level 3 zombie from beside him. This level 3 zombie, perpetually veiled, obscured its true appearance. Its attire was no longer tattered but adorned in a brand-new crimson dress, fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding an air of enigma. Upon hearing the voice of a level 3 zombie, the leader of Lanshan felt an involuntary shiver run through him. "My lord, this must be the return of Ling Fan's forces," he said, bending slightly at the waist with a tone of obsequiousness. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the vicinity of the level 3 zombie. The creature turned its cold gaze toward Yang Guang and spoke icily. "Yang Guang, did you not claim you could hold them back? I entrusted you with the command of our troops, and this is how you wield that power?" Yang Guang immediately fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My lord, their firepower is simply too overwhelming. I did not anticipate their swift arrival." The gaze of the level 3 zombie grew ever colder, its desire to eliminate the human before it palpable. Yang Guang, perceiving the murderous intent, hastily replied, "My lord, if we can breach this base, they will be rendered powerless. All their secrets lie within." "Yang Guang, I shall spare you this time for your blunder. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to terminate you," the level 3 zombie said with a dispassionate tone. Yang Guang tremblait, hastily acquiescing. What transpired next was most peculiar. No matter how fiercely Ling Fan and his comrades bombarded, the horde of zombies paid them no heed, relentlessly surging toward the city walls. "Commander, this cannot continue. The zombies are still converging toward our base. With every attack, their numbers only increase. We must find a way to breach the city." Ling Yi exclaimed anxiously. Ling Fan, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. But entering the city was no simple task. Just considering the weakest point, the northern city wall, there were at least 500,000 zombies amassed. Moreover, once an attack commenced, the remaining zombies would undoubtedly rush to fill any gaps created. "Commander, all soldiers board the vehicles. Tanks will lead the charge. We will push through. The few of us at the second tier will defend against the level 2 zombie attacks from atop the vehicles," Ling Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. Ling Fan's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Indeed, all transport vehicles employed tracks rather than traditional tires, making a forceful advance a viable strategy under these circumstances. "First Battalion, all members of the 1st Brigade remain. Leave all rocket launchers for them. Also, 10 boxes of grenades. Once we breach the base, you are to immediately detonate all rocket launchers. Ling Yi commanded Digicivili. The sacrifice of the battle police may not be daunting, for they can be resurrected, but heavy weaponry must never fall into the hands of the enemy." Ling Fan cast a reluctant glance at the rows of rocket launchers, each worth over 1,000,000 spirit coins, now set to be obliterated. "Everyone board the vehicles. Charge forward." With a commanding shout, Ling Yi climbed atop a transport vehicle, and Ling Fan, refusing to be outdone, followed suit. Inside the command vehicle, hundreds of soldiers were also prepared for action. The brigade leaders, emulating Ling Fan and Ling Yi, ascended the tops of the transport vehicles as well. The first 3 tanks surged into the horde of zombies, followed closely by the transport vehicles, which roared to life. Since they operated on electric power, the anticipated cacophony was replaced by the sinister crunching of zombies being crushed beneath the wheels. Each convoy of 50 transport vehicles formed a V-shape, advancing relentlessly. The heavy machine guns mounted at the shooting ports remained incessantly active, reducing the undead to mere fragments in their wake. "Yang Guang, you know what to do, don't you?" the 3rd-level zombie remarked coldly. Yang Guang nodded vigorously. Yes. I will take care of it immediately." He understood that the entire Force's attempt to breach the zombie perimeter and enter the base was being observed by the 3rd-level zombie. Yet, how much impact could their entry truly have? The confident 3rd-level zombie dismissed the notion that a mere throng of insignificant beings could stir any significant upheaval. "1st Brigade, 1st Division, commence rocket fire for cover. All transport vehicles and tanks advance at full speed," Ling Fan commanded over the intercom. The 1,000 battle police of the 1st Brigade were already prepared. Upon receiving Ling Yi's order, 250 rocket launchers unleashed their payloads, detonating at a distance of 500 meters on either side of the transport vehicles. Ling Fan had detected unusual movements within the zombie horde, and the role of the 1st Division, stationed outside the base, became evident. They had reserved at least 20,000 rockets, sufficient for relentless bombardment lasting over half an hour. Ample time for their entry into the base. Boom! 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 Simultaneously, 100 rocket launchers positioned atop the city wall opened fire, bringing the total to 350 rocket launchers, clearing a path for Ling Fan and his team. Great God! There's a crisis. Ling Fan and his team have extensive fire support. Our reinforcements cannot penetrate the defenses. Yang Guang, fearful of being blamed by the 3rd-level zombie once more, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. I understand. It's of no concern. The more of them that enter the base, the quicker its destruction will ensue. Do you think their ammunition is limitless? Huh. Once they exhaust their supplies, their doom will arrive. The 3rd-level zombie, veiled and unreadable, spoke with an air of unwarranted ease. Beside it, the leader of Lanshan wore a grim expression, feeling as though something crucial had been overlooked. Yet he could not help but find a semblance of logic in the words of the superior. Under the cover of artillery fire, Ling Fan and his companions finally arrived at the gates of the base. He organized a battalion of soldiers to descend and clear the zombies trailing behind the transport vehicles. The horde of zombies was still approximately 800 meters away from the city walls, a seemingly insurmountable boundary. Should the zombies breach this distance, they would be met with an overwhelming barrage of firepower. Ling Fan and his group entered the base, unscathed. Xiao Fan, you have finally returned, exclaimed the old director, holding a box of 63-type rocket shells, tears glistening in his eyes. As Ling Fan's status rose, the old director felt increasingly powerless to assist him. Yet in this moment, his gaze towards Ling Fan mirrored that of a father relieved to see his son return safely. Ling Fan stepped forward, embracing the old director with unwavering determination, declaring, "This time, I will protect you all. I have returned. The zombies have but one fate, death. All units ascend the city walls. Exterminate the zombies," Ling Fan commanded. In an instant, all soldiers hastened towards the ramparts. Chapter 47, Incendiary Shells. Upon entering the base, Ling Fan promptly notified the 1st Brigade outside to destroy all rocket launchers and then find a place to take cover. He did not wish for his subordinates to sacrifice themselves without cause. As he ascended the walls, a cold smile graced Ling Fan's lips. He was furious. Lingyi, immediately mobilize all combat personnel from the construction corps and the 7,000 members of the security team to transport weapons and ammunition. Ling Fan ordered. Since these zombies wished to engage in such a game, they would not fault Ling Fan for being ruthless. He proceeded to manufacture 800 rocket launchers and 4,000 units of the 127mm caliber type 171 heavy machine gun. No additional grenade launchers were produced, as their utility in a defensive battle was minimal. As for the rocket shells, Ling Fan directly produced 400,000 rounds, 100,000 rounds for each section of the wall. Warriors, all units, heed my command. The rockets must not cease for even a moment. Your sole task is to deliver all 400,000 rocket shells to the zombies below. Ling Fan's tone was chillingly resolute. His words echoed clearly to the ears of the 3rd-tier zombies, who merely scoffed at his declarations, unconvinced and suspecting that he spoke solely for their benefit. It has been nearly an hour. Devourer, if this base remains unbreached in 1 hour, you shall return what belongs to the Devourer. The 3rd-tier zombie's tone was remarkably calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Following Ling Fan's orders, the sounds of cannon fire intensified from the ramparts. Initially, there were 200 cannons on each wall, but shortly thereafter, each wall boasted 400 rocket launchers and nearly 2,000 heavy machine guns, all trained on the distant zombies. This moment truly caught the zombies beneath the city off guard. Vast swathes of the undead were reduced to mere fragments amidst the relentless barrage of artillery. The bombardment continued unabated for 2 full hours. The area surrounding the base transformed into a hell on earth. Thick, dark blood seeped into the ground, and a putrid stench filled the air, inducing nausea. The foul odor was palpable atop the city walls. Ling Lu, are you out of your mind? Focus on the grand scheme of the battlefield. This is not the time for your antics. Ling Yi scolded vehemently. Ling Lu, clutching a Type 171 heavy machine gun and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, procured from an unknown source, cursed while pulling the trigger. Commander, just give me another 10 minutes to kill. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating, Ling Lu replied, his words muffled by the cigarette clenched between his teeth. Ling sighed in resignation. This war maniac. Whenever combat ensued, he seemed to lose his sanity. Yet, such a temperament was indispensable for the current base. One could only imagine the morale boost for the surrounding soldiers when their commander fought with such fervor. It undoubtedly spurred them to fight with even greater determination. Commander, the number of zombies continues to rise. We're nearing 4 million. We've eliminated nearly 1 million undead in the recent waves of assault, Anya reported to Ling Fan. His voice light, almost like a shadow drifting through the chaos of battle. Ling Fan's brow furrowed. This was not a sustainable situation. Host, Ling Fan. Combat power, 249. Ability level, 2. Spirit coins, 247, 403, 300. Points, 255, 824. Items, Spirit Weapon, Soul Blade X1. Legion, 28, 93230, 000. Upgrade condition. Territory reaches 1, 000, 000. A staggering 2. For billion spirit coins. The spoils of this battle were indeed monumental. This was after deducting the costs of weapon crafting. Large-scale destructive weapons had become a crucial resource for Ling Fan. He promptly accessed the system's manufacturing panel to explore options at the armory. Within the system's recommendations, he discovered a weapon that ignited his excitement. The 107mm incendiary shell. After system enhancements, this shell could be launched directly from a Type 63 rocket launcher. Its coverage area reached an impressive 300 square meters. The burning temperature could soar to 1,000 degrees. It was clear that aside from second-tier zombies, which could barely withstand it, all other zombies would be reduced to ashes. Of course, if a second-tier zombie stood at the core of the explosion, its fate would be no different from that of ordinary zombies. However, the cost was steep, 999 spirit coins per shell. The price stung Ling Fan's heart. Yet, in order to expedite the extermination of zombies, he hesitated not. He promptly ordered the creation of 10,000 shells, consuming a total of 990,000 spirit coins. Lingi arranged for personnel to transport these devastating weapons from the armory. Ling Fan declared, his face alight with excitement. Once all the incendiary shells were brought up, they appeared scarcely distinguishable from the 107mm howitzer shells, albeit somewhat heavier, approximately 40 pounds. Ling Fan personally loaded an incendiary shell and gently pressed the launch button. Boom! The tail of the incendiary shell ignited with a ghostly blue glow, hurtling rapidly towards the horde of zombies. At the moment the shell struck the ground, the world fell into silence, devoid of the expected explosion. Suddenly, a resounding whoosh erupted, and a torrent of flames burst forth from the midst of the zombies, instantly engulfing an area exceeding 300 square meters. Due to the proximity of the zombies, despite the weapon specifications indicating an effective range of 300 square meters, the actual damage was far more extensive. The wails of the zombies echoed, their lack of pain sensation notwithstanding. The flames scorched their skin, consumed their flesh, and ultimately left no bones behind. The first shell obliterated over 500 zombies. While rockets undoubtedly possessed greater destructive power, the lethality of the incendiary shells was astonishing. Furthermore, after the flames subsided, only a pile of ashes remained, preventing any blood or flesh from seeping into the ground and causing environmental contamination. Notify all divisions. Immediately load incendiary shells. Do not fire indiscriminately as before. Maintain a distance of 500 meters between each shell to maximize their effectiveness. A wicked smile crept across Ling Fan's lips. Yes, responded Lingi. The resilience of those within was truly formidable. Devour. If ordinary soldiers cannot breach their defenses, then it falls to you. The third-tier zombie, stroking its flowing silver hair, spoke in a chilling tone. At that moment, it perched upon a tree branch, its slender arms propping up its head, giving the impression of an otherworldly beauty to the unknowing observer. This individual, Ling Fan, is cunning and resourceful. Perhaps a direct show of force will be more effective. As the words left the lips of the leader of Lanshan, his voice gradually diminished. For he noticed the third-tier zombie ceasing its movements, dark eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Devour. I sense not only your cowardice, but also your lack of perception. I now truly question whether entrusting the core of the Devourer to you was indeed wise. Perhaps it should be returned? Its tone remained eerily calm, devoid of malice. The Lanshan leader dared not retort, and immediately shouted, "Hey, Ling Fan, hand over your life." With that, the Lanshan leader charged towards the Dawn survivor base. Chapter 48. The King of Provocation, Ling Lu, the third-tier zombie, Bear and Swift, found itself in a dire predicament. Just as the Lanshan leader dashed into the throng of zombies, a chilling event unfolded before him. An incendiary shell streaked past, landing directly in the ground before him. The leader of Lanshan instinctively raised his hands, habitually shielding what he believed to be his handsome face. However, after a mere 2 seconds of waiting, nothing exploded. It appeared to be a dud. Damn it! Just as the leader of Lanshan was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon Ling Fan on the city wall, a sudden explosion erupted before his eyes. Indeed, it had burst open. In that fleeting moment of rupture, a cataclysmic flame surged forth. At the very epicenter of the inferno stood the leader of Lanshan, who, upon encountering the searing heat of 1,000 degrees, distinctly perceived a somewhat plump skeleton amidst the flames. The regenerative cells of the skeleton had barely registered the heat before it was reduced to mere ashes. The leader of Lanshan could not fathom until his last breath why Ling Fan had conjured such a formidable weapon of mass destruction. How were they, the undead, to survive? The level 3 zombie behind him, with its crimson lips slightly parted, was equally taken aback. For it did not witness a solitary incendiary device, but rather thousands of them cascading into the horde of zombies. The entire scene was engulfed in a sea of flames. It could not help but reconsider the leader of Lanshan's suggestion. Yet, it quickly dismissed the thought. It was merely dispatched by the Alliance to expand its influence, and there was no need to risk anything for this pitiful swarm of ants. Its objective was to conquer humanity without exerting any force, to have them willingly offer their flesh and blood, a most delightful vision, as it indulged in its aspirations for the future. Another barrage of incendiary devices rained down upon the city walls, with a similar scenario unfolding across all 4 city walls. The level 3 zombie gracefully leapt from the tree, lightly touching the ground with its toes before soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, it landed firmly atop a grand tree 2 kilometers away from Ling Fan and his comrades at the city wall. "So you must be Ling Fan. I am Ling Long. Submit to me, and I shall grant you immortality, allowing you to stand atop the world." The tone of the level 3 zombie became tinged with arrogance. In that instant, Ling Fan and the battle police on the city wall halted their actions, their faces a picture of bewilderment. Suddenly, Ling Fan's gaze sharpened. A level 3 zombie. It had finally made its appearance. In his previous life, the emergence of level 3 zombies in City C had occurred 6 months after the onset of the apocalypse. He hadn't anticipated encountering one so early this time. Yet, there was not a trace of fear on Ling Fan's face. He directed his attention towards the level 3 zombie atop the tree and remarked, "Do you think your face is too large or something? Why stand so high? Did your mother not teach you not to climb trees when you were young? Ling Yi, bring it down. It's an eyesore." With that, Ling he immediately stepped forward, aiming the cannon at the level 3 zombie perched atop the tree. The level 3 zombie, incensed, retorted, "You are utterly unreasonable. There's an ancient saying in the Blue Dragon Kingdom, first courtesy, then arms. Where is your courtesy? Dear sister, my apologies, I misspoke. Dear corpse sister, please, I am human, and you are undead. Where is the courtesy and the arms to be found? In this battle, you shall compensate me with 10 million tons of grain and withdraw from City C. I shall spare you this time." Ling Fan, unbeknownst to him, had picked up a large megaphone and shouted at the 3rd-level zombie. Boom! The tree beneath the 3rd-level zombie was instantaneously reduced to ashes. It shattered the tree using the energy within its body. At that moment, the loquacious Ling Lu, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Big sister zombie, your power is astounding. You've broken the tree? Ha ha ha." The entire scene fell silent. Not only the battle police on the city wall, but even the zombies on the ground paused for an instant. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ling Fan's brow. My heavens! Ling Lu, the king of banter. Ling Fan intended to exert some psychological pressure on the 3rd-level zombie, not to provoke an immediate confrontation. Although his words might anger the 3rd-level zombie, he did not anticipate it would resort to violence. After Ling Lu's remark, all the soldiers on the city wall shuddered, as they could distinctly sense the palpable aura of murderous intent. "You believe I was joking?" Ling Lu feigned innocence. Ling Fan gazed skyward, as did all the battle police. Bang! Just as Ling Lu was about to say something further, a powerful gust propelled a severed log directly toward him. Ling Lu coughed up blood and was sent flying. Curiously, a log of that nature should not have been able to send a second-level battle police officer flying so effortlessly. The most astonishing part was that the log remained intact after striking Ling Lu. The third-level zombie slowly descended to the ground, elegantly gesturing toward the city wall, proclaiming, "A minor punishment. I shall spare your life this time. Should you provoke me again, I shall end you." The events from the shattering of the tree to Ling Lu's attack transpired in less than a minute. "Ling Long, is it? You dare strike me and threaten me here? Do you truly believe I am a soft persimmon for you to squeeze?" At this moment, Ling Fan exuded the authoritative presence of City Lord. Ling Long let out a series of high-pitched giggles, replying, "I did strike. If you're not a soft persimmon, do you think I would bother with you? An insult. This is an unabashed insult." Ling Fan could clearly sense the contempt in the third-level zombie's words. "All units, prepare incendiary bombs. Aim for the third-level zombie." Ling Fan commanded loudly. In a flurry, all the dark muzzles were directed toward the third-level zombie. Ling Fan pressed his hand downward, prompting the battle police to press the fire button. Once again, over 1,000 incendiary bombs were launched, but this time, the target was singular. The third-level zombie, Ling Long. Ling Long frowned. She had not anticipated Ling Fan's reckless attack. Was it not customary to engage in banter before battle? It devoted all its energy to defense. Unperturbed by injuries, its true fear lay in the destruction of its veil. As a level 3 zombie, it had not fully regained its former appearance. Its visage resembling that of other zombies, marred by decaying flesh. In its eyes, it had always been strikingly beautiful and would never remove its veil before reaching level 4. The inferno raged around Ling Long. Had the incendiary projectiles been dispersed, they might not have inflicted significant harm upon her. However, over 1,000 incendiary rounds ignited within a mere 200 meters of her. Flames enveloped her entire being. Ling Fan, you shall await your reckoning. I will not allow you to triumph." With a thunderous shout, Ling Long fled the battlefield at an astonishing speed. Though her level 3 power was formidable, it was no match for the searing flames, which effortlessly consumed her garments and veil. Ling Fan, as a level 2 ability user, had witnessed the scene with clarity. It must be said that aside from Ling Long's status as a zombie and her slightly unattractive face, the rest of her form, Ling Fan shook his head, dismissing the unsightly image. He observed Ling Long's charred silhouette vanishing at an incredible pace. "Very well. The obstacle has been removed. Continue to eradicate the zombies below the city," Ling Fan declared with a smile. Currently, approximately 3 million zombies remain beneath the city, which meant around 800,000 zombies per city wall. Reinforcements of zombies had ceased, and their numbers plummeted rapidly. Chapter 49. The Conclusion of War. Work arrangements for various departments. The departure of the level 3 zombie stirred a trace of unease within Ling Fan. Yet there was little he could do, given the current strength of the base. Retaining a level 3 zombie posed a significant challenge. "System, given that you are a high-fidelity imitation of Red Alert, why do you not produce any special units or heroes?" Ling Fan asked helplessly. "Host, are you foolish? Special units require at least level 2 combat power. Heroic tasks are at the very least level 3. The base's level is insufficient. It must advance at least one more tier. If you desire it, strive to upgrade the base level." The system responded, as per usual, without a hint of leniency. At times, Ling Fan even questioned whether there was someone manipulating the system from behind. Subsequently, Ling Fan manufactured another 100,000 incendiary rounds. Although the flames would cloud the air, it was preferable to the blood of zombies seeping into the ground. With the threat of high-level zombies eliminated, Ling Fan ceased his attention to the battlefield, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. The population of the base had now exceeded 200,000. Ling Fan owed them nothing. His initial protection stemmed from the fact that many had yet to adapt to this new reality following the onset of the apocalypse. Now, however, they must exert effort for their survival. Police Department. The entire police department is exceedingly busy. The Dawn Survivors base, though modest in size, is home to a considerable number of survivors. Daily, various incidents arise, such as the loss of food supplies, the disappearance of grain currency, or the theft of potatoes from neighbors, among a myriad of trivial matters. Just moments ago, Deng Ping had been engaged in transporting ammunition with his subordinates and was now seated in the police hall, drenched in sweat. Ling Fan entered directly, casually inquiring, "Deng Ping, how have you been feeling lately? Have you regained your former sense of purpose?" Upon seeing Ling Fan, Deng Ping promptly rose and replied, "That sense of purpose need not be sought. It has always been within us, Commander." "What news from the front lines?" "The front lines are entrusted to the 1st Division. I have come to discuss 2 primary matters with you today. First, we must establish a household registration system, precise down to each individual. Second, we shall form a resource collection team for Dawn. We can issue firearms to them and even provide loans for our transport vehicles. Each team will consist of 100 members, equipped with 10 Type 95 automatic rifles and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. They will be required to surrender 1/10 of the resources they collect and publicly declare that humanitarian aid to the base will cease in 1 month. Ling Fan articulated his thoughts in a rapid succession. "Commander, there are significant concerns regarding the distribution of weapons. After all, one can never fully trust the intentions of others. If individuals with ulterior motives were to discharge firearms within the base, the consequences could be dire," Deng Ping cautioned. Ling Fan regarded Deng Ping with admiration and remarked, "It appears you have considered the implications thoroughly. I have already devised a plan for such contingencies. I will establish an armaments department at the city gates. Weapons and ammunition may only be retrieved when venturing out and must be returned upon re-entry, except for our management personnel and soldiers. No one else shall be permitted to carry firearms within the city." Deng Ping was entirely convinced. He was awed by Ling Fan's managerial acumen. Ling Fan not only demonstrated prowess in combat, but also possessed exceptional skills in base administration. With such a leader, how could the base not thrive? After outlining his plans to Deng Ping, Ling Fan departed, as the highest authority's role is to articulate visions, while the practical execution must be shouldered by the grassroots. Currently, the operational model of the base bears resemblance to the early days of the Blue Dragon Nation's establishment, where mutual aid and cooperation prevailed. Should someone require furniture, the entire neighborhood would rally to assist. In fact, many survivors are engaged in work within the base, with the largest enterprise being Wang Xi's Wang Family Woodworks, which employs over 1,000 workers. Most of the beds, benches, and tables within the base are crafted by his company. The vibrations emanating from the ground serve as a grim reminder of the brutal and bloody nature of the ongoing battle. Ling Fan ascended to the city wall, witnessing the sentinels diligently reloading and firing. Incendiary projectiles rained down upon the horde of zombies, accompanied by relentless roars of defiance. This fierce confrontation persisted from 4 in the afternoon until around noon the following day, before gradually subsiding. Report to the commander. The zombies have been largely eradicated. Outside the base, the number of zombies has dwindled to fewer than 10,000. Reported by Ling Yi. Ling Fan nodded. He had not closed his eyes the entire night, closely following the battle police until their triumphant victory. Excellent. Now, let's clear the battlefield and gather the spoils. With a grand gesture, Ling Fan commanded all soldiers to draw their long blades. The first-tier battle police leapt down from the city walls, while the remaining officers exited through the city gates. A cacophony of shouts and the howls of zombies echoing across the battlefield. Half an hour later, Ling Yi emerged carrying a sack filled with zombie crystal cores, joyfully announcing, "Commander, we have a total of 21st-tier zombie crystal cores and 58 second-tier cores." Ling Fan, his hands trembling with excitement, accepted the sack from Ling Yi. This time, they had truly struck it rich. Not only had they captured City C, but they could easily conquer 2 such cities. Notify all officers above the team leader level, including those from agriculture, law enforcement, public security, and logistics. A meeting will be held in the command center's conference room in half an hour. Ling Fan instructed. Understood. Ling Yi promptly went to make the arrangements. Standing atop the city walls, Ling Fan gazed upon the charred land below and the construction troops still clearing the battlefield, slowly exhaling a breath of relief. At last, he had established a foothold in this apocalyptic world. In the conference room of the command center, the officers of various bases sat upright, with military personnel occupying the seats of honor. Ling Fan entered with purposeful strides, making his way to the foremost seat and settling down. He gestured towards Deng Ping, stating, "Yesterday, I discussed some of my thoughts regarding base construction with Deng Ping. Here is my proposal." Ling Fan reiterated his previous ideas concerning household registration and resource collection. I propose that the future Dawn Resource Collection Team be jointly managed by the Logistics Department, the Public Security Team, the Law Enforcement Office, and the First Division. The Logistics Department will handle the reception of supplies. The Public Security Team will ensure that no weapons are secretly retained by the returning collection teams. The Law Enforcement Office will oversee the distribution and recovery of weapons, and the First Division will ensure their safety to a certain extent. He elaborated on more details, which prompted nods of agreement from the attendees. Next, Ling Fan turned to the head of the Agriculture Department, Fan Wei, and said, after this battle, the zombies in City C have been nearly eradicated. Even if there are any left, their numbers will not exceed 100,000. The Agriculture Department must spring into action. By next year, our base must be able to sustain itself with our own crops. Fan Wei immediately stood, offering a somewhat unpolished military salute, affirming, I guarantee the successful completion of this task. Chapter 50, Establishment of the Special Forces. Ling Fan nodded, having addressed the matters of the Agriculture Department. He then directly addressed Zheng Ming, saying, Zheng Ming, starting today, the Public Security Team will be divided into two parts. 5,000 personnel will be directly assigned to the combat forces of the 6th Regiment. The 1st Division will be split in two, forming 3 regiments into 1 division. Zheng Ming will be appointed as the commander of the 6th Regiment. Understood, Zheng Ming replied, his face alight with excitement. He is inherently a Special Forces soldier, possessing an exceptionally strong combat awareness. Once integrated into the combat sequence, he will have ample opportunity to showcase his skills. Ling Fan cast a glance at Zheng Ming and remarked, do not celebrate prematurely. Now that you have assumed the role of the regiment leader, it is imperative that you fulfill your duties earnestly and produce tangible results. Should there be any casualties later, we can enlist additional personnel directly at the base, provided they are willing. Zheng Ming nodded in agreement. The Urban Management Bureau will initially be overseen by the Police Department. Deng Ping, you will manage this for the time being and keep an eye out for any talents within the base. Ling Fan instructed Deng Ping. Understood. Ling Fan then spoke with gravitas. I intend to allocate the regiments as follows. After our previous battles, it is evident that Ling Air has achieved the highest merit. He shall serve as the commander of the 2nd Division. The 1st Division will oversee regiments 1 to 3, while the 2nd Division will handle regiments 4 to 6. Ling Qi will lead the 1st Regiment. Yes, yes. All regiment and division level officers stood and saluted. Ling Fan nodded and continued. Next, we must address the enhancement of capabilities across various departments. All officials at the ministerial level and above will be assisted to elevate to first-tier ability users. Having said this, Ling Air took 3 first-tier zombie cores from Ling Fan. Under Ling Fan's watchful gaze, each officer consumed the cores directly. Ling Fan nodded in satisfaction and declared, I also intend to establish a special regiment. The personnel will be drawn from the vacancies in the former independent regiment. Today, each of you regiment leaders should return and tally how many first-tier warriors you have. I will requisition all of them, returning the same number to you. The independent regiment is tentatively set at 3,000, with approximately 4,800 currently available. Vampires. After all this time, I have only 121st-tier warriors. Ling Lu muttered quietly. Ling Fan immediately flashed a bright smile and replied, Ah, little Lu, you have 121st-tier warriors. Perfect. I will trade you 150 zero-tier warriors for them. What do you say? Ling Lu promptly fell silent, not because he lacked a response, but rather out of fear. He dreaded that further conversation might lead to him relinquishing even his undergarments to Ling Fan. Commander, no need for tally. I believe we all know how many first-tier warriors we possess. Ling Air, who had just been promoted to division leader, spoke up. Ling Air, you scoundrel. I just took over the 1st Regiment, and you couldn't let me announce it myself? Ling Qi shouted. We have 235 first-tier warriors in the 2nd Regiment. Ling Sen stated. 3 Regiment has 125. For Regiment 89, as they reported these figures, the regiment leaders seethed, particularly towards Ling Air. This commander doesn't need to report, right? Ling Lu raised his hand. Ling Fan shot him an exasperated glance and replied, Since that is the case, we shall finalize this. After we adjourn, you will commence the handover. After a brief pause, Ling Fan continued, Now, let us discuss the direction of our forthcoming battles. Following this battle, many minor factions should have come to realize our strength, leading us to directly absorb these smaller entities. As for the 3 bases that betrayed the zombies, We shall address them last to avoid any unforeseen complications. Ling Yi suddenly remarked. However, they're always up to some mischief. Do not concern yourself with that. The zombies have been nearly eradicated. What further chaos could they possibly incite? Second Division, heed my command. Ling Fan suddenly balked at Ling F. Understood, Commander. Ling F promptly responded. I order your unit to capture all small survivor bases within 1 week. Relocate the entire population to the Donu district for temporary shelter. You will be provided with 300 rocket launchers, 10,000 rockets, 1,000 type, 171 heavy machine guns, 1,000 type, 80 general-purpose machine guns, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, and 200 grenade launchers with 10,000 grenades. Ling Fan delivered the arrangements for the Second Division in one breath. Commander, what about us? Ling Yi hesitated. Ling Fan smiled and replied, the First Division will prepare combat supplies. Those 4 major bases will not be easily conquered. Yes, Ling Yi affirmed. All right, you are all dismissed. All arrangements will take effect starting tomorrow. Ling Yi, for the shortfall in the Special Forces, directly utilized the Level 1 zombie crystal cores. Ensure there are at least 3,000 personnel, Ling Fan stated as he ascended the stairs. Understood, Commander. With that, Ling Yi departed the command center with the others. Upon reaching the second floor, Ling Fan embraced Lin Xiaolu, who promptly swatted away his restless hand. I've noticed that everyone in the base now regards you as the cornerstone of our efforts. Whenever you speak, it feels as though your words carry the weight of a decree. You mustn't bully me from now on. Ling Fan silenced Lin Xiaolu with a kiss. And after a minute, as their lips parted, he grinned and said, Hee, I intend to bully you right now. With no opportunity for Lin Xiaolu to retort, Ling Fan playfully pushed her onto the bed. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. For Ling Fan, it felt as though he and Lin Xiaolu had not shared such intimacy in ages. The dawn of a new day arrived, and early the next morning, Ling Fan summoned the 3,000 Level 1 combat police from the Independent Regiment to gather in the central square of the inner city. However, on his way to the square, an unforeseen event transpired. The first team's first squad had been lurking outside the city, and during their retreat, they captured a suspicious individual. Without hesitation, the combat police of the first squad brought him back to the base. After interrogation, it was revealed that this person was indeed the mastermind behind instigating the war between the zombies and the Dawn Survivor base. He was none other than the apostle of the corpse god cult, Ling Fan's old acquaintance, Huang Mao Yongguang. Upon receiving this news, Ling Fan nearly burst into laughter. It must be said, the father-son duo of Yang Di and his son truly had a knack for synchrony. First, the father was captured by Ling Fan's team while they mistook him for a survivor, and now the son had allied with the zombies, only to be left behind when the Level 3 zombies fled, resulting in his capture by Ling Fan's soldiers. Ling Yi prepared to interrogate Yang Di and his son. In the heart of the Donu district's central square, a sly smile crept across Ling Fan's lips. The father-son duo had certainly given him no shortage of trouble. Ling Fan was not a villain. He had spared both Yang Di and his son Yang Guang on several occasions. Yet, these two had repaid his mercy with betrayal, one aiding the oppressor, the other forsaking humanity. Such individuals deserve to be scorned by all. Ling Fan intended to make it abundantly clear to everyone in the base the dire consequences of betraying humanity. Soon, Ling Fan arrived at the central square of the inner district, where 3,000 first-tier battle police stood in perfect formation, their eyes fixed on him as he approached. Ascending the platform, he spoke solemnly. Welcome to the Independent Regiment. Our regiment is a specialized unit. Henceforth, whoever among you first attains the second tier through sheer effort shall directly assume the role of commander. For now, I shall serve as your commander. Independent Regiment. Independent Regiment. The battle police roared in unison. Ling Fan raised his hand to quiet them. However, do not be misled into thinking the Independent Regiment is merely a glorious venture. The most perilous and challenging tasks shall fall upon your shoulders. In plain terms, you will be placing your lives on the line, ready to sacrifice at any moment. The Independent Regiment fears not sacrifice. The Independent Regiment fears not sacrifice. The Independent Regiment fears not sacrifice. The impassioned chants echoed from the ranks of the battle police. Nearby, Ling Lu and others watched with a bitter smile. Well, this is it. These kids have fully embraced the Independent Regiment. Ling Lu jested, casting a teasing glance at Ling Qi. Enough of your nonsense. I have no desire to engage with you. Ling Chi retorted, well aware of Ling Lu's penchant for banter, and chose not to waste his breath. Following the military review, Ling Fan returned to the command center, where he first checked the inventory of zombie crystals. Aside from the first-tier battle police reassigned from various regiments, a total of 976 first-tier zombie crystals had been expended. This meant Ling Fan now possessed 41 first-tier zombie crystals and 58 second-tier zombie crystals. He did not hastily utilize these crystals, opting instead to store them in the command center's warehouse. The principle of rewarding merit and punishing transgressions must be enforced within the base. Commander, Yang Di and his son have been brought to the central square of the Donu district. At that moment, Ling Yi knocked on the command center's door. Reporting from outside, in the central square of the Donu district, a cacophony erupted as numerous survivors formed a circle, pointing and gossiping about Yang Di and his son at the center. Ling Fan and Ling Yi made their way to the elevated platform ahead of them, which spanned roughly 100 square meters, originally constructed for military reviews and award ceremonies. This was, in essence, its inaugural use for such a purpose. Upon the elevated platform, there stood a table accompanied by 3 chairs, where Ling Fan and Ling Yi promptly took their seats. It must be said that Wang Si was indeed astute. He had engraved the words Wang Family Woodworks upon both the table and the chairs. Ling Fan, what more do you desire, whether to kill or to torture? I submit to your will. I implore you, spare my son. The weariness in Yang Di's eyes was unmistakable. His recent incarceration had rendered him gaunt. Ling Fan, with a peculiar smile, replied, spare him? Soon you shall understand whether he deserves to be spared. After a brief 5-minute wait, a soldier approached bearing a roster, densely filled with text. This was a compilation from the intelligence department detailing all the crimes attributed to Yang Di and his associates. Ling Fan unfurled the document. Although he was already aware of many of the transgressions listed, a surge of unbridled rage coursed through him upon reading them. Yang Di, you are guilty of 3 crimes. First, using food to entice subordinates of Company J, only to subsequently hand them over to your underlings for debauchery. Second, maliciously inciting the survivor base at the military district to attack our soldiers, resulting in the sacrifice of 3 battalions. Third, willfully undermining the unity of the base with the intent to cause a schism. Do you acknowledge these charges? Ling Fan's tone was laced with fury. Yang Di's head hung heavily. At that moment, any attempt at defense seemed futile. After all, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. He chose silence. Yet his demeanor betrayed his guilt, revealing his trepidation to those around him. Bah, you scoundrel! You deserve to die! A survivor suddenly shouted. Yes, such a wretch deserves death. Commander, execute him. Kill him. Following the first survivor's outburst, the others joined in, their voices rising in a chorus of outrage, eager to tear Yang Di apart for his vile deeds. Do you dare to threaten me? A pack of sheep! How dare you insult my father? Yang Guang, kneeling on the ground, bellowed in anger. Though Ling Fan was already aware of Yang Guang's treachery in aligning with the undead upon learning of his crimes, Ling Fan could only laugh, a chilling, malevolent laugh. Yang Guang, let us not enumerate your numerous transgressions. They are indeed too many. Aligning with zombies, betraying humanity, deceiving survivors to serve as sustenance for the undead, and the assault of numerous women. It seems the only path left for you is death. I must say, you and your father are remarkably alike, Ling Fan remarked. When Yang Di heard of his son's misdeeds, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes aflame with fury. At the moment Ling Fan finished recounting Yang Guang's crimes, he erupted, You ungrateful wretch! You would drive me to madness. Why have you committed such heinous acts? Why betray humanity? In my lifetime, I have committed many sins, but I loathe traitors the most. Before he could finish, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, his body convulsing violently as his eyes rolled back in his head. Ling Fan said nothing, merely observing in silence until Yang Di convulsed one last time and fell still. He understood that Yang Di had been driven to his demise by his own son. How fortunate for you, Ling Fan muttered under his breath. Ling Fan, you shall not die well. The great deity will punish you. You have killed my father. You have killed my father. At that moment, Yang Guang's expression was filled with madness, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, resembling a demon clawing its way out of an abyss. Ha ha ha, what farce. The son has killed his father in a fit of rage, only to shift the blame onto others to ease his own conscience. Do you know what you are? You are a self-inflicted miscreant. Ling Fan wielded his verbal assault with precision and sharpness, for he had never intended to execute both Yang Di and his son in such a manner. However, the fact that Yang Di had succumbed to his anger was entirely unexpected. Even if Yang Di had not perished, Ling Fan would have still sought to destroy his spirit. Only in this way could those with nefarious intentions weigh the consequences of their actions against the law. As for the law, in the survivor base of Dawn, Ling Fan's word was law. Punishments were severe. For any breach of the base's regulations, the lightest penalty was 10 years of hard labor, while the gravest was death. In my hands, there are no justifications, nor will I grant you any reprieve, as was customary before the apocalypse. Ling Fan's gaze shifted towards the survivors, this time. The spectacle of punishment must conclude with perfection. Regarding the execution by fire, it involved binding individuals to a great tree outside the base and bombarding them with incendiary projectiles. The firebomb would not explode next to the condemned, but rather 300 meters away, ensuring that Yang Guang did not meet his end too easily. While this might seem inhumane when applied to ordinary individuals, Ling Fan found it insufficient for Yang Guang. Notify the police department. Bring forth all those who were identified as heinous during the previous interrogations. They shall be executed together. Ling Fan's tone was icy. This time, he intended to instill terror in those with malicious intents. 15 minutes later, a total of 25 individuals, along with one corpse, were bound to several large trees located 1 kilometer outside the base. Among them, 24 were individuals who had committed numerous morally depraved acts within the military district and 3 smaller bases. Ling Fan, you shall not die well. You will soon join us. They screamed. Ha ha ha. Let me go. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. These criminals either raged in madness, descended into insanity, or begged for forgiveness. But in Ling Fan's eyes, they were all deserving of their fate. Execute. With a single command from Ling Fan, the armed police controlling the rocket launcher pressed the fire button. An incendiary projectile sped toward the criminals. Boom! The bomb landed approximately 350 meters from the group of criminals. And as it struck the ground, flames surged forth like a colossal wave, engulfing all the wrongdoers. Ugh! In the very first second, there echoed the anguished cries of the criminals. Yet as soon as the scream escaped their lips, their tongues were seared into cooked flesh, rendering further cries impossible. This torment persisted for at least a minute before they began to perish, turning into charred remains and eventually ash. The survivors outside, witnessing the spectacle, instinctively recoiled, for it was their inaugural encounter with the devastating power of incendiary devices. Thus, Yang Di and his son bid a final farewell to this world, concluding their nefarious existence. Chapter 52. The Excruciating Ion Sniper Rifle. Host, Ling Fan. Combat Power, 256. Ability Level, 2. Spirit Currency, 648, 123, 200. Points, 6, 532, 183. Items, Spirit Tool. Soul Blade X1. Legion, 30,000, 30,000. Upgrade requirement. Territory must reach 1,000,000 inhabitants. After dealing with the criminals, Ling Fan opened the long unattended system panel. The spirit currency had skyrocketed to 6 per billion. How many points were required to upgrade the Tier 3 warrior? Ling Fan noted his points had surpassed 650,000. Contemplating that the upgrade should pose no problem, considering the leap from Tier 1 to Tier 2 merely required 10,000 points. Host, you are overly optimistic. The system interjected with a hint of mockery. Transitioning from Tier 2 to Tier 3 demands a 100-fold increase compared to Tier 1 to Tier 2. Ascending to Tier 3 signifies a qualitative transformation. To put it simply, a Tier 2 ability user can contend with up to 50 Tier 1 users concurrently, while a Tier 3 ability user can navigate freely among 100 Tier 2 users. Ling Fan looked up to the heavens in exasperation. After enduring such protracted warfare, I cannot even ascend to a Tier 3 warrior. Is there no firearm with enhanced solo combat capability that can inflict damage on Tier 3 zombies? Ling Fan persisted. Since that Tier 3 zombie Ling Long had fled, an unsettling anxiety lingered within him. He was quite apprehensive about the possibility of the Tier 3 zombie launching a surprise attack, which would lead to a thrilling chaos. Well, there is indeed. The system's voice resonated, and a vivid image materialized before Ling Fan. The weapon depicted nearly made him salivate. It was a creation unlike any from previous eras. resembling a Barrett in design, yet adorned with countless energy conduits along its body. This marvel was dubbed the Ion Sniper Rifle. It boasted an effective range of 10 kilometers. The scope employed a direct locking and positioning system, ensuring precise strikes against foes within that range. Its lethality far surpassed previous armaments. A Tier 2 zombie struck in the head would almost certainly meet an instant demise. As for a Tier 3 zombie, a headshot would also prove grievous. By consistently landing shots, one could obliterate the zombie's central nervous system. This was not akin to that of an ordinary human, but rather a novel central nervous system formed by the zombie virus within the creature's mind, with the zombie's core crystal residing at its epicenter. Upon reading the description of the Ion Rifle's ammunition, Ling Fan fell into contemplative silence. The Ion Sniper Rifle's magazine can hold up to 60 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Indeed, only zombie crystal cores can be used, and 60 of them can fire only 6 shots. Each shot concentrates the energy of 10 level 1 zombie crystal cores into a single point, approximately the size of a needle tip. Upon impact with a zombie, this point detonates instantaneously, unleashing an energy storm that wreaks havoc throughout all energy-laden areas within the zombie's body. Thus, one might think this is a weapon specifically designed for combating zombies. However, it is more accurate to say that this is a gun tailored for targeting any creature imbued with energy. Ling Fan glanced at the price of this weapon with utmost speed. Just a fleeting look caused him to halt in disbelief. 88 million spirit coins. This is the cost to forge an Ion Sniper Rifle. System, are you certain this price is correct? A plane can be procured for just 100 million spirit coins. Why does this gun cost so much? Ling Fan inquired of the system with a tone of incredulity. Host, this is indeed the most cost-effective weapon I can recommend, capable of directly inflicting damage upon level 3 zombies. If you're willing to invest a little more in the future and utilize level 3 zombie crystal cores as ammunition for this gun, its power could even pose a threat to level 4 zombies. Can a plane compare to it? The system replied with utmost seriousness. Very well. Manufacture 2 Ion Sniper Rifles for me. Ling Fan conceded, for the allure of this weapon was immensely strong, with adept marksmanship. One shot could potentially yield 100,000 points. After all, the demise of a level 3 zombie would yield a crystal core valued at 100,000. Commander, the 2nd Division is fully assembled and ready to depart. Ling Air's somewhat weighty voice pulled Ling Fan from his reverie. Outside the Dawn base, 15,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation, their ranks dense and imposing, radiating an aura of lethal intent. It was evident they were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Brothers, I have set a date with your commander. Within 1 week, I expect the complete subjugation of the 22 factions in Area C. Do you have confidence? Ling Fan did not include the 3 factions that had surrendered to the zombies, for they had but one path ahead: utter annihilation. Yes, yes, yes. All the soldiers shouted in unison. Or the vehicles. Depart. With a single command from Ling Fan, he watched as all the soldiers set off. This time, he did not accompany them. The entirety of City C, while not excessively large, spanned approximately 80 square kilometers. Under unobstructed conditions, it would take nearly 2 hours to traverse from one end of the city to the other. Naturally, a city is not perfectly square. Some narrow areas measure only a few kilometers, while longer stretches extend for hundreds of kilometers. Ling Air and his division would need to traverse the entire expanse of City C to confront each of the small factions. On his way back to the command center, Ling Fan pondered numerous issues. The base was gradually improving, and by the end of the month, the entire City C would be reclaimed. Education, healthcare, and transportation must be prioritized. Business taxation is also a focal point that must be addressed. Although it is confined to a single city, all order within the base must be firmly established. Upon returning to the command center, Lin Xiaola immediately entwined herself around Ling Fan, emitting soft moans. Without hesitation, Ling Fan pressed his lips against hers. An hour later, Lin Xiaola declared, I plan to initiate the establishment of education, healthcare, and business taxation within the base. Until these systems are perfected, the base remains susceptible to collapse at any moment. Ling Fan lay naked on the bed, panting. Indeed, Lin Xiaola nodded obediently, wholeheartedly supporting Ling Fan's vision. With a tender glance, Ling Fan remarked, I wish for you to take a position in the Ministry of Education. As for the logistics department, I shall entrust it to the old dean. However, Lin Xiaola hesitated, but the old dean is quite advanced in age. The logistics department demands a formidable workload. Ling Fan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiaola. You seem to forget that the old dean is now an echelon-level ability user. In terms of physical capability, how many young individuals can truly rival him? After hearing Ling Fan's jest, Lin Xiaola playfully punched him and fell silent. System. Has the ion sniper rifle not yet been manufactured? Ling Fan felt a tinge of confusion, as nearly 2 hours had passed without the creation of a single rifle. Please be patient, host, came the system's mechanical voice. Great. The system has gone offline again. At 1 p.m., Ling Fan announced through the communicator. Notify all base personnel to convene for a meeting. Significant changes are on the horizon. Understood, came a hoarse voice from the other end of the intercom. It was the Nightshade. A new era of great development for the base is about to commence. Chapter 53. Major reforms at the base in the command center's conference room. The number of attendees was considerably reduced. This meeting primarily focused on internal reforms within the base, with only Ling Yi representing the military. Present were Deng Ping from the security department, Fan Wei from the agricultural department, Lin Xiaola from the logistics department, and Ling Yi, the commander of the 1st Division. Now that everyone is here, I shall not keep you in suspense. The purpose of today's gathering is to announce that our base is on the brink of significant reforms, which will entail a detailed restructuring of personnel allocation and salary systems, Ling Fan stated calmly. Commander, does this mean that all previous arrangements will be altered? Fan Wei inquired, concern evident in his voice. For him, the impending personnel changes posed considerable challenges, especially as their team was in the midst of redeveloping hybrid rice. The apocalypse had rendered much of their critical experimental data inaccessible. The esteemed elder from the Blue Dragon Kingdom had previously developed super rice, which had transformed the entire planet over the past century. However, all experimental data resided on outdated computers, and the obsolescence of electronic products meant that much scientific knowledge had been lost. However, Fan Wei is an avid book collector. He possesses a copy of the handwritten manuscript by the esteemed Old Master. This merely allows him to traverse the path laid by the Master once more, albeit with significantly fewer detours. The super hybrid rice can yield over 10,000 pounds of grain per acre. What does this signify? It implies that by cultivating super hybrid rice on merely the land of a single city, the entire nation could be sustained. Presently, their experiments have reached a critical juncture, and any personnel changes at this moment would inflict catastrophic consequences upon their research. Certainly not, Ling Fan stated earnestly. This time, I intend to establish the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Transportation, further subdividing all our previous departments. Deng Ping's face lit up with surprise. This is splendid. With the stability of the base, education indeed needs to be prioritized, lest we allow it to become a lost legacy. Ling Fan nodded and continued from today onward. Lin Xiao Lu will be transferred from the logistics department to serve as the Minister of Education, with Wang Ye taking charge of the former logistics department. Wang Ye, one of their former colleagues, had also been among the victims in Yang Di's hands during the apocalypse. However, since arriving at the base, she had diligently assisted Lin Xiao Lu with all matters in the logistics department. Thus, it was only fitting for her to assume the role of Minister of Logistics. When it was confirmed that Wang Yu would lead the logistics department, she was just brought in by the combat police. Upon hearing Ling Fan propose her for the position, disbelief filled her eyes, not due to a lack of confidence in her abilities, but rather because the happiness came as such a sudden surprise, leaving her momentarily dazed. What is this, Wang Ye? Are you unwilling? Ling Fan remarked with a teasing smile. Wang Ye hastily replied, of course not. I am absolutely willing. After this, at Ling Fan's gesture, she took a seat. Very well. Now, let us discuss personnel arrangements. The previous resource collection department of the logistics department has been abolished, and the department has been divided into 3 smaller units. The logistics resource inventory department with 500 personnel, the logistics resource distribution department with 500 personnel, and the base finance department with 200 personnel. All the specifics are detailed on this document. With that, Ling Fan handed a note containing the personnel distribution and salary details to Wang Ye. After giving the note to Wang Ye, Ling Fan turned to Lin Xiao Lu and stated, the education department is divided into 2 sections. The educational book editing department with 1,000 personnel and 700 teachers. These are the particulars for the education department. With that, Ling Fan tossed another note to Lin Xiao Lu. In truth, even without the note, she was well aware of its contents, as these documents had been collaboratively crafted by her and Ling Fan. The agricultural department. It seems your personnel count is somewhat low. Ling Fan observed from the materials in hand, noting that the agricultural department comprised only a little over 20 individuals. Commander, I was actually concerned you might say we were overstaffed, given that our agricultural department currently lacks the capacity to fully utilize its potential. Fan Wei replied sheepishly. Ling Fan immediately burst into laughter and proclaimed, "Your department is of utmost importance to our base. Without you, our future development would be inconceivable. Thus, the agricultural department's seed research center will be staffed with 500 personnel, and the subsequent seed sales center will also comprise 500. That should suffice, don't you think? Within this month, you can confidently cultivate the entire land of City C." Ling Fan's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence, a testament to his faith in both his base and his team. Fan Wei promptly responded, "That is more than sufficient. Absolutely adequate." His face beamed with joy at the prospect of a 500-member research team, which would significantly accelerate the development of super hybrid rice. By June at the latest, or even as early as April. Given the current post-apocalyptic climate, we can plant crops year-round. However, Ling Fan soon found himself in a quandary. After a brief pause, he inquired, "As for the transportation department, I am not particularly familiar with many individuals within the base. Do you have any recommendations?" "Commander, I have a candidate." Deng Ping interjected. Intrigued, Ling Fan urged, "Do tell, who is it?" After all, anyone recommended by the selfless Deng Ping would surely possess commendable qualities. Deng Ping immediately stood and declared, "Lu Jun." He graduated from a police academy, specializing in this very field. There was no transportation department previously, so he never had the opportunity to be recommended. Without delay, Ling Fan seized the communicator to contact the Nightshade, instructing him to bring Lu Jun and also summon Li Sanmao from the construction corps. Li Sanmao, originally named Li Sanmao, had earned the nickname due to his past role as a soldier who issued warnings at the military district base. Zheng Meng had frequently praised him in front of Ling Fan, and now that Zheng Meng had been assigned to a combat unit, the position of construction corps leader had become vacant. Inviting Lu Sanmao was an opportunity to assess Li Sanmao's suitability for the role. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Jun and Li Sanmao were brought forth. Ling Fan observed them closely. Both appeared devoid of any malice, radiating integrity and confidence. "Liu Yun, effective immediately, you will serve as the acting minister of the transportation department. The department comprises a road planning division with 50 personnel and a traffic control division with 1,000. Once you achieve results, you will be confirmed in your position." Ling Fan declared with enthusiasm. He was keen on infusing fresh talent into his ranks. "Yes, Commander. I shall undoubtedly fulfill all the tasks you assign." Lu Jun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was akin to becoming the chief of a traffic police brigade before the outbreak. With keen interest, Ling Fan turned to Li Sanmao and remarked, "Sanmao? That's a splendid name. For the time being, you will serve as the acting leader of the construction corps. I trust you are aware of the corps responsibilities, so I need not elaborate. Similarly, once you demonstrate your capabilities, you shall be confirmed in your role." Li Sanmao trembled with anticipation. An opportunity had finally arrived. His mother had always told him since childhood that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. He approached every task with diligence and dedication. Yet he was often oppressed by others. Nevertheless, he never wavered in his beliefs. "Indeed, the opportunity has now arrived. Thank you, Commander. I shall ensure the effective management of the Legion's construction and prioritize the establishment of a base." Li Sanmao knelt on one knee, expressing his commitment. Ling Fan gestured for Li Sanmao to rise, reminding him that a man's knee is as valuable as gold. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Visitor Arrives. By the way, the finance department of the logistics division will also oversee the primary banking operations. All citizens will be able to deposit and withdraw grain currency and supplies. "Yes, Commander." Wang Yu responded, still feeling somewhat bewildered. Weren't we supposed to have the 4 major departments jointly supervise the Dawn Resource Collection team? Now we can manage it with just 2 departments. The police department will be responsible for screening individuals entering the city, prohibiting the carrying of firearms. Any team found with dropped weapons will be thoroughly investigated. Unless there is a significant zombie attack, any lost firearms will incur a penalty of 2,000 grain currency per weapon. As for ammunition, we shall sell it at the rate of 1 grain currency per bullet. Ling Fan promptly refined the previously inadequate system for the Dawn Resource Collection team. "Yes, understood." Deng Ping and Wang Yu replied. "Li Mo, your first task upon taking office is to construct the teaching building the police building, the Dawn Resource Collection Guild building, and to expand the logistics warehouse by twofold. Ling Fan calculated that once all the constructions were completed, little land would remain in the Dawn New District. Yes, Commander. I will arrange this immediately. Lisamo afirmat. The meeting lasted for over 5 hours. And once Ling Fan had assigned all tasks, he dismissed everyone. In the following week, Ling Fan experienced an unparalleled sense of ease as the base's construction progressed daily. Each day, the 2nd Division transported survivors back to the base, plunging the entire establishment into a bustling phase. This continued until the 5th day, when Ling Fan aimed to subdue 22 minor factions. Is your commander named Ling Fan? Is this the one? A robust man brandished a photograph, inquiring around. A survivor looked at the muscular man with confusion and asked, "Do you know the commander?" The man held a photograph of Ling Fan in his hand. "It truly is this lad. He's made quite the name for himself." Huh. With that, the man hurried towards the inner city. This burly figure was indeed one of the survivors transported back by the 2nd Division. Stop. Base access is restricted. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. 2 guards stood at the city gate, blocking the robust man as he rushed toward them. The man immediately halted and declared, "I am looking for your commander. I am his childhood friend. Go tell him that Zhou Qiang has arrived." The guards exchanged doubtful glances at Zhou Qiang, one of them retrieving a communicator to relay the message. "Captain, a figure claiming to be Commander Zhou Qiang has emerged." "Wait a moment. Let me verify this," came Ling Ba's voice through the communicator. Ling Fan and Lin Xiao Lu were enjoying a gentle breeze on the 2nd-floor terrace, reveling in a rare respite from violence and worry. It felt as though Ling Fan had returned to a time before the apocalypse, albeit in a more favorable light, as he now had a beloved companion by his side. Ding! Ling Fan retrieved his communicator, noting it was a call from Ling Ba, and promptly answered. "Commander, someone in the Dawn District claims to be your brother, named Zhou Qiang," Ling Ba reported. Ling Fan fell silent, his entire being frozen upon hearing that name. Zhou Qiang had been his closest friend in his previous life, and also represented his worst nightmare. The memories of Zhou Qiang's betrayal were vivid and haunting. Being stabbed in the back by the one he had trusted most deeply was a pain that still resonated within him. Ling Fan found himself at a loss on how to confront him. Should he kill him out of rage? Yet, in this life, he had not betrayed Zhou Qiang, having only recently crossed paths with him. Though Zhou Qiang may have felt it had only been a few months since they last met, to Ling Fan, it had been 3 years. With a heavy sigh, Ling Fan spoke into the communicator, "Bring him to the Eda Tea House in the Dawn District. I will meet him there." Ling Fan could not allow Zhou Qiang to enter. The events of their past life had revealed Zhou Qiang's insatiable thirst for power. If he were to realize Ling Fan possessed extraordinary abilities, it was likely he would entertain nefarious thoughts. The Eda Tea House was the sole establishment of its kind in the Dawn District, a property of the base itself, with scarce provisions available. It served as a refuge for survivors seeking leisure or discussions. The tea house spanned 2 floors. The first was predominantly a mahjong hall, while the second featured private rooms equipped with billiard and mahjong tables. Ling Fan arrived at the 2nd floor and lingered outside room 203 for a considerable time before finally pushing the door open. Inside, he found Zhou Qiang, engrossed in a game of billiards. Upon noticing Ling Fan's entrance, Zhou Qiang immediately set down his cue with excitement and stepped forward, attempting to embrace Ling Fan. However, Ling Fan instinctively sidestepped, leaving Zhou Qiang to miss his mark, plunging both into an awkward silence. I've been in combat recently, which has led to this habit. Please, have a seat so we can talk." Ling Fan chuckled awkwardly, gesturing to a nearby chair. Perceiving the slight formality in Ling Fan's demeanor, Zhou Qiang refrained from commenting further. Once seated, he began, "Xiao Fan, I've heard you are now the commander of this base. You're truly remarkable." "Huh, it's merely luck," Ling Fan replied modestly. "A trusted brother aided me in barely securing the position of commander." Ling Fan, having once been bitten by a dog, now harbors an inexplicable wariness towards Zhou Qiang. Suddenly, Zhou Qiang fidgeted beside him, stammering and struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Little Fan, this is it." Ling Fan, fully aware of his intentions, promptly interjected, "How about this? You shall serve as the president of our Dawn Resource Collection Guild, with a monthly salary of 300 grain coins." Ling Fan wished to keep Zhou Qiang entirely distanced from the inner city. The position of president was merely a nominal title, devoid of real power, as the true management of the guild resided with the logistics department and the security office. Zhou Chang's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you, little fan. You truly are a good friend. No worries, So Kyung. I have numerous matters to attend to at the base. I will arrange your duties as soon as possible. And once the guild is established, you can start working right away," Ling Fan said, eager to depart. The discomfort he felt in Zhou Chang's presence was palpable. Once Ling Fan left, Zhou Chang's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "I never expected such a useless person could become commander. Your position will soon be mine." His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to himself. In the next moment, however, his demeanor shifted to one of cheerfulness as he exited the tea house. "Fan, what's wrong?" Upon Ling Fan's return to the terrace on the second floor of the command center, Lin Xiaolun noticed his somber expression and inquired. "Nothing. Just some matters I haven't fully grasped yet. Xiaolo, how is the recruitment situation in the education department coming along?" With that, Ling Fan deftly redirected the conversation. Was Zhou Chang's arrival at the base a blessing or a curse? Chapter 55. The Resolute Commander Gao. Time swiftly passed. Today marked the 7th day since Ling Fan had allotted the 2nd Division 1 week to reclaim 22 small bases. Thus far, they had successfully taken over 20 bases, with populations varying significantly, some reaching around 10,000, while others numbered as few as 3,000. However, Ling Air and his comrades were currently facing difficulties. At the tunnel entrance between Sea City University Town and Bai County, a formidable force of 5,000 soldiers stood guard, comprising both survivors from the Bai City base and those from the Greedy Wolf survivor base. Ling Fan's 2nd Division had been making substantial moves recently, and it was evident to all that he aimed to consolidate control over the entire territory of Sea City. Initially, these two factions had established a coalition agreement, and now the remaining 2 small survivor bases lay within their sphere of influence, collecting considerable protection fees each month, ensuring that the higher-ups of both bases could enjoy a life of luxury. As for the other 2 factions, one was a survivor base hastily formed by the Sea City government of the Blue Dragon Nation, awaiting national rescue, while the other was composed of a consortium of wealthy groups in Sea City, aspiring to form a survivor base. Within this narrative lies the convergence of the entire scientific community of City C, representing its most formidable force. As for the Wall City survivor base, it is essentially the former military headquarters of the region, with a modest troop strength of merely 1 regiment, comprising 1,000 soldiers. This is not to imply that the regiment size designated by Ling Fan is excessive, but rather a measure for enhanced management. After all, in the later stages, the military might swell to not just tens of thousands, but potentially millions. Adhering to the pre-apocalyptic military structure would inevitably lead to challenges in governance. Furthermore, the previously mentioned Greedy Wolf Base, another military district within City C, boasts numbers far surpassing those of the Wall City Survivor Base. The interception mission clearly serves to convey to Ling Fan and his team that their aspirations to unify City C are futile. As the 2nd Division arrived at the Wall District Tunnel, the ambushed soldiers opened fire without warning, resulting in immediate casualties among the unprepared 2nd Division. "Those scoundrels! They've ambushed us!" Ling Lu's team was stationed at the forefront of the 2nd Division, and a surprise attack incited his wrath. He swiftly commanded his soldiers, "Find cover. Prepare for battle. Machine gun squad, ready your fire." Ling Lu was genuinely enraged. Once was forgivable, but why was it always his unit under fire? These adversaries indiscriminately unleashed their assault upon his troops, resulting in at least 200 casualties. "First squad ready. 2nd squad ready. 5th squad ready." The 5 squad leaders reported back to Ling Lu. "Notify the command center. We are under attack by unidentified armed forces and demand a counterattack." Ling Lu instructed the soldiers behind him, then turned and exclaimed, "Damn it! What are you all dawdling for? Open fire." At that moment, all soldiers simultaneously pulled their triggers, the muzzles of their Type 95 rifles erupting with crimson flames. Over 600 heavy machine guns also unleashed a barrage. The ground trembled as ammunition tore through the earth, sending enemy soldiers of the 2 base alliance tumbling to the ground. "Commander, we cannot hold out against their overwhelming firepower," a soldier reported as he rushed into the command post. "Damn it! Even if we cannot withstand, we must hold our ground. Do you wish to see them slaughter our base?" The commander bellowed, perspiration streaming down his face. The fear instilled by the Greedy Wolf base was palpable, as rumors of Ling Fan's ruthlessness in reclaiming bases circulated, obliterating 3 bases without mercy. What if they surrendered? only to have Ling Fan and his forces turn on them. Therefore, they could not allow the enemy to approach the base. Given their current position, they dare not employ large-scale destructive weapons. The use of heavy artillery would inevitably lead to a collapse of the tunnel, and should that occur, reaching the Wall City survivor base would necessitate traversing the Gene Mountain, a journey that would consume several hours. By then, the personnel at the base would have long since fled. How dare you, Ling Lu? Who gave you the authority to open fire? We must first seek diplomacy before resorting to violence. Are you not aware of this? Ling Er, suddenly filled with fury, rushed over and struck Ling Lu on the head. Ling Lu, equally incensed, shouted back, "Commander, they have killed my comrades." What nonsense! You can always ask the commander to resurrect them. Our objective now is to reclaim these bases through peaceful means. With your reckless approach, how can we expect any base to submit willingly in the future? Enough of this madness. Cease fire immediately. Without hesitation, Ling Er interrupted Ling Lu. Cease fire. Ling Lu bellowed in frustration. Instantly, the entire front line under Ling Lu fell into a profound silence. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Er seized the microphone and, after a firm tap, announced, "Brothers inside. I am Ling Er, commander of the 2nd Division of the Dawn Survivor Base. Our mission to the Wall City is not to harm you. Uniting City C is essential for the safety of all survivors, and we harbor no ill will towards you. To hell with you. Just from your insincere title. It's clear you're not to be trusted. You merely wish to destroy our survivor base. If you have guts, try to get past me first." The regiment leader, upon hearing Ling Er's proclamation, cursed without hesitation. Deep down, he held no faith in the Dawn Survivor base. He could not afford to make a mistake, as it would mean endangering the lives of thousands within a base. "All soldiers, heed my command. We must defend the tunnel entrance at all costs. No one is to enter." The regiment leader issued his order firmly and advanced with his weapon in hand. "Commander, we're running low on ammunition. We can hold out for less than an hour," reported a young lieutenant. With his eyes reddened, the regiment leader replied, "Then we will fight to the last. We cannot allow them to advance." In truth, the regiment leader's actions were already under Ling Er's observation. The officer who reported the ammunition status was an informant, relaying all intelligence from this base to Ling Er. Hence, when Ling Lu opened fire, Ling Er's fury erupted. Such a commander, wholeheartedly devoted to the welfare of the survivor base, is a rarity, despite the presence of some miscreants within the survivor base. Ling Er felt compelled to protect this commander due to his unwavering righteousness. Ling Er, still unwilling to relent, remarked, "The one speaking just now must be the esteemed regiment leader of the Wall City survivor base. I assure you, my words are entirely truthful. Now, regarding your supposed alliance with the Greedy Wolf survivor base, I must inquire, how many soldiers have they dispatched this time? You have been deceived by them. The 3 survivor bases we eradicated had already betrayed humanity. They were mere pawns of the undead. That is why we annihilated them completely." Noticing the silence from the other side, Ling Er continued, "The Greedy Wolf sent only 200 men, aiming to weaken our Dawn survivor base's strength, so they can reap the benefits later. If you think about it, it will become clear." The regiment leader found himself deep in contemplation. Indeed, the Greedy Wolf had only dispatched 200 men. As the situation escalated, one couldn't help but ponder whether the efforts of this regiment, along with the hastily assembled militia of over 3,000, were truly worthwhile. Reflecting on the matter, Ling Er's assertions held merit. The Greedy Wolf undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 56. The Intelligence Officer's Great Contribution. Commander Gao cautiously emerged, asserting, "You may leave. Our base shall not be surrendered. I owe it to the thousands of souls relying on us." In truth, Commander Gao felt a pang of temptation to yield, yet he remained bound by the authority of his superior, the division commander of the 736th. Although the commander had transformed into a cruel and bloodthirsty figure since the onset of the apocalypse, he still chose loyalty in the face of righteousness. "How dare you? Do not mistake our hospitality for weakness. We could eliminate you in less than half an hour. What purpose would that serve? I have already overlooked your surprise attack that resulted in the loss of 200 of my soldiers." Ling Lu erupted in anger, having vented his frustrations without yielding any resolution. This time, Ling Er refrained from restraining Ling Lu's outburst, as he too felt a simmering rage. Despite his attempts at persuasion, the opposing side remained impervious. "Commander Gao, I shall extend one final opportunity. Should you refuse to surrender, we shall meet on the battlefield." Consider not only your own fate, but that of your soldiers. Ling Air's voice bore a chilling edge. For the next 5 minutes, Commander Gao remained silent. 1st Brigade, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Brigade, prepare for battle. Ling Air's command resounded. The other 2 brigades had already encircled the survivors of the city during negotiations, ready to open fire at a moment's notice should any disturbances arise. Commander Gao's expression darkened. He was reluctant to become a prisoner, yet the sight of his soldiers, some merely 17 or 18 years of age, weighed heavily on him. Commander, surrender. This battle is not even close to being on equal footing, implored a young lieutenant from the intelligence unit. Just as the intelligence officer finished speaking, Commander Gao, in a fit of desperation, pressed his handgun to the officer's temple. Huazai, ever since your arrival at the base, I have regarded you as my confidant. Why betray me? Why? Commander Gao's anguish was palpable. From the moment Ling Air had called out his name, Gao had suspected the presence of a traitor within their ranks, but he had not discerned their identity. Now, after Huazai's attempt to persuade him to surrender, he was certain Huazai was the traitor, or perhaps a spy. With an air of calmness, Huazai replied, Commander, do you not see? I could have waited for them to annihilate you all, but your integrity compelled me to intervene. I could not allow you to perish in vain. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, the intelligence officer swiftly maneuvered to Gao's right and struck him down with a precise blow. As Gao's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, Huazai shouted, Commander has issued orders. Capture the agents sent by the greedy wolf base. We surrender. In that instant, disbelief etched itself across the faces of all the soldiers present. A warrior inquired, Where's Commander Gao? Why did he not come to speak with us in person? Huazai chuckled and replied, Commander Gao stated that he does not wish to appear as a coward, feeling rather embarrassed to emerge from his hiding. Upon hearing this explanation, the group instantly felt relieved. Many were acquainted with Commander Gao's character, and it seemed entirely reasonable. In truth, none wished for this battle to commence, as they were all acutely aware that once it did, it would likely cost them their lives. Suddenly, the survivors from the Wall City base were astonished to find that the 200 individuals sent from the Greedy Wolf base had thrown down their weapons with remarkable speed. One of their leaders stepped forward and declared, There is no need for animosity towards us. We too have been forsaken by that treacherous wolf master. In these apocalyptic times, aligning with powerful factions is merely a means of survival. Since the wolf master has shown us no mercy, we owe him no loyalty in return. Excellent. Raise the flag. Raise the white flag, Huazai exclaimed with fervor. After Commander Ling Air called for the 3rd Regiment to prepare for battle, he received intelligence indicating that he would be granted half an hour to resolve the situation. True to his expectation, within just over 10 minutes, the enemy's position raised a white flag, signaling their surrender. We will escort the captured soldiers back to base. 1st and 2nd Regiments, accompany me to seize the Wall City Survivor Base, Ling Air proclaimed with unwavering confidence. At the Dawn Survivor Base, the commander received urgent news. Our 2nd Division has captured 5,000 soldiers from the Wall City Survivor Base, and the 3rd Regiment is currently en route with them. According to Ling Air, they would also seize the Wall City Survivor Base today. Anya, standing beside Ling Fan, remarked, This is extraordinary. How many did you say? 5,000? Oddly enough, my reports only indicate over 200 casualties among the battle police. Data from half an hour ago. Anya's voice then took on a tone of triumph. Our intelligence division's agent number 25 had infiltrated the enemy base earlier and successfully attained the rank of 2nd lieutenant. He incapacitated the commanding officer of the main regiment and announced their surrender. Intrigued, Ling Fan responded, This intelligence officer deserves a reward. Here are 2 level 2 zombie crystals. One is yours, and the other is for him. Understood. With that, Anya took the crystals and vanished from Ling Fan's side. An hour later, 10 transport vehicles, laden with soldiers, slowly entered the base. The captured prisoners lined up in formation, while 3rd Regiment soldiers stood guard beside them with their rifles at the ready. Damn it, Huazai, you ungrateful wretch. I elevated you, and this is how you repay me? The Wall City Survivor Base has fallen under your command. Commander Gao awakened to find himself in an utterly unfamiliar place, instantly realizing that they had all been captured. Agent number 25 cast a deep glance at Commander Gao and slightly bowed, saying, Commander Gao, I sincerely apologize for my actions, but I had to do this for your safety. After speaking, the intelligence officer number 25 turned on his heel and departed. In an instant, all the surrendered soldiers were left bewildered. They had been deceived into surrendering. The soldiers began to murmur among themselves. How intriguing. Ling Fan, of course, witnessed this scene, a look of admiration gracing his face. This intelligence officer number 25 was indeed remarkable. Ling Fan slowly approached the location of the prisoners of war and called out loudly, "Silence. Welcome to the Dawn Survivor Base. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. You now have two choices. First, join the construction corps and serve for 1 year before you can enlist in the combat units. Second, you may choose to leave military service altogether. However, you must fend for yourselves regarding food. Our base does not support idlers." Immediately, chaos erupted below, and no one made a choice. Observing this, Ling Fan interrupted them again. "Those wishing to join the construction corps, proceed to the left side. Register with him." He pointed to the dazed Li Sanmao. To the right stood a group of merchants from the base. These vigorous young men were precisely what the merchants favored, each beckoning like a fisherman with bait. This has always been the custom of the base, and Ling Fan paid it no mind. Chapter 57. The Eve of Full-Scale War in City C. Come to our Dawn Resource Collection Guild. Embark on a journey to the pinnacle of life. Winning the affection of a wealthy and beautiful partner will be effortless. Those interested, come register with me. Just as all the soldiers were at a loss, Zhou Qiang suddenly emerged from the crowd, shouting. Ling Fan's gaze sharpened. He had not expected that even in a position devoid of real power, Zhou Qiang could still create such a stir. After his past experiences, Ling Fan had become acutely aware of human nature. He understood Zhou Qiang's intentions all too well. He sought to establish his own faction. Ling Fan did not show any reaction. To him, Zhou Qiang was merely a clown under the absolute pressure of force. In the end, 500 soldiers chose to join the construction corps, while 2,000 were claimed by various merchants. The remaining 500 were all absorbed into the Dawn Resource Collection Guild. Of course, while Zhou Qiang rejoiced in acquiring personnel, Ling Fan had already arranged for an intelligence officer to infiltrate the Dawn Resource Collection Guild. Around 3 p.m. that afternoon, all members of Ling Air's command returned to the base, bringing with them excellent news. One of the 4 major bases, the Wall City Survivor Base, had been successfully reclaimed. They also returned with 30,000 tons of grain and over 53,000 survivors. Ling Air approached with excitement, saying, "Commander, we have fulfilled our mission. A total of 22 survivor bases have been captured." Ling Air was downplaying the situation. Due to time constraints, the smaller survivor bases belonging to the Greedy Wolf Survivor Base had not been taken. However, he had secured the Wall City Survivor Base. Historically, Wall City had always been the most habitable area in City C, with its fertile land being exceptionally suitable for cultivating various plants, earning it the title of the lungs of the entire City C over a century ago. Ling Fan bore no resentment towards Ling Air, for securing the survivor base at the city wall was indeed a significant achievement. "Very well, you shall rest for a day, as the upcoming days will bring numerous fierce battles," Ling Fan stated gravely. With a salute, Ling Air departed from the command center. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu entered the command center and directly inquired, "Fan, do you have plans for another large-scale battle?" "Haha, my dear Xiaolu is truly astute. Once these few days conclude, the entirety of City C will belong to our base," Ling Fan replied with a smile. Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes and remarked, "Isn't it obvious? I suspect everyone in the base is already aware of this military mobilization. That fool Ling Lu is outside, making a ruckus." Ling Fan felt speechless. Ling Lu, despite his shortcomings, was indeed adept at stirring the atmosphere. "System, where are those 2 ion sniper rifles I ordered? It's already been a week." Ling Fan suddenly recalled that he had crafted 2 ion sniper rifles a week prior. "Host, I reminded you 3 days ago. It is your own negligence. Can you blame me?" The system retorted. At this moment, Ling Fan had no intention of arguing with the system. He hurriedly made his way to the armory. In the storeroom of the armory, he discovered the 2 ion sniper rifles, which appeared far more imposing in reality than in the images. The seamless design of the gun, with its radiant energy conduits, revealed the extraordinary nature of these weapons. Joyfully, Ling Fan carried the rifles back to the command center. As he entered, he called out to Ling Yi and the others, "Ling Yi, Ling Yi, I have something remarkable. Hurry over, or you may miss out." A sonic boom echoed as Ling Air appeared before him, followed closely by Ling Yi. Ling Fan raised the rifles and announced, "Ion sniper rifles. Artifacts not of this era. The ammunition can utilize Tier 1 zombie crystal cores, capable of inflicting damage on Tier 3 zombies. Using Tier 2 cores, one can eliminate Tier 3 zombies with ease. This also includes third-tier abilities. Upon hearing this, both commanders' eyes sparkled with excitement, for these were treasures that would remedy the current lack of high-damage weaponry in their troops. Commander, are there only two? How can we distribute them fairly? Ling lamented. Indeed, with the presence of the unpredictable Ling Lu in his unit, not providing him with a rifle would lead to endless trouble. Ling Fan exclaimed, "Nonsense! I wish to acquire more of these rifles. Each costs 888,000 spirit coins. And I spent nearly 200 million spirit coins for these too. Moreover, these rifles consume zombie crystal cores. How many can we possibly procure?" As night fell at 7 p.m., all officers at the regimental level and above gathered in the conference room for a pre-battle meeting. With that, Ling Fan entered the command center. 6 leaders, along with 3 captains from the special forces, gathered in the conference room, which bore a solemn atmosphere today, as the events of the afternoon hinted at an impending large-scale battle. All attendees arrived promptly. At this moment, Ling Fan descended from the upper floor and took a seat at the command center. Without further ado, he addressed the assembly, stating, according to our intelligence reports, the Thieving Wolf Survivor Base is situated atop the Eastern Mountain and was once part of a mysterious unit. Adjacent to them lies another grain storage facility in City C, which is more than twice the size of the one we previously discovered. During our last operation against the Lawn Mountain Survivor Base, the Thieving Wolf attempted to launch an offensive against us. Therefore, our first target tomorrow will be the Thieving Wolf Base, as they are currently the only faction openly opposing us. Ling Fan articulated all the pressing issues in one breath. Commander, if the survivor bases in downtown City C and the Hope Survivor Base at Zhaoshan were to launch a surprise attack on our base, what then? Ling inquired. Ling Fan smiled slightly and replied, "This is precisely why I summoned the 3 captains of the Special Forces today to address this potential threat. Team Dragon of the 1st Brigade will head to the Hope Survivor Base at Zhaoshan, while Team Tiger of the 2nd Brigade will proceed to the Survivor Base in downtown City C. Should they detect any signs of aggression, they are to respond with immediate fire coverage and arrange for the assassination of key commanders within their base. As for Team Wolf, they will remain stationed at our Survivor Base, with the 2nd Division's 3rd Regiment securing the area." Commander, why must it be me again? I have only just become part of the combat sequence, and now I am tasked with guarding the base. Zheng Meng exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated the thrill of charging into battle the following day. However, Ling Fan's order was akin to a bucket of cold water dousing his excitement, causing him to momentarily forget military decorum and defend himself with a glimmer of hope. "How dare you defy the commander's orders during a strategic meeting? Do you wish to be subjected to military discipline?" Ling Er interjected, stepping forward not to reprimand Zheng Meng, but to protect him. Chapter 58, The Onset of Battle and Flanking Maneuvers. Zheng Meng immediately bowed his head at a loss for words. Ling Fan gestured for Ling Er to refrain from further comments and continued, "The combat capability of your brigade poses a significant risk if deployed to the front lines. You must understand that the remaining 3 survivor bases are comprised of either well-trained soldiers, retired special forces as security personnel, or active duty armed police. As a former special forces operative, you should grasp the ferocity of this upcoming conflict. I do not wish for you to sacrifice yourselves in vain." Ling Fan's gaze was resolute as he addressed Zheng Meng. His underlying thought was that they were still far from promotion. Engaging in battle could result in casualties, further delaying their advancement, as the current population was akin to his experience points. Upon hearing Ling Fan's explanation, Zheng Meng was instantly moved to tears. For someone as straightforward as him, it was clear that the commander was looking out for their well-being. "Commander, I have been narrow-minded." Zheng Meng rose and saluted an apology. What Ling Fan did not anticipate was that his words today would ultimately lead to the formation of a formidable steel army, an invincible force. However, that is a tale for another time. Now, let me articulate the battle strategy. The 1st Division's 1st Regiment will spearhead the frontal assault. The 2nd Regiment will execute flanking interference, while the 3rd Regiment will oversee all weapons of mass destruction. Their sole task is to unleash chaos upon the enemy's morale. As for the 2nd Division, you will initiate an offensive from behind the Greedy Wolf Base, specifically from the food storage depot, with the imperative to disperse their forces at the earliest opportunity. "Yes, yes, yes," came the enthusiastic response from the various commanders. "Anya," Ling Fan suddenly called out. "At your service." Anya's figure materialized within the conference room, startling the assembly. The combatants were mostly unfazed, yet Zheng Ming nearly trembled, almost exclaiming that a ghost had appeared. Since Anya ascended to a second-tier Shadow Man, his powers had grown considerably. Zhou Qiang, keep a vigilant watch. Should he engage in any actions detrimental to the base, execute him without hesitation. Ling Fan's voice was laced with an icy resolve. He harbored no sympathy for Zhou Qiang. His appointment as the president of the Dawn Resource Collection Guild was predicated on two conditions. First, that he live a quiet and obedient life, and second, should he stray from this path, Ling Fan would not hesitate to eliminate him. As the meeting drew to a close, Ling Fan delegated several more details before dispersing the gathering. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Lin Xiaolu diligently jotting down plans on a sheet of paper. One could not help but admire how beautiful a woman looks when she is earnest in her endeavors. The following day, early in the morning, Ling Fan departed the command center, under Lin Xiaolu's reluctant gaze. Outside the base, the troops of the two divisions stood in perfect formation. Ling Fan dispensed with any pleasantries and commanded, "Board the vehicles. We depart." All personnel advanced resolutely toward the Greedy Wolf Survivor Base in Dongshan. The location of the Greedy Wolf Survivor Base could be described as having both advantageous timing and geography. It was a site that was easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. Ling Fan recognized that capturing this survivor base would be no simple task. The convoy quickly arrived at the foot of Dongshan, where the 1st Division's vehicles halted, while the 2nd Division continued onward. Ling Fan disembarked from the command vehicle and surveyed the terrain of Dongshan, feeling a chill of apprehension. Before him lay a narrow road flanked by trees, rendering it impassable for the troops. They would have to navigate through the dense forest instead. 1st Regiment of the 2nd Division, advance lightly equipped. Each soldier shall carry 1,000 rounds of ammunition, engaging directly from the enemy base's front. The 2nd Regiment will execute a right flank maneuver, armed with weapons and ammunition. Provide full fire support to the 1st Regiment. The 3rd Regiment promptly constructed the artillery positions, commanded Ling Fan. Currently, they were merely 3 kilometers away from the survivor base of the Greedy Wolf. However, the steep terrain of the mountains rendered the deployment of artillery quite impractical. Not to mention the challenges in transporting them, with each shell weighing approximately 32 kilograms. Indeed, replied Ling Qi, Ling San, and Ling Si in unison. Ling Qi swiftly assembled the soldiers of the 1st Regiment, categorizing them into 5 large battalions, dispatching them along 5 separate routes, each spaced 100 meters apart, thus commencing their ascent. Ling San shared the same strategy as Ling Qi, opting to disperse their forces to evade ambushes from the enemy lurking in the woods. At this moment, the 2nd Division had also reached the rear of the Greedy Wolf base. "Commander, do you think we should call this a retreat, or should we descend?" Ling Lu inquired of Ling Er while regrouping. Ling Er remained silent in response to Ling Lu's question. "Brothers, this time, we shall strike directly at the heart of the enemy. We will transform the Greedy Wolf into a mere shadow." Ling Yu, noticing Ling Er's silence, addressed the soldiers of their regiment. "Very well." The soldiers whispered in agreement. Ling Wu then solemnly declared, "Our 1st Regiment shall not heed the words of the 2nd Commander. What do you mean by striking at the heart? What does it mean to turn them into shadows? This is merely his personal fantasy. We must adhere to the Commander's teachings and disperse the enemy's forces." "Bah, you sycophant. Why don't you flatter him in front of the Commander?" Ling Lu retorted, visibly displeased. Such mockery in front of their entire regiment was intolerable. One uncle could endure, but another could not. "Enough, you two fools. If you continue bickering, the Commander will have likely already captured the Greedy Wolf base. Prepare for battle at once." Ling Er admonished, unable to bear their squabbling any longer. Ling Lu cast a glance at Ling Wu and instructed the soldiers below, "Let us move out. We shall seize the wolf's den." With that, all the soldiers, struggling to suppress their laughter, charged toward the eastern hill. Ling Wu left a large battalion to guard the transport vehicles, while the remaining 4 battalions hastily followed suit. Ling Er, filled with concern, glanced at Ling Lu, muttering, "He still hasn't learned his lesson." "Report, Wolf Lord. The enemy has entered the woods ahead of us," announced a man of officer rank. The Wolf Lord slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and bellowed, "Damn it! Do they truly think us easy prey? Zangi, take a battalion of soldiers and ambush them immediately. Remember, strike them hard." "Yes," reporting, Officer Zhang, he responded. "Not good. Wolf Lord, The enemy has also sent troops up the mountain near the food base. They appear quite fierce, and our garrison at the food base is insufficient. Another soldier rushed in to report. Damn the Dawn Survivor base. Let us play it cunning. Third commander, reinforce the food base immediately. We cannot afford to lose it. The Wolf Lord commanded. At this moment, the Wolf Lord was in disarray. Ling Fan and his forces had caught him completely off guard with their battle plans. Chapter 59, Peril at the Dark Fortress. In front of the Tanglang base. The soldiers of the 1st Regiment have advanced to a distance of less than 2 kilometers from the stronghold. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire, and one by one, the soldiers fell to the ground, lifeless. Ling Chi felt a surge of panic. Damn it, he had no prior experience in mountain warfare. No, to be precise, he lacked experience in commanding troops. At this moment, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Conceal. Other combat units. Regroup towards the 1st Battalion. Enemy attack. Counterattack. After a brief moment of shock, Ling Chi quickly snapped back to reality and began issuing commands. The 1st Battalion soldiers, who had rushed over, immediately raised their rifles and opened fire on the fortified position, spewing flames. The enemy was armed with Type 81 automatic rifles. It was confirmed they were indeed from Tanglang. Permission to engage, came the cold voice of Ling Yi over the radio. Ling Yi had arrived at the front line, coordinating an attack from the flanks alongside the 2nd Battalion. The apocalypse had now been unfolding for over 2 months, and it was evident that there were multiple second-tier ability users within the Tanglang base. Ling San, target coordinates 324, 50 meters left, 30 meters up, fire a shell. Ling Chi shouted into the radio. There was no choice. The enemy was overwhelming. This fortified position was vast, with hundreds of gun ports capable of firing. It was impossible to suppress them. 2 minutes later, Ling San personally calibrated the artillery and loaded a shell, promptly hitting the fire button. Whoosh! A shell soared rapidly towards the enemy stronghold. Brothers, I told you, these fools are no match for us. As long as this fortress stands, they will never breach it. Ha ha ha! One soldier laughed while reloading his magazine. It was clear that the fortified position was well stocked with ammunition. Behind the gun ports were numerous small rooms, housing an entire battalion of soldiers, 300 in total, taking turns to fire. This way, the soldiers could occasionally rest. Another soldier nodded and remarked, indeed, once Zhou and the others resolve the issue with the large-scale weapons, the end will come for these guys. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the entire fortress, and they clearly saw a section of the roof crack. What the hell? We're in the mountains. How did they get artillery up here? Stammered the first soldier who had spoken. Another soldier quickly replied, could they be firing from the foot of the mountain? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After the apocalypse, all electronic devices have malfunctioned. He was about to argue that it was inconceivable for them to use electronic devices when he suddenly recalled that they had been using large-scale weapons. If they could utilize those, what was stopping them from operating electronic instruments? Ling San, keep pounding them. Don't stop. Damn it, this is nothing but a turtle shell. Ling Chi exclaimed in frustration. In a mere moment, his battalion suffered approximately 500 casualties, which accounted for 1/10 of his entire regiment. This could not continue. If it persisted, his 1st Division would be decimated. The primary issue was that the 1st Division had no means of retreat. In their advance, they had unwittingly entered a sparsely wooded area, and now, to retreat, they would need to cover at least 100 meters. Essentially, should they charge back, his division would be left with no personnel. With reddened eyes, Ling Chi shouted, 2nd to 5th Divisions, provide full fire support. Cover the 1st Division's retreat. The gunfire echoed throughout the battlefield, resonating across East Mountain. However, despite Ling Chi's orders for all the battle police to open fire, they were unable to suppress the firepower emanating from the hidden fortifications. Ling San, are you a coward? It has been 5 minutes, and you still haven't fired the artillery. Ling Chi, enduring the agony of the wait, found the artillery shells conspicuously delayed. On the other end of the intercom, Ling San bellowed, right away. I am adjusting the positions of the remaining rocket launchers. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Exhausted, Ling Chi closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the brutality of the situation. He had contemplated charging directly into the enemy's positions to wreak havoc. But how could he breach the fortifications? He couldn't find an entrance. Suddenly, a barrage of rockets rained down from the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the cacophony of gunfire ceased, leaving only the sound of rockets bombarding the fortifications. The relentless bombardment continued for 5 minutes, and finally, a corner of the fort collapsed under the weight of the assault. "Cease fire," Ling Chi commanded, his tone icy. Following the detonation of the last rocket, the fort was left in ruins. "Everyone hold your positions. I shall confront them." With that, he drew a sleek black blade from behind him. "You over there, you lack martial virtue. You are shameless and brazen. Damn it, we are armed with rifles, while you bombard us with rockets. This is excessive." A chorus of insults erupted from within the enemy's stronghold. "You shall soon experience something far worse." Ling Chi's voice was chilling. This group had nearly annihilated his battalion. Could he not feel enraged? How could he report back after such heavy losses? Fuming, Ling Chi surged into the collapsing fort, wielding his long knife. Cries of despair echoed within the stronghold, and this grim process persisted for several minutes. Ling Chi emerged, one hand gripping the long knife and the other clutching a severed head, the very head of the officer from earlier. This battle would serve as a tribute, marked by his adversary's severed head. In that moment, Ling Chi yearned for blood to stain the skies, ensuring that the inhabitants of the greedy wolf base would face their deserved retribution. All soldiers continue the advance. The first division is to be temporarily merged with the other divisions, Ling Chi commanded. At this moment, he was terrifying, drenched in crimson blood, while his black blade dripped with the remnants of his foes. At this moment, he charged boldly into the depths of the enemy territory, with the other warriors closely trailing behind. Within the survivor base of the greedy wolf, a figure was racing at an astonishing speed towards the Wolf Lord's location. "This is bad, my lord. All 1,000 men at the front have perished, and the enemy is advancing towards our base," exclaimed a middle-aged man, panting heavily. The Wolf Lord was immediately taken aback, then erupted in fury. "A bunch of useless fools. They couldn't even hold out for an hour. Prepare all the fortifications on the walls. We must withstand them. All soldiers, ascend the city to engage in battle. And recall a regiment from the food base. It's no longer needed." "Yes." The middle-aged man hurried off to execute the Wolf Lord's orders. Presently, the veins on the Wolf Lord's forehead throbbed as he turned to a young man beside him. "How long until Zhou and the others resolve the heavy weaponry issue? Go and inquire. If the city falls, I can guarantee he will be the first to perish. It will be soon, likely within today or tomorrow." The young man replied anxiously. The Wolf Lord struck the young man across the face, shouting, "What do you mean today or tomorrow? I want it now. Go urge them, hurry." Under the Wolf Lord's boot, the young man dashed towards the research facility. Chapter 60. The Ionic Sniper Rifle displays its might. Outside the Dongshan food base, 2 regiments of soldiers crouched in the nearby grass. Indeed, warfare in a forest offers a significant advantage. Excellent concealment. "Old 5, what do you think about this? We'll go in first, and your regiment can suppress their firepower. How about that?" Ling Lu whispered softly. Ling Wu immediately countered. "Why should you go in first during a battle? Since our regiment was established, we haven't made much of an impression. This time, I will make my mark." Inside the food base. "Hurry, hurry. The Wolf Lord has commanded everyone to retreat to the base. Temporarily abandon the food storage base." The 3rd Regiment leader shouted. "Yes." The soldiers responded. Another 10 minutes passed. "All right. This time, your regiment will take the lead. But when we reach the base, you must yield to me." Ling Lu still spoke in a hushed tone. Seeing Ling Lu's concession, a smile gradually spread across Ling Wu's face as he replied, "No problem. We're brothers after all." "Brothers, quietly surround them with me. Everyone, chamber your weapons, and upon encountering the enemy, eliminate them without hesitation." Ling Wu maintained a very low voice, but the message quickly spread among the warriors. Clang! Ling Wu drew his long knife and pointed forward, taking the lead. The soldiers behind him also tiptoed towards the entrance of the food base, while some warriors dispersed to begin encircling the base. "Report, Regiment Leader. Area 1 is secure." "Report, Regiment Leader. Area 2 is secure." "Report, Regiment Leader. Area 3 is secure." "Report, Regiment Leader. Area 20 is secure." As Ling Wu and his soldiers approached the gates of the grain reserve base, they discovered an absence of guards. He promptly instructed his men to investigate the situation, dividing the entire grain base into 20 sectors. However, the outcome was utterly disappointing. The opportunity for their first skirmish had vanished. Reflecting on this, Ling Wu commanded Captain E, "Take your 1st battalion and open fire towards the direction of the greedy wolf base." "Understood," replied Captain E, who swiftly led his 1,000 soldiers to the opposite side of the grain base. Tot tot tot. The brothers of the 5th Regiment rallied forth. Upon hearing the gunfire, Ling Lu realized that combat had erupted. How could he possibly let go of such a prime opportunity to strike a beleaguered foe? Yet, as Ling Lu and his men entered the grain base, they were astonished to find not a single enemy present. Confounded, Ling Lu turned to Ling Wu and inquired, "Where are the enemies? Were you not firing your weapons?" Ling Wu, without a hint of trepidation, fabricated a tale upon witnessing my valiant troops storming into the grain base. They fled in disarray. He knew that if Ling Lu uncovered the truth, that he had exchanged the opportunity to attack the greedy wolf base for an empty grain facility. Ling Lu would undoubtedly dwell on this subject for an eternity. Ling Lu regarded Ling Wu with skepticism. After all, the opposing force was part of the enigmatic Eastern Mountain troops, who would unlikely retreat without a fight. Meanwhile, 1,000 soldiers were marching swiftly along the route from the grain base to the greedy wolf survivors base, as the enemy was nearly at their doorstep. Hot tot tot. Suddenly, the commander of the 3rd Regiment at the greedy wolf base heard the gunfire emanating from the grain base and bellowed, "Find cover. The enemy is upon us. Prepare for a counterattack. 1st Company, report back on our situation. Inform them we are facing a vigorous pursuit and may not return to base in time." Upon his command, the soldiers dispersed, hiding amidst the tall grass. Yet, as time slipped by, the local soldiers remained concealed, prompting the 3rd Commander to break into a cold sweat. It appeared the enemy possessed formidable counter-reconnaissance capabilities and had likely discovered their position. "Captain E, open fire towards the 9 o'clock direction. The tall grass is dense, and the enemy is likely concealed within." The 3rd Commander found himself somewhat disoriented, pressured by the urgency from the base. However, leading his men back towards the base at this moment risked being fired upon from behind, a peril his regiment could not afford to take. Hot tot tot. In an instant, hundreds of warriors from the 1st Battalion unleashed a barrage in the direction indicated by the 3rd Commander. Meanwhile, Ling Lu and his companions were on their way to the greedy wolf base, merely a few hundred meters apart from the 3rd Regiment, poised to launch a significant strike from behind. Suddenly, an eruption of gunfire erupted before them. "All conceal. Prepare for battle." Ling Lu exclaimed, "Old Wu, you failed. Look, the troops you frightened have turned back to counterattack." At this moment, Ling Wu's face flushed crimson as he shouted back furiously, "Get lost. 1st Brigade, execute a flanking maneuver. Determine their position." "Understood," responded the captain of the brigade, as 1,000 soldiers advanced directly from the left flank of the greedy wolf base. "Report, brigade leader. The enemy is located at your 8 o'clock, approximately 800 meters away. Prepare to fire." Ling Wu bellowed. At that moment, a hand intervened, stopping him. "Wait, let me take a shot. I want to test this gun." Ling Lu held an ion sniper rifle, which had been secretly given to him by Ling Er, who had advised him not to flaunt it in front of Ling Wu. Ling Lu had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and with the greedy wolf survivor base in sight, he thought a little display of prowess wouldn't hurt. "What kind of gun is that? It looks like a sniper rifle. Didn't our base produce any?" Ling Wu shot off a barrage of questions. Ling Lu, with one eye on the scope, replied while aiming, "Oh, this is the one the commander gave me. An ion sniper rifle, reputed to be effective against Tier 3 zombies. I've spotted them." Suddenly, Ling Lu's demeanor changed as he recognized the enemy's formation through the scope. Although they were concealed in the grass, the advanced optics of the ion sniper rifle surpassed the technology of this era. Moreover, he identified a figure resembling an officer among the enemy ranks. The data displayed in the scope indicated that this individual was a Tier 2 ability user. Ling Lu placed his finger on the trigger and pulled it decisively. A sharp sound pierced the air, akin to a current surging through the atmosphere, as a needle-like energy bullet swiftly darted towards the officer. "Did you locate the enemy?" Just as the 3rd Brigade leader was preparing to instruct his subordinates to retreat to the base, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him. Turning around, he noticed a luminous point hurtling towards him at astonishing speed. In an instant, all thoughts and actions coalesced. The energy projectile penetrated his forehead, causing him to tremble violently. As the energy permeated his body, it rapidly expanded, devastating his central nervous system. He had no time to utter a final word before crashing heavily to the ground. A pinprick-sized wound marred his forehead, and his eyes widened in shock, leaving him no time for reflection. Commander, what's wrong?" An officer nearby rushed to support the fallen 3rd Brigade leader. Upon feeling for his breath, the officer trembled and shouted, "The 3rd Brigade leader is dead." As the officer regained his composure and caught sight of the small wound on the commander's forehead, he realized that the 3rd Brigade leader had succumbed to the enemy's hand. Chapter 61. The Outbreak of Full-Scale War. The officer was instantly flustered and shouted, "The enemy possesses long-range, lethal weaponry. All units, remain vigilant and prepare for battle." After eliminating the commander of the 3rd Regiment, Ling Lu wore a smug expression and remarked, "What do you think, Lao Wu? Isn't this firearm impressive?" Ling Wu, filled with envy, thought to himself that the unattainable always seemed the most desirable. Noticing Ling Wu's silence, Ling Lu moved on, promptly instructing, "First squad, encircle from the right. Second squad, flank the enemy from the left. Act immediately. We shall close in 10 minutes. Ling Lu did not include Ling Wu's regiment in these orders, as Ling Wu had already engaged in a previous confrontation. 10 minutes later, the sound of gunfire erupted across the battlefield following Ling Lu's command. The 3rd Regiment of the Greedy Wolves believed the enemy was just ahead. Yet it soon became apparent that at least 3 regiments were engaging them from the front, with 2 more flanking from either side. Was this not a blatant act of bullying? 5 regiments, overwhelming a solitary one, rendered the conflict absurd. On the front line, after eliminating the enemies in the hidden stronghold, Ling Chi had not encountered any foes until he reached within 500 meters of the Greedy Wolf's base. The walls of the base were constructed of reinforced concrete, stained with dark blood, indicative of a significant previous outbreak of zombies. Each wall featured fortified structures, riddled with numerous gun ports, clearly designed for defensive fire. Each wall housed 4 such bunkers, while central positions were reserved for artillery, which, regrettably, was now inoperative. Otherwise, even if Ling Fan's forces were multiplied several times, they would struggle to breach the defenses. Once Ling Chi's regiment was stationed, soldiers from the 2nd Regiment joined them. "Lao Chi, I hear your regiment suffered heavy casualties?" asked Ling San, the commander of the 2nd Regiment. Ling Chi's face darkened with anger as he replied, "Damn it, the people in this base are truly treacherous. They constructed a hidden stronghold halfway up the mountain, and it decimated my entire battalion. If I weren't at the 2nd tier, I might not have survived that onslaught." Despite the gravity of his words, there was a hint of jest, a means to alleviate the current tension. Truth be told, even a 1st-tier warrior could have likely preserved their life against the stronghold's firepower. Ling San's expression turned serious as he surveyed the imposing walls before them. Given their current geographical position, conducting a siege seemed exceedingly arduous. How long would it take to bring down this wall, even with a 63-type rocket? And as for tanks, the task appeared even more daunting. While there was a road, it was merely 5 meters wide with sharp turns, and any sudden maneuver could lead to disaster for the artillery. My recommendation is to immediately summon the 3rd Regiment to transport the 171-type heavy machine guns to provide us with covering fire. All of us who have reached the 2nd tier should execute the decapitation plan," Ling Chi declared, his tone chillingly resolute. Thus, Ling Chi and his companion informed Ling Fan of their plan. Ling Fan, after considerable hesitation, ultimately acquiesced to their proposal. If what Ling Chi and the others suggested were to be executed, a direct assault would likely result in catastrophic casualties, and they might not even succeed in capturing the Greedy Wolf survivor base. 3 regiments will be mobilized with 3,000 troops assigned to transport 171 heavy machine guns and grenade launchers. "Before the sun sets today, we must seize the Greedy Wolf survivor base," Ling Fan commanded. "Understood." The soldiers responded in unison. This time, Ling Fan also prepared to personally join the fray, leaving 2,000 soldiers to guard the transport vehicles and ammunition while the remaining troops, including Ling Yi, advanced towards the Greedy Wolf survivor base. They brought along 500 units of the 171 heavy machine guns and 100 grenade launchers, with the remaining soldiers each carrying 2 crates of ammunition. In approximately half an hour, without any enemy interference, they successfully reached the encampment where Ling Chi and his comrades were stationed. Ling Fan briefly surveyed the situation. The walls were teeming with soldiers, each on high alert, weapons aimed outward, fully prepared for battle. The walls of the Greedy Wolf base stood about 15 meters tall. For 2nd-tier battle police to ascend the walls and execute a decapitation strategy. The optimal approach would be to lure a significant portion of the enemy forces to the sides of the walls, allowing the 2nd-tier officers to stealthily infiltrate from both flanks. With this in mind, Ling Fan immediately contacted Ling Lu via communicator. "Ling Lu, how long until you reach the Greedy Wolf base?" After approximately 10 minutes. Amidst the sound of gunfire, Ling Lu replied, "Commander, We have encountered a small contingent of enemy forces and expect to eliminate them within 20 minutes. Reaching the enemy base in half an hour. Understood. Open fire at the earliest opportunity. You and Ling Wu must ensure the soldiers are settled before joining us on the battlefield. Ling Fan ordered. Yes, Ling Lu affirmed, followed by the sound of gunfire. Ling Fan turned to the soldiers and officers behind him, instructing, prepare for a full assault in half an hour. Ling Yi, Ling Qi, Ling San, Ling Si. You four will execute the decapitation plan from the left wall. All soldiers, prepare for battle. After issuing his commands, Ling Fan took the ion sniper rifle from Ling Qi, utilizing its scope to survey the situation atop the walls. Facing them, the main gate of the base was devoid of any markings, fully fortified. Compared to all the bases they had encountered, the Greedy Wolf Survivor base was unparalleled in its armament. The bunkers atop the walls were lined with a multitude of gun barrels peeking through small shooting holes. Given the low terrain, hitting the occupants from below the walls was virtually impossible. Such fortifications could only be effectively dealt with using grenade launchers. Half an hour later, the communicator crackled, Commander, we are facing fierce resistance from the enemy, delaying our advance by 10 minutes. We are currently moving towards the Greedy Wolf Survivor base and expect to arrive in 5 minutes. Ling Lu reported. Gunfire erupted once more. 5 minutes felt like an eternity for the soldiers stationed atop the city walls, particularly for those who had witnessed the formidable prowess of Ling Fan and his comrades. Amid their anxious anticipation, a volley of gunfire erupted from the direction of the food supply base, shattering the tense silence. Open fire. Launch grenades at the bunkers above. Machine gunners, suppress their fire. The rest of you, take aim and shoot. Ling Fan bellowed. The battlefield ignited with a cacophony of explosions and gunfire. The troops at the Greedy Wolf base, well-trained and disciplined, swiftly organized a counterattack after a brief moment of chaos, resulting in an intense and unyielding exchange of fire. Chapter 62. The Decapitation Operation. Wolfmaster, the situation at the front is dire. The enemy is flanking us from both sides. It appears they have at least 10 regiments deployed, reported a commander from the Greedy Wolf base, having hurriedly retreated from the battlefield to deliver the grim news. The Wolfmaster was already grappling with the devastating loss of the 3rd Regiment when this new calamity struck, leaving him in a state of despair. Incompetent fools! Where is Zhou Hua? Tell him to come to me at once. Never mind. I shall seek out that old man and his grandson myself, he declared, rising to head towards the research facility. Wolfmaster, why don't we send a second-tier expert to execute a decapitation? The commander suggested urgently. Decapitate what? Including myself. There are only 3 second-tier abilities in the entire base, and with the loss of the 3rd, it's just me and that old relic left. How can we decapitate anyone? Am I to do it myself? The Wolfmaster retorted with fury. For one who lived a life of comfort, the notion of thrusting himself into the fray was utterly unacceptable. As for the ancient Zhou Jun, he was the only one in the base capable of wielding large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Sending him out posed a risk of defection, which would leave their base devoid of hope. Ignoring the commander's advice, the Wolfmaster proceeded directly to the research institute. Grandfather, what shall we do? The Wolfmaster threatens to kill you if you cannot resolve the issue of the unusable weapons of mass destruction. Zhou Hua exclaimed passionately. However, Zhou Jun paid no heed to his grandson's words. A month prior, he had discovered that the weapons of mass destruction in the world were being disrupted by a form of dark matter lurking in every corner. Once a weapon reached a certain potency, its explosives or molecules would undergo a transformation. To shield from this dark matter, one must harness energy stronger than it. Recently, he had found that the crystalline cores within zombie brains possess the power to block the influence of dark matter on the weaponry. In essence, extracting energy from these zombie cores would enable the use of weapons of mass destruction. So Yun, I have granted you ample time. Why do you yet to provide me with a satisfactory answer? Let me be clear. Should the base fall, both you and your grandson shall share the same fate. With that, the Wolfmaster waved his hand dismissively and departed from the research facility. Before departing, the Wolf Lord had meticulously stationed several trusted confidants here. Should the city fall, they would unhesitatingly enter to eliminate Zhou Jun and his grandson. Zhou Hua, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Grandfather, what shall we do? At our current pace, there is no way to deploy weapons of mass destruction. Why are you so flustered? Those few insignificant wretches at the entrance could hardly harm us. The 3 vials of energy potions I distributed, 2 of which barely achieved the initial stage of the 2nd tier, while I am at the intermediate stage of the 2nd tier. You, boy, why do you resemble your father so much? What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we'll die facing the sky. So Yun scolded fiercely. Lowering his head, Zhou Hua replied, "It's because you possess such formidable strength, grandfather. Once they enter, I could hardly withstand their bullets." Infuriated by Zhou Hua's timidity, Zhou Jun bellowed, "You wretch! How did our Zhou family produce such a cowardly creature? The next time I see your father, I shall strike him down for raising such a thing. A man of the Blue Dragon Kingdom ought to stand tall and proud. Continue this way, and I shall surely pummel you." Straightening his posture, Zhou Hua retorted, "Grandfather, please take care. You should not demean yourself by calling yourself a coward." Zhou Jun looked skyward and sighed heavily. Meanwhile, the battle outside reached a fever pitch, especially at the main gate of the Greedy Wolf base, where all heavy machine guns fired relentlessly at the unfortified positions, causing the soldiers there to hesitate to show their faces. The few bunkers that remained were shattered by artillery shells, as the fortifications atop the city walls could not be constructed as robustly as the walls themselves. "Commander, we are unable to mount a counterattack," a battalion leader shouted. The commander snapped back, "If we cannot counterattack, then wait. From our base's position, I refuse to believe they can transport much ammunition here." Meanwhile, at Ling Fan's position, both Ling Wu and Ling Lu had arrived at the rear. "Now, the decapitation operation commences. Ling Yi, your first division will enter the Greedy Wolf survivor base from the left side of the city wall, as previously instructed. Ling Wu, Ling Lu, you two will infiltrate the base from the right side," Ling Fan commanded. "Understood," they replied in unison. The two assassination teams swiftly vanished into the terrain. Currently, the defenses on both sides of the Greedy Wolf base's city wall were notably weak, guarded by merely a few hundred soldiers. Ling Yi and his team stealthily approached a bunker from the corners of the wall. With daggers gripped firmly in their hands, they plunged the blades into the wall, then leapt upward in an unusual motion, swiftly extracting the daggers embedded in the wall, while the other dagger had already lodged itself higher up. In no time, several of them had scaled the wall. The occupants of the bunker barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, mistakenly believing it to be a bird passing over the wall, as the notion of climbing the wall unaided seemed far too exaggerated to them. With the slightest of movements, the group successfully made their way into the base, where the survivors appeared emaciated and hollow-eyed. Only a select few wore relatively clean clothing, typically indicating that their sons were either in the military or held a position of authority within the base. Ling Yi and his companions did not linger. They proceeded directly toward the innermost part of the facility. Along the way, numerous survivors cast reverent glances at them, for they donned the standard military uniforms of the Greed Wolf base, which Ling Lu and his team had stripped from the corpses. Their passage was unimpeded until they reached the command center of the Greed Wolf base. "Halt! What are you doing here? It is a time of battle. Why have you entered?" a guard shouted. Ling Yi promptly replied, "We are here to seek the Wolf Lord. There is an urgent matter to report." The guard scrutinized Ling Yi briefly before telling his companion to keep an eye on them, then proceeded to inform the Wolf Lord, muttering along the way. "They're moving so sluggishly. They hardly seem to be in a hurry." 3 minutes later, the guard said, "You may enter. The Wolf Lord is currently in a foul mood. Be cautious." Ling Yi nodded in gratitude and remarked, "Thank you for the warning." With that, the trio stepped into the command center where the Wolf Lord resided. At that moment, the Wolf Lord, in a state of impatience, bellowed upon seeing the trio enter unhurriedly. "Three worthless fools. Are you savoring your meals? Is this how a soldier behaves?" "Ah, Wolf Lord, I trust you are well," Ling Yi replied with a faint smile. The Wolf Lord's eyes narrowed. He recognized that this individual was indeed from Ling Fan's battalion. Although he was uncertain of his precise rank, the last time he had seen him, he was commanding soldiers. "What do you want?" the Wolf Lord stammered, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor. Ling Yi coldly retorted, "Now that we have entered, it is evident that our intention is to eliminate you. Do you think we came here for a leisurely visit?" With a swift motion, the Wolf Lord drew the standard military knife concealed behind his chair and angrily exclaimed, "You wretched little men, to resort to the childish trick of beheading. Today, I shall ensure you do not return." Chapter 63, Beheading. Without further ado, Ling Yi and his companions unsheathed their knives and charged at the Wolf Lord. Clang! Although the Wolf Lord had rarely practiced combat since ascending to the highest authority of the base, it was evident that one could not attain such a position without possessing formidable skills. He managed to cross his knife to block Ling Yi's initial strike. However, being merely at the second-tier beginner level, he was no match for Ling Yi's strength. In that fleeting moment when Ling Yi's blade met the Wolf Lord's defensive stance, The latter was sent flying uncontrollably backward, a look of terror etched across his face. You, above the mid-level of the second tier. Ling smirked coldly and replied. In human terms, I would be considered at the pinnacle of the second tier. The Wolf Lord's face was a mask of disbelief. This was the strongest individual he had encountered in the apocalypse, apart from that esteemed figure. No, it is absolutely impossible. How could City C possibly witness a second-tier pinnacle? Do you have any idea who stands behind me? I am backed by the survivor base of Shudu in Province S. They possess third-tier powerhouses. Should you dare to take my life, they will undoubtedly come to eliminate you. The Wolf Lord howled with a heart-wrenching despair. Ling Qi, Ling San, Ling Si, eliminate him. Let him comprehend the strength of our base before he meets his demise. After all, I am a benevolent person who does not wish for you to perish without understanding. Ling shook his head and turned to leave. At the very moment Ling pivoted, the Wolf Lord's gaze sharpened, and he seized the mountain-cutting knife from the ground, aiming directly for Ling Yi's neck. In his estimation, the remaining individuals were merely first-tier pinnacles or second-tier novices. Otherwise, Ling would not have commanded them to approach together. Just as the blade was less than 10 centimeters from Ling Yi's neck, the Wolf Lord suddenly hesitated. Unbeknownst to him, Ling San had silently grasped a short blade from his arm and deftly sliced through the hand that sought to strike Ling Yi. The Wolf Lord's pause was not due to pain, for at that moment, the sensation had already dulled. Rather, he was seized by astonishment. A palpable fear enveloped him. He could distinctly sense that the momentum emanating from Ling San was nearly on par with Ling Yi. While two blades lodged in his back belonged to Ling Qi and Ling Si, both exuding the formidable aura of second-tier pinnacles. Which faction do you truly hail from? After uttering this query, the Wolf Lord did not immediately succumb to death, but sank to the ground instead. The vitality of a second-tier powerhouse is exceedingly robust. Unless the head is directly struck, even a stab to the heart can sustain life for several hours, provided no supernatural abilities are employed. There was no flicker of expression in the Wolf Lord's eyes. He had always regarded the Dawn survivor base, devoid of large-scale destructive weapons, as a mere collection of worthless entities, utterly unaware that the true fool was himself. Ling cast a profound glance at the Wolf Lord, recognizing the path of decline that befalls a tyrant. He then raised his hand, gently tracing it across his neck, and Ling Qi instantly understood his intent. The final vision of the Wolf Lord's life was that of a fleeting blade of light, feeling his head drift ever farther away from his body. One must commend the soundproofing of his command post. Although no cataclysmic battle erupted, a skirmish had unfolded for several minutes, yet the guards outside remained blissfully unaware. Bring the Wolf Lord's head and persuade the soldiers outside to surrender, Ling, he stated coolly. Immediately, Ling Qi proceeded to lift the severed head, following Ling Yi and the others as they made their exit. Upon reaching the doorway, Ling Yi sensed something amiss. Hey, your commander has been eliminated by me. Why are you still fighting so fiercely? Curse it, who is firing at me? Just as Ling Yi pondered the absence of the guards outside, the voice of Ling Lu echoed from beyond. The veins on Ling Yi's forehead throbbed, for after reaching the first tier, battle warriors evolve towards the form of humanity, the pinnacle of perfection. He was seething with rage, wishing he could tear Ling Lu's mouth apart. It was evident that Ling Lu had likely killed someone as commander and was flaunting it, only to be caught red-handed by the soldiers. Commander, Ling Lu has already said everything we could have said. What are we supposed to say when we go out? At that moment, Ling Qi's feeble voice emerged from the back. Ling Yi could no longer contain his emotions and bellowed. What nonsense. Going out now would be inviting trouble. Let's wait until Ling Lu is done before we make our move. Host, are you scolding me? The system's cold voice inquired just then. Ling Fan was utterly bewildered. Everyone, stop. Can't you see that our Wolf Lord hasn't emerged for quite some time? He has also been killed by a bunch of fools. Just look over there at your command post. A few people are standing there. Yes, those are the ones. Ling Lu could no longer endure it. Although the bullets striking them caused no actual harm, the pain was excruciating, like a piercing agony. Indeed, all eyes turned towards the command post. And when they saw Ling Qi, wide-eyed and holding a severed head, staring blankly at Ling Lu, they all charged towards Ling Yi and the others with furious shouts. Commander, has Ling Lu always been this despicable? Ling Qi muttered. Although he had previously served under these commanders, with thousands of battle-ready soldiers, how could he truly grasp their thoughts? Ling Lu, I curse you, he exclaimed. Everyone hold on. Your leader is dead. You need not fight so desperately. After uttering these words, Ling Fan felt something was amiss. You little thieves, trespassing into our military camp and killing our leader, brothers, let us fight them. One soldier, with bloodshot eyes, was a close confidant of the Wolf Lord. Fully aware that once the Wolf Lord was gone, his days of comfort would come to an end. Enough. Put down your weapons and inform those little brats on the city walls not to fire. The commanding officer shouted. Do you not realize that this is the end of days? How can you be so enraged? Do you not know what sort of person the Wolf Lord is? Now hurry up. Just as this group of soldiers was about to clash with Ling Yi and his companions, Zhou Jun emerged from the research facility. In the entire base, aside from the Wolf Lord, Zhou Jun commanded the highest respect. Not for any other reason than that he was a top-tier researcher sent by the central government before the apocalypse. His military rank far surpassed that of the Wolf Lord. Moreover, Zhou Jun was well regarded among the soldiers, as he specialized in energy studies, quantum physics, and biology. Previously, he had miraculously cured a soldier who had been diagnosed with terminal cancer, a soldier who had been on the brink of despair and suicide. This incident spread throughout the base, earning Zhou Jun not only the soldiers off of the Wolf Lord, but even more respect for himself. Chapter 64. Reforming and incorporating the soldiers of the greedy wolf base. Lay down your weapons, commanded a young officer, first platoon leader. Take your soldiers to the front wall and inform everyone to cease fire. Second platoon leader, lead your men to the rear wall and communicate the same. May I inquire your name, esteemed officer? So Yun est politely. With a slight bow, Ling Yi replied, I am Ling Yi, currently the commander of the Dawn 1st Division. And you are? Zhou Jun smiled and said, As for me, I am merely an abandoned old man, known as Zhou Jun. These young recruits affectionately call me Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao, we owe you our gratitude for hastening the cessation of hostilities. Ling Yi expressed appreciatively. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhou Jun responded, No, please do not mention it. My only hope is that you treat these young lads well. They're truly commendable and represent the pride of our southern dragon kingdom. Ling Yi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, our commander is a man who values talent and will certainly treat these soldiers with respect. Suddenly, a soldier, in a fit of madness, fired a shot at Zhou Jun. Of course, such ordinary ammunition posed no threat to a second-tier ability user. Although it might sting, it was hardly a concern. You wretched fool, Ah Bing, you have gone too far. Seize him. A group of soldiers quickly apprehended the gunman. Let me go, you traitors. How can you betray the one who has treated you well? The soldier screamed in anguish. Ling Yi glanced at Zhou Jun and remarked, One must admit he possesses a certain grit, willing to risk his life despite knowing the odds. Quite commendable. With that, Ling Yi transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the soldier in an instant. A short blade materialized in his hand, and he deftly slashed the man's throat. Blood gushed forth like a ruptured pipe. However, I shall not allow any unstable elements within our base, Ling Yi muttered after dispatching the man. You. Zhou Jun had intended to voice his thoughts, but ultimately swallowed his words. Zhou Lao, I understand your sentiment. Such individuals must be eradicated, including those present. If there are any fervent loyalists of the Wolf Lord among you, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them as well, Ling Yi stated coldly. The soldiers around them, though seething with anger at the sight of their comrade being slain, despite his transgressions, felt it was Zhou Lao's duty to deliver justice. Yet, they remained silent, intimidated by the overwhelming strength of Ling Yi and his companions, and with Zhou Lao withholding his opinion, they dared not speak. Ling Lu, Ling Yi barkit ijidi. Ling Lu trembled, replying, Who told you to stay inside and not come out? I've done all I can to reason with them. Now I must leave it to you. Ling Yi cast a piercing glance at Ling Lu before speaking again. You shall open the front city gate. And Ling Wu will proceed to unlock the rear gate, preparing to assimilate the greedy wolf base. Understood, Ling Lu and Ling Wu responded, hastily departing from Ling Yi's line of sight. Old Zhou, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. A few minutes later, Ling Fan and his companions entered the base. Upon seeing Zhou Jun for the first time, Ling Fan's eyes sparkled with recognition. This Zhou Jun was indeed a remarkable figure in the previous life. Without large-scale destructive weaponry, humanity had teetered on the brink of extinction, with many minor factions annihilated. The survival of major factions was primarily due to the presence of high-level supernatural beings. However, even high-level abilities proved inadequate against the relentless hordes of the undead. Miraculously, 2 years after the apocalypse began, Old Zhou developed a dark matter isolator that partially restored large-scale weaponry. Once introduced, the Blue Dragon Nation was equipped with a plethora of machine guns and cannons, enabling humanity to withstand the overwhelming tide of corpses time and again. Ling Fan's first words upon meeting old Zhou left him bewildered, causing him to question his own renown. Had he truly become a household name across the nation? After a moment of reflection, he deemed it improbable, concluding that this young man was merely exchanging pleasantries. Excitedly, Ling Fan grasped Zhou Jun's hand and exclaimed, "Then, we warmly welcome you to join the Dawn Survivors base." Zhou Jun was taken aback once more. Did he just hear that he was invited to join the Dawn Survivors base? Noticing so Yunis days, Ling Fan refrained from elaborating further and instead turned to say, "Gather all former Greedy Wolf base soldiers, disarm them, and account for their numbers." Understood. Ling Yi replied. 40 minutes later, a throng of individuals assembled in the training grounds of the former Greedy Wolf base. Report. Commander, all prisoners of war have been gathered, totaling 368 individuals. Ling Lu announced as he rushed over. Have the survivors been accounted for? There are 486 survivors, he continued. Ling Fan nodded. By the end of today, compiled detailed information on everyone. If there are any promising candidates, please present their files to me. Yes, Ling Lu affirmed. Compiling the information on all individuals from the Greedy Wolf base was no small task. Ling Fan approached the group of captives, observing their faces etched with resentment. For them, the prospect of Ling Fan and his team assaulting the Greedy Wolf base through conventional means seemed nearly impossible, unless their ammunition had been entirely depleted. Ling Fan spoke calmly. I understand that many of you may harbor dissent, but let me clarify. Had it not been for the urgent development needed in City C and the demand for a substantial population, do you truly believe you could withstand us? Ling Fan gestured towards Ling Yi and the others, continuing, although it may be time-consuming and troublesome. The act of these individuals killing you is essentially akin to a massacre. You should be grateful that City C still requires development. I shall provide you with an opportunity. All of you will be integrated into the 2nd Construction Corps, serving for 2 years. After this period, you may choose to join the combat ranks or opt for discharge. Upon hearing Ling Fan's words, the soldiers began to calm their expressions. Some felt relief at the prospect of being assigned to the Construction Corps, while others were saddened and some even enraged. Every emotion was visible to Ling Fan, who continued. Of course, I do not refer to all of you. Among those present, a select few were once trusted confidants of the Wolf Lord, who have committed grievous acts under his command. Such individuals must face severe punishment. Panic swept through the crowd as they speculated whether the commander was merely asserting his authority. They had been at the base long enough without hearing of anyone committing heinous acts. When I call your names, step forward. Li Yi, Chenair, Ouyang San. Ling Fan pronounced 36 names in one breath. Some stepped forward cautiously, while others resisted vehemently. Ling Yi, drag out those who remain. Ling Fan's anger surged. You wretches! I fear that if I reveal your misdeeds, every person present could drown you in a single spit. He was incensed, holding a list of names provided by intelligence personnel, detailing the transgressions of these soldiers. Chapter 65. No one may violate the laws of Dawn. Now that we are in your hands, do you believe we will have the opportunity to explain ourselves? You are merely selecting individuals at random to serve as scapegoats. Ouyang San retorted, having been among the first to step forward. He feared no threats from Ling Fan, believing that none could uncover his deeds, not even the Wolf Lord himself. Let's begin with you, Ouyang San. To secure the position of squad leader, you murdered your predecessor at the Grain Reserve base and buried the body beneath the 3rd locust tree at the entrance. Ling Fan's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of aggression. Hearing this, Ouyang San trembled, shaking his head in denial. Impossible. How could you possibly know? How could you know? His disbelief transformed into furious shouts. Ling Fan smiled lightly, offering no response to Ouyang San's outburst, instead addressing the soldiers below. I assure you, I will not wrong an innocent person, nor shall I allow a villain to escape justice. I hope that upon entering our Dawn Survivor base, you will hold true to one principle, to be answerable to your own conscience. The soldiers who had been summoned but failed to appear were expelled one by one with a kick. Throughout this process, many comrades found it hard to believe that their fellow soldiers, with whom they had shared years of camaraderie, could commit such heinous acts. Subsequently, Ling Fan recounted the misdeeds of each individual who emerged. As anticipated, Once he disclosed the vile deeds they had perpetrated, the soldiers present erupted into uncontrollable jeers and denunciations, particularly towards those from the same squad, who seemed to be collectively scorned. Execute all of these individuals immediately, Ling Fan commanded, each word enunciated with gravitas. With a mere wave of his hand, Ling summoned over 100 battle-hardened officers to apprehend the 36 soldiers, forcefully ushering them toward the area designated for survivors. Ling Fan intended for them to witness that the only fate awaiting those who transgressed the laws of the Dawn Survivor Base was death. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the 36 convicted soldiers were mercilessly gunned down, their bodies riddled with bullets. The soldiers observing the scene displayed a spectrum of emotions. Some were pensive, others felt vindicated, while a few bore expressions of sorrow. In the survivors' quarters, the atmosphere was initially fraught with fear, as the sudden influx of an unknown force left everyone uncertain of its implications, whether beneficial or detrimental. Ling Fan, however, paid no heed to their apprehensions and promptly ordered the consolidation of all survivors and the 9,000 captured soldiers, directing them back to the Dawn Survivor Base. 2 hours later, at the Dawn Survivor Base, hundreds of transport vehicles arrived in an impressive procession at the entrance. The survivors were being settled in an orderly manner. Upon reaching the Dawn district of the base, they were taken aback by the bustling activity. Individuals were diligently engaged in various tasks, some assisting the base, while others aided newly established businesses in the realms of dining and commerce. The streets of the Dawn district were lined with vendors selling an array of goods: rice, vegetables, canned goods, and biscuits. The number of participants in the Resource Collection Guild was steadily increasing. Some had pooled resources to purchase transport vehicles, venturing into the former city center to gather supplies, resulting in a vibrant marketplace within the base. Such a fortunate existence was beyond the wildest dreams of the survivors from the Greedy Wolf base. What manner of force could render a stronghold so tranquil and harmonious amidst the apocalypse? I sense that our blissful life is on the horizon, one survivor remarked. Another, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "This place is simply marvelous. Pinch me to ensure I'm not dreaming." In no time, the survivors began to murmur among themselves, as the current scene felt reminiscent of a dream they had only glimpsed in the past 2 months. "Everyone, come here for information gathering. We are allocating housing," a young woman from the logistics department announced over a microphone. This statement has undoubtedly stirred a great commotion, especially with the notion of dividing housing. Given the current scarcity of accommodations in the base, although the construction corps is laboring tirelessly, the land available is limited. The challenge of accommodating 800,000 individuals simultaneously looms large. Presently, the base houses fewer than 400,000 inhabitants, but with the unification of the entire Sea City, the population is certain to surpass 800,000. The primary large population bases, aside from the Dawn Survivor Base, are the Sea City Survivor Base, which, being an established faction, can represent the GJ power to a certain extent. Many survivors, upon learning of the Sea City Survivor Base, have hastened there without hesitation. At the entrance of a newly opened tea house in the Dawn New District, a middle-aged man, towel draped over his shoulder and a high hat perched on his head, actively beckons customers. Witnessing this scene nearly provoked a laugh from Ling Fan, for this man was none other than the esteemed Captain Gao of the Wall City Survivor Base. The last time, Ling Fan had refrained from inviting Captain Gao to join any department, intending instead to conduct further observation. Who would have imagined that this former leader had now taken on the role of a mere servant in a tea house? Ling Fan stepped forward and remarked, "Captain Gao, you have certainly humbled yourself." Upon seeing Ling Fan, Captain Gao instinctively recoiled, although he had gradually shed his pride during his time as a servant. The sight of Ling Fan rekindled that insufferable arrogance within him. With an awkward smile, he replied, "Commander, you jest. I could hardly describe my situation as a humbling experience. I owe my survival to the owner of this establishment. Enough of the pleasantries. Are you interested in returning to lead troops?" Ling Fan interjected, cutting through Gao's ramblings. A flicker of joy crossed Captain Gao's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a somber expression as he shook his head. "Commander, at my age, how can I still lead effectively? I would want a repeat of what happened with Huazi." Ling Fan could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "You're a grown man. So just say whether you're in or out. Be decisive. There are plenty who would vie for the position of captain. I didn't say I wouldn't go." Captain Gao quickly retorted. He had merely intended to tease Ling Fan, initially believing he would be offered a trivial role, but now realizing it was the captaincy. He felt a surge of elation, his position restored. Tomorrow, you will assume your duties in the 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps. The appointment letter will be delivered to you this evening, Ling Fan stated lightly before departing. Chapter 66. The Unification of Sea City. Entering the era of grand infrastructure. Ling Fan returned to the platform on the 2nd floor of the command center, only to find that Lin Xiaolu was not at home. It was likely that she had gone to the construction site to provide guidance. The construction of the teaching building was of paramount importance to Lin Xiaolu. Currently, the Dawn Survivor Base housed nearly 5,000 children, ranging from 1st to 6th grade, thus imposing certain requirements for the educational facility, necessitating a division by grade levels. Ling Fan remained industrious, reaching out to the captains of both the Dragon and Tiger teams, instructing them to immediately engage in negotiations with the two bases. He warned that if they did not agree to merge with the Dawn Survivor Base within 3 days, a formidable force would be dispatched to besiege the city, elaborating on all the benefits of joining the Dawn Survivor Base. Absurd. We hope the Survivor Base will refuse the merger. No matter how formidable the Dawn is, let them come if they have the capability. This is merely an attempt to seize our gold and wealth, shouted Mo Wankai, the leader of the Survivor Base. In a fit of anger, seated below in their conference hall was the captain of the Dragon team, who remained unfazed, stating, "Our commander has declared that your current gold and wealth are of no value in his eyes. Our base operates on a food-based economy. Your gold is worthless. Furthermore, we have already made a commitment that if you merge with our Survivor Base, you will benefit from the business support provided by the Dawn Base." Montak Vankai retorted, "A food-based economy? This is sheer folly. Do you realize how easily such a system can collapse? If someone hoards food in large quantities, it could inflict tremendous damage on the entire market. Are you referring to foreign exchange issues? I am afraid I have no interest in trading with things of which I am unaware. Moreover, discussing foreign exchange at this juncture might be a tad premature," replied the Dragon team captain, his tone indifferent. A glimmer of realization flashed in Mo Wangsai's eyes as he continued. "We aspire for our Survivor Base to be composed of more than just a simple management layer. I can consider this proposal and will submit it to the base's board of directors. Give me a day's time for a definitive resolution." In truth, Montak Vankai was genuinely intrigued. If what the Dragon captain claimed was accurate, and the notion of foreign exchange was entirely disregarded, he could indeed steer towards becoming a major grain supplier, even the first to establish a grain business. For the next half hour, Mo Wankai feverishly organized plans and benefits regarding the merger with the Dawn Survivor Base. Once he had completed his preparations, he convened the board of directors of the Hope Base. The board consisted of 60 members, all prominent figures from the Blue Dragon Kingdom, gathered due to an upcoming summit. Fortuitously, their collective strength had enabled them to survive the apocalypse up to this point. During the meeting, Mo Wankai articulated his thoughts. Initially, many held opposing views, but as he laid out the advantages and disadvantages, the board members began to waver in their resistance. Mo Wankai, sensing the interest of the board members, ignited the final spark of enthusiasm, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, consider this. We need not venture out to expand our market, nor engage in battles. We simply need to manage our commercial empire effectively, and our safety will be assured. To be frank, how long can the Survivor Base endure in this apocalyptic environment?" Instantly, the board members nodded in agreement. An hour later, the Dragon team expressed their desire for the Survivor Base to merge with the Dawn Survivor Base, and they requested continued cooperation. With that, Mo Wankai excitedly shook hands with the Dragon team. "Commander, the Survivor Base has agreed to the merger plan." A straightforward message was sent to Ling Fan's communicator. Upon reading it, Ling Fan was elated. After all, this was the strongest base in City C, aside from their own. Little did he realize how effortlessly the merger had been agreed upon. The truth is, merchants are driven by profit, a timeless principle. Merging with the Dawn Survivor Base offered them only advantages, with no drawbacks. As for the Survivor Base in City C, one might question, is this truly justifiable to GJ and to the organization? GJ nurtured you, and at their most perilous moment, you contemplate annexing powers and harming survivors. The former mayor of City C, now the highest commander of the Survivor Base, declared with indignation. Their base housed nearly 500,000 survivors, a number achieved at the cost of countless armed police lives. Currently, the City C Survivor Base boasted around 1,000 former officers, having also gathered an additional 10,000 armed police from the survivors, alongside a resource collection force of 100,000. He had witnessed the wars between the Dawn Survivor base and other factions and viewed the Dawn base as a pack of wolves, voraciously devouring GJ's territory. I should address you as Mayor Wong, should I not? Mayor Wong, in these times we are undeniably citizens of the Blue Dragon Nation. The Dawn Survivor base seeks to unify City C for the betterment of the survivors. Each day, we delay unity places City C in greater peril. The Wolf team stated earnestly. But, Mayor Guang interjected. Juan Mayor, let me be frank. With your current troop strength and ammunition, how long do you believe you can survive in this apocalypse? A month? Half a year? Behind you are not merely hundreds, but tens of thousands of lives. Should you persist in this stubbornness, it is the entire base of survivors who will suffer. The Wolf team cut him off, as those skilled in negotiation often possess an innate talent. Of course, except for that one individual. Who the hell is talking ill of me? Ling Lu grumbled in frustration. Hearing the Wolf team's words, Mayor Wong fell into deep thought. Indeed, how could he sustain this vast population? Initially, there had been talk of awaiting GJ's rescue, but now, over 2 months had passed without a single sign of assistance. As I ponder this matter, I must exercise caution, for it concerns the fate of hundreds of thousands. With that, Mayor Wong turned and walked away, his departing figure imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation and solitude. Congratulations, host, on unifying City C. As a reward for completing the task ahead of schedule, you have been granted an additional vial of Tier 3 gene serum. The construction of the city walls is currently underway. You have also received a fully automated laser defense system, which has been set up. Warning, insufficient power. Please construct a power station. Warning, insufficient power. Please construct a power station. Warning, insufficient power. Please construct a power station. The system issued 3 consecutive warnings. Thus far, the entire base has only 2 small power stations. With the unification of City C, the power supply was automatically connected to the system, and in an instant, the electricity was insufficient for use. Chapter 67, Tier 3 Gene Serum. Mutation. Merely 10 minutes had passed when the ground suddenly trembled. A towering wall, approximately 30 meters high, rose abruptly at the juncture of City C and City Guang, about 50 kilometers from Ling Fan and his companions. Similar occurrences transpired at several other junctions between adjacent cities. This situation persisted for over half an hour, and all the walls were successfully constructed, including the fully automated laser defense systems. Ling Fan opened the system panel and was left utterly astonished upon seeing the area encompassed by the walls, 2,465 square kilometers. It appeared that the system had included the districts and counties of City C that he had not accounted for. This posed a significant dilemma. Such an extensive border would indeed complicate defense. Furthermore, the zombies in City C had yet to be fully eradicated. Dividing forces to defend the walls would prove to be an unwise decision. Host, you need not worry about this for now. The system has automatically rerouted the power from the 2 power stations within the base to the fully automated laser defense system. There is essentially no need for defense, as the power of the laser weapons is beyond your imagination. The system scoffed. Hearing this, Ling Fan felt a surge of reassurance and subsequently inquired, System, how many survivors do I still need to upgrade the base? 132, 614, the mechanical voice of the system replied. Very well, the artificial intelligence system has gone dormant again. Over 130,000 survivors have become a significant issue for Ling Fan at this juncture, especially since stability within the base has yet to be achieved. The matter of system upgrades must be postponed for the time being. Ling, you are to immediately lead the 1st Division to clear the remaining zombies in City C. With a deadline of 3 days, Ling Fan commanded. Understood. Lin Yi acknowledged the order and promptly mobilized the soldiers. City C, along with its rural areas, is quite expansive, necessitating a meticulous approach to the cleanup operation. Lin Yi divided his contingent of 15,000 soldiers into 150 squads, each comprising 10 men, resulting in 500 smaller teams. Each soldier was assigned a designated control area. Should any zombies appear within their jurisdiction, the consequences would fall upon that specific team. Lin Yi, summon Li San Mao and Commander Gao. Ling Fan instructed Ling Air over the communicator. 10 minutes later, the conference room of the command post was illuminated intermittently, a consequence of severe power shortages. Li San Mao and Commander Gao entered the command post almost simultaneously. Commander, both saluted in unison. Ling Fan gestured for them to sit and remarked, your upcoming tasks are quite formidable. Firstly, You need to delineate a 5 square kilometer area at the foot of Dongshan Mountain for defensive construction. I have plans to establish an entire solar power station there, which must be completed within 3 hours. As for our base, you are also required to designate an additional 20 square kilometers of land. You will need to arrange for the construction of walls, while the existing structures within the urban area of the base can remain as they are. We will allocate them to survivors later. Understood. They responded in unison. Now, hurry and make the necessary arrangements. Ling Fan waved them off. Once they departed, Ling Fan eagerly retrieved the third-tier gene serum. Achieving the status of a third-tier ability user marked a pivotal threshold. Once attained, their abilities could be externalized, and their physical constitution would undergo a profound transformation. Ling Fan uncapped the vial and consumed the serum in one swift motion. At that moment, he clenched his teeth, bracing for the impending pain. However, after more than 10 minutes, he felt no discomfort, not even a hint of warmth. Is this some kind of placebo? Ling Fan pondered. As he mused, a sudden epiphany surged within him, an awakening to his own latent power. This sensation intensified, prompting Ling Fan to sit cross-legged, focusing intently on the enigmatic energy fluctuations. Each of his cells rejoiced as an unfamiliar force, the essence of the third-tier gene serum, coursed through him, intertwining with every fiber of his being and awakening the latent strength within. Moreover, various combat techniques and methods of vanquishing foes were ignited within him. Practices that had been honed through the sacrifices of ancient ancestors and passed down through generations. Yet, as time elapsed, these techniques had been buried deep within the cells, only to be released in a moment of breakthrough at the third tier. It was said that reaching the fifth tier granted one earth-shattering abilities, as it entailed fully inheriting the power of these ancient forebears. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Time slipped away gradually, while Ling Fan's consciousness traversed through each cell. He envisioned scenes of ancient ancestors battling colossal beasts, creatures he had never encountered before. Not even during his previous life, when he reached the fourth tier and sought to comprehend his cellular essence. What Ling Fan remained unaware of was that the third-tier gene elixir had granted him a foretaste of the sensations accompanying the ascension from the fourth to the fifth tier. There existed an immense secret in the world, one that might be intricately linked to these visions. In his previous life, humanity was represented by 3 formidable fifth-tier masters, who had collectively chosen to shroud a certain secret in silence, fearing the upheaval it might incite. The process of traversing cellular boundaries persisted for over 5 hours. And just as Ling Fan's consciousness was on the verge of returning to his corporeal form, a colossal energy vortex manifested in the sky, drawing together all the energy within a radius of several thousand square kilometers. The energy grew increasingly dense, ultimately coalescing into a single droplet, a droplet imbued with the essence of annihilation. The inhabitants of the entire base were rendered speechless by the celestial energy storm, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping them. Children wept uncontrollably, while adults trembled in fear. This phenomenon equally unsettled the neighboring cities. Wangzhe immediately dispatched a reconnaissance battalion to City C to investigate the situation. First, inexplicably, city walls appeared. Now, we are witnessing a natural anomaly. I suspect a rare treasure has emerged. The closest force to City C was the survivor base of Guang City, which boasted a staggering scale, with over 100,000 soldiers. They had established contact with the government of the Blue Dragon Nation during the early onset of the apocalypse, making them one of the most legitimate factions of the Blue Dragon Nation. The words just spoken belonged to the commander of the Blue Dragon Nation's 08 Army Group stationed at the Candlelight Survivor Base. Prior to the Cataclysm, this army group had been stationed there, as Province S is the most fertile province in the entire Blue Dragon Nation. It is said that Province S houses 6 major army groups, each tasked with guarding the borders and the heartland. Second in command, take a few individuals and ascertain what has transpired in City C. If a rare treasure is indeed present, ignite a signal flare. Third in command, gather the brothers. The neighboring province, Y, was also adjacent to City C, harboring a makeshift faction that emerged following the apocalypse. To put it plainly, they could be likened to bandits, boasting a considerable force of over 20,000 armed individuals, with an additional 50,000 possessing knives but lacking formal armament. Chapter 68. The Third Tier. The construction of the power station. As the droplet of energy descended, the sense of oppression intensified. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 500 meters from the command center, the droplet paused momentarily, seemingly searching for Ling Fan's location. Once it pinpointed Ling Fan, it surged towards him with astonishing velocity, penetrating his body in a mere fraction of a second. As the energy infused Ling Fan, it transformed into a myriad of vibrant light points, permeating every single cell within him. At that moment, Ling Fan's aura began to rise steadily. Intermediate second tier, advanced second tier, pinnacle second tier. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the third tier that the upward trajectory of Ling Fan's aura began to wane. Radiance continually shimmered around Ling Fan, whose consciousness was in a state of constant adaptation to the surging power within him. This process persisted for more than half an hour. Slowly, Ling Fan opened his eyes, and two beams of light flashed from his gaze, transforming his entire aura. The energy he emanated was uncontrollable, imposing an undeniable sense of pressure upon others. This was an inevitable consequence. Only upon reaching the fourth tier could he contain the overwhelming force that surged within him. Fan, had you broken through? Lin Xiaolu had been by Ling Fan's side for hours, anxious about any potential issues. It was only when she saw him open his eyes that she finally spoke. Ling Fan nodded with a smile and replied, "At long last, we have gained a foothold in this apocalyptic world. Our Dawn survivor base now possesses the strength to stand unafraid before all adversaries." In that moment, Ling Fan was filled with immense excitement. He recalled the last siege by the third-tier zombies, which led a multitude of their kind against the Dawn survivor base, and the psychological pressure he had endured then. Now, should that same third-tier zombie return, he was confident he could vanquish it. Rising to his feet, Ling Fan gazed at the flickering lights of the command center. Understanding that the construction of the power station was an urgent task that needed to be completed immediately, he chose not to bring Lin Xiaolu along. While they might be curious about the origins of the supplies and the battle police, they would not inquire. Ling Fan was determined to keep the existence of the system a secret, unwilling to experience betrayal once more as he had in his previous life. Upon boarding the command vehicle, he arrived at the designated power plant area in just half an hour. It was evident that a large workforce was advantageous. Over 20,000 individuals had constructed what appeared to be a sturdy defensive structure in less than 2 hours. Ling Fan did not linger, as each power station required 1,000 spirit coins, and he promptly filled the 5-kilometer area with them. These power stations were markedly different from ordinary ones. They primarily harnessed dark matter from the ambient air to generate electricity. Across the 5 square kilometers, Ling Fan established a total of 10,000 power stations. This was crucial, as prior to deciding on the construction of the power stations, he had reviewed the power consumption of the fully automated laser defense system on the system panel. Without the use of weapons, the defense system consumed approximately 300,000 kilowatts of electricity per hour, and during combat, when the defense system was activated at 50% capacity, it required at least 100 million kilowatts per hour. When fully operational, the demand soared to 1 billion kilowatts, as the remaining 50% comprised large laser cannons. Thus, in a fully engaged scenario, at least 1 billion kilowatts would be needed per hour. Each power station could generate about 150,000 kilowatts of electricity per hour, which meant that even in the event of the defense system operating at full capacity, the base's energy needs would be adequately met. Once the power station was completed, Ling Fan instructed Ling Air to arrange for a company of personnel to guard it, as it represented a vital source of strategic and domestic energy. Commander, a small reconnaissance force has emerged at the border of our province Y City, and there is a battalion from Guang City conducting surveillance on us. However, due to the weaponry on our city walls, they have not dared to advance a single step, reported Ling Air as soon as Ling Fan returned to the inner city. Ling Fan nodded and remarked, "Let them be for now. They are merely a band of clowns. They think they can prance around just because I have unified Sea City." Ling Fan felt a surge of irritation, seeing Ling Air meticulously parsing words, wondering how these battle police had developed such keen learning abilities in such a short time living with the survivors. "Well, their primary reason for reconnaissance is likely the commotion caused by your breakthrough, Commander. They probably think there is some treasure to be uncovered," Ling Air added in one breath. Ling Fan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I am that great treasure." Ling Air joined in the laughter at Ling Fan's jest. "For now, let us not concern ourselves with them. The fully automated laser defense system is set to ignore anything beyond 500 meters, but once they breach that range." A mischievous smile crept across Ling Fan's lips. After the breakthrough and the establishment of the power station, twilight gradually enveloped the sky. Since the onset of the apocalypse, nights had grown longer while days became increasingly brief. Upon returning to the command center's quarters, Ling Fan was greeted by the sight of the long-absent beauty, Lin Xiao, who playfully traced her hand from her calf to her thigh, blowing him a kiss from afar. Ling Fan could hardly contain himself. He unleashed his strength, tearing his clothes apart, and lunged at Lin Xiao like a ravenous wolf. "Easy now," Lin Xiao said seductively, her silky nightgown slipping to the floor, revealing skin as smooth as jade, delicately flushed. Ling Fan's hands roamed restlessly over her. "I want you." The next morning, Ling Fan awoke feeling invigorated. Lin Xiao had risen early, already engrossed in her endeavors, leaving a breakfast spread on the dining table. Ling Fan couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of such a wife who excelled both in the kitchen and in social settings, not to mention her beauty. It was enough to make single men green with envy. After finishing breakfast, Ling Fan called for a meeting, summoning all members of the base management, along with all captains in the troops, except for Zhou Qiang. With such an extensive area of land acquired, it was time to organize and activate all sectors. Industry, agriculture, and commerce must commence operations. Regarding industrial equipment, as long as grain currency was provided, Ling Fan could supply everything needed. Chapter 69, Division of Administrative Regions. Within the command center's conference room, the atmosphere today was unprecedentedly lively, with nearly 30 individuals present. The management personnel within the base were not numerous, as the previous facility had not been particularly expansive, totaling fewer than 10 in administration. As everyone gathered, Ling Fan directly addressed the assembly. "As you are all aware, our Sea City has now been unified. I intend to undertake a comprehensive reorganization of our city, both in terms of administrative divisions and the transformation of armed forces within the base." At this moment, Deng Ping raised his hand and spoke. "Commander, I believe we should consider establishing a special police department and a paramilitary police department, with a population nearing 900,000 within the base. Ensuring internal security has become an urgent necessity." Ling Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "I have contemplated this matter. For now, please allow me to present my entire plan, and once I have concluded, we can engage in further discussion." The assembly nodded in agreement. From this day forward, our Dawn base shall be officially renamed Dawn City. The core area of the inner city and the newly designated Dawn New District will collectively be referred to as the Inner City. Our current location is in close proximity to the former city center, and yesterday I arranged for the construction corps to encompass an additional 20 square kilometers around our base, which will henceforth be known as the Dawn New District. The room fell silent, yet each listener was captivated by his words. Ling Fan continued. "The inner city will be designated as the Wuan District, primarily focused on military garrisoning. In 3 days, all residents will be relocated to the Dawn New District. There are many vacant buildings available. We will systematically assign all survivors to various residential communities. As for the merchants of the former Wuan District, they will have the opportunity to prioritize their businesses in the Dawn New District. Commander, we must not forget." Mo Fong began to speak, but Ling Fan gestured for him to hold his thoughts. "Now, let us focus on the subsequent layout of Dawn City. In addition to the territories we currently occupy in Wuan District and Dawn New District, the southern part of the city will be allocated to Dawn County for a population of 500,000, while the northern section will be designated as Hope County. Given that this area is primarily industrial, we will directly invite tenders for factories, and the equipment can be procured through our logistics department." Ling Fan grew increasingly animated as he elaborated on the future development of the base, a plan he had been meticulously crafting during this period. Another area, Beeching County, will also be incorporated into Dawn County, becoming the Biku District. Notably, the Biku District is exceptionally suitable for agricultural cultivation. Thus, aside from the urban area, all land will be dedicated to the growing of grains and vegetables. Furthermore, those within Dawn City who are unemployed and rely on daily sustenance without contributing will be assigned to agricultural work. The specifics of this arrangement will be detailed by the Agricultural Department. Ling Fan concluded his remarks and turned his gaze toward Fan Wei. Fan Wei immediately stood up and stated, "Commander, I believe we can allocate land directly based on the number of people assigned. For instance, if we assign 10,000 individuals to the countryside, and this rural area has 20,000 mu of arable land, we can distribute it at a rate of 5 mu per person. Furthermore, Our super rice is projected to be operational by the end of this month, with an expected yield of approximately 10,000 to 20,000 gene per mu, and they will be required to pay a 10 land use tax. Noticing no objections, Fan Wei continued. As for personnel allocation, we can adopt the ancient system of production teams, with 500 individuals forming one team, each receiving 2,000 mu of land for their use. We will initially deploy 200,000 people to various towns to develop agriculture. This will allow us to establish 400 production teams, yielding a minimum of 4 million tons of grain annually, thus ensuring that Shuguang City can achieve self-sufficiency in rice. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Fan Wei's proposal was indeed commendable, providing employment for many idle individuals within the base. Most importantly, it addressed the significant issue of food shortages. By planning at the end of this month, a harvest could be expected in approximately 5 months. Given the arrival of the apocalypse and global warming, cultivating 2 crops in a year is certainly feasible. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with this plan. The Wall District will be handed over to the Agricultural Department as a testing ground, with 100,000 of the 500,000 population reassigned there, Ling Fan declared. Yes. Fan Wei responded excitedly. The Public Security Department will henceforth be officially renamed the Shuguang Police Bureau, with the Wuhan District Police Bureau serving as the headquarters, overseeing 2 branches, one in Shuguang County and the other in Hope County. The remaining arrangements will be left to Dengping. Additionally, a People's Armed Police Detachment and a Special Police Brigade will be established within the Police Bureau. The minimum requirement for the Armed Police Detachment is peak level 0, with squad leaders and captains being at least level 1 ability users. For the Special Police Brigade, the minimum requirement is level 1 ability users, with squad leaders and captains being at least level 2 ability users. Ling Fan pointed towards Ling Ba and instructed, Ling Ba, starting today, you will lead your team of 100 level 1 soldiers to form the 1st Special Police Unit, primarily responsible for emergency defense within the base. The Armed Police Detachment will be managed by Director Deng. Understood. Deng Ping replied solemnly. As for the Education Department, I need not elaborate further. Remember to promptly establish junior and senior high school divisions to prevent any disruption in education. Certainly. Lin Xiao le répondait. Ling Fan had noted Lin Xiao Li's dedication to the education within the base. Many children had lost their parents to zombies. Even without Ling Fan discussing future plans, Lin Xiao Lu was well aware of the necessary steps moving forward. Ling Fan subsequently issued numerous other directives, such as the establishment of a Commerce Department, with Mo Wangkai appointed as the minister and the position of mayor of Shuguang County assigned to Mayor Wang. Although Mayor Wang had only recently joined Shuguang City, his unwavering determination to prioritize the survivors made him deserving of this role. The most significant alteration within the military structure has been the transformation of the 2nd Division into a battalion, the brigade into a regiment, and the squad into a platoon, while the term class is no longer in use. The number of personnel remains unchanged. A regiment still possesses greater manpower than certain factions' brigades. Ultimately, Ling Fan turned to Zhou Jun and stated, Old Zhou, the primary reason for summoning you here is my desire to establish the Dawn Academy of Sciences, and I hope you will assume the role of president. Oh. Your advanced weaponry is operational. It seems I may not be needed. Zhou Jun responded with a hint of confusion. I require your expertise in the continued research of energy elixirs. I can allocate 500 personnel for your selection within the base. I seek a stable energy elixir devoid of side effects. In truth, what Ling Fan truly desired was the energy potion developed by Zhou Jun, which could be considered a diluted version of a gene serum. In a previous life, Zhou Jun had fortuitously concocted a flawless gene elixir, which, upon consumption, could elevate a 3rd-tier individual instantly to the 4th tier. However, only 1 vial was ever produced, and on that fateful day, Zhou Jun was assassinated by agents dispatched from the Sakura Nation. Chapter 70. Aliens? Armed Helicopter 19. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jun replied, Very well. I can assist you in researching the energy elixir, provided that I am returned to the survivor base in Kyoto at an opportune moment. Zhou Jun's home was indeed in Kyoto, and Ling Fan had come to know him only after his return to the city. Although Zhou Jun had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier by then, he could not withstand the onslaught of the 5-peak 3rd-tier experts from the Sakura Nation for long. This event became a profound sorrow for humanity, as the energy elixir was forever lost to time. To ascend to higher tiers, individuals were left with the only options of self-enhancement or the consumption of zombie crystal cores. However, the highest attainable tier was the 4th, and during that period, there were fewer than 10 beings classified as 5th-tier zombies or 5th-tier supernatural beings. In the later stages, for reasons unknown, zombies seem to exhibit a degree of organization, deliberately attacking not ordinary humans, but rather targeting supernatural beings, as their flesh and blood were deemed the most nourishing. Excellent. Today's meeting has concluded splendidly. I expect all of you to swiftly implement the decisions made today. Within half a month, I want to see all systems in Dawn City thoroughly refined. Ling Fan declared as he stood. Task completion guaranteed. Task completion guaranteed. Task completion guaranteed. Came the resounding replies from all the management. At this moment, near the border of Dawn City and the province, one of the underlings said, second in command, "Should we venture inside and take a look? There's no one on the walls, and there must be treasures within. Perhaps this place will become humanity's hope." A disheveled man pointed excitedly at the city walls. The second in command, his expression stern, retorted, "What nonsense! Do you think I am blind? Fire a signal flare. There is something to be gained here." He was particularly displeased with his subordinates showcasing themselves in his presence, as it made him appear ineffectual. Whoosh! Boom! An arrow soared through the clouds, heralding the arrival of a multitude. A voice, ethereal yet palpable, emanated from the lips of the second in command. "What the devil? Who in their right mind is setting off fireworks at this moment? This is absolutely jeopardizing us. All soldiers, retreat. Fall back 5 miles from the city walls." Commander Wang Zhe of the Candlelight Survivors Reconnaissance Battalion bellowed. He had just reported the situation here to higher authorities, and for these regular troops, overcoming basic communication issues in a mere 2 months was no small feat. Upon establishing contact, the higher-ups reached a consensus. This scenario could only signify one thing: aliens. Without a doubt, extraterrestrial beings. Originally, the orders dispatched to him were to station outside the city walls, 1 kilometer away, just as they had pitched their tents. Some fool had started setting off fireworks. What on earth were they celebrating? If they truly provoked the aliens, it would spell disaster. Recalling the terrifying tales of aliens his mother had told him in his youth, a chill ran down Wang Zhe's spine as he urged his battalion to flee. After retreating 5 kilometers, Wang Zhe began organizing the reconnaissance troops to establish camp. There was no choice, even if aliens were indeed present. He could not simply abandon his post. If the extraterrestrials emerged, he would at least have a chance to relay information. The higher authorities had already concluded that the absence of large-scale destructive weapons and communication capabilities was attributable to alien interference. Dismissing disbelief, the experts at the base had even penned an article titled "On the Arrival of Aliens," which, once published, spread like wildfire throughout the base within 20 minutes, leaving the personnel in a state of acute anxiety. Meanwhile, Ling Fan had just concluded a meeting. The border between Guizhou province and city C lay several hundred kilometers away, and even if fireworks were indeed being set off there, he would remain oblivious. However, intelligence reports arrived with remarkable promptness. A message was dispatched directly to Ling Fan's communicator, "Commander, at the junction with Guizhou province, someone is launching fireworks, suspected to be signaling, possibly those nefarious figures lurking outside our city." Upon reading this, Ling Fan furrowed his brow. Were they preparing to attack? The territory was expansive, and reaching the border region would take several hours. Contemplating this, Ling Fan resolved to prioritize the fabrication of a transport helicopter. Thus, he decisively opted for the most formidable armed helicopter from a century ago, a modified version, an upgraded model of the 19-arm helicopter, capable of carrying various missiles and equipped with 2 127mm machine gun pods. Following systematic enhancements, the helicopter's cabin had been enlarged. Originally designed to accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals, it could now comfortably transport up to 10. However, in comparison to the original G-19 armed helicopter, this modified version appears to be somewhat bulkier, yet possesses enhanced maneuverability. Instead of utilizing an electric or diesel engine, it is equipped with an anti-gravity engine. It can directly accommodate a Tier 1 zombie crystal core, with an effective payload capacity reaching an astonishing 500 tons. The maximum altitude it can attain is a staggering 20,000 meters, while its flight speed reaches supersonic levels. Logically, one would expect that with the implementation of an anti-gravity engine, traditional propellers would be rendered unnecessary. In fact, the current propellers serve largely as mere ornamental features, providing a cooling breeze when in motion. At least, this is how Ling Fan perceives it. As for the pricing of the G-19 armed helicopter, it is considerably more affordable than fighter jets or transport aircraft, requiring only 68 million Ling coins for its construction. Without hesitation, Ling Fan opted to proceed with the creation of the helicopter, which was completed in a fraction of the time it would take to manufacture an ion sniper rifle. Perhaps this disparity was due to the fact that one was designed for transportation while the other posed a threat to Tier 3 zombies. In approximately 2 hours, a brand new G-19 armed helicopter was positioned in the central square of Wuhan district. This location had been predetermined by Ling Fan during the manufacturing process, and it must be said that the system performed admirably. The helicopter did not simply materialize out of nowhere, but was piloted down from a significant altitude by an armed pilot. This time, the system truly demonstrated its generosity by providing him with a pilot. What more could one ask for from such a system? Host, due to the absence of a qualified pilot at your base, a pilot has been assigned to you. The pilot is a Tier 1 combat officer, necessitating a deduction of 100,000 Ling coins from your account. While Ling Fan contemplated the various advantages of the system, it suddenly spoke up. Ling Fan was left with a sense of solitude, gazing silently at the distant sky. System, for such an expensive armed helicopter, couldn't you provide a pilot free of charge? Sighing, he decided to let go of his grievances regarding the pilot, reasoning that having already invested in such an expensive helicopter, it was not worth dwelling on. He chuckled ruefully. The entire armed helicopter appeared far more imposing than it did in the images. After the system's modifications, the aircraft exuded a sense of power, albeit with a slight reduction in aggression. Sitting inside instilled a sense of reassurance, and one could hardly question the quality of a product from such a capable system. Chapter 71. A unique experience. Lingyi. Inform Ling Qi and Ling Lu to accompany me to the border of Guizhou province. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to disturb our domain, Ling Fan proclaimed with fervent determination. With the power of the skies at his disposal, a sense of expansion was indeed inevitable. Yes, Lingyi replied, equally exhilarated. Since his summoning, he had never experienced the sensation of soaring through the heavens, and the prospect of ascending aboard a helicopter was undeniably exhilarating. At that moment, the pilot from the helicopter cockpit stepped forward and saluted Ling Fan, stating, "Armed helicopter pilot number 01 reporting to the commander. Commander, should the helicopter require armaments, please manufacture the corresponding munitions. I recommend the commander carry 20,000 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun ammunition, along with 400 KD-10 air-to-ground missiles, and the cabin should be equipped with 2 ammunition loaders." Upon hearing this, Ling Fan nodded in acknowledgement and accessed the manufacturing page of the armory. Although the 7.62mm ammunition matched the caliber of the ground machine guns, the types of ammunition differed significantly. The 7.62mm rounds used in armed helicopters primarily consisted of explosive projectiles, a type of ammunition banned worldwide prior to the apocalypse due to its devastating destructive power and inhumane mode of attack. The explosive projectiles would detonate upon entering the human body, rendering conventional extraction techniques futile. Once detonated, the bleeding would be uncontrollable, leading most individuals struck, even if not fatally, to succumb to excessive blood loss. Thus, over a century ago, the development and upgrade of such munitions were prohibited globally. However, this specific 7.62mm ammunition had also been modified, containing a substantial amount of neurotoxin, greatly enhancing its armor-piercing capabilities. This neurotoxin was equally harmful to zombies. Typically, a first-tier zombie would become sluggish after being hit, and a direct strike to a critical area, such as the head, would result in instant death. The cost of this 7.62mm explosive round was not trivial, priced at 5 spirit coins per bullet, equating to the cost of outfitting a war police officer with 100 rounds. As for the KD-10 air-to-ground missiles, they had also undergone systematic modifications, offering various options. The first option was the standard missile, which similarly contained neurotoxin, capable of inflicting widespread damage. Against zero-tier zombies, a single explosion could decimate a large group. The second option was the air burst, which, at the moment of detonation, would create a shockwave that generated countless air blasts, covering an expansive area of approximately 800 square meters, ideal for combat against humans and effective in disabling firearms. The third option was the incendiary missile, distinctly different from the previously utilized 107mm incendiary rounds. The KD-10 air-to-ground missile measured around 17 meters in length and weighed nearly 50 kilograms. The incendiary variant within this option lacked a launch engine, as it would be deployed from the helicopter. Besides a thick layer of iron plating on the exterior, it contained solid phosphorus, and its combustion power far exceeded that of the 107mm ammunition by several multiples, with a staggering coverage area reaching 0.5 square kilometers. Essentially, all life forms within this radius would find it nearly impossible to escape death. Of course, for higher-tier abilities or zombies, the threat remained relatively limited. Ling Fan fervently clicked on the manufacturing interface, directly producing 100 incendiary bombs, 200 nerve-toxin grenades, and 100 airburst projectiles. Each artillery shell cost 500 spirit coins to fabricate, and he subsequently crafted 20,000 rounds of 127mm explosive shells, totaling a staggering 300,000 spirit coins. For Ling Fan, this was merely a trifle. Despite his recent expenditures, he still boasted a reserve of no less than 200 million spirit coins. Half an hour later, my goodness, Commander, they've even managed to assemble an armed helicopter. It looks absolutely magnificent. Wait, those munitions seem a bit different. Ling Lu chattered excitedly upon arriving at the scene. As he observed the workers loading crates of ammunition onto the armed helicopter, his curiosity was piqued by the 127mm shells, which appeared significantly distinct from the ammunition typically used in standard machine guns. Ling Chi, noticing Ling Lu's incessant probing, teased, "Ling Lu, be careful not to damage the commander's helicopter. If it gets harmed, the commander might just skin you alive." Laughter erupted among them. "Ling Lu, Ling Chi, shortly you will be tasked with loading ammunition, so you can experience the might of our base's armed helicopter." Ling Fan declared joyfully. "Yes, yes." Both responded enthusiastically. Once all the ammunition was loaded onto the helicopter, Ling Fan and Ling descended to the helicopter's rest cabin, located in the mid-rear section of the aircraft. This space served primarily as a temporary command center, equipped with 2 large screens. One displayed all activities in the cockpit and loading area, while the other provided a view of the surroundings outside the helicopter, offering substantial advantages for battlefield observation. As the crew boarded the helicopter, the pilot briefed Ling Lu and Ling Chi on the ammunition loading procedure before heading to the cockpit. The pilot pressed the red start button, and, contrary to expectations, there was no thunderous roar. Instead, the sound of the anti-gravity engine emitted a soft hum, nearly negligible, while the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin symbolically. The helicopter's body gradually ascended, and upon reaching an altitude of approximately 200 meters, it shot forth into the boundless sky with a swift whoosh. At that moment, Ling Fan and Ling clenched their toes tightly. It was their inaugural ride in an armed helicopter, and notably, it was one modified by the system, boasting significantly enhanced speed and altitude compared to their prior assumptions. In less than 20 minutes, Ling Fan spotted a towering wall on the screen, approximately 30 meters high. At this altitude, reported by the pilot to be around 5,000 meters, the wall stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon. Ling Fan couldn't help but marvel internally. The system is truly incredible. As the armed helicopter hovered approximately 5,000 meters above the city walls, Ling Fan meticulously observed the situation below. In front of the walls, a crowd of nearly 1,000 people had gathered, some gazing up at the helicopter in the sky. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, a small encampment of tents was established about 5 kilometers from the walls. "Second in command, what is that in the sky?" murmured the third in command, squinting upwards. "It resembles a helicopter, but the rotor seems rather lackluster." Having received a signal earlier, the third in command had hastily led 3,000 bandits on foot towards this location. Given that the distance was less than 10 kilometers, and with the enhanced physical capabilities of most individuals in this post-apocalyptic world, they managed to converge with the third in command in just over 20 minutes. Chapter 72. The Misfortunes of Qing Feng's Stronghold. The initial display of power by the armed helicopter. What does it matter what it is? If it dares to descend, we'll take it down. Ha ha ha. The treasures aboard are destined to belong to our stronghold. The second in command laughed heartily, envisioning the flying object merely as a helicopter, pondering its potential threat. He was indeed curious. After the apocalypse, he had scarcely seen helicopters soaring through the skies. Yet, he dismissed this thought, recognizing that after the onset of the apocalypse, conventional weapons had become obsolete. Even if there were helicopters, how could they possibly be used for combat? With this in mind, he snatched an AK-47 from one of his subordinates and fired several shots upwards, fully aware that such distance rendered his aim futile. His intention was to convey a message to those in the helicopter. It would be wise not to interfere, as he commanded thousands of men who could easily overwhelm it. Brother, are we being overly arrogant? Consider, a force capable of possessing a helicopter must be formidable. No? The third-in-command felt an inexplicable unease at the second-in-command's brashness. The second-in-command burst into laughter. Ha! What is there to fear? Who have we ever feared in the entirety of Y City? Even if they're a powerful faction, what does it matter? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, you know? Even if a dragon were to arrive in Sea City, it must bow to us. With this thought, the third-in-command felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, their strongest members had reached the second tier, making them the most powerful faction in Y City. All forces within the city were compelled to pay population taxes to them. Their strength was formidable, so what was there to fear? Where Qingfeng stronghold roamed, not a blade of grass should survive. Are they provoking us? Ling Fan pondered uncertainly. Ling nodded. I believe so. Number 1. Lower the altitude and prepare to attack. Fire 2 airburst rounds, then unleash a barrage with the machine guns. Ling Fan sneered. How audacious to provoke me at this moment. Ling Fan had longed to test the might of this armed helicopter, and now he had found the opportunity. With a swift descent, the helicopter neared the ground forces. Approximately 1,000 meters away, unleashing 2 air-to-ground missiles that streaked towards the bandits at Qingfeng's stronghold, trailing fiery tails behind them. The ground shook with a resounding boom. Equipped with infrared targeting systems, the missile struck precisely where aimed, landing squarely in the most densely populated area of the bandits. In an instant, the air erupted with violent explosions, and the bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold found themselves bleeding from their mouths, noses, and ears, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. All personnel, take cover, shouted the second-in-command. Before he could finish, the helicopter's heavy machine guns, resembling cannon barrels on either side, opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Wherever they landed, they blossomed into crimson bursts. In this devastating assault, the casualties among the Qingfeng bandits soared into the thousands. This calamity stemmed from their unpreparedness. Had they constructed fortifications in advance, their losses would have been significantly mitigated. At that moment, the second-in-command lay prostrate on the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. This was the first time he had sustained injuries from firearms since becoming a level 1 supernatural being, igniting a furious indignation within him. When had Qingfeng's stronghold ever endured such humiliation? Even when besieged by zombies, they had never faced such disgrace. A surge of blood rushed to his head, a feeling of shame overwhelming him. Everyone, fire at that helicopter in the sky. We must bring it down today. When we return, the women will be yours to choose from. The second-in-command was truly enraged, disregarding the advice of the third-in-command. No matter what happened, they would shoot down that helicopter. In an instant, all the bandits lay prone, firing various weapons at the soaring helicopter. This provoked Ling Fan's temper further. Initially, his intention was to intimidate these individuals with a show of force, hoping they would surrender so he could seize their base. To his astonishment, these people were fiercely defiant, valuing their pride over their lives. Determined, Ling Fan issued another command. 01, launch 2 more rounds of attack. Let us see if they choose to surrender. With a swift aerial maneuver, the helicopter executed a graceful drift, turning its body to unleash 4 more air-to-ground missiles upon the enemy position. The machine guns roared back to life, bullets cascading downwards at an astonishing rate. At this pace, how long could the aircraft sustain its fire with 20,000 rounds? The battlefield at Qingfeng's stronghold was now filled with the sounds of missiles and the grim thuds of bullets striking earth and flesh. Third-in-command, save me. I have a wife and children. A bandit clutched his abdomen, wounded by a flower bomb, and crawled towards the third chief. With reddened eyes, the chief lamented, Brother, I am truly sorry for what has happened to you. When we return, I shall take care of your wife and children. As the bandit heard the third chief's promise to look after his family, he trembled momentarily before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at the third chief, but was unable to utter the words he longed to say. He collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Tears welled in the chief's eyes. Realizing that his brother had not even the chance to express his gratitude, a wave of sorrow engulfed him, and he vowed to look after the fallen bandit's family upon his return. The deceased bandit seemed to whisper, Thank you, brother. Brother, we cannot continue like this. If this persists, my men will be completely annihilated. The third chief felt his heart shatter, mourning the brothers with whom he had shared drinks just yesterday. Today, He was uncertain how many had been severed from this world. At that moment, the second chief was still bleeding profusely, having been struck twice by air bursts that landed perilously close. He was gravely injured and could scarcely muster the breath to speak. Even before the third wave of attacks had commenced, he had contemplated urging his brothers to surrender. Yet now he found himself clinging to life, unable to vocalize a word. Overwhelmed by despair, he summoned every ounce of strength to remove his trousers, taking off his white undergarment and hanging it on a nearby branch, a silent signal of surrender. The third chief, witnessing this, understood that it was not the second chief's unwillingness to capitulate, given the pristine condition of his thigh. It was evident he lacked the strength to speak. Realizing this, the third chief bellowed, "Anyone with white cloth, use it now. We surrender. Enough of this madness." In an instant, the gunfire on the battlefield ceased. "We surrender. Please do not shoot." The third chief's voice, tinged with desperation, echoed across the field, while the second chief, filled with shame, buried his head deep into the ground. Chapter 73. 1,200 exchange for 200,000. The armed helicopter continued to hover ominously overhead, akin to a sword dangling over them. The second and third chiefs were inconsolable, mourning the deaths of their brothers, the result of their own ignorance. "Ling, are there any teams in the vicinity dedicated to eliminating zombies? Assemble a squad and bring them here. Capture this group, and send one back to inform their faction that if they desire these men, the survivors must come to negotiate." Ling Fan stated decisively. He had no intention of incorporating this ragtag group. Not only was their quality inconsistent, but from the audio capture by the helicopter, it was clear they were merely a band of brigands. He could hardly believe that Y City in your esteemed province had fallen under the dominion of such people. It is quite reasonable to consider, after all, that City Y is adjacent to City C. This strategic location was taken into account during the establishment of military operations, resulting in the deployment of 3 military zones in City C. Consequently, the relatively small City Y, which is no larger than a county, does not host any military presence. This has inadvertently led to the concentration of certain criminal factions, culminating in the formation of a notorious enclave known as Qingfengjai. Is there a stipulated number of survivors required for exchange? Ling Yi inquired hesitantly. Ling Fan responded with a charming smile. "Naturally, I demand all the survivors from City Y. By estimation, there are approximately 300,000 survivors in City Y. Excluding those in Qingfengjai and their base, there remain over 200,000 survivors. And I intend to acquire them all." Ling Yi was left utterly speechless. "Commander, I believe this is rather unrealistic. Currently, we only have a little over 200 captives. It is absurd to propose exchanging 200 for 200,000. No fool would agree to that. Indeed, I am prepared to outwit the fool. The one I intend to send back must be the third in command, who is now thoroughly frightened. Without a doubt, he is the one who will make the decision." Ling Fan said with a confident smile. Through the communicator, it was revealed that within a 5-kilometer radius, there were 6 small teams, each consisting of 10 members, totaling only 60 individuals, merely sufficient to form a platoon. The bandits of Qingfengjai were led, bound, into the survivors' base, while Ling Fan's helicopter gently descended into the city. Upon disembarking, Ling Fan disregarded the trembling Ling Lu and Ling Qi and approached the group of captives directly. "You bandits of Qingfengjai have bullied others in City Y, and now you dare to come onto my territory and chatter recklessly? Is this not courting disaster?" he declared with a devilish smile. The third in command, witnessing Ling Fan's approach and sensing the overwhelming aura of a third-tier ability user, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. As a defeated general, "You may do with me as you please, to spare my brothers." At that moment, the second in command, supported by several bandits, weakly interjected. "Oh, I did not expect you to possess such loyalty. Very well. If you wish for me to spare them, I have no objections to sparing you as well," Ling Fan said, his gaze fixed intently on the second in command. The second in command, realizing the implications, felt a chill run down his spine. "A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. I understand your meaning. I will never betray my body," he declared, resolute in his defiance. "Indeed, Commander, look at the second in command. He is in such a state. Perhaps I should take his place," the third in command proclaimed, his expression one of resignation to death. "No, third in command, you must not sacrifice yourself for us. Use me instead. My skin is soft and tender." A bandit, clearly a trusted confidant of the third in command, exclaimed. Sanwa, Woo, the third in command. Witnessing his loyal subordinate bravely step forward to endure the inhumane torment in his stead, was overcome with emotion and began to weep profusely. Ahem. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. What I intended to convey is that if you wish to preserve your lives, you must deliver to me the survivors from your bases in City Y. No more than 200,000, please. Upon witnessing the emotional displays of the bandits from Qingfeng Stronghold, Ling Fan could not suppress a shiver of disgust. When did I ever harbor thoughts of being a backstabber? The third chief and his confidants promptly ceased their weeping, asserting that as long as they were not compelled to betray their own appearances, they could acquiesce to his demands. Wait, what did you just say? You want us to send all the survivors from our bases in City Y to you? Absolutely not. Our leader will never agree to that. Even if he did. With so many zombies lurking about, how could we possibly transport over 200,000 people? I have my ways. You need only to comply. Whether your leader consents depends on how persuasive you are. I will make it clear. I still have 2 missiles at my disposal. This time, I'll allow you to return alone. But how you convince your leader is entirely up to you. Ling Fan was disinclined to engage in further pointless dialogue. In his view, Qingfeng Stronghold could hardly compare to the military survivor base he had previously annihilated. In the prior arrangements, each squad had been equipped with a transport vehicle, intended for collecting supplies while clearing out zombies, and now it proved fortuitously useful. One by one, the captives were escorted onto the transport vehicle by the combat police. Ling Fan planned to transport these bandits to the newly constructed prison in Donu District, as the jail in Wuan District had become obsolete. Repurposed primarily as a storage facility. Outside Dawn City, one of the third chief's men was in disarray as the soldiers had just driven him outside the city walls, treating him like a pestilence. They had provided him with an AK-47 rifle of their own. Ling Fan had granted him a mere day. If no one arrived to report back by tomorrow morning, countless incendiary devices would be unleashed upon their base. Ling Fan felt no pity for these bloodthirsty bandits. Should they disobey, they would be executed without hesitation. The third chief, in a daze, trudged back towards their base. When they had arrived, they had sprinted, taking less than 30 minutes to reach Dawn City. This time, however, it took him over 3 hours to arrive at the gates of Qingfeng Stronghold. Situated atop a mountain in City Y, Qingfeng Stronghold lay in a region long perceived as mountainous, characterized by its numerous peaks. For instance, City Y is essentially enveloped by a series of mountain ranges, with only a meager 100 square kilometers of flatland, and the rural areas predominantly nestled in the hills or among the mountains. The vast majority of the inhabitants of Qingfeng Stronghold were once part of a notorious gang in City Y, represented by 5 chiefs, each embodying a different faction of pre-apocalyptic criminal power. The third chief has returned. Open the gate, shouted one of the bandits from within. The creaking wooden door slowly swung open, yet the third brother did not greet his comrades with the usual warmth. This time he returned alone, having lost all his men in Dawn City, and the circumstances of his return remained a mystery. Third brother, where are the others? Upon learning of the third brother's return, the first brother hurried over, only to find him alone, which filled him with foreboding. As soon as the third brother saw the first brother, tears streamed down his face. First brother, the others. Please tell me. The first brother, noticing the third brother's inability to articulate his thoughts, grew anxious. When I led the brothers to Dawn City, the second brother launched an attack on the helicopters there. Consequently, I relayed everything that transpired afterward. With each revelation, the first brother's anger intensified, just as he was about to rally all the brothers for a full-scale assault on the survivor base in Dawn City. The second brother mentioned the weaponry equipped on Ling Fan's helicopter. Upon hearing about their arsenal, the first brother's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. With a weary voice, he inquired, "What are their conditions for releasing our brothers?" The second brother responded, "They demand that we send all the survivors from our base in City Y to them, and they have only given us 1 day to comply. If we do not respond by today, they will attack our Qingfeng village tomorrow, threatening to use the most powerful missiles. How dare they? Expecting me to trade 20,000 men for just 200? Are they insane? Gather the brothers in the village. We will fight them if necessary." The first brother's fury was palpable. This was an affront to their very existence, and it was simply unacceptable. The second brother, sensing the urgency, interjected, "Elder brother, we must adopt a broader perspective. The number of survivors in all of City Y is substantial. Inside their base, they merely consume vast amounts of food and resources. With the daily outbreaks of zombies in City Y, their plan is to devour everyone in those bases, potentially adding 200,000 zombies to their ranks. It will be wiser to use them as leverage. Of course, I don't just mean trading our warriors. They must provide us with substantial firepower in exchange for the 20,000 we would offer for our 200 men. Understanding the gravity of the situation. The first brother realized that with his current forces, a direct confrontation with Dawn City was unrealistic. He commanded, "Third brother, go summon fourth and fifth brothers. We need to deliberate together." Above Dawn City, the commander remarked, "I believe we should equip more of these aircraft. It would significantly enhance our mobility. Just look at how we subdued thousands of heavily armed bandits with this single armed helicopter. If we had 8 or 10, unifying Province S would be as easy as reaching into a pocket." As the battles ceased, Ling Lu and Ling Chi found themselves seated within the temporary command center of the armed helicopter. Ling Fan cast a disparaging glance at Ling Lu and remarked, "What do you propose to fabricate? This helicopter demands no less than 68 million Ling coins. Do you truly believe that Ling coins are as abundant as the wind? The base is soon to undergo an upgrade, which will necessitate a substantial amount of Ling coins to summon battle police. One helicopter is sufficient for now. Indeed, just a moment ago, who was it that trembled so excessively, nearly failing to load the air cannon?" Ling Chi interjected with a teasing tone. "Blast it. You sound as if you were not trembling at all." The loading unit was a glass panel, making it feel as though one was suspended in midair. "How could I not be frightened? I've never flown before," Ling Lu retorted angrily. Ling Chi was undeterred, continuing his mockery. "I did tremble, but it was merely a momentary quiver. Your hands were shaking like those of a cafeteria lady from ancient times, quaking like a sieve. Old 7, that is utterly excessive. I won't tolerate such personal attacks. Persist, and I shall certainly teach you a lesson," Ling Lu threatened, raising his fist. "Humph." Ling Yi disregarded the playful banter between them, turning his gaze from the front screen back to Ling Fan. "Commander, do you genuinely believe they would agree to trade 200,000 survivors for their 200? Of course, it will not be so simple. They currently hold dominion over the entire Y City. Annihilating them is impractical. They will undoubtedly engage in negotiation, seeking either food or weapons. If it's food, we shall outright refuse. If it's weapons, we have previously confiscated a substantial amount from those military district bases. We can assess their demands. If it's within 50,000 firearms, we can acquiesce, providing each with merely 100 rounds of ammunition," Ling Fan replied with a sly grin. "Those firearms, having endured numerous battles, are not system-produced. Their rifling is nearly worn down, and many are relics from before the apocalypse, likely long overdue for retirement. Even if we give them away, how long could they possibly remain functional?" Ling Yi and the others grasped the essence of Ling Fan's intent. It was akin to deceiving fools. Even if those guns were bestowed upon them, they would soon become mere sticks for kindling. Before long, the armed helicopter arrived at the central square of the Wuhan district, where Ling Fan assigned several battle police to guard it before returning to the command post. For him, the paramount objective was to elevate his own strength. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier hinged primarily on the unblocking of his meridians, ensuring a more seamless flow of energy throughout his body. The first dawn school within the base had been completed and was in the process of having its facilities arranged, with Lin Xiao having arrived early. Ling Fan ascended to the rooftop on the 2nd floor, finding a spot to sit cross-legged and began to clear the meridians within his body. "We succeeded. We have successfully developed the super rice." As Ling Fan spent over an hour clearing his meridians, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted throughout the Agricultural Research Institute. Despite the loss of numerous records, they had successfully developed the first batch of super rice seeds. Although super rice was not a novelty before the apocalypse, after its outbreak, and in the absence of any scientific data, the team of 500 agricultural researchers managed to resurrect the legacy of the esteemed elder in just a few weeks, truly a testament to his lifelong dedication. "Quick, inform the commander." "No, I shall go myself," exclaimed Fan Wei, visibly exhilarated. At the command post in the urban area of Wuhan district, Fan Wei, brimming with excitement, shouted from the ground floor, "Commander, we have successfully developed the super rice, ready for planting at any moment." Ling Fan, who had been lost in contemplation, suddenly felt invigorated by this news, and in that instant, he cleared a meridian. Slowly opening his eyes, astonishment filled his gaze. What a double blessing! Without hesitation, He leaped from the second-floor platform, swiftly appearing before Fanway, exclaiming, "Ha! Excellent! Tomorrow, you shall take the research team to the experimental fields in the Wall City to plant the super rice. You have achieved a great feat." Fanway nodded, inquiring, "What about the personnel assigned to the base?" "They will accompany you tomorrow. This month, all employees of the agricultural department will receive double their salaries," Ling Fan declared grandly. The emergence of the super rice heralded a new era of rapid development for the entire base. In the future, if the entire city of Dawn were to cultivate super rice, they would not fear an influx of personnel, regardless of how many more came in. Chapter 75, The Dawn of Zhou Chang's Apocalypse. "Commander, envoys from Qingfeng Zhai have arrived. Their demands are the release of all their brethren, along with 50,000 rifles, each accompanied by 1,000 rounds of ammunition," reported a border patrol officer late that night. "Proceed with the negotiations as planned. The strategy remains unchanged," Ling Fan replied tersely, setting down his communicator before embracing Lin Xiao Lu and drifting into slumber. Early the next morning, the majority of personnel from the agricultural department set off towards the walled district of Shuguang County, each one buoyant with anticipation, knowing that upon their return, they would be hailed as heroes. Ling Fan watched them depart, his gaze momentarily distant. Observing the dramatic transformation of the base, he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility within. The changes were indeed remarkable. The original Shuguang New District, now the outer urban area of Wuhan District, housed the first few batches of survivors. Meanwhile, Wuhan District had become the liveliest part of the entire city of Dawn, boasting an array of goods, a testament to the efforts of the Shuguang Resource Collection Guild. Union members tirelessly gather supplies outside, transforming the Wuhan district into a veritable paradise of trade. However, following the unification of the entire Sea City, the previous single distribution point for equipment has expanded to 20, strategically positioned around the city walls of Shuguang. Yet, these points remain in preparation, awaiting the complete eradication of the zombies within the base before any reforms can take place. "Commander, our director has something to report," a police officer whispered, approaching Ling Fan. Ling Fan turned to acknowledge the officer with a nod before accompanying him to the police station. The journey from the outer city of Wuhan District to the inner city took merely about 10 minutes. Upon entering the police station, Deng Ping quickly arranged for a cup of tea for Ling Fan, saying, "Commander, there have been some issues with the Shuguang Resource Collection Union lately. Firearms have been mysteriously disappearing, and the consumption of ammunition is alarmingly high. However, since the last zombie wave, there are hardly any zombies left in Sea City." "So, you suspect foul play?" Ling Fan replied coolly. Deng Ping nodded vigorously. "Yes, Commander, there is undoubtedly a problem within the Shuguang Resource Collection Union. But I currently lack sufficient evidence. Indeed, I have long been aware of this. The mastermind behind these events is Zhou Qiang. I never anticipated he would remain so unscrupulous. The firearms are located within several residential buildings, guarded by designated personnel. Simply deploy 500 officers to resolve this. Apprehend those inside and deliver them to the intelligence department. They must reveal the identity of the true orchestrator." Ling Fan indicated the street distribution map, his tone icy. He had shown considerable tolerance towards Zhou Qiang. Yet for reasons unknown, Zhou remained insatiable. Had he conducted himself properly as the union leader within the base, no one would have dared to challenge him. To Ling Fan, Zhou Qiang had become a mere clown, yet the principle of maintaining peace within must always prevail. Currently, Zhou Qiang was akin to a pestilential presence, continuously undermining the harmony of Shuguang City, an affront Ling Fan could not abide. Any night, deliver the list of Zhou Chang's accomplices to Director Deng. Those who disrupt the harmony of the base need not be spared. Eliminate them all. As for Zhou Qiang, he too shall be dealt with. There is no need for further reports. With that, Ling Fan turned and exited the police station. Deng Ping stood momentarily frozen at the entrance. Sensing that Ling Fan had changed, becoming more decisive, more cold-blooded than before, mobilize the police force, fully armed. Notify Captain Ling Ba that the special police unit is to be deployed as well. This time, we must act swiftly. We will net them all within half an hour. Deng Ping instructed a nearby officer. "Yes," the officer replied, sprinting off to assemble the forces. At the Shuguang Resource Collection Union, a delicate voice called from the third floor. "My lord, come and have a drink." Although the sounds emanating from within were akin to the scratching of a cat's claws on one's heart, the members outside dared not utter a word. After all, the individual inside was a brother of the base commander. Who would dare provoke him? Moreover, she was his woman. Just days prior, a brother had merely cast a glance at this formidable man's partner, and he had vanished the following day. Ever since the establishment of the Dawn Resource Collection Guild's headquarters, Zhou Qiang had taken residence there. Leveraging his connection with Ling Fan, he thrived in the burgeoning Dawn New District. For every new member, paying homage to him became their foremost priority, showering him with a bounty of grain coins, exquisite wines, and the affections of stunning women, which only served to further ensnare Zhou Qiang in indulgence. He was biding his time, waiting for the moment when Ling Fan's soldiers would venture into battle. At that point, he would arm his loyal subordinates with the concealed firearms and eliminate Ling Fan. The entire Dawn City would then be his, including the enchanting Lin Xiaola, whom he envisioned would be left gasping beneath him. Zhou Qiang was diligently working toward his envisioned bliss. After his escapades, he lay languidly on the bed, feeling the warmth beside him. Though he had ascended to the first tier of abilities after such exertions, one could still feel utterly spent, not from fatigue, but from the aftermath of surrender. Knock, knock, knock. President, something's amiss. Just as Zhou Qiang settled into comfort, the door was met with frantic knocks and shouts. He hastily donned a nightgown and made his way to the door, muttering curses under his breath. If this isn't of utmost importance, I swear I'll flay you alive. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a ragtag group of his most trusted men, all appearing as lost as stray dogs. A sense of foreboding washed over him. President, you must help us. The police are out there indiscriminately capturing our brothers, and those who resist are executed on the spot. We only managed to escape while they were distracted, one of the men cried, his voice trembling with despair. Zhou Qiang's patience wore thin. He snapped, useless fools. Why the tears? Has Deng Ping grown so audacious as to trample on my head? Do they truly believe that the Dawn Resource Collection Guild is an easy target? He commanded, quickly, take the brothers and discreetly relocate the weapons and ammunition. We cannot allow Deng Ping's men to find them. I'm going to confront Ling Fan. I will see him standing there. At that moment, Zhou Qiang intended to seek Ling Fan for an explanation. Not good. The police have surrounded our guild. A survivor shouted from the first floor. Who among you has committed a crime? Zhou Qiang's anger flared as he realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it. They have crossed the line. Arm yourselves and follow me. His ire was palpable. Deng Ping, who usually appeared so unassuming, had played such a trick on him. Arriving at the guild's entrance, he was met with a battalion of fully armed police officers, effectively sealing off the entire Dawn Resource Collection Guild.